Qin Feng, I like you. I used to bully you just to get your attention. A girl in a JK uniform with white stockings, her skin like snow, shyly said to Qin Feng. Really? Ruo Shui, I like you too. Qin Feng's heart raced with excitement. The girl confessing to him was the class monitor by Ruo Shui, the school beauty that countless boys dreamed of possessing. He never expected her to declare her feelings for him. Of course it's fake. Don't you have a mirror? At least you have your own urine, don't you? Take a piss and look at yourself. Bai Ruo Shui suddenly changed her expression, her eyes undisguised with contempt. Qin Feng was stunned. She had just confessed to him. How could she say something so hurtful? Come on out, I won. Bai Ruo Shui called out, and the boys and girls who had been hiding outside the classroom flooded in. Ruo Shui, you're amazing. Qin Feng was hooked like a fish. No way, one sentence did it. Well, a bet's a bet. Class monitor, hey, race, 500 yuan. Watching the crowd stuff money into Bai Ruo Shui's hands, Qin Feng's face turned ugly. He had finally mustered the courage once, only to lose so completely. This wasn't the first time his classmates had played tricks on him, but this time he truly broke down, because he really had feelings for Bai Ruo Shui. You all set me up together. Qin Feng said angrily. What are you yelling about? We were just joking, is that a big deal? No wonder you're an orphan. Bai Ruo Shui put her hands on her hips, feeling no guilt at all. Ruo Shui, don't mind him. Orphans have no manners, he deserves to be bullied, comforted by Ruo Shui's best friend. The others also cursed and swore, spewing all kinds of filth. In their eyes, their mockery of Qin Feng was an honor for him, and how dare he resist? Qin Feng was flushed red with anger, but didn't know how to argue. Because he was an orphan, he had always been inferior, and even when bullied by classmates, he only retreated. All right, Qin Feng is still our classmate. Just let him apologize, and that's it. At Bai Ruo Shui's words, the crowd quieted down. Qin Feng stared wide-eyed at Bai Ruo Shui. What the hell? He had to apologize. He had only said they were going too far, and they had cursed him from head to toe, and now they shamelessly asked him to apologize. Qin Feng really wanted to ask if their faces were made of titanium alloy, but he didn't dare say it out loud, because it would bring more abuse. If you don't want to apologize, that's fine. He'll go tell the principal that you lifted my skirt, and have him expel you. When he heard the first half of Bai Ruo Shui's words, Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief, but the second half sent him straight to hell. If Bai Ruo Shui really went to the principal with that story, the school would definitely expel him. He only had a few months left until graduation, and he couldn't let years of hard work go to waste. Thinking of this, he quickly said, No, I apologize. I'm sorry. Qin Feng clenched his fists, forcing the 3 words out through gritted teeth. Tisk, not sincere at all. Classmates, should we forgive him? Bai Ruo Shui looked at Qin Feng with amusement, and gave the other students a wink. No forgiveness, he should be expelled. Exactly how dare an orphan be disrespectful to the class monitor? If I were his father, I'd have shot him on the wall long ago. Qin Feng felt terrible listening to the insults from his classmates, but in order to graduate smoothly, he could only endure. How about this, you lick Bai Ruo Shui's feet clean? If she's satisfied, we'll let you go. The speaker was another best friend of Bai Ruo Shui. No wonder the ancients said the most venomous is a woman's heart. This saying was absolutely right. Good, that's great. Bai Ruo Shui's eyes lit up, fully satisfied with the proposal. She immediately sat on the desk in front of Qin Feng and extended her foot toward his face, signaling that he could begin. Several male classmates looked gloomy. Was this really a punishment for Qin Feng? They wanted to do it too. Lick it clean. Lick it clean. The female classmates cheered like they were shot with adrenaline, clapping and egging him on. Qin Feng's face changed colors several times, and finally, under immense pressure, he reached out to take off Bai Ruo Shui's shoe. Just as his hand was about to touch her shoe, Bai Ruo Shui kicked his hand away. Get lost. Who would let you lick my feet? That would be too good for you. Bai Ruo Shui's face was full of disgust. How could she actually let him lick her feet? Just thinking about it was disgusting. He'll forgive you today. Watch yourself from now on. Bai Ruo Shui led the classmates away, leaving only Qin Feng alone in the classroom. Qin Feng clenched his fists, then finally let them fall weakly. There were only a few months left until graduation, no matter what he had to endure. Composing himself, Qin Feng returned to his seat and continued reading. Studying was his only way out, the only thing that could save him. Help! Don't bite me. Save me. My leg, it's eating my leg. Don't come near. Someone help. There were not only cries for help, but also beast-like roars and low growls. Hearing the chaotic noise outside, Qin Feng remained unmoved. He had been fooled once before. Did they think he would fall for it again? At that moment, Bai Ruo Shui rushed into the classroom at lightning speed and pressed her body against the door, holding it shut. Hey, hurry up and come brace the door. If the zombies get in, we're all dead. Qin Feng glanced at her and continued reading. She could even make up zombies. Did she think he was an idiot? If he couldn't win against them, could he at least avoid them? Just as Qin Feng was engrossed in his book, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Detected the arrival of the apocalypse. The zombie virus has broken out, turning 80% of the global population into zombies. The number is still plummeting. The many children, many blessings system has bound to the host. For the continuation of humanity, please find high-quality women to reproduce as soon as possible. Every woman and child you gain will bring generous rewards. The newcomer gift pack has been delivered. Please accept it, host. 1. Body enhancement comprehensive physical fitness increased by 10 points equivalent to the strength of 10 adult men. 2. Virus immunity immune to low-level zombie virus or will not be infected by scratches or bites effect can be transferred to the host's women. 3. Storage space. Obtain a 5M storage space capable of taking any object within 5 meters of the host. Items will remain in the state they were taken. Living objects cannot be taken. 4. Black blade low-level weapon sharp enough to cut through iron, a perfect tool for killing, robbing, and slaying zombies. Already placed in storage space. 5. System probe. When a suitable female appears within 5 meters of the host, the system will automatically probe and obtain basic information. All rewards can be upgraded. Hope the host reproduces as soon as possible. Qin Feng struggled to assimilate the information from the system, while feeling a surge of power within his body, realizing that what the system said was true. Ruoshua had not lied. There really were zombies outside. I can't hold on. Ruoshua shouted as she was knocked to the ground by a zombie crashing through the classroom door. The zombie before them had blood-red eyes, a mouth full of sharp teeth, and claws growing from its hands. Apart from that, it looked no different from a human. Qin Feng could recognize them as students from other classes. Help me, Ruoshua cried. She had been chased by the zombie all the way, and having just fallen, her legs were too weak to stand. She could only look at Qin Feng with pleading eyes. Although Qin Feng was a coward she had just bullied, there was no one else to save her now. Without hesitation, Qin Feng dashed forward, drove the zombie out of the classroom with a few punches and kicks, then quickly locked the door and barricaded it with desks and chairs to prevent it from breaking through. After finishing everything, Qin Feng turned around to look at Ruoshua, who was still sitting on the floor. Instantly, her information appeared in his mind. Name: Ruoshua. Age 22. Height 160 centimeters. Weight 48 kilograms. Attribute: skin as white as snow. Score 85 points. Meets the system's requirement. 80 points. Qualifies at 80 is beauty, 85 is school belle, 90 is fairy. Higher score yields richer rewards. What are you looking at, you loser? Don't think he'll thank you just because you saved me. No way. Ruoshua frowned, sitting on the ground and looking up at him. Qin Feng looked down at her, which made her very uncomfortable. Slap. Ruoshua covered her face in disbelief. How dare Qin Feng slap her? How dare you hit me? He'll get the principal to expel you, she snarled. In the past, this threat would make Qin Feng docile, but not anymore. Go ahead, find the principal. The whole place is crawling with zombies. If you can go. Qin Feng was tired of being bullied. He had endured only to get his diploma, but now that the apocalypse had arrived, he no longer needed to hold back. He'll fight you. Ruoshua, a pampered rich girl who had never suffered such humiliation, flailed wildly to attack him. Slap. Another sharp sound followed by yet another slap from Qin Feng. Ruoshua was no match for Qin Feng. Even without the system's enhancement, he could easily overpower her. After entering university, Qin Feng had no financial support. He had worked as a construction laborer, food delivery rider, courier waiter. He had done everything building up his strength. Ruoshua, pampered and coddled, was like a child compared to him. If he hadn't held back, a single slap could have killed her. How dare you keep hitting me? Are you even a man? Hitting a woman. Ruoshua held her reddened cheeks, feeling extremely wronged, tears welling in her eyes. She had never suffered like this. Since childhood, her parents had doted on her, and in university, everyone adored her. Boys wanted to be her lapdogs, girls vied to be her friends. How women like you deserve a beating. Didn't you always preach gender equality? Can't handle 2 slaps. Qin Feng completely let himself go, even wanting to continue beating her to vent all the grievances of these years on Ruoshua. But after a moment he refrained. Ruoshua met the system's requirements. He intended to take her. Damaging her would only harm his own interests. The roars outside grew louder as the noise from the two of them had attracted the zombies' attention. Ruoshua quieted down. Compared to Qin Feng, she was more afraid of the zombies. Qin Feng walked to the classroom window to peek through the curtain gap. Just then a zombie was pressed against the window, looking inside, startling Qin Feng. Taking a closer look, he recognized it as their homeroom teacher. Even as a zombie, he had kept his habit of peeking through windows. Qin Feng felt a pang of regret. The homeroom teacher was the only one who had never looked down on him. He had even argued with the principal over Qin Feng's poverty subsidy. Now the teacher had become a zombie. Looking at Ruoshua in the classroom, the old saying came to mind: the good die young, while the wicked live long. Ruoshua was busy making phone calls to her parents, the principal, even the police, but none went through. Qin Feng paid her no mind. The system had said that 80 of living beings worldwide had turned into zombies. Any surviving humans were facing the zombie crisis. How could they answer her calls? They could only rely on themselves now. Qin Feng searched the classroom thoroughly, finding 3 sausages, 2 pieces of bread, a carton of milk, several drinks, a few packs of snacks, a box of chocolates. There were also 2 steamed buns from his lunchbox, originally meant for his lunch, now becoming emergency rations. Ruoshua watched Qin Feng collect the food and swallowed. She had been on her way to the cafeteria with classmates when she encountered the zombies and was chased all the way. Now her stomach was growling with hunger. Qin Feng, I'm hungry. Bring the food over, and I'll let bygones be bygones about you hitting me, Bai Ruoxue commanded, still not realizing the situation. Bygones. Ruoxue, did you leave your brain outside? Let alone your past. Bullying today's matter isn't. Then what do you want? Bai Ruoxue asked, still indifferent, not considering this a big deal. Many people had bullied Qin Feng, but she was just one of them. Kneel down and apologize to me. Maybe then he'll be in a good mood and share some food. You're dreaming. Bai Ruoxue would never agree to such a demand. She was a proud daughter of privilege. Her parents were tycoons. Others knelt to her, never the other way around, especially not to that loser Qin Feng. Even if she starved to death, died outside, or jumped from here, she would never kneel to Qin Feng for food. Then go hungry. Qin Feng was in no hurry. Trapped in the classroom with the zombies outside, he had all the time in the world to wait her out. Bai Ruoxue's eyes lit up as she pointed at the chocolate. That box of chocolate is mine. Give it back. It was a gift from a simp who had been chasing her today. She hadn't had time to eat it, and now seeing it reminded her. Qin Feng picked up the chocolate. Indeed, it carried a faint scent of Bai Ruoxue. His enhanced senses could detect it. But would he return it to her? Obviously not. You say it's yours. Can you prove it? Does it answer when you call its name? Bai Ruoxue was taken aback, then said, Are you being unreasonable? How could the chocolate possibly agree? If it doesn't agree, then it's mine. Qin Feng said with righteous indignation. In the apocalypse, who bothers with reason? By the way, my name is written on the box. Bai Ruoxue pointed at the chocolate box where it indeed read, Bai Ruoxue, I love you. Qin Feng looked and saw it was true, but that didn't stump him. Why did you write your name on my chocolate? Bai Ruoxue was left speechless. She realized that no matter what she said, Qin Feng wouldn't return the chocolate. Once the zombies are dealt with, he'll teach you a lesson. Bai Ruoxue thought to herself. But for now she dared not provoke Qin Feng, as her face still ached. Qin Feng picked up a steamed bun and began to eat. Since Bai Ruoxue wanted food, he decided to turn up the heat. Qin Feng, I'll give you 100 yuan. Sell me the food. Unable to bear the hunger, Bai Ruoxue pulled out a red banknote. The food in Qin Feng's hands was worth only a few dozen yuan, so she thought 100 was enough. Bai Ruoxue, did you get your head stuck in a door? Trying to buy my food with a measly 100 yuan. Qin Feng looked at Bai Ruoxue as if she were an idiot. Not enough. This is all the money I have. Give me half of your food and drink, how about it? Bai Ruoxue pulled out more cash, this time several thousand yuan. In normal times Qin Feng would have eagerly sold it, but now it was the apocalypse and money was useless. Saying your head was stuck in a door is an understatement. In the apocalypse, money is like scrap paper, worthless to me. Bai Ruoxue's face turned grim. She had nothing else but money. She could endure without food, but without water, she wouldn't last a few days. No choice, I'll have to use my charm. Bai Ruoxue was very confident in her beauty. Otherwise she wouldn't have so many admirers at school. As one of the top 10 campus beauties, dealing with a mere Qin Feng should be a piece of cake. Brother Qin Feng, it was all my fault before. I shouldn't have treated you like that. Please forgive me and give me some food. I'll repay you in my next life, even if I have to work like an ox or a horse. It had to be said. Bai Ruoxue's pitiful look and sweet voice were irresistible to 90 of men, but not to Qin Feng. Bai Ruoxue, I don't need you to work like an ox or a horse in your next life. Just agree to be my woman, and you can eat and drink whatever you want. Qin Feng stared at Bai Ruoxue, his eyes filled with primal desire. Only women above 80 points met the system's requirements, and he wouldn't let an 85-point beauty like Bai Ruoxue slip away. What? Bai Ruoxue let out a piercing shriek. You're a toad lusting after a swan. A lowlife like you, the scum of society, wants me to be your woman. You were lucky to get into college, otherwise you wouldn't even deserve to know me, and you dare to dream of having me. How disgusting. Bai Ruoxue revealed her true colors. She looked down on Qin Feng from the bottom of her heart. Her current submission was only because he had food. She never expected him to use food to coerce her. The food wasn't even worth 100 yuan. What did he take her for? No matter. I have all the time in the world to wait you out. Remember your defiant look now. Let's see how long you can hold out. Qin Feng ignored Bai Ruoxue's insults. He had endured far harsher words over the years and still survived. Now that the apocalypse had arrived, it was heaven's chance for him to take revenge. He would start with Bai Ruoxue, and he wouldn't let anyone who had bullied him off the hook. Bai Ruoxue, having returned empty-handed, didn't give up. She took out her phone and tried to contact the survivors at school, hoping someone could save her. Bai Ruoxue first opened the class group and sent a distress message. She accused Qin Feng of hoarding all the food, refusing to share any, and even slapping her twice. Instantly, the surviving members in the group erupted. Bai Ruoxue was their class monitor and one of the school's beauties. How dare Qin Feng, an orphan everyone despised, bully her? Just after eating his fill, Qin Feng felt his phone buzzing incessantly in his pocket, so he pulled it out to check. Wang Lei, Qin Feng, have you grown a pair? If you dare bully Bai Ruoxue again, I'll skin you alive. Sun Ting, Qin Feng, are you even a man? Stealing Ruoxue's food. Wang Tianlong, I see you only dare to bully girls. Try bullying me and see what happens. Qin Feng found it amusing. He had been bullied for years without anyone standing up for him, yet now after a minor punishment, to by Ruoshua, so many good Samaritans appeared. Qin Feng took a screenshot to remember each of them. He would definitely repay them when the opportunity arose. That night Qin Feng lay on a desk using books as a pillow. Having slept in parks and under bridges, this hardship was nothing to him. But by Ruoshua couldn't sleep. She was not only thirsty and hungry, but also couldn't fall asleep without a comfortable mattress. Huff, puff. Hearing Qin Feng's snoring, by Ruoshua crept around quietly. She had another reason for not sleeping, to sneak some food while he was asleep. What are you doing? Just as by Ruoshua was searching for food, Qin Feng's voice suddenly rang out, startling her. It turned out Qin Feng hadn't been asleep at all. The snoring was a trap, and he had caught by Ruoshua sooner than expected. I was. By Ruoshua's guilt made her stammer, unable to finish her sentence. Were you trying to steal my food? No, I wasn't. By Ruoshua would never admit it, admitting it might earn her another slap. Then you were scheming against me. Looks like I'll have to throw you out to feed the zombies. Qin Feng's eyes turned cold. Although he needed by Ruoshua to complete the system's task, if she harbored ill intentions, he wouldn't hesitate to destroy her. In Qin Feng's eyes, a beautiful but treacherous person was more terrifying than a zombie. No, I was just looking for food. I didn't mean to harm you. Don't throw me out. He'll do anything you say. By Ruoshua's eyes were filled with pleading. The zombies were too terrifying. She had seen someone tackled by one, their intestines ripped out. Anything really. Qin Feng flashed a triumphant smile. By Ruoshua gritted her teeth and nodded. Though she despised Qin Feng, refusing his demand now would cost her life. And without life, there was nothing. An hour later, Qin Feng contentedly handed a pack of bread and a bottle of water to the exhausted by Ruoshua. Congratulations, host. You have gained your first subordinate. You have unlocked the ability X-ray vision. Keep up the good work. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. X-ray vision. What a remarkable ability. First-tier X-ray vision allows the user to see through obstacles within 5 meters in front of them, revealing the scenes behind. Can be upgraded. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Qin Feng felt somewhat disappointed. Only a 5-meter range. Still, it was quite decent, and combined with the system's novice gift pack, he figured no one else in the school, be it human or zombie, could rival him. By Ruoshua nibbled on her bread, a sense of grievance welling up inside her. After guarding her chastity for so long, Qin Feng had ultimately taken it. Seeing by Ruoshua's pitiful demeanor, Qin Feng couldn't help but speak. Alright, stop feeling wronged. Since you're my woman now, I'll make sure you survive this apocalypse. Besides, weren't you enjoying it just now? By Ruoshua's face flushed crimson. What Qin Feng had given her moments ago was indeed pleasurable, and his muscular physique. How had she never noticed before how good his body was? Through his X-ray vision, Qin Feng saw that the corridor outside the classroom was clear of zombies, though bloodstains marred the floor, sending a chill down his spine. He couldn't see what lay farther beyond. Let's get some sleep. I want to check out the situation outside tomorrow morning. Since it was nighttime and visibility was poor with his X-ray vision limited to 5 meters, Qin Feng decided to venture out at dawn. Huh, you're going out. It's crawling with zombies out there. What for? By Ruoshua's heart tightened. Though Qin Feng had taken her first time, he was now her only lifeline, and she certainly didn't want anything to happen to him. To scavenge supplies, of course. These rations won't last long. If we don't find food, we'll starve to death. Qin Feng kept other motives to himself. He also wanted to test his abilities and seek out other women who met the system's criteria. After all, the system had entrusted him with the monumental task of procreating to continue humanity. How could he let it down? If I can gain an ability from one woman, wouldn't I be invincible if I found a few more? But I can't sleep. The desk is too hard. Even after piling up books, by Ruoshua still found it uncomfortable. With summer approaching and her clothes thin, it was indeed unbearable. Telling me, "Want help? I can't conjure a bed for you." Qin Feng had already climbed onto the desk, ready to sleep. How about we go again? By Ruoshua's words were startling. Her reasoning was simple. The long night stretched ahead, and they had to find something to do. Qin Feng indicated that if she wanted to talk about that, he was wide awake now. Day 2 of the apocalypse. Qin Feng shook by Ruoshua awake. She had been sleeping on top of him. Though not entirely comfortable, it was far better than the desk. Are you really going out? After their intimate encounter, by Ruoshua seemed less repulsed by Qin Feng. Yeah. After I leave, barricade the door. Zombies won't be able to get in. Qin Feng instructed her. Since she was now his woman, he didn't want her to die easily. Okay. By the way, where did you put the food? By Ruoshua asked casually. Last night it was too dark to see, but even in daylight she couldn't find the food. She had no idea where Qin Feng had hidden it. Qin Feng sneered. As the saying goes, a leopard can't change its spots. By Ruoshua had always been after his food. But her plan was doomed to fail. The food was already stored in his dimensional space, and no matter how hard she searched, she'd never find it. Erase some. He'll be back in a day or two. Qin Feng thought for a moment, and pulled out a bottle of water and a piece of bread for by Ruoshua. He didn't know how long had been gone, but at least she wouldn't starve. Bai Ruoxue took the water and bread disappointed. In her eyes, Qin Feng was heading to his death, and taking all the food with him would only doom her as well. Qin Feng opened the classroom door and stepped out. Bai Ruoxue quickly shut it, and the sound of her dragging desks echoed from inside. Tisk tisk, so pragmatic. Qin Feng shook his head with a sigh, but now wasn't the time for such thoughts. The school before him was a living hell. Blood and the stench of gore everywhere, zombies crowding the playground and other buildings. A few survivors clung to the branches of large trees on campus, surrounded by zombies clearly unable to hold out much longer. Roar! Suddenly a zombie appeared before Qin Feng. Spotting him like a delectable feast, it sprinted toward him. Perfect timing. Qin Feng smirked and pulled a black blade from his dimensional space. A jet-black sword, hefty and substantial. Though immune to low-tier zombie virus, being bitten or scratched would still hurt, so Qin Feng drew this lethal weapon. With a swift slash, a cold gleam flashed, and the zombie was cleaved in two. Foul innards and black blood splattered, yet the blade remained spotless. What a sharp blade! Qin Feng marveled. It was smoother than cutting tofu. Roar! More zombies closed in, and Qin Feng made short work of them, one slash per zombie. Soon he had cleared the entire floor. Sigh, too weak. It's lonely at the top. Qin Feng felt these zombies were no match for him. They were just intimidating in appearance. Is anyone there? Are you here to save us? Qin Feng happened to be standing outside a classroom. A pleasant female voice came from within. Name Feng Lin. Age 22. Height 170 centimeters. Weight 55 kilograms. Attribute sweet voice. System score 83. Qin Feng was overjoyed. To think there was someone here who met the system's criteria. His luck was incredible. Through his X-ray vision, he saw a beautiful woman inside the door accompanied by 3 men and 2 women. Their looks didn't meet the standards, so Qin Feng selectively ignored them. The name Feng Lin rang a bell. She was known as the broadcasting goddess, one of the top 10 campus beauties. Though had never seen her, had heard her voice on the school radio. Her voice was indeed lovely, just as the system's attribute stated. Yeah, I've cleared the zombies outside. Open the door. Qin Feng sounded like a big wolf luring Little Red Riding Hood to open the door. Great, hold on. After a moment, the classroom door creaked open. Feng Lin was taken aback when she saw Qin Feng alone. She had expected a rescue team. His attire clearly marked him as a student. What's wrong? Surprised. Qin Feng stepped into the classroom, not wanting to stand at the doorway talking to her. Who knew if some sneaky zombie might catch him off guard? Who are you? Why did you trick us? Feng Lin demanded angrily. Yeah, I really thought the rescue had arrived. How despicable. What if zombies got in? You'd have gotten us all killed. Exactly how selfish can one person be? The group berated Qin Feng, seeing him as a coward who had tricked them into opening the door just to survive. But one boy quietly tugged at Feng Lin's sleeve. Why are you pulling me? Am I wrong? He has a knife? The boy stammered, trembling. Only then did the crowd notice a black longsword in Qin Feng's hand, a flicker of fear in their eyes. But they were at school. Where did Qin Feng get a longsword? Qin Feng's gaze swept over Feng Lin repeatedly. Her figure and appearance fell slightly short of Bai Ruoxue's, but her soft voice sent a tingle down one's spine, earning her the title of the broadcasting goddess. What if he has a sword? Can he really cut us down? Feng Lin pushed away the boy's hand, as she despised cowardly men the most. Exactly, this is a society governed by law. He wouldn't dare, even with 10 times the courage, said the girl beside Feng Lin, her close confidant, naturally backing her up. Not dare? Want to give it a try? Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. Feng Lin met the system's requirements. He needed her to bear his child. The other 2 girls did not, and were frankly unsightly. If Qin Feng had to rate them, they'd score 0. A waste of air alive, and a waste of land dead. Sending them off would be a merciful deed. How dare you speak to my best friend like that? Let me tell you, my boyfriend is the student council president. With one word from me, you'll be finished at this school. Feng Lin roared, deliberately raising her voice when mentioning the student council president, as if the position were some grand official title. Is that so? I'm so scared. Qin Feng said it aloud, but felt nothing but scorn inside. It was the apocalypse now. What use was a student council president? At the same time, he immediately scanned Feng Lin with his X-ray vision. She was still intact, and her figure was decent. Her boyfriend hadn't done the deed, so he would have to complete it himself. Scared now, are you? Let me ask you, how did you get here? Are there no more zombies outside? Feng Lin was smug. Though she ranked last on the campus beauty list, she had a wealthy and powerful boyfriend. Even the teachers and principal had to show her some respect. Of course I fought my way here. I've eliminated all the zombies on this floor, but the rest of the school is still infested. That boyfriend of yours might have already turned into a zombie. Qin Feng caressed the black blade in his hand, feeling a thrill at the memory of slicing through zombies. Really? All the zombies on this floor are gone. Then we can go out and find food. A boy's eyes lit up. They hadn't eaten or drunk anything for a day. They could endure hunger for a while, but without water they were truly at their limit. Don't blow your own trumpet. There were at least 20 zombies on this floor. One bite from each would have devoured you. Feng Lin shot a disdainful glance at Qin Feng, clearly not believing his words. especially since he had cursed her boyfriend. How detestable. Yet look at him. His clothes and blade are spotless. Even if the zombies outside had vanished, it couldn't have been him, another girl said. Hearing this, the crowd suddenly realized she was right. If Qin Feng had truly wiped out the zombies, no matter how powerful he was, he couldn't have come out unscathed and clean. Oh, I remember now. He's Qin Feng from the class next door, an orphan often bullied by his classmates, a boy suddenly exclaimed. His good buddy was in Qin Feng's class and often told him about how they bullied Qin Feng. These words only reinforced Feng Lin's claims. Qin Feng, isn't it? How can a man be so vain? It's disgusting. Exactly, I thought he was actually impressive, but he's just all talk. How that sword of his is probably a prop too. Using a prop to play the hero. No wonder he's an orphan. Murderous intent flickered in Qin Feng's eyes. He hated being called an orphan more than anything. Though he was indeed an orphan, hearing it from others' lips was clearly an attack. Just then the group huddled together whispering about something, then all turned to look at Qin Feng. Qin Feng, do you have any food or water? You don't look hungry. We're all classmates. In times of danger we should help each other. Share your supplies. Feng Lin took the lead. They didn't believe in his strength, but they deduced he must have food on him. Qin Feng let out a cold laugh. These people had just verbally attacked him, and now they shamelessly begged for his food, claiming they were classmates, utterly devoid of dignity. Yet this gave him an idea. Killing them outright would be too merciful. Making them turn on each other would be far more entertaining. Outside the classroom, a zombie suddenly arrived on this floor. Seeing the zombies Qin Feng had cleaved into, it began to feast voraciously. The zombie kept eating, its body swelling, its once frail frame now bulging with muscles. What? Only one bottle of water left. The crowd stared at the single bottle Qin Feng produced, wariness creeping in among them. Yes, just this one bottle. But there are 6 of you. Who should I give it to? Qin Feng held the mineral water, a playful look in his eyes as he watched them. Give it to me. I'm dying of thirst. A boy immediately reached out to snatch it, his lips cracked from prolonged thirst. Get lost. You're practically dead already. Giving it to you would be a waste. The girl beside him shoved him away. Exactly, don't you know ladies first? Another girl joined the fray, pushing the other boys aside. The 3 girls exchanged glances, clearly forming an alliance. You're too much. If we hadn't saved you from the zombies yesterday, you'd be dead already. The 3 boys fumed with indignation. They had risked their lives to save the girls yesterday, and now they were being told ladies first. Did I ask you to save me? You insisted on it. We never asked for your help. Feng Lin and the other 2 retorted boldly. After pushing the boys away, one girl snatched the mineral water from Qin Feng's hand. But with the boys out of the picture, a new problem arose. How would the 3 girls split the bottle of water? Let's share it equally. Each of us drinks a third, no more. Fine. Agreed. But who would drink first? And how could they measure exactly a third? The 3 girls fell into thought. They'll drink first. After this zombie crisis is over, I'll have my boyfriend get you both positions on the student council. Feng Lin swallowed her meager saliva. No one could precisely drink a third, and clearly the one who drank first had the advantage. No, who knows if the zombie crisis will ever end. I grabbed the water first, so I should drink first, said the girl who had snatched it. Exactly, what if your boyfriend's already dead? I contributed the most. I should drink first, the girl who had pushed the boy argued defiantly. The 3 girls began to tussle. At that moment their alliance shattered completely. Damn it, you 3 bitches. That water is mine. All of you die. The boy who had been pushed first stood up, grabbed a chair, and smashed it at the girls' heads. Blood splattered everywhere, and the scene descended into utter chaos. Qin Feng pulled Feng Lin close to him. He still needed her to bear his child. He couldn't have her beaten to death or disfigured. With a thunderous crash, the classroom door suddenly burst open, revealing a giant zombie before them. Roar! The giant zombie let out a furious roar, scaring the few people out of their wits. Help! Qin Feng, didn't you say all the zombies were killed? Come save me, I'm out of strength. The 5 had already exhausted themselves fighting over a bottle of water, and with the giant zombie blocking the door, there was no escape. Qin Feng remained unmoved. Where were they when they begged for his help now? However, he grew somewhat intrigued by this giant zombie. The ones he had slain before were ordinary zombies. Aside from their sharp fangs and claws, they were no different from humans. This giant zombie was clearly different from the others, possessing immense strength. A single punch shattered the classroom door. Qin Feng, save me. My boyfriend is the student council president. He can get you a position. Feng Lin clung to Qin Feng's arm, unwilling to let go. The other 5 were already battered and bloody, leaving Qin Feng as the only one still capable of fighting, so she pinned all her hopes on him. Is that the only line you know? Qin Feng rolled his eyes. She kept promising positions, as if the student council were her boyfriend's private domain. Qin Feng, you bringer of misfortune. This zombie must have been lured here by you. A girl spat venomously. They had hidden in the classroom for a whole day and night without incident, but the moment Qin Feng arrived, the giant zombie appeared. No one would believe there was no connection. If that's what you think, I can't help it. Qin Feng shrugged, looking utterly indifferent. He had come specifically for Feng Lin. The fate of the others meant nothing to him. and using them to gauge the giant zombie's strength was not a bad idea. The giant zombie glanced at Qin Feng and Feng Lin, then turned its attention to the other 5 and lunged at them, evidently deeming them easier prey. This zombie seems to have some intelligence, Qin Feng mused. The zombie's behavior clearly involved thought. It deemed him a tougher opponent and attacked the others first. Ordinary zombies, by contrast, attacked any living creature they saw without hesitation. No, my hand. My leg. My leg is gone. Are you even, man? Block the zombie. I don't want to die. Amid their screams and the zombie's crunching sounds, all 5 were devoured by the giant zombie. Feng Lin buried her head in Qin Feng's chest, too terrified to look, though the sounds alone made her tremble. After finishing its meal, the giant zombie turned to Qin Feng, drool streaming from its mouth. It was still hungry and intended to devour them both. Want to eat me? That depends on whether you have the skill. Qin Feng shoved Feng Lin aside. Women only slowed his blade. He had already assessed the situation. The giant zombie surpassed him in strength, but was slower, and with his black blade in hand, he held the advantage. The only condition was that Feng Lin not be near him. Was it some common flaw of women to cling tightly to a man's arm in danger? That was more harmful than helpful. Roar. The giant zombie swiped a palm at Qin Feng, sensing he was different from the humans it had just consumed, and thus proceeded with caution. Slash. The giant zombie stared in disbelief at its severed palm. Qin Feng had grievously wounded it with a single strike. Is that all? I thought you were formidable. Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. The giant zombie's defense was unremarkable. The black blade could easily breach it. Yet Qin Feng did not let his guard down. The newbie gift only granted him immunity to low-tier zombie virus. He had no idea what rank this giant zombie belonged to, so it was best to finish it off quickly. Seizing the moment when the zombie was stunned, Qin Feng beheaded it with a single stroke. The giant zombie did not die instantly, its face twisted with resentment. It had gained intelligence ahead of its kind, only to be slain by a human so soon. How unwilling it was. It's still alive, even after decapitation. Qin Feng delivered several more blows before the zombie finally fell still. Then to his delight, he felt his body grow stronger. If before he had the strength of 10 adult men, now he possessed the might of 20, a full doubling. Could killing special zombies enhance one's power? Hey, how long are you going to lie there? Qin Feng looked disdainfully at Feng Lin, who was playing dead on the ground. Hearing his voice, she slowly opened her eyes. Seeing the giant zombie dead, she finally dared to stand up. Phew, I thought I was going to die, Feng Lin said, patting her ample chest still shaken. Qin Feng, why did you push me away? Shouldn't a man protect a woman? Once she had recovered, Feng Lin immediately confronted Qin Feng. She had clung to him in fear, but he shoved her aside. How humiliating. After all, her boyfriend had only ever held her hand. Are you stupid? You kept holding my arm. How was I supposed to fight the zombie? If I hadn't protected you, you'd be dead by now. Qin Feng frowned. We're all pretty girls, dim-witted. He could only hope such stupidity wouldn't be passed on to his future children. Feng Lin flared up. How dare Qin Feng insult her? Even her boyfriend never spoke to her like that. What attitude is that? My boyfriend is the student council president. You've said it 1,000 times. But does it matter? Qin Feng tore open a bag of snacks and began eating. He hadn't had breakfast and had killed quite a few zombies. His stomach was growling. Seeing the snacks in his hand only made Feng Lin angrier. Qin Feng, didn't you say you only had one bottle of water? What's that in your hand? Snacks. That really was my last bottle of water. Now all I have left are snacks and drinks. Qin Feng answered while eating. You did that on purpose. It dawned on Feng Lin that she and her friends had fought over a bottle of mineral water. Well, you're not completely dense. Qin Feng admitted, openly, offering no excuse. You're too much. Give me some food and drink now, or I'll report this to the school, and you'll be in big trouble. Feng Lin licked her cracked lips. Her friends were dead anyway. The priority now was to fill her stomach. You want food and drink? No problem. But you have to be my woman. Qin Feng grinned at her, as if his second ability was already waving at him. Dream on, you loser. My boyfriend is not only the student council president, but also the only son of the city's richest man. Rich and talented. You wouldn't dare touch me even if you had the guts. Feng Lin refused immediately. She had preserved her purity and endured so much just to marry into wealth, she wouldn't throw it all away for some food. Is that so? The more you say that, the more interested I become. The thought that her boyfriend was the son of the city's richest man stirred a strange excitement in him. Thinking of this, Qin Feng walked towards Feng Lin with the black knife. What are you going to do? A sudden alarm surged in Feng Lin's heart. Qin Feng, capable of killing giant zombies, must be extremely powerful. If he truly intended to do something reckless, she would have no means to defend herself. What do you think I want to do? With a man and a woman alone in a room, what else could we do? Qin Feng grabbed Feng Lin's wrist, nearly causing her to jump in fright. No, I still want to marry into a wealthy family. As long as you don't harm me, you can do whatever you want. I can give you a lot of money, and my boyfriend is very rich. Feng Lin struggled desperately, suddenly feeling a warm rush from her legs. She was so frightened that she nearly wet herself. Damn, Am I that terrifying? Or are you doing this on purpose? Qin Feng released Feng Lin and stepped back a few paces, a look of disdain in his eyes. Qin Feng had previously seen a short video that suggested if a girl encounters a robber with ill intentions, she could urinate or defecate herself, causing the robber to lose interest. However, he never expected such a situation to occur in his own life. Qin Feng, I was wrong. I absolutely didn't mean to. I was genuinely scared. Feng Lin had lost her earlier arrogance, her face filled with terror. Alright, since you were so afraid, let's just forget about it for now. Qin Feng waved his hand, originally intending to scare Feng Lin, but he hadn't anticipated her to be so easily frightened. Fortunately, it was just a little urine, or it could be washed off and still be usable. If she had really defecated, Qin Feng would have surely lost interest in her. Feng Lin sighed with relief, genuinely fearing that Qin Feng would force himself on her, as wealthy families place great importance on whether their daughters-in-law are still virgins. Luckily, she was clever. Then, can I follow you for now? Once we are out of danger, I will definitely repay you. Feng Lin asked cautiously. The classroom door had already been destroyed, making this place unsafe. Her only option now was to follow Qin Feng to preserve her life. Fine, but if you refuse to be my woman, then you won't have anything to eat. Qin Feng understood that this was just the beginning of the apocalypse. Feng Lin, like most people, still fantasized that the apocalypse would end soon, but reality would not align with their wishes. 80% of the world's population had turned into zombies. Even if the remaining humans managed to deal with the zombies, everything would never return to how it was before the apocalypse. Alright, so where do we go now? Feng Lin gritted her teeth and agreed she could manage without food for a while, and perhaps her boyfriend would come to rescue her soon. The supermarket next to the dormitory building. Qin Feng planned to collect food next. Currently, there were only a few places with a lot of food in the school: 3 supermarkets and 2 canteens. Since the zombie outbreak occurred during lunchtime, the canteen had the most zombies. Although Qin Feng was very strong, he wouldn't stand a chance against thousands of zombies, so going to the canteen was not an option. The 3 supermarkets were somewhat distant from the teaching building. One supermarket was right next to the dormitory building, and there weren't many zombies on the road, making this supermarket Qin Feng's target. According to Qin Feng's plan, there should be no zombies in the dormitory building. If they could reach there, not only would they obtain supplies from a supermarket, but they could also stay in the dormitory, which would be far more comfortable than sleeping on a desk. Qin Feng led Feng Lin out of the classroom. The zombies that had been cut in half in the corridor had disappeared. Remembering the giant zombie that had just appeared, an ominous feeling crept into his heart. Damn, could it be that the zombies evolve after consuming food? Qin Feng pondered this possibility, feeling a weight of pressure. The giant zombie that had consumed over a dozen zombies was already so strong. How powerful could the zombies in the canteen be? Qin Feng took Feng Lin out of the teaching building, and the zombies blocking their path were cut in half by Qin Feng, which only heightened Feng Lin's fear of him. It is important to note that ordinary zombies look quite similar to humans. Qin Feng showed no hesitation when dispatching zombies, and one could only imagine how merciless he would be with humans. He didn't bring Bai Ruoxue along. After all, she had fought him twice the previous night, and was still limping when walking this morning. He planned to settle things first before coming back for her. Along the way, any zombie that dared to attack Qin Feng was cut in half, but more and more zombies gathered around them upon hearing the commotion, forcing Qin Feng and Feng Lin to run. Dude, help me. As they passed by a large tree in the green space, a man in the tree called out for help, but Qin Feng was too busy saving himself to care. Damn, ignoring me while being chased by zombies and still carrying a girl. You'll be eaten by the zombies sooner or later. The man cursed, especially upset to see that Feng Lin was quite attractive. Losing his footing, he fell down. Damn, no. Someone help me. As soon as the man fell, he was surrounded by zombies. The zombies chasing Qin Feng also joined in, inadvertently helping him out. I can't run anymore. Feng Lin gasped for breath. Her physical condition couldn't compare to Qin Feng's, and she had already exhausted her strength. You women are really troublesome. Hold on tight to my neck. Qin Feng picked up Feng Lin in a princess carry. Startled, Feng Lin let out a cry, and then clung to Qin Feng like a sloth. Roar! The zombies behind them seemed to be single dogs, even more determined to chase after Qin Feng, wanting to show off their affection. In the boys' dormitory area on the 4th floor, a man looked at Qin Feng with a hint of surprise. Even while holding someone he could run so fast, a world champion would have to concede defeat. Upon seeing who Qin Feng was carrying, he suddenly became extremely excited. President, I saw my sister-in-law. What? Where? A handsome man immediately ran over, dressed in designer clothes, and wearing a green Rolex, clearly a rich kid. He was Zhou Jiangtao, the president of the student council and Feng Lin's boyfriend. When he saw Qin Feng carrying Feng Lin, he felt as if his entire head had turned green. It was important to note that the closest action he had shared with Feng Lin was merely holding hands, yet here was this kid already hugging her, and Feng Lin was also wrapping her arms around the man's neck without showing any signs of resistance. Congratulations, President. Congratulations, President. Your sister-in-law is safe and sound. I'm sure you will reunite soon. Zhou Jiangtao's underlings did not notice the change in his expression and continued to congratulate him. Slap. Zhou Jiangtao slapped one of them to the ground. The underling covered his face, feeling aggrieved. He realized that not only did he not receive a reward for seeing the sister-in-law, but he was also slapped. President, what happened? A man walked in adjusting his pants, looking somewhat unsatisfied. He was Qin Ping, the vice president of the student council, dressed in equally extravagant attire, a close friend of Zhou Jiangtao. Your sister-in-law has been taken away. Zhou Jiangtao gritted his teeth. What? That blind guy. He'll burn him alive. Flames appeared in Qin Ping's hands, and the temperature in the room instantly rose. The previous afternoon they had thrown a party in their dormitory, and the dorm supervisor had been bribed, turning a blind eye. Unexpectedly, the zombie virus suddenly broke out. Fortunately, the people who turned into zombies had drunk quite a bit, and they couldn't even stand. They were quickly eliminated by the others. Qin Ping was particularly lucky. The zombies he killed included a special type, granting him fire abilities. Zhou Jiangtao gazed at the fireball in Qin Ping's hand, a mix of envy and wariness flickering in his eyes. Qin Ping's father was a subordinate of his father, and through this connection Qin Ping was his most trusted lackey. But this was only temporary. If time dragged on and the damned zombies still hadn't vanished, Qin Ping, with such formidable abilities, might inevitably harbor rebellious thoughts. See, it's that guy outside. Zhou Jiangtao pointed at Qin Feng, who was still running outside. What a scoundrel, lusting after his brother's woman. But the sister-in-law is indeed quite pretty. Don't worry, Brother Zhou, when I run into that kid, he'll burn him to ashes. Qin Ping smirked wickedly. Brother Zhou, I'm done here. If you're feeling hot, you can go relieve some pressure. Good. Zhou Jiangtao unbuckled his belt and entered a room where several unclothed girls huddled, survivors they had rescued yesterday, perfect for venting their urges. Soon cries of agony echoed from the room. Qin Feng, carrying Feng Lin, finally reached the supermarket and quickly pulled down the rolling shutter. Roar! Before they could catch their breath, they spotted zombies inside the supermarket, already drawn by the noise and lumbering toward them. Qin Feng raised his black blade. There were only 5 or 6 zombies in the supermarket, hardly a threat to him. Damn! A female zombie lunged at him, first her torn top exposing 2 large assets that swayed as she ran, making Qin Feng reluctant to strike. Seeing the assets so close, Qin Feng, despite his reluctance, had to act. With a few flashes of the blade, the zombies in the supermarket were cleared. The supermarket was fully stocked, enough food and drink to last him years. Qin Feng first filled his storage space to the brim. This was his trump card. Even if he had to leave the supermarket unexpectedly, the food in his storage would sustain him for a long time. Instant noodles, bread, sausages, and self-heating hot pot, all taken. He also grabbed bottled water, drinks, snacks, towels, wash basins, toothpaste, and toothbrushes. Sanitary pads too. Well, he wouldn't be short of women in the future, so better safe than sorry. Feng Lin had intended to sneak some items. After all, she couldn't rely on Qin Feng to feed her. But she suddenly noticed the supermarket goods vanishing rapidly. Even the biscuits she had hidden were gone. This supermarket was small, and after Qin Feng filled his storage space, little remained. You? Did you do this? How? Seeing Qin Feng's lack of response, Feng Lin immediately understood he had taken everything. Want to know? Be my woman and he'll tell you. Qin Feng grinned. With plenty of water in his storage now, he could have Feng Lin bathe and serve him tonight. My boyfriend is in the dormitory building nearby. Dare to come with me. If he's still alive, he'll repay you. If he's dead, he'll be your woman. Feng Lin knew Zhou Jiangtao had been partying in the dorm yesterday, but as a girl she couldn't enter. Now so close to the dormitory, she wanted to take a gamble. Fine, as you wish. Qin Feng knew Feng Lin was provoking him, but it didn't matter. His target was the dormitory building anyway. Anyone would do. But now many zombies surrounded the supermarket, so they had to wait until the zombies dispersed. By afternoon, the zombies outside had scattered. After confirming through his X-ray vision that no zombies remained outside, Qin Feng led Feng Lin to the male dormitory. There were also some zombies in the dorm, making Feng Lin anxious as she prayed Zhou Jiangtao hadn't turned into one. Qin Feng fought his way to the 3rd floor, only to find the stairway to the 4th floor blocked with debris, clearly a deliberate barrier to keep zombies out. Jiangtao, are you still alive? It's me, Feng Lin. Feng Lin couldn't help shouting loudly. Who's that? How dare you call the president by name? 2 men appeared before Qin Feng, and Feng Lin brandishing tennis rackets and wooden sticks for defense. I'm Zhou Jiangtao's girlfriend. Oh, I've come to find him. Feng Lin's heart leaped from their words. Zhou Jiangtao was still alive. You're Feng Lin, the broadcasting goddess. Wait, we'll clear this right away. The 2 lackeys quickly removed the blockage and invited Feng Lin and Qin Feng upstairs. What's all the noise? Zhou Jiangtao, holding his lower back, came to check. He froze at the sight of Feng Lin and Qin Feng, clearly not expecting them here. Jiangtao, you're okay. Thank goodness. Feng Lin rushed to throw herself into Zhou Jiangtao's arms. Slap. Feng Lin stared at Zhou Jiangtao in disbelief, never expecting him to strike her. Jiangtao, why did you hit me? You slut. Stop pretending. I saw it all. You 2 were hugging pretty intimately, weren't you? And I thought you were some pure maiden. Disgusting. Zhou Jiangtao raised his hand again, but Qin Feng caught his wrist. In Qin Feng's eyes, Feng Lin was already his prize. If Zhou Jiangtao damaged her, what use would she be? You dirty pair! You dare fight back! Brothers beat him to a pulp. Zhou Jiangtao seethed at the sight of Qin Feng, remembering the intimate embrace, and wished he could tear them both apart. The lackey with the tennis racket attacked, but Qin Feng sidestepped and delivered a kick, sending him flying. Seeing the lackey land over 5 meters away without moving, Zhou Jiangtao and the others were stunned. Was that human strength? Only Feng Lin wasn't so surprised, having witnessed Qin Feng's power. You're also an ability user. Get Chen Ping here now. Zhou Jiangtao quickly realized Qin Feng's strength was terrifying, and only Chen Ping could handle him. Qin Feng grew curious about this Chen Ping. From Zhou Jiangtao's words, he seemed to be an ability user. Jiangtao, I'm still a virgin. I never betrayed you. Feng Lin sobbed. She had resisted Qin Feng for Zhou Jiangtao's sake, only to receive a harsh slap. Really? You're not lying. Zhou Jiangtao wavered. Feng Lin didn't seem to be deceiving him. I can vouch for her, but she wet her pants. Find a place to wash her up, and she'll still be usable, Qin Feng interjected. Wet her pants. Suddenly everyone looked at Feng Lin's pants, which were indeed soaked. Feng Lin blushed crimson, furious that Qin Feng had exposed her embarrassment. Now she'd show no mercy. Jiangtao, he kept threatening me to be his woman. I only escaped through quick thinking. You have to avenge me. With Zhou Jiangtao as her backing, Feng Lin immediately turned hostile. And from what Zhou Jiangtao had said, he had someone as strong as Qin Feng. Sai, I wore myself out bringing you here, and you burned the bridge so quickly. Qin Feng sighed. She had promised to repay him if he took her to her boyfriend, but instead of repayment, she sought revenge. How disheartening. Qin Feng, it is your own foolishness. Being saved by you in my time of need is a privilege, yet you fail to cherish it and threaten me to be your woman. Now that Zhou Jiangtao is right here, do you dare to repeat what you said earlier? Feng Lin expressed all the grievances in her heart. Before the apocalypse, a person like Qin Feng was not even worthy to carry her shoes, and yet he almost succeeded in the classroom. Liner, I misjudged you. Don't worry, I won't let him die so easily. I will definitely torment him properly, Zhou Jiangtao said fiercely. Although Feng Lin had not betrayed him, the scene of Qin Feng holding Feng Lin lingered in his mind. A person as brazen as Qin Feng must have groped every inch of Feng Lin's body. The thought of his girlfriend being touched by another man made him very uncomfortable. President, you were looking for me. Chen Ping walked over with his subordinate, and when he saw Feng Lin, his eyes lit up. He had thought she was beautiful from afar in the morning, but seeing her up close now, she was even more stunning beyond compare. Chen Ping, this kid is also an ability user, and his strength is outrageous, so be careful. Zhou Jiangtao regained his confidence upon seeing Chen Ping and revealed Qin Feng's background. Oh, Chen Ping finally shifted his gaze from Feng Lin to the calm-faced Qin Feng. You are the one who snatched away my sister-in-law. What the hell, loving my sister-in-law? Chen Ping gathered a fireball in his hand, but just as he was about to act, Feng Lin spoke up. Wait. Everyone turned to look at Feng Lin, and even Qin Feng was a bit puzzled. Could it be that this girl had a change of heart? Jiangtao, we just came from the supermarket, and Qin Feng has supplies from there, but I don't know where he's hiding them. Everyone looked at Qin Feng, nearly drooling. Supplies from a supermarket would be enough for them to last for several months. Qin Feng let out a cold laugh. This woman had completely sold herself out. Ha ha, great. I was just thinking that my food supplies were running low and was preparing to go out to find more, but unexpectedly someone brought food to me. Chen Ping was extremely happy. He certainly didn't want to go out with zombies everywhere, and now that Qin Feng had supplies, it was a huge help to him. Qin Feng, if you hand over the supplies, I can let you go. Zhou Jiangtao was also very pleased with Qin Feng's supplies. He could continue to gather survivors and be a king in the apocalypse school. Most importantly, his father had contacted him once, telling him to hold on for a few more days, and someone would come to rescue him. With Qin Feng's supplies, he could last not just a few days, but even half a year. If you want my supplies, sure, but I want Feng Lin in exchange. Are you willing? Qin Feng let out a cold smile. Feng Lin trusted Zhou Jiangtao so much that he wanted to see how much she meant to him in Zhou Jiangtao's heart. A hint of struggle appeared in Zhou Jiangtao's eyes. Swapping one Feng Lin for a supermarket's worth of supplies was certainly not a loss, but he had never used Feng Lin and felt a bit regretful. Jiangtao, you wouldn't really do this, would you? Feng Lin's heart trembled. Zhou Jiangtao did not refuse immediately, clearly having thoughts of giving her up. President, this deal is not a loss. Women are plentiful. Once we get the supplies, we can take in more women. Seeing Zhou Jiangtao hesitate, Chen Ping couldn't help but urge him to agree to exchange Feng Lin for supplies. But Feng Lin has preserved her purity for me. I can't feel good about this. Zhou Jiangtao whispered to Chen Ping, just loud enough for only the two of them to hear. Then it's simple. Let's keep Feng Lin for a day to play with, and give her to Qin Feng tomorrow. Since Qin Feng cares about Feng Lin so much, I don't think he would mind. Chen Ping looked at Feng Lin with a sly smile. He also had thoughts about her. At worst, Zhou Jiangtao would go first, and he would follow. He simply didn't care about that. Fine, let's do it this way. Zhou Jiangtao happily agreed. He was never comfortable with Feng Lin being held by Qin Feng, so it was better to let Qin Feng play with her. After all, there were many who wanted to marry him, and one Feng Lin was not a loss. However, all of this was not heard by others, but Qin Feng, who had enhanced his body, could hear it. They actually thought they could hand him the mess to deal with. How naive. I disagree. You hand Feng Lin over to me now, and they'll give you the supplies. Don't think about giving her to me after you're done playing. How do you know what I plan to? Zhou Jiantao looked surprised. He was whispering to Qin Ping, and yet Qin Feng could hear him from so far away. Feng Lin felt like she had been struck by lightning. From Qin Feng's words, it was clear Zhou Jiantao wanted to sell her, and even after playing with her he would sell her. She had preserved herself for him, and even when threatened by Qin Feng, she remained unyielding. Why was Zhou Jiantao treating her this way? Fine, since you know, let's trade now. Feng Lin belongs to you, hand over the supplies. Zhou Jiantao concealed his murderous intent. Once Qin Feng handed over the supplies, he would immediately have Qin Ping kill Qin Feng. He wanted both the supplies and Feng Lin. I disagree. Feng Lin shouted loudly. What did they think, she was a mere tool to be exchanged? If you still want to marry me, then listen. Zhou Jiantao raised an eyebrow, clearly not expecting Feng Lin to dare resist. Feng Lin ignored him, letting out a self-deprecating smile as she walked straight towards Qin Feng. Upon reflection, Qin Feng wasn't so bad, or at least he was willing to trade the supplies for her. I will be your woman, but you must kill Zhou Jiantao. Feng Lin pointed at Zhou Jiantao. Her dream of entering a wealthy family had shattered. The love she once felt was now replaced by hatred. All right, the deal is done, as you wish. Qin Feng smiled slightly and took out his black knife, walking towards Zhou Jiantao and the others. Qin Ping, burn this pair of dog men and women to ashes. No, burn Qin Feng to ashes and leave Feng Lin for me. I want her to suffer endlessly. Zhou Jiantao shouted frantically, no longer caring about the supplies, feeling that Feng Lin and Qin Feng were just playing him. All right. Qin Ping threw the fireball in his hand towards Qin Feng. Let's see if you have the skill. Qin Feng dodged nimbly and quickly reached Qin Ping's side. Qin Ping was taken aback. As fellow ability users, Qin Feng's speed was far too fast. Just as he was preparing to gather another fireball, his body was split in half, dead beyond recovery. Murder. Murder. Zhou Jiantao's lackeys were a bunch of rabble. Upon seeing Qin Feng truly dare to kill, and that he had taken out their strongest Qin Ping, they immediately fled. You. How can you be so strong? Zhou Jiantao's legs went weak with fear. As a fellow ability user, seeing Qin Ping cut in half by Qin Feng, he thought, why didn't you say you were this powerful sooner? If I had known, would I have provoked you? Is this your last words? No. You can't kill me. My father will come to rescue me soon. Zhou Jiantao cried out in terror as he looked at the approaching black knife. Pucci. Zhou Jiantao was also split in half. Qin Feng sheathed his black knife and took out a few bottles of mineral water and a basin for Feng Lin from his storage space. Wash yourself clean and wait for me. Feng Lin numbly nodded, holding the water and looking for a clean dormitory to take a shower. Qin Feng scanned every dormitory with his X-ray vision, searching for any stragglers. In order to survive the apocalypse, one must be extremely cautious. After a thorough search, he found only 3 girls in one dormitory, completely naked and covered in bruises. Qin Feng gasped in shock. Was this already the state of things on just the second day of the apocalypse? The dormitory door opened, and the 3 girls stared at Qin Feng with terrified eyes. You're free now. The 3 girls froze for a moment, then stumbled out of the room. When they saw the corpses of Zhou Jiantao and Qin Ping, they vented their fury without restraint. They had been rescued by Zhou Jiantao's group yesterday, initially believing they had encountered good people. Little did they know these men were more terrifying than zombies, keeping them pinned up in the dormitory like livestock and satisfying their bestial desires whenever they pleased. Sigh. Qin Feng let out a sigh. Compared to Zhou Jiantao and his ilk, his own methods were far more merciful. Once the 3 had calmed down, Qin Feng drove them away. He was no saint, their looks were subpar, and they were no longer pure, so he couldn't keep them. Then Qin Feng walked into Feng Lin's dormitory. Women were such a hassle, taking such a long shower. Congratulations, host. You have obtained your second follower. Reward: first tier ability, invisibility. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. This ability was excellent. Even though it only lasted a minute, if used wisely, it could easily allow him to assassinate opponents stronger than himself. In the supermarket of the living quarters building, a group of burly men stared at the empty shelves with grim expressions. They had fought their way here with great difficulty, only to find that someone else had beaten them to it. Brother Xiao, could it be Zhou Jiantao's group? They're the closest, it's very likely them. A man in a vest with alarmingly thick arms spoke. Them. A bunch of weak scholars from the student council. How is that possible? Another sneered. They were all athletes, strong and robust, and 2 of them had even awakened abilities. They had barely managed to fight their way here. How could the student council possibly achieve the same? It's possible. I heard one of Zhou Jiantao's underlings awakened an ability and even posted about it on Moments yesterday. With that, the man immediately pulled up the post for everyone to see. In the photo, Qin Ping held a ball of flame in his hand, smirking arrogantly at the camera. The group's expressions turned grave. Fire ability. This was a highly destructive power. Human ancestors lived a primitive raw existence for a long time until they mastered fire, gradually ascending to the top of the food chain. The importance of fire to humanity was self-evident. Brother Xiao, it's probably this group that emptied the supermarket. Should we fight? Everyone turned to Xiao Feng, the leader of the team and an ability user himself. They all followed his orders. Don't rush. For them to clear out so much stock right under the zombies' noses, their strength can't be underestimated. Xiao Feng remained calm. Even if they could defeat Zhou Jiangtao's team, the losses would be severe. Then what do? Every other place on campus with food is swarming with zombies, and outside school is probably even more terrifying. Just thinking about the giant zombie over 10 meters tall they had encountered when they barely escaped to the school gate made him tremble with fear. Let's occupy the girls' dormitory first. I estimate there's still some food there. Once we figure out Zhou Jiangtao's strength, we can make our move. Thus Xiao Feng led the group in a grand march toward the girls' dormitory. Gurgle, gurgle. Feng Lin's stomach growled incessantly. Qin Feng suddenly remembered that counting yesterday Feng Lin hadn't eaten for 2 days. Feng Lin, what would you like to eat? Qin Feng said generously. With a supermarket full of supplies, he no longer had to live so cautiously. I want a self-heating hot pot, tomato and beef flavor. Feng Lin didn't stand on ceremony. She had been starving for 2 days, and after her prolonged exertions with Qin Feng, she was about to faint from hunger. Coming right up, Qin Feng pulled out a self-heating hot pot and various snacks, making Feng Lin's mouth water. Qin Feng, the school's water hasn't been cut off yet. Isn't it wasteful to use bottled water? Feng Lin couldn't help but say. In truth, she had wanted to mention it when Qin Feng had her wash with mineral water. Who knew how long the apocalypse would last? Water might become more precious than gold. It's fine. Use it without worry. I'm afraid the school's water might be contaminated. With me around, we'll never run out of supplies. Qin Feng patted his chest in assurance. Although he wasn't very strong yet, if he took in a few more women, soon the zombies on campus wouldn't be enough for him to kill. Then what was there to fear about a shortage of supplies? Of course, Qin Feng genuinely feared that the school's water had been contaminated. He had once watched a Chinese anime where the zombie outbreak started because of contaminated tap water, and anyone who drank it turned into a zombie. Seeing Qin Feng's confidence, Feng Lin was momentarily lost in thought. Thankfully, she had chosen to become Qin Feng's woman at the last moment, or she might have died by his blade. She resolved to repay him well in the future. Alright, it's ready to eat. Qin Feng lifted the lid and a fragrant aroma filled the air. It smells so good. Feng Lin was nearly intoxicated by the scent of the self-heating hot pot. After a hearty meal, the two lay back leisurely on the bed. Qin Feng thought for a moment and picked up his phone to browse, checking how his dear classmates were faring. It was already the second day of the apocalypse. The signal might cut out any day now, and then he wouldn't be able to scroll anymore. Only 7 people were still active in the class group chat. Bai Ruoxue kept INGM in the group, asking if he was still alive. Before the apocalypse, she was the campus beauty and class monitor, while he was a bullied orphan, so they hadn't added each other as friends. The others in the group kept asking Bai Ruoxue if Qin Feng had fed her some love potion, wondering why she cared so much about an orphan's survival. Qin Feng sneered and posted the self-heating hot pot he had just finished eating in the group chat. Instantly, the group, with only a few survivors, erupted into chaos. Bai Ruoxue, great. Qin Feng, I knew you wouldn't die so easily. When will you come back to save me? Wang Lei, Qin Feng, where did you get that self-heating hot pot? Wang Tianlong. Yeah, Qin Feng, have you been rescued? Sun Ting. Qin Feng, is there any way you can save me? I won't bully you anymore. Zhou Jianghai. Qin Feng, bring some food to the gymnasium. You don't want to get beaten up, do you? Bai Jia, brother Qin Feng, please save me. He'll do anything you say. Wu Hao. Qin Feng, we're brothers in hardship. You can refuse everyone else, but you can't refuse me. Qin Feng sneered coldly as he read the group messages. Weren't they all so smug when they bullied him before? Now they all expected him to save them. Wang Lei and Wang Tianlong were cousins who were thick as thieves, often making fun of him. Sun Ting was Bai Ruoxue's best friend. If Bai Ruoxue had the face of an angel and the heart of a demon, Sun Ting had the face of a demon and the heart of a demon. Not only was her appearance indescribable, but her heart was also wicked. Zhou Jianghai was the vice monitor of the class and the local bully. He liked Bai Ruoxue, and to please her had tormented Qin Feng endlessly. Now he dared to threaten him. Bai Jia was Bai Ruoxue's best friend and distant relative. Her looks were decent. Perhaps the Bai family did have good genes. She might meet the system's requirements. Wu Hao was initially Qin Feng's good brother. Qin Feng shared everything with him. Because Wu Hao was timid and cowardly, he was often bullied, and Qin Feng even stood up for him. But Wu Hao stabbed Qin Feng in the back, revealing Qin Feng's background to the other students, turning Qin Feng into the class target for bullying. Qin Feng asked for their locations, planning to deal with them one by one tomorrow. Qin Feng, there's someone in the girls' dormitory, and it seems like they're watching us. Feng Lin exclaimed in surprise. She had just wanted to use the restroom when she noticed someone in the girls' dormitory staring at them. Oh. Qin Feng walked to the balcony, wanting to see who had such audacity. His physical enhancement was comprehensive, Even though the two buildings were some distance apart, Qin Feng could still clearly see everything in the girls' dormitory. A person was observing them with binoculars. His physique was very robust, clearly a sports student. Before long, Qin Feng spotted several others. Some were playing cards, some were tidying up the dormitory, and some were indulging their desires. All of them, without exception, were sports students. There were still survivors in the girls' dormitory, but they had been taken over by them as a matter of course. Such was the apocalypse. Without the protection of the law, most women became tools for men to vent their primal urges, and everything regressed to a primitive society. Qin Feng was not surprised to see them. In the face of zombies, it was naturally the physically strong sports students who had the highest survival rate. But they had better not set their sights on him, otherwise Qin Feng wouldn't mind getting his hands a little bloodier. Don't mind them. Let them watch if they want. Qin Feng put his arm around Feng Lin and walked towards the bed. His period of weakness was over, and he was feeling the urge again. In the girls' dormitory building. Strange. Too strange. The man holding the binoculars was full of confusion. What's wrong? I told you to watch Zhou Haitao and his group, and here you are muttering to yourself. Xiao Feng said while playing cards. Brother Xiao, I only saw one man and one woman. I didn't see Zhou Haitao and his group. But do you know who that woman is? The broadcast goddess, Feng Lin. She's much prettier than the women we've caught. The man holding the binoculars felt his heart itch just thinking about Feng Lin's appearance, eager to go over there immediately. That's not right. Isn't Feng Lin Zhou Haitao's girlfriend? Are you sure the man you saw isn't Zhou Haitao? Xiao Feng immediately became alert, sensing gossip. He walked to the balcony to see for himself. Brother Xiao, they've already gone inside and the lights are off. I'm sure that man isn't Zhou Haitao. As if I wouldn't recognize that poser Zhou Haitao. The man handed the binoculars to Xiao Feng, but kept thinking about Feng Lin. She looked so pure, but she wasn't as virtuous as she seemed. He wondered if he had a chance. Hehe, who would have thought our illustrious President Zhou would be cuckolded? Keep watching tomorrow. Once we figure out their numbers, we'll make our move. Xiao Feng's expression turned serious. The food in the girls' dormitory was too scarce. They couldn't hold out for a few more days. He had no choice but to act. Day 3 of the apocalypse. Qin Feng left his haven of pleasure. He had many tasks today. After some thought, Qin Feng decided to bring Bai Ruoxue back to the dormitory, first to prevent another special zombie from devouring her. Leaving a carton of milk and a piece of bread for Feng Lin, Qin Feng headed to the teaching building. There were noticeably more zombies on the road than before, perhaps drawn from the cafeteria. Fortunately, there were no special zombies, and Qin Feng reached the teaching building without trouble. Thump, thump, thump. Bai Ruoxue held her breath upon hearing the noise, unsure if it was a zombie or Qin Feng outside. Ruoxue, it's me, Qin Feng. Open the door. Hearing Qin Feng's voice, Bai Ruoxue finally sighed in relief. She quickly moved the desk aside and opened the classroom door. The moment she saw Qin Feng, she threw herself into his arms. Why did you take so long to come back? If you hadn't, I would have had to drink my own urine. Bai Ruoxue cried, tears of joy. If Qin Feng hadn't told her he would come for her today, she wouldn't have been able to hold on. Good thing you didn't drink it. If you had, I wouldn't have wanted you anymore. Qin Feng joked, but when he saw Bai Ruoxue pull out a bottle of yellow liquid, he knew she wasn't kidding. It was a good thing she hadn't drunk it, otherwise kissing her later would have been too awkward. Bai Ruoxue looked even more haggard than yesterday. It seemed she couldn't sleep well without him. Still, she was beautiful with a hint of delicate fragility. How annoying. Bai Ruoxue threw away the makeshift water source. Now that she had Qin Feng, she no longer needed to drink urine. Qin Feng scooped Bai Ruoxue up in his arms, making her gasp in surprise. Hold on tight to me. There are a lot of zombies on the road. If you fall off, I won't be able to save you. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Bai Ruoxue immediately clung to him tightly. She was terrified of the zombies. Qin Feng ran back with Bai Ruoxue in his arms, just as he had carried Feng Lin yesterday. Damn, where did this guy get another girl from? She's even prettier than Feng Lin. The man with the binoculars couldn't help but feel envious. Compared to Qin Feng, what kind of life was he living? Really? Let me see. Hearing there was a beauty, Xiao Feng immediately perked up. Can't see anymore. They've already entered the dormitory building. Tell me earlier next time. Qin Feng brought Bai Ruoxue back to the dormitory where Feng Lin was enjoying her breakfast. When the two women saw each other, they were visibly startled. You are the broadcast goddess, Feng Lin. You're Zhou Jiangtao's girlfriend, right? Why are you here? Bai Ruoxue felt something was off. You're the Snow White princess, Bai Ruoxue. Qin Feng saved me. I'm his woman now. Feng Lin explained. Bai Ruoxue was a true heiress from a wealthy family, so she felt a bit restrained in her presence. Qin Feng, what do you mean by this? Bai Ruoxue frowned, looking at Qin Feng with displeasure. What's wrong? Do you have a grudge against Feng Lin? Qin Feng was utterly bewildered. Wasn't everything fine just moments ago? Why had the mood soured so abruptly? I, the proud eldest daughter of the Bai family, have already endured a tremendous grievance by agreeing to be your woman. How dare you still seek other women? Do you think Bai Ruoxue is someone to be trifled with? Bai Ruoxue's chest heaved violently, as if she were suppressing the fury within. Feng Lin finally understood. Bai Ruoxue was also Qin Feng's woman. This surprised her. Rumors said by Ruoxue was usually haughty, and even Zhou Jiangtao would show her some deference. When had Qin Feng managed to win her over? So what do you want? Qin Feng frowned. This was unavoidable. He couldn't have just one woman, or how else would he grow stronger quickly? Relying solely on by Ruoxue to bear children through the more children more blessings method would yield few results even if she never stopped. A pregnancy takes 10 months, and in this apocalypse, he didn't have time to wait. It's her or me. There's no middle ground. Choose for yourself. By Ruoxue declared with a spoiled arrogance. One was an heiress from a wealthy family, the other an ordinary girl from a common household. Besides, Feng Lin had even had a boyfriend before. The choice should be obvious, shouldn't it? Feng Lin looked at Qin Feng, a strange nervousness gripping her heart. By Ruoxue was more beautiful than her, and came from a prestigious family. Compared to her, Feng Lin felt she had no redeeming qualities. Even a fool would know what to choose. The most terrifying thing was that zombies now roamed outside. If Qin Feng abandoned her fate would be utterly grim. Feng Lin, do you mind if I have other women? Qin Feng's face was expressionless, his thoughts inscrutable. I don't mind. Feng Lin was taken aback, clearly not expecting him to ask her that, but she answered promptly. Her reasoning was simple. In this apocalypse, as an ordinary person, she could barely survive and had to rely on a powerful man. After witnessing Qin Feng's strength, she had decided to stick with him. Unless the apocalypse ended, or someone stronger than Qin Feng appeared, she wouldn't leave even if he tried to drive her away. Very well, by Ruoxue, you may leave. Qin Feng spoke calmly, as if making an inevitable decision. You? What do you mean? You're choosing Feng Lin. In what way am I not better than her? By Ruoxue's face was a mask of disbelief. She had never expected Qin Feng to tell her to go. Feng Lin felt a secret thrill of joy, but kept her composure. She's more obedient than you, and didn't you hear? She doesn't mind me having other women. Qin Feng walked over to Feng Lin and patted her head, as if rewarding her. Master, thank you for choosing me. I won't let you down. After saying this, Feng Lin blushed and kissed Qin Feng. She ranked last among the 10 campus beauties and came from a less privileged background. Facing the other beauties, she often felt inferior, which was why she frequently mentioned Zhou Jiangtao. It was the most impressive identity she could claim. Now that Qin Feng had discarded by Ruoxue for her being his woman, became her most prestigious identity. Qin Feng hadn't expected Feng Lin to be so bold, but he responded passionately, especially to the word master, which stirred his blood. Watching them kiss by Ruoxue felt as if needles were piercing her heart. Why? This orphan she used to bully had now turned the tables, abandoning her without a second thought. What are you standing there for? Want to watch a live show? Qin Feng said to the dazed by Ruoxue. She just stood there staring. Qin Feng wanted to proceed further, but being watched like that was uncomfortable. Qin Feng, I can agree to share you with Feng Lin, but you can't have any more women after this. By Ruoxue gritted her teeth and made a concession. She had no food or water. She had even thrown away her only emergency water supply. Leaving Qin Feng now would be suicide. Feng Lin looked at Qin Feng curiously, also wanting to know his thoughts. She didn't want him to have too many women, either fearing he might tire of them and cast her aside. Haha, by Ruoxue, don't you understand your situation yet? You dare to bargain with me? If I just waved my hand, plenty of women would flock to me. As he spoke, Qin Feng took out bread, self-heating hot pot, bottled water, and more from his storage space, making Bai Ruoxue's eyes go wide. How did you do that? Bai Ruoxue longed to pounce on the food, but knew Qin Feng would slap her if she did, so she forced herself to stay calm. Don't worry about that. Just know that as my woman, you'll never have to worry about food. And rest assured, as long as you don't cause trouble, I'll treat you all equally. The last words were directed at both Bai Ruoxue and Feng Lin. He didn't want his women scheming against each other like in a palace drama. Fine, I agree. Bai Ruoxue had come to her senses. She had no leverage to negotiate with Qin Feng. It was only her looks that kept him from wasting more words on her. In truth, her father had kept countless mistresses and fathered many half-siblings. Her mother had always turned a blind eye. Such things couldn't be stopped. Acceptance was the only way. I'm glad you understand. Take whatever you want to eat. I need to take care of something with Feng Lin. You can eat outside. Bai Ruoxue took the food and was shooed out of the dormitory. Blushing at the familiar sounds, she found a quiet spot to eat. An hour later, Qin Feng prepared to leave. Ruoxue, I'm going out. Call me if anything comes up. Qin Feng instructed by Ruoxue. The group of female athletes in the dorm were definitely trouble. He didn't want to come back to a stolen base. Okay, go ahead safely. Having made peace with herself, Bai Ruoxue was much more obedient, which pleased Qin Feng. Qin Feng walked to the stairwell, thought it over, and still felt uneasy. He drew his black blade and sliced the stairs into segments. With his enhanced physique, he could easily jump up, but others, unless they had special powers, wouldn't be able to reach him for a while. Satisfied with his work, Qin Feng set off to discuss life's ideals with his classmates. On the first floor of the teaching building. Don't come any closer. If you do, I'll scream. A girl in glasses with a floral dress and wavy long hair cried out in fear. Go ahead and scream. No one will save you even if you shout your throat out. 3 men leered at Bai Jia, cornering her against the wall. Bai Jia bitterly regretted opening the door to let these 3 perverts in. Boom. Suddenly the door was cleaved in two by something, and a voice rang out. Release that girl. Qin Feng. You've finally come to save me. Bai Jia was instantly overjoyed at the sight of the familiar figure. Name Bai Jia. Age 22. Height 160 centimeters. Weight 50 kilograms. Strength the fastest thing in the sky is an airplane, the most cunning thing on the ground is a bespectacled man. Score 80. Qin Feng nodded with satisfaction, relieved that she had met the criteria, making his trip worthwhile. Though he couldn't help but question if that was a genuine strength. Brat trying to play the hero and save the damsel, huh? A man shouted in displeasure. Qin Feng's timing was impeccable. They were on the verge of success when this unexpected obstacle appeared to ruin their plans. Qin Feng finally turned his gaze to the three men. Two of them wielded steel pipes while the third carried a bow and arrows, its origin unknown. Hey, I see this brother shares our inclinations. Since fate has brought us together, how about joining us? The man with the bow spoke, eyeing the black blade in Qin Feng's hand with a hint of wariness. He deemed it unworthy to risk a deadly conflict over a single woman. Oh, Qin Feng was somewhat surprised. The bow-wielding man was willing to compromise, proving that not all villains were mindless. Bai Jia, however, turned pale, interpreting Qin Feng's expression as a sign of agreement. She wondered if she could endure the torment of four men. Just as the three assumed Qin Feng had agreed, he suddenly spoke. I don't like sharing. You'd better get lost. Qin Feng waved his hand in disgust, signaling them to leave. If they had all been women, he might have been interested. But four men and one woman. Qin Feng made it clear he wasn't that perverse. Brat, don't be ungrateful. A man snarled viciously, pointing his steel pipe at Qin Feng, as if ready to strike at any moment. So what if I'm ungrateful? Do you even know the origin of my surname Qin? Qin Feng pointed his blade at the man in return. Anyone could throw out threats, but the question was whether they had any effect. What origin? The bow-wielding man swallowed nervously. He couldn't recall any ruthless figure with the surname Qin at the school. Because my father's surname is Qin. Are you an idiot? You had to ask that. Qin Feng rolled his eyes. This villain had some brains, but not many. Damn it. You're mocking me. Brothers, kill him. The bow-wielding man erupted in fury. He had initially wanted to avoid conflict with Qin Feng, but Qin Feng's relentless provocation would have tested even the patience of a divine turtle. The bowman drew his arrow and knocked it while the other two flanked him with their steel pipes. Oh, setting up a formation are we? Qin Feng chuckled, and then his figure vanished into thin air. What's going on? Where did he go? Panic seized the three men. Bai Jia gaped in astonishment, wondering if she had witnessed a ghost in broad daylight. Looking for me. Qin Feng's form materialized behind the trio. As they spun around, a flash of cold light swept through, accompanied by a spray of blood. The three men's heads were severed from their bodies. Murder! Murder! Bai Jia screamed in terror, unable to control herself. Shut up. You're too noisy, Qin Feng said impatiently. Did women only know how to scream when faced with trouble? His eardrums were nearly shattered. Bai Jia quickly clamped her hand over her mouth, terrified that Qin Feng might kill her in a fit of displeasure. Bai Jia, do you mind if I have many women? Qin Feng's sudden question left Bai Jia utterly dumbfounded. What does it have to do with me if you have many women? Why ask if I mind? Bai Jia thought to herself, but she dared not voice it to Qin Feng. No, I don't mind at all. I wouldn't mind even if all the women in the world were yours, Bai Jia quickly replied. Excellent. You've passed my test. I've decided to make you my third woman. Qin Feng nodded, satisfied with her answer. Thank you. Wait, what did you just say? Bai Jia's eyes widened in disbelief. How had she suddenly become Qin Feng's third woman? I know this happiness is too sudden for you to accept, but you heard me right. You are fortunate to become my third woman. Qin Feng patted Bai Jia on the shoulder. A score above 80 and no objection to his many women. She perfectly met his requirements. But I... Bai Jia stammered at a loss for words. She didn't know how to refuse Qin Feng without provoking him to cut her down. It was an impossible dilemma, too difficult for her poor heart. Roar! A zombie shambled in, interrupting their conversation. Let's talk later. This isn't the place. We'll take you back first. Without waiting for Bai Jia's response, Qin Feng scooped her up and dashed out. Feng Lin leaned against the wall as she emerged from the dormitory, a hint of resentment in her expression. That damn Qin Feng didn't know his own strength. Bai Ruoxue had dragged a chair to the hallway and was scrolling through her phone, absorbed in something. When she saw Feng Lin, Bai Ruoxue merely nodded slightly before returning her attention to the screen. Where's Qin Feng? Feng Lin asked. He went out. I don't know where he is. No sooner had Bai Ruoxue spoken than Qin Feng leaped up, carrying Bai Jia in his arms. Bai Jia, thank goodness you're safe. Bai Ruoxue embraced Bai Jia joyfully. They were classmates and had grown up together, their bond incredibly strong. Well, cousin, I thought I'd never see you again, Bai Jia sobbed. Her phone had died the day before, so she hadn't known Bai Ruoxue was already rescued. Thank you, Qin Feng. Bai Ruoxue's tone was sincere. She had wanted to ask Qin Feng to save Bai Jia, but after their earlier conflict just hours ago, she hadn't dared to mention it. Yet without her having to speak, Qin Feng had already brought Bai Jia back. No need to thank me. We're all family now, Qin Feng said with a smile. Bai Ruoxu's expression stiffened for a moment, realizing that Qin Feng had taken a liking to Bai Jia. However, she quickly composed herself. With no way to contact the Bai family, being favored by Qin Feng wasn't necessarily a bad thing. At least it meant survival. Whose family with you? Cousin Qin Feng wants me to be his woman. You need to teach him a lesson. Bai Jia clenched her little fists and pointed them at Qin Feng, though the gesture was far from intimidating. It was almost adorable. She's a bit naive. He'll talk some sense into her. Bai Ruoxu quickly explained, fearing that Bai Jia would anger Qin Feng. Oh dear cousin, how the tables have turned. It would be a blessing if Qin Feng didn't punish them. Make sure she eats well and drinks well. She's so thin she's losing her shape. She'll serve me tonight. Bai Ruoxu had indeed become much more sensible. Qin Feng left behind some food before exiting the dormitory building. Once Qin Feng was gone, Bai Jia scoffed. Serve him. Did he think he was an emperor? But then her eyes fell on the food, and she couldn't resist devouring it. She had been starving for days. After leaving, Qin Feng didn't immediately search for classmates. Instead, he sought out a group of zombies. The zombies, upon spotting Qin Feng, charged at him with fervor. But just as they reached him, he vanished without a trace. The zombies were baffled. No matter how they looked or sniffed, they couldn't locate Qin Feng. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction as he deactivated his invisibility technique. It seemed that ordinary zombies couldn't see through his concealment, though he remained uncertain about special zombies. He had just dealt with 3 men in 10 seconds, and testing the zombie took another 10. Now, with 40 seconds remaining, time was still ample. The zombies, upon spotting Qin Feng, immediately launched an attack, but they were swiftly cleaved in two by him. Inside the women's restroom of the laboratory building, Sun Ting, trapped in a stall, was growing desperate. The zombies outside refused to leave, as if determined to have her. She had been confined to the restroom for days. Fortunately, there was water which could sustain her for a few more days, though drinking it was rather unsettling. Sun Ting pulled out her phone from her pocket. It was completely dead. Her only means of contacting the outside world was gone. Qin Feng had said yesterday that he would come to rescue her, but she had no idea if it was true or false. Roar! The zombie outside suddenly let out a loud growl, startling Sun Ting. With a wet thud, the zombie fell silent. Sun Ting's heart pounded wildly. She desperately wanted to peek out, but lacked the courage. Sun Ting, it's me, Qin Feng. Come out. Hearing Qin Feng's voice, joy surged in Sun Ting's heart, and she stepped out of the stall. Seeing Qin Feng standing there with a black blade, a zombie lying beside him, she exclaimed, "Damn it. It's because of you, bastard, that I've been drinking toilet water for 3 days." Cursing, she viciously kicked the zombie twice. "Qin Feng, why are you so late? You made me suffer so much. You're so inefficient." After venting her anger on the zombie, Sun Ting turned to Qin Feng to express her dissatisfaction. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, tempted to cut her down with one stroke, but felt that would be too merciful. "Why aren't you saying anything? Think silence will make this go away." Still oblivious to her situation, Sun Ting continued to tread on Qin Feng's nerves. "Sun Ting, I saved you. Shouldn't you say thank you?" Qin Feng raised his black blade, hoping to make her think before speaking. "Thank you, my ass. Isn't it a guy's duty to save us girls? Think a crappy blade can scare me? No way." Sun Ting grew more heated, involuntarily pointing at Qin Feng. A wet thud followed. Blood splattered. Sun Ting stared at her right hand on the floor, stunned. Qin Feng, what are you doing?" "My hand." She picked it up, trying to reattach it, but it wouldn't stay. "Sun Ting, I'm curious about one thing. We had no past grievances, so why did you bully me?" Qin Feng asked calmly. All his suffering began with Sun Ting and Zhou Jianghai. "You are just an orphan. Don't you deserve to be bullied?" Sun Ting glared at him with hatred. She had only bullied him for a few years, and he had cut off her hand. How well said. "Because I'm an orphan, I deserve to be bullied." Another wet thud. Sun Ting's left hand holding her right was severed too. Qin Feng, I truly regret not killing you back then." Sun Ting writhed in agony, beads of sweat dotting her forehead. Now she was truly regretful, but only for not having killed Qin Feng earlier, not for bullying him. "I don't understand. Why, when in the victim, do I seem like the most heinous sinner in your eyes? Tell me, why is that?" As he spoke, Qin Feng struck Sun Ting with his black blade, each time controlling the force to prevent her from dying quickly. Stop. I won't bully you anymore. I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong." Unable to endure the torment, and feeling her life slip away, Sun Ting was forced to yield. "No, you don't know you're wrong. You know you're about to die." After torturing her a while longer, Sun Ting passed out, and only then did he finish her off with one clean strike. "Now it's your turn, Zhou Jianghai." Qin Feng left the restroom, expressionlessly heading to the badminton hall. Wang Lei and Wang Tianlong were Zhou Jianghai's lackeys. Though they hadn't shared their location, Qin Feng was certain they were with Zhou Jianghai. That was fine, and it saved him the trouble of dealing with them one by one. Outside the badminton hall, zombies crowded around, while the entrance was barricaded with debris. Inside, a few guards stood watch. "Young Master Zhou, do you think Qin Feng will really come to save us?" Wang Lei asked curiously. They had bullied Qin Feng so badly, why would he come to their rescue? "He might come, but not to save us. To kill us," Zhou Jianghai replied as he played badminton. Even in the apocalypse, he clung to his habit. I think the same as you, young Master Zhou. That kid Qin Feng probably got a decent ability and thinks he's invincible now, Wang Tianlong said while playing unfazed. Heh, if he dares to come, well, make sure he never leaves. He won't expect all three of us to be ability users. Wang Lei chuckled. At the apocalypse's onset, they were lucky not to turn into zombies. Using narrow terrain, they killed many zombies, each slaying a special one to become ability users. Don't be careless. If Qin Feng dares to come, he must have a trick up his sleeve. Caution is key, Zhou Zhenghai admonished. Everything had changed now, even the once bullied Qin Feng couldn't be underestimated. His words in the class group chat were just to mislead him. Don't worry, young Master Zhou. I've stationed guards at the entrance. Not even a fly can get in easily, Wang Tianlong boasted, patting his chest. Zhou Zhenghai nodded in satisfaction. Wang Tianlong was reliable. They had cleared the badminton hall of zombies and gathered survivors under his command quickly, thanks in large part to Wang Tianlong. With a powerful smash from Zhou Zhenghai, Wang Tianlong lost. No more, no more. You're still unbeatable, young Master Zhou. Wang Tianlong wiped his sweat and stepped off the court to rest. Final play around with young Master Zhou. Wang Lei stepped up to take the racket from Wang Tianlong. Rackets were scarce now, so they used them sparingly. Just as one handed over the racket and the other reached for it, Qin Feng appeared out of nowhere, his black blade slashing at them both. Wang Lei and Wang Tianlong felt a chill of terror, but had no time to dodge. Qin Feng, how dare you? Zhou Zhenghai bellowed, but he was too far away to stop him. Wang Lei was cleaved in two, while Wang Tianlong was sent flying, spitting blood. Bro! Young Master Zhou. Wang Lei's upper body reached out toward them, his eyes full of resentment, unable to believe he had died so suddenly, without even using his ability. Wang Lei. Wang Tianlong's eyes blazed with fury. One moment, he was fine, the next they were separated by life and death. Don't worry, you'll be reunited soon. Qin Feng flexed his numb hand. Wang Tianlong's ability must be defensive. He survived a strike from his blade, and even numbed his hand. This was the first time the black blade had failed. Qin Feng, I'll tear you apart limb from limb. Zhou Zhenghai spat, with venomous hatred. Wang Lei and Wang Tianlong were fiercely loyal to him, and had both acquired supernatural abilities. Even in the apocalypse, few could rival them. Yet Wang Lei had fallen so swiftly. How could he not seethe with rage? That depends on whether you have the skill. Qin Feng raised his black blade. His invisibility had expired, leaving only a direct confrontation. Young Master Zhou, his ability must be teleportation or stealth. That blade of his is peculiar. Be cautious. Wang Tianlong cautioned. Ordinarily his defenses could shatter any blade, yet the black sword in Qin Feng's hand was unnaturally hard. Clearly no ordinary weapon. I never expected an orphan like you to stumble upon fortune, but this is where it ends. Zhou Zhenghai snarled, then spread his fingers like claws and swiped toward Qin Feng. Sensing danger, Qin Feng dodged, just as a thunderous crash erupted behind him. The massive grandstand had been reduced to rubble from that single strike. Holy crap! What kind of dimension-bending ability is this? If not for my system, I'd swear he was the protagonist. Qin Feng muttered, staring at the shattered stands. Had he been a fraction slower, he would have been pulverized. How about that? Impressive, isn't it? I call it Void Claw. Zhou Zhenghai gloated at Qin Feng's astonished expression. Whether before or after the apocalypse, Qin Feng was always his punching bag. Impressive, sure, but useless if you can't land a hit. Qin Feng replied with unshakable calm. Though Zhou Zhenghai's ability was devastating, evading it was child's play given his reflexes. If he had known about the Void Claw earlier, he could have struck before Zhou even made a move. Let's see how long you can keep up that bravado. Zhou Zhenghai unleashed Void Claw repeatedly, convinced Qin Feng was bluffing while trembling inside. Qin Feng dodged while using his X-ray vision to study Wang Tianlong, still unsure of his ability. Through his X-ray vision, Qin Feng saw a silvery white glow enveloping Wang Tianlong's entire body, likely his protective mechanism. However, the spot where he had been struck earlier was noticeably dimmer. Repeated attacks on the same area would surely break through. Tianlong, corner him. Zhou Zhenghai grew frantic, exactly as Qin Feng had said. He couldn't land a single blow. Wang Tianlong nodded and moved to intercept, but Qin Feng sidestepped with uncanny agility and slashed him again. Wang Tianlong's face paled. 2 strikes on the same spot. Coincidence? Tianlong, snap out of it. Block him. Zhou Zhenghai commanded, sweat beading on his brow. He had only a few Void Claws left. If Qin Feng wasn't dead by then, he'd be the one in danger. Fine. Wang Tianlong gritted his teeth and threw himself in Qin Feng's path, but to little effect. Qin Feng dodged at every critical moment and even counterattacked. Damn it. I can't hit him. Zhou Zhenghai's confidence crumbled. His Void Claws slowed, no longer a threat. With a squelch, Qin Feng finally breached Wang Tianlong's defense. Blood gushed forth, and Zhou Zhenghai stared in horror. Wang Tianlong's defense could withstand his own Void Claw. How had Qin Feng done it? Wang Tianlong let out a bitter laugh, then steeled himself. He clenched his muscles around the black blade, locking it in place, and wrapped his arms around Qin Feng in a death grip. Young Master Zhou, strike now. Wang Tianlong's voice jolted Zhou Jianghai awake. This was their only chance for a comeback. Void Claw. Zhou Jianghai poured every ounce of strength into his final attack. Damn it. Qin Feng cursed and pummeled Wang Tianlong relentlessly, trying to break free. But Wang Tianlong was determined to take him down, refusing to let go even as blood streamed from his wounds. A deafening blast echoed, leaving only a cloud of blood mist where they had stood. Qianlong, thank you. If I make it back to the Zhou family, they'll look after yours. Zhou Jianghai's face darkened. He believed both Qin Feng and Wang Tianlong had been reduced to mist. 2 loyal followers gone just to eliminate Qin Feng. Too bad you won't be going back. Qin Feng's voice rang out from behind. Zhou Jianghai turned in disbelief. Seeing Qin Feng standing there unscathed, his first instinct was to flee. Far, far away, never to see him again. But Qin Feng gave him no chance. With a series of sickening cracks, Zhou Jianghai's limbs were twisted and broken, leaving him sprawled on the ground like a discarded doll. Impossible. How did you escape? Zhou Jianghai roared. Wang Tianlong had held Qin Feng fast, yet now Wang was dead and Qin Feng alive. It was beyond comprehension. Qin Feng shuddered at the memory of that harrowing moment. In the final instant, he had stowed the black blade in his storage space and retrieved it, severing Wang Tianlong's hold. A second later, and he would have perished. Why should I tell you? I want you to die with your questions unanswered, to die with your eyes wide open. Qin Feng grabbed Zhou Jianghai's head and slammed it into the ground. His hatred ran deep. A quick death was too merciful. You can't kill me. Ima Zhou Jiangtao, you know him. He's my cousin. If you kill me, the Zhou family will hunt you down. Zhou Jianghai trembled uncontrollably, hoping the family's name would intimidate Qin Feng. Zhou Jiangtao. I know him. Zhou Jianghai's face lit up with hope. Maybe he could survive. But Qin Feng's next words plunged him into an icy abyss. I stole his girlfriend yesterday and killed him. What do you think? Qin Feng's face now seemed demonic in Zhou Jianghai's eyes. Qin Feng, you orphan, don't get cocky. When my uncle finds out you killed his son, he'll destroy you. Zhou Jianghai spat, knowing begging was futile. Better to curse his fill. The uncle Zhou Jianghai referred to was likely Zhou Jiangtao's father, the city's richest man. But Qin Feng felt no fear. In the apocalypse, what use was wealth? Let me tell you one more thing. You like Bai Ruoxue, don't you? Bai Ruoxue is now my woman. You wouldn't believe how obedient she is. She's even helping me train her cousin Bai Jia. No, impossible. How could Bai Ruoxue ever fancy a loser like you? Zhou Jianghai's eyes turned bloodshot. Qin Feng's words had struck a nerve. Believe it or not, Sun Ting lasted 5 minutes. I wonder how long you can hold out. Qin Feng drew his black blade and struck Zhou Jianghai repeatedly. The screams echoed through the entire badminton hall. 10 minutes later, Qin Feng strolled out of the gymnasium with a leisurely gait. Only one remained. Cousin, are you saying that both you and Feng Lin are Qin Feng's women? Bai Jia's jaw dropped in astonishment. She knew how proud Bai Ruoxue was, yet now she was not only willing to be Qin Feng's woman, but also to share him with other women. Although it wasn't voluntary at first, I've come to accept it now. I can't reach my family, and without a powerful protector, life would be unbearable. The mere thought of the terrifying zombies and the people they devoured sent chills down Bai Ruoxue's spine. Without Qin Feng, she would have been either eaten by zombies or starved to death in the classroom. But I still can't understand. Wasn't Qin Feng someone everyone could bully? How did he become so formidable in just a few days? She recalled how he had instantly slain 3 lechers, carried her up to the dormitory building without pausing for breath, and even leaped effortlessly from the 3rd floor to the 4th. Bai Jia felt a strange flutter in her heart. If Qin Feng hadn't demanded that she become his woman right away, she might have actually fallen for him. Because Qin Feng has awakened an ability, and I sense that he possesses more than one. Bai Ruoxue declared solemnly. This was also the reason she had agreed to be Qin Feng's woman. An ability? Do people really have abilities in this world? Isn't that something from novels? Bai Jia's eyes widened. Yet thinking of Qin Feng's superhuman feats, everything seemed perfectly plausible. I saw an official announcement today. It said that among the zombies there are special ones. If a human kills them, they can gain an ability. Bai Ruoxue showed Bai Jia a screenshot on her phone. It's true. Bai Jia felt her worldview crumble. Not only were there zombies, but there were also abilities. As for the possibility of the announcement being fake, Bai Jia dismissed it. With zombies rampant, and everyone in fear, who would bother fabricating a fake announcement with no benefit to themselves? Does that mean we can become ability users too? Bai Jia exclaimed excitedly. If even the bullied Qin Feng could become so powerful, there was no reason she couldn't. Well, theoretically, yes. But special zombies are stronger than ordinary ones. We can't even handle ordinary zombies, so how can we kill special ones? Bai Ruoxue's words doused Bai Jia's enthusiasm. She calmed down. Indeed, even if they knew how to gain abilities, they lacked the strength to slay a special zombie. Did the announcement say anything else? Bai Jia asked urgently. She still trusted the authorities more than she trusted Qin Feng. No. I think the authorities are facing a major crisis too. Otherwise they would have released the announcement sooner. Bai Ruoxue shared her speculation. The zombies must be far more terrifying than they imagined, otherwise the authorities would have dealt with them already. This announcement seemed more like a call for survivors to save themselves. Feng Lin was leisurely basking in the sun on the dormitory balcony. She didn't want to join Bai Ruoxue and Bai Jia's conversation, but she failed to notice a winged humanoid zombie staring at her from above. Pretty. Eat, I want to eat. The winged zombie actually spoke human words, drool dripping from its mouth. Qin Feng, please spare me. Have you forgotten we used to be brothers? Wu Hao coughed up blood, clutching Qin Feng's leg and begging frantically. So you remember we used to be brothers? Qin Feng kicked Wu Hao away. Wu Hao spat out another mouthful of blood, but Qin Feng had controlled his strength to prevent an immediate death. When others bullied you, I helped you out. But you went and told those people I was an orphan, that no one would stand up for me if I was bullied. Is that how a brother acts? The more Qin Feng thought about it, the angrier he became. Maybe he would have been bullied even without Wu Hao's betrayal, but he couldn't stand the feeling of being stabbed in the back by his own brother. He hated Wu Hao the coward even more than Sun Ting and Zhou Jianhai. I had no choice. They kept bullying me. I had to find someone even more pathetic and without backing to take my place. Besides, you were an orphan. I was just telling the truth. Wu Hao saw no fault in his actions. If anyone was to blame, it was Qin Feng for his unfortunate fate. What a fine truth. Do you know what your truth has cost me these past few years? Qin Feng roared. He had to work to save up for tuition while being tormented by Zhou Jianhai and his gang. Anyone with less resolve would have given up long ago. What does that have to do with me? It was Zhou Jianhai and Sun Ting who bullied you. You should take revenge on them, not me. To be honest, you and I are the same kind of people. Wu Hao admitted he didn't dare to offend Zhou Jianhai and the others, but Qin Feng was venting his anger on a weaker person rather than confronting the real culprits. What difference was there between them? Don't worry. Zhou Jianhai and the others are already dead. You won't be lonely on the road to the underworld. Maybe you'll still be bullied by them down there. Qin Feng's words sent chills down Wu Hao's spine. He had thought Qin Feng just wanted to beat him up to let off steam, but now it sounded like he intended to kill him. Ring ring. Qin Feng's phone rang. It was Bai Ruoxue. Hello Ruoxue. What's wrong? Qin Feng, a flying zombie, has gotten into the dormitory. Come back quickly. It's captured by Jia and Feng Lin. Bai Ruoxue's voice was frantic. In the background, he could faintly hear thumping sounds and zombie roars. Seeing Qin Feng on the phone, Wu Hao tried to sneak away. Alright, I'm on my way. Despite all his precautions, his base had been attacked. He could only hope all three women survived. By then Wu Hao had already run some distance. Just as he thought he was about to escape, Qin Feng's sight, the black blade pierced through his body. His body stiffened, and he collapsed weakly to the ground. You're lucky. I have other matters to attend to. Just lie there and die slowly. Qin Feng retrieved his black blade. He saw zombies gathering in the distance. Wu Hao was as good as dead from his strike. He would let the zombies finish him off. Roar. Eat. I want to eat. The humanoid zombie was furiously ramming a dormitory door. Bai Ruoxue was bracing herself against it from inside, not daring to relax for a moment. The winged zombie was unusually excited. It had just caught Feng Lin and was about to enjoy its meal when Bai Ruoxue and Bai Jia showed up. It instantly grabbed Bai Jia, but the prettiest one, Bai Ruoxue, managed to escape. After a while the noise outside stopped, but Bai Ruoxue felt no relief. Bai Jia and Feng Lin were still in the zombie's clutches. It might have gone back to devour them. However, the next second, she saw the zombie fly in from the balcony. She had forgotten it could fly. The zombie drooled as it approached Bai Ruoxue, catching 3 beauties at once. Today it would feast. Bai Ruoxue's face was deathly pale. She had struggled so hard to survive, yet still found herself unable to escape death. At this moment her mind was filled with thoughts of Qin Feng, hoping he would avenge her. The zombie reached out its claws toward Bai Ruoxue, while she closed her eyes, resigned to her fate. With a squelch, just as the zombie was about to tear Bai Ruoxue apart, a black blade pierced through the wall, pinning its claw. The zombie roared in fury, struggling to free itself from the black blade, but it was stuck fast, lodged deep in its bone. Seeing this, Bai Ruoxue's heart leaped with joy. She recognized the blade as Qin Feng's. She quickly opened the door, and there stood Qin Feng with the unconscious Bai Jia and Feng Lin lying on the ground. Take care of them. Leave the rest to me, Qin Feng said, patting Bai Ruoxue's shoulder before turning his gaze to the zombie in the room. Trying to raid his home while he was away. How utterly unforgivable. Eat. Eat. Roar. The zombie was furious. It was about to savor its delicious meal when Qin Feng interrupted, like preparing a feast only for someone to flip the table. Truly infuriating. Oh. It can even speak. Qin Feng was somewhat surprised, then his eyes blazed with fervor. This zombie was clearly a special one. Killing it might grant him wings. Flight abilities were incredibly formidable. Seeing it couldn't break free from the black blade, the zombie began flapping its wings wildly, summoning a fierce gale that swept toward Qin Feng. Objects in the room were also hurled at him by the powerful wind. Not bad, not bad. The wings aren't huge, but they pack quite a punch, Qin Feng commented as he dodged. Seizing the right moment, he closed in on the zombie and grabbed its neck. With a crisp crack he snapped the zombie's neck, but it didn't die. Zombies were notoriously hard to kill without decapitation. Tough to kill, Qin Feng muttered, curling his lip. He stored the black blade in his storage space, then pulled it out again to slice off the zombie's head. Congratulations, host, for slaying a special zombie. Your storage space has been upgraded to the second tier, expanding to 10 meters by 10 meters by 10 meters, and the retrieval range has increased to 10 meters. No ability gained. Qin Feng felt a twinge of disappointment, but quickly adjusted his mindset. Expanding the storage space was still a good thing. Now he could scavenge supplies from other places more efficiently. Bai Jia, don't scare me. You'll be fine. Bai Ruoxu's anxious voice came through. Qin Feng's expression darkened. From the sound of her voice was Bai Jia dying. He had been counting on her to gain a useful ability. Letting that zombie die so easily was far too merciful. After tossing the zombie's corpse outside, Qin Feng decided to investigate the situation. Bai Jia, don't be impulsive. Everything will be okay, Bai Ruoxu pleaded earnestly. At that moment Bai Jia was sitting on the balcony railing, looking as if she were about to jump. Cousin, I don't want to become a zombie. If I'm going to turn, I'd rather die, Bai Jia sobbed. One of Bai Jia's eyes had already turned red and her teeth and claws had grown noticeably longer. Upon closer inspection, there was a long, thin wound on her arm, likely from a scratch by the zombie earlier. Bai Jia, don't panic. There must be a way, Bai Ruoxu continued to persuade. She had woken Bai Jia and Feng Lin only to find that Bai Jia had been infected by the zombie. Unable to accept it, Bai Jia wanted to jump to her death. Strange. I was also scratched by the zombie, but am perfectly fine, Feng Lin said, puzzled. She had a wound on her wrist as well, but showed no signs of turning. That's because you're my woman. Your body has my antibodies. The three women looked up to see Qin Feng strolling in leisurely. He had thought Bai Jia was dead, but it turned out she was only infected. That was a stroke of luck and misfortune. Qin Feng, do you have a way to save Bai Jia? Bai Ruoxu grabbed him excitedly. He was her greatest pillar of support now, it seemed nothing was beyond his ability. A glimmer of hope appeared in Bai Jia's eyes. If she could live, no one would choose death. Of course. What could possibly stump me? I was planning to have her serve me tonight, but plans changed. It'll have to be now, Qin Feng said, stretching his back. Saving a life was a greater virtue than building a 7-story pagoda. A little sacrifice on his part was nothing. Qin Feng, how can you still be thinking about that at a time like this? Bai Jia was furious. She was on the verge of turning into a zombie, and he still wanted her to serve him. It was like seeing a beautiful woman about to die, and instead of saving her, thinking of taking advantage of her corpse. Perverse beyond belief. Yet Qin Feng, if you want, I can give myself to you. She's about to become a zombie. What if during the act? It's just too weird, Feng Lin said, trailing off. The thought alone was thrilling. Bai Ruoxu's gaze toward Qin Feng shifted as well. He had once seemed like a hero in her eyes, but now he was worse than a coward. You've misunderstood. I'm not taking advantage of her, nor am I a pervert. My body carries antibodies to the zombie virus. Bai Jia can only gain immunity by becoming my woman, Qin Feng explained. If he didn't clarify, his reputation would be ruined, though he didn't have much of one to begin with. Is that true? Bai Ruoxu asked, half doubtful. Why would I lie to you? Isn't Feng Lin being fine the best proof? Besides, if I wanted to do something, would I go to all this trouble? Qin Feng said helplessly. He had intended to do a good deed, but everyone was treating him like a villain. Then what are we waiting for? Bai Jia, before you turn into a zombie, hurry up and sleep with Qin Feng. It might be too late if we delay, Bai Ruoxu urged. But what if it doesn't work? Bai Jia climbed down from the railing, still hesitant. Even if it doesn't work, think of it as one last pleasure before you die. Feng Lin's words were startling. Though she had only met Bai Jia that day, having just survived life and death together, she genuinely didn't want Bai Jia to die. Blunt as Feng Lin's advice was, Bai Jia knew it was a desperate gamble. So she went with Qin Feng to a dorm room. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a first-tier healing ability. It can quickly cure various minor injuries and ailments. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. This was a great ability. In this post-apocalyptic world with no doctors available, serious injuries meant certain death. Having first-tier healing meant minor issues were no longer a concern. With Qin Feng's dose of antidote, Bai Jia's eyes returned to normal, and her sharp teeth and claws vanished. Bai Jia, how do you feel? Qin Feng asked. His antibodies must have worked, otherwise she wouldn't have recovered so completely. Feng Lin lied to me. It wasn't enjoyable at all. It hurt so much. Bai Jia held back tears, her body aching terribly. She had nearly forgotten she was on the verge of becoming a zombie. Who asked you about that? Qin Feng was speechless, feeling that Bai Jia had been utterly corrupted by Feng Lin. Qin Feng handed a mirror to Bai Jia. I am fine. I won't become a zombie. Bai Jia looked at her reflection in the mirror, seeing that she had returned to her normal appearance. Thank you, Qin Feng. I was wrong about you. Overjoyed, Bai Jia threw her arms around Qin Feng, forgetting that she was still completely naked. No need to thank me. Put your clothes on first. Your pacing around like that is too much for me. Qin Feng suppressed the urges within him, fearing that he might accidentally take Bai Jia right there again. Bai Jia let out a startled cry, her face flushing as she hurriedly dressed herself. Outside the door, Bai Ruoxue paced anxiously back and forth. Bai Jia was her only remaining cousin now, and she naturally hoped nothing would happen to her. Can you just sit still for a moment? You're making me dizzy, Feng Lin said, rubbing her eyes. Infected by Bai Ruoxue's restlessness, she too was beginning to feel agitated. I don't even know if Bai Jia is alive or dead. How can I sit here calmly? No sooner had Bai Ruoxue spoken than the dormitory door opened. Qin Feng stepped out, followed by Bai Jia, who had returned to her normal self, though she walked with a limp. As experienced women, Bai Ruoxue and Feng Lin immediately understood what had happened. Bai Jia, you're fine. Bai Ruoxue hugged Bai Jia emotionally. Though the evidence was right before her eyes, she still wanted to hear it from Bai Jia herself. I'm completely healed, all thanks to Qin Feng. Thinking about how hard Qin Feng had worked to cure her poison, Bai Jia couldn't help but blush. Thank you, Qin Feng. I knew you could do it. Bai Ruoxue turned to express her gratitude. Don't stand on ceremony with me. Bai Jia is my woman now. Isn't it only right to save your own woman? Qin Feng said magnanimously. After all, he had enjoyed himself and gained a divine ability like the healing art. Hubby is amazing. Let me serve you tonight. Feng Lin gave Qin Feng a flirtatious glance. One had to admit Feng Lin was truly fickle. Not long ago she had been determined to preserve her purity for Zhou Jiangtao, and now she was calling Qin Feng hubby. All right. Tonight I'll satisfy you, little glutton. Qin Feng gladly agreed. He preferred women who took the initiative over force. Bai Ruoxue, however, felt a pang of tension, sensing a crisis. Qin Feng had already been with Feng Lin this morning, and had just cured Bai Jia. Tonight should have been her turn, but now Feng Lin had snatched it away. What a scheming woman. While it's still daylight, let's find something to reinforce the windows and balcony, Qin Feng proposed. The flying zombie had been a warning. If they didn't secure the windows and balcony now, they might not be so lucky if another flying zombie appeared. The three women nodded in agreement. The flying zombie had indeed terrified them. If Qin Feng hadn't returned in time, they would likely have ended up in the zombie's stomach. Without further ado, they set to work. There wasn't much in the dormitory, so they could only dismantle the bed frames to get wooden planks and steel pipes. Qin Feng used his black blade to break down the bed frames, while the three women carried the materials to the balconies and windows of each dormitory. Hiss! Bai Jia tried to move the materials, but a sharp pain from below made her cry out involuntarily. Bai Jia, take a rest. The three of us can handle this work, Bai Ruoxue urged sympathetically. As someone with experience, she knew Bai Jia could barely walk, let alone work. Qin Feng smiled, but said nothing. He could have done the work alone, but in a team or family, everyone needed to feel involved, otherwise they wouldn't last long. He wanted to avoid that at all costs. I just want to do what I can. If only I could stop hurting right away, Bai Jia said sincerely. She had caused trouble the moment she arrived, so she felt guilty. The speaker had no intention, but the listener took it to heart. Bai Jia's words made Qin Feng's eyes light up. Bai Jia, stand still. I want to try an experiment on you. Qin Feng approached Bai Jia, thinking he could test his new ability. Here. That doesn't seem right. And I haven't recovered yet. Why not let Sister Feng Lin and cousin do it? Bai Jia blushed. What are you thinking, you little pervert? Qin Feng flicked Bai Jia on the forehead. No wonder people said women were dirtier-minded than men. Qin Feng hadn't believed it before, but now he did. Bai Jia pouted in grievance. Had she misunderstood? But what other experiment could there be? Qin Feng raised his hand, and with a thought enveloped it in a green glow. So green it was unsettling. Feng Lin, who had just finished moving materials, stared at Qin Feng in shock. He was so green. Then Qin Feng channeled the green light into Bai Jia's body. How do you feel? Qin Feng asked. This was his first time using the healing art, and he was curious about its effects. I don't feel much. No pain, no itch, no pleasure. Bai Jia, your arm. Bai Ruoxue exclaimed as if she had discovered something incredible. My arm? What's wrong with my arm? Bai Jia looked at her arm. There's nothing there. Exactly. The wound from the zombie is gone too, Bai Ruoxue reminded her. She clearly remembered the long, thin wound on Bai Jia's arm, but now there was nothing, not even a scar. Really? Feng Lin's eyes widened as she looked. She had wounds on her arms too. Great. I was worried about scarring. Bai Jia jumped up excitedly with Bai Ruoxue. Hey Bai Jia, aren't you in pain anymore? Feng Lin said with displeasure. Bai Jia had done little work due to her discomfort, and now she didn't seem unwell at all. Could she have been faking it? Bai Jia suddenly realized that she indeed felt no pain. She could even bounce around lively. Qin Feng, did you do this? Bai Ruoxue immediately thought of the green light in Qin Feng's hand. If she wasn't mistaken, Bai Jia had recovered by absorbing that green light. It's my new ability, the healing art. It can handle minor injuries and illnesses without any problem, Qin Feng said with satisfaction. From now on, when he took other women, he wouldn't have to worry about their pain. Hubby, I want it too. Feng Lin extended her arm to show Qin Feng the wound left by a zombie's claw. All right. He'll heal you now. With a flash of green light, the wound on Feng Lin's arm vanished. Feng Lin hugged Qin Feng and kissed him repeatedly, overjoyed. Women cared deeply about scars, but Qin Feng had healed hers effortlessly. She was utterly in love with him now. All right, let's get back to work. You can kiss me all you want tonight. Qin Feng patted Feng Lin's backside, signaling her to get down. The four of them worked together, and before long they had sealed all the balconies and windows, leaving only small gaps to observe the outside. "Brother Xiao, I think we've been spotted," a man holding binoculars in the girls' dormitory shouted loudly. "What? What's going on?" Xiao Feng walked anxiously to the balcony. They were about to attack the boys' dormitory in 2 days, yet they had been discovered at this very moment. "They've sealed off all the balconies. They must be guarding against us," the man holding the binoculars said bitterly. From now on he could no longer gaze at the beauties. Xiao Feng's face darkened upon hearing this. Their food supplies were running low and Zhou Haitao was already on guard. Truly dire news. Inform the brothers were raiding the boys' dormitory tonight. Xiao Feng knew they couldn't afford to wait any longer, otherwise they would all starve. They had to catch the enemy off guard. Success or failure hinged on this one move. "Honey'll be all clean and waiting for you." Feng Lin blew Qin Feng a kiss before entering the dormitory to shower. After working for over an hour she was drenched in sweat and desperately needed a good wash. Qin Feng took out some food and toiletries from his storage space and handed them to Bai Ruoxue, and Bai Jia then hurried eagerly into Feng Lin's dormitory. "Cousin, it seems Qin Feng really likes Feng Lin," Bai Jia said discontentedly. They were all Qin Feng's women, yet Qin Feng seemed to dote on Feng Lin more. She knows how to make Qin Feng happy. Bai Ruoxue's gaze was complex. She and Bai Jia were both wealthy young ladies accustomed to men pleasing them. When had they ever had to please a man? In this regard the two of them combined were no match for Feng Lin. Starting tomorrow I'll call Qin Feng honey too and snatch him away from her," Bai Jia said defiantly, a hint of jealousy in her heart. "Alright, don't overthink it. Eat your fill, wash up, and get some sleep." Bai Ruoxue and Bai Jia decided to share a room right next to Feng Lin and Qin Feng. Though they might overhear some indecent sounds, at least they would be safe. If anything happened, Qin Feng could rescue them immediately. Xiao Feng and his group arrived at the base of the boys' dormitory. After confirming there were no hidden sentries, they entered the building. They cautiously searched the first floor and found nothing, so they proceeded to the second floor, which was also empty, as was the third. "What's going on? Are they all on the fourth floor? And why isn't there a single guard?" Xiao Feng frowned. This was far too strange. Even if they were confident in their strength, they shouldn't be this relaxed. "Brother Xiao, I've only seen people on the fourth floor these past 2 days. The other floors are deserted." The man observing Qin Feng spoke. "Brother Xiao, are we being too cautious? I think Zhou Jiangtao and his bunch are just a bunch of weaklings who've survived purely by luck." An impatient subordinate couldn't help but say. They had spent an entire hour searching 3 floors and found absolutely nothing. Anyone would get frustrated. "Don't rush. There's only the 4th floor left. I reckon Zhou Jiangtao has gathered everyone together so they can respond quickly to danger." Xiao Feng didn't let his guard down. Instead, he felt Zhou Jiangtao's approach was quite clever. Not only did it exhaust their stamina, but it also stirred impatience among his men. Xiao Feng smiled faintly. Unfortunately for him, he was up against Xiao Feng. Such tricks were useless on him. The group cautiously made their way toward the 4th floor, only to find the staircase was gone. "Where's the staircase? Did we take a wrong turn?" A man couldn't help but say. If they had wasted all this time only to go the wrong way, it would be a joke. "Are you an idiot? There's only one corridor. How could we have gone the wrong way?" Before Xiao Feng could speak, the others retorted. Xiao Feng observed carefully and discovered that the stairs had been deliberately destroyed, clearly to prevent easy access to the 4th floor. "Stop arguing. They deliberately wrecked the stairs. If we force our way up, they'll definitely notice us. Then with the high ground, we'll be in danger." Xiao Feng analyzed, inwardly acknowledging Zhou Jiangtao as a worthy opponent. In terms of wit, Zhou Jiangtao was no less than him, truly worthy of being the student council president. "So what do we do now?" The others looked grim, never expecting Zhou Jiangtao to have so many tricks up his sleeve. "No matter. I know there's a ladder in the nearby storage shed. Go break the lock and bring it here," Xiao Feng said confidently. The others' eyes lit up, and they immediately went to fetch the ladder. Before long the ladder was brought over, and the others also carried tools like saws and hammers. "Good. Move quietly. Don't wake them up," Xiao Feng sneered. Zhou Jiangtao's only weakness was his overconfidence. He hadn't even posted a night watch. Now they would ascend unnoticed and catch him off guard. Qin Feng, who was in the middle of his exertions, stopped. He heard faint sounds. Someone had come to court death, and it seemed there was more than one. "Finished." Feng Lin frowned, somewhat dissatisfied. "Wait for me. I need to deal with a few rats." Qin Feng put on his clothes, pulled the blanket over Feng Lin, and walked out of the dormitory. Xiao Feng and his men who had just climbed up were startled to see Qin Feng emerge. Damn, they'd been discovered. Several of them swung their weapons at Qin Feng, thinking he had merely stepped out by chance. They had to take him down immediately before he could alert the others. Holy shit. No. Run. Amid the clamorous shouts and a few flashes of cold steel, several bodies lay on the ground. The rest retreated to the 3rd floor, with some too terrified and jumping straight down. Trying to escape. "All of you die tonight." Qin Feng sneered contemptuously, interrupting his workout. How utterly reckless. Bai Jia and Bai Ruoxue cracked open the door and glanced out only to see the corpses strewn about. They quickly shut it again. Qin Feng leaped directly to the third floor, killing the stragglers, then continued pursuing the remaining few. Xiao Feng led two others as they fled the dormitory, terror gripping their hearts. They had been so many, yet here they were being hunted by a single man, while Zhou Jiangtao hadn't even shown his face. How laughable that he had thought to plunder their supplies. "Brother Xiao, he's coming after us," the lackey behind him shouted. Xiao Feng turned his head and saw Qin Feng, a black blade in hand, closing in fast. "Earth spike ambush." Xiao Feng halted and roared. Spikes of earth erupted from the once smooth ground beneath Qin Feng's feet. Qin Feng frowned slightly. Unsure of the spike's power, he could only retreat, then gathered his strength and slashed, severing the spikes with one blow. But Xiao Feng and his men had vanished, leaving only a few wandering zombies. Qin Feng activated his X-ray vision and searched thoroughly, but finding nothing, he had no choice but to return. After Qin Feng left, 3 zombies transformed back into Xiao Feng and his 2 companions. They gasped for air, having dared not even breathe while Qin Feng was around. Thank goodness for Malin's disguise ability, or would have been finished today. Xiao Feng swallowed hard, still trembling from the close call. "Brother Xiao, what do we do now?" Malin asked. All their men were dead, though only the 3 of them remained. "Let's go. Leave the school," Xiao Feng said firmly. He never wanted to run into Qin Feng again. If he couldn't provoke him, he could at least avoid him. On the 4th day of the apocalypse, Qin Feng rose early while Feng Lin still slept like a log. The previous day, because of Feng Lin's remark, "Are you done?" Qin Feng had taught her a harsh lesson. When she cried out for mercy, he would counter with a healing spell, and then resume his torment, not stopping until she was utterly exhausted. Stepping out of the dormitory, Bai Ruoxue and Bai Jia were clearing away the previous day's corpses. The heavy stench of blood had attracted numerous zombies who gathered on the 3rd floor, but could not climb up. The zombies, seeing people on the 4th floor, but unable to reach them, grew agitated and howled incessantly, grating on the nerves. "Husband, you're awake," Bai Ruoxue and Bai Jia said in unison, having agreed the day before to address Qin Feng as husband. You've worked hard," Qin Feng replied, stepping forward to embrace them both as a reward, gladly accepting the new title. "It's no trouble at all. This is our duty," Bai Jia and Bai Ruoxue quickly responded, their faces calm, but hearts brimming with joy. They had risen early precisely to impress Qin Feng, and it seemed their efforts had paid off. "Take a rest after you finish cleaning up. I'll go deal with these nuisances," Qin Feng said, leaping down to the 3rd floor with his black blade in hand. The zombies lunged at him with claws bared, but his expression remained impassive as his movements turned blindingly fast. Any zombie that drew near fell to his blade, unable to withstand even a single strike. "Husband is so amazing. Husband is incredible," Bai Jia and Bai Ruoxue shouted simultaneously. The sight of Qin Feng slaughtering zombies was utterly captivating. This was truly a man worth entrusting their lives to. Just as Qin Feng was in his element, a zombie locked eyes with him. A sharp pain seared through his head, and he nearly blacked out. In that split second, Qin Feng's body was covered in wounds. "Husband, come back up." Bai Ruoxue and Bai Jia were terrified. They had thought he was invincible, but something had gone terribly wrong. "Damn it. Making me lose face in front of my women, you're dead." Qin Feng fixed his gaze on the special zombie. If he didn't kill this creature today, he would change his surname. He cast a healing spell on himself, and the fresh wounds vanished instantly. The zombies, however, cared little and swarmed forward. "Perfect." Qin Feng gripped his blade with both hands and delivered a powerful horizontal slash, channeling the strength of 20 men. The force cleaved all the zombies in two. So powerful. Bai Jia and Bai Ruoxue stood agape, utterly astonished. The upper halves of the zombies continued to writhe, trying to attack Qin Feng, but without their lower bodies they posed no threat. The special zombie, however, showed a flicker of fear in its eyes. It struggled to escape, clearly different from the ordinary ones. Trying to run now? Too late. Qin Feng swung his blade and severed the special zombie's head, unwilling to risk another attack from it. "Congratulations, host, for killing a special zombie. Your X-ray vision has evolved into a 2nd-level ability, allowing you to see through anything within a 10-meter radius. Another ability upgrade. Why couldn't he gain the zombie's own power? System, can killing special zombies only upgrade my existing abilities?" Qin Feng couldn't help but ask. He had already slain 3 special zombies, and each time it only enhanced his current skills. "Yes, host. Only after all your abilities reach the 2nd level can you acquire other abilities from zombies," the system replied. "Damn, why didn't you say so earlier?" Qin Feng was displeased. This special zombie's power was formidable, likely related to the mind. Had he known he couldn't claim it, he would have let Bai Ruoxue or Bai Jia have it. "You never asked." The system's logic was irrefutable, leaving Qin Feng speechless. So killing ability users doesn't grant their powers either. He had slain a few ability users in the past 2 days without gaining anything, so he decided to ask. "Correct. Only by killing special zombies can you acquire or upgrade abilities. Killing ability users yields no effect." Qin Feng nodded, finally understanding the mechanics. Special zombies were treasures. Killing them not only granted new powers, but also upgraded existing ones. Husband, are you alright? Ruashua asked cautiously. Qin Feng had killed all the zombies, but stood motionless, and she feared something was wrong. I'm fine. I'm going out for a while. Call me if anything comes up. Snapping back to reality, Qin Feng had originally planned to raid other supermarkets and cafeterias, and now he also wanted to hunt for special zombies. Without waiting for the women to reply, he vanished. His first target was the new cafeteria. The school had 2 dining halls. A new one had been built due to expansion, but the old one still served better food, so most students preferred it. Qin Feng killed zombies as he walked, and the closer he got to the cafeteria, the more densely packed they became. Some, lacking food, even began gnawing on each other. When he was 10 meters from the cafeteria, a fireball hurtled toward him. He dodged just in time, and spotted a zombie with flames erupting from its hands not far away. Finally, a special zombie. As luck would have it, Qin Feng recognized this one. It was the cafeteria Annie, who always had a shaky hand when serving food, earning her the nickname Parkinson's Annie among students. Today he could finally get his revenge. Enraged that its attack had missed, the fireball zombie began hurling fireballs incessantly. Qin Feng dodged and closed in the fireballs, never hitting him, though other zombies were less fortunate. Those struck fell to the ground and were soon reduced to charred husks. Your aim with fireballs is just as shaky as when you served food. Qin Feng seized the gap between fireballs and ended the fireball zombie with a single stroke. Congratulations, host, for killing a special zombie. Your virus immunity has evolved to the 2nd level, granting immunity to 2nd level zombie viruses. Qin Feng pressed on toward the cafeteria, killing as he went until he finally reached the entrance. The cafeteria was packed with zombies, and it seemed unlikely any survivors remained. The zombies inside surged toward him, but he was unafraid. He positioned himself at the doorway, which was only 5 people wide, an ideal choke point for fighting against overwhelming numbers. As he fought, the system's voice rang out. Congratulations, host, for killing a special zombie. Your black blade has evolved into the 2nd level blazing black blade, dealing additional burn damage on attack. He had killed another special zombie. It must have been crushed among the horde, unable even to use its ability before being slain. A rather pathetic death, much like Wang Lei's. With the blazing black blade, Qin Feng fought with even greater fervor. Some zombies were incinerated before they could even reach him. Before long, a third of the cafeteria's zombies had been eliminated. Congratulations to the host for slaying a special zombie. Invisibility has advanced to the 2nd tier, extending its duration to 2 minutes. Congratulations to the host for slaying a special zombie. Healing has advanced to the 2nd tier, instantly curing minor injuries and slowly healing light wounds like fractures. Awesome. This is incredible. Qin Feng shouted as he slaughtered zombies, all his abilities now upgraded to the 2nd tier, unlocking new powers. A roar echoed as a stunningly beautiful female zombie with an exquisite figure lunged at him. Qin Feng felt a pang of regret. This zombie's beauty rivaled by Ruaxu's, and her figure was nothing short of explosive. It was such a waste that she had turned into a zombie. Yet despite his thoughts, his hands never hesitated. He sensed something off about her speed. She was no ordinary zombie. He swung his blade toward her neck, but she dodged with an uncanny grace, her arms coiling around his right hand like a serpent. Damn, what kind of ability is this? Qin Feng retreated hastily, now entangled and unable to wield his black blade. Other zombies seized the opportunity, relentlessly attacking him. A roar escaped the beauty zombie as she pressed her advantage, wrapping her entire body around Qin Feng, severely hampering his movements. He couldn't break free. Both hands were trapped as she constricted him like a python, intent on squeezing the life out of him. A creaking sound emanated from Qin Feng's body as his bones were compressed, but that was all. His physique rivaled that of 20 grown men, rendering the zombie's grip futile. She couldn't possibly crush him. The beauty zombie looked bewildered. Usually her victims succumbed within a minute, yet Qin Feng had far exceeded that limit. More terrifying still, he had carried her out of the cafeteria, heading somewhere unknown. She dared not release him, fearing he would strike her down with his blade. Shaking off the pursuing zombies, Qin Feng strode lightly back to the male dormitory. The beauty zombie's ability was intriguing, but he didn't want it. A man entwining with enemies in combat seemed too odd. Better to give it to his women, granting them self-defense skills while adding new pleasures to their intimacy. The thought of a supple, boneless body clinging to him was thrilling. Back. Qin Feng leaped to the 4th floor with the beauty zombie. Ruashua was in the hallway, her face lit up at seeing him, then tensed as she noticed the zombie clinging to him. Husband, you're back. Jia stepped out of the dorm cheerfully, only to scream at the sight of the zombie-entangled Qin Feng. A zombie? What's wrong? Feng Lin rushed out, less frightened by the zombie. Hey, isn't that Su Lele? The 3rd-ranked campus beauty. You know her? Qin Feng asked curiously, realizing why the zombie was so attractive. Not very well. We hung out a few times. Zhou Jiangtao forbade me from seeing her, said sleeping with her costs 10,000 yuan. Feng Lin's words dampened Qin Feng's interest. A woman selling her body for money lost all allure. Wait, how did Zhou Jiangtao know the price? Qin Feng sensed something amiss. Feng Lin paused, then grew angry. Zhou Jiangtao demanded her chastity while indulging himself. How had she never seen through him? Husband, why did you bring her back? You're not thinking. Bai Jia's eyes widened in disbelief. Though Qin Feng had done something similar to her yesterday, she wasn't fully a zombie then. Now hauling a beauty zombie. Was he planning another experiment? What nonsense. Qin Feng's brow furrowed darkly. He wasn't that perverse, and learning Su Lei was a public figure killed any interest. She's a special zombie. Killing her grants an ability. I brought her to see if you want it. Qin Feng's words brightened the three women's eyes. With abilities, they could fight zombies instead of hiding behind him as mere ornaments. I do. They chorused, unwilling to miss this chance. Husband, give it to me. It'll serve you even more devotedly. Feng Lin's expression was so provocative that Qin Feng almost took her right there. Husband, I was the first to be with you, as shouldn't I be the first to get it? Bai Ruoxue spoke in a coquettish tone. Once a proud young lady, she now coaxed him with a sweet voice, a stark contrast. Husband, my cousin's right. She was first, don't shortchange her. Bai Jia sided with Bai Ruoxue, being the least senior and least attractive. It was better to support her. Fine, this one goes to Bai Ruoxue first. Qin Feng decided, already planning to have her tonight. With her fair skin and boneless ability, he was in for a treat. Husband, you're playing favorites. Feng Lin pouted. Bai Ruoxue and Bai Jia were in cahoots. If decisions were by show of hands, she'd always be outvoted. Nonsense, I love you all equally. How could I be biased? There are plenty of special zombies. Everyone will get an ability, just sooner or later. Qin Feng reassured her. Feng Lin had worked hardest these past 2 days. He could always catch another for her. Her expression softened, but she shot a sharp glance at the Bai sisters. This grudge was set. Wasn't it just bullying with numbers? Who can't do that? Qin Feng retrieved the black blade from his storage space and tossed it to Bai Ruoxue, then grabbed Su Lei's hair. A roar erupted as Su Lei struggled fiercely, but her strength was no match for Qin Feng's. Ruoxue, take the blade and cut off her head. Qin Feng had Su Lei subdued. Bai Ruoxue just needed to strike. She gripped the black blade, trembling from fear or its weight. She was terrified of zombies, having witnessed classmates disemboweled, and only became Qin Feng's woman after he threatened to feed her to them. But thinking of her missing family, she had to take this step. With a loud yell to bolster her courage, she swung the blade with closed eyes. Qin Feng was speechless. She risked cutting him too. Seeing her strike hopelessly off target, Qin Feng quickly adjusted his position, ensuring the blade landed squarely on Su Lei's neck. After Su Lei was killed, Qin Feng broke free from her entanglement. Ruoxue, how do you feel? Qin Feng asked, curiously unsure if killing the special zombie was different from obtaining abilities through the system. I feel like my body has become much more flexible, and my strength has increased significantly. Bai Ruoxue twisted her body, moving like she had no bones, able to bend and twist at will. Amazing. This is truly a remarkable ability, Bai Jia and Feng Lin remarked, noting that Bai Ruoxue's flexibility exceeded even that of the world's greatest yoga masters. That's great. Ruoxue, you must make good use of this ability. Qin Feng nodded with satisfaction, already looking forward to Bai Ruoxue's performance that evening. However, there are still some things I don't understand. Can you spare some time to teach me? Bai Ruoxue said shyly, nearly hinting that she wanted him to come to her room that night. All right, I will definitely guide you well this evening. Qin Feng replied, feeling pleased as Bai Ruoxue was becoming increasingly sensible. However, Feng Lin felt a sense of crisis. Bai Ruoxue was already more beautiful than her, and now she had gained such a powerful ability with Bai Jia's support. If this continued, what would be left for her? Darling, my cousin and I just made some self-heating hot pot. Let's eat first, Bai Jia said as she dragged Qin Feng toward their room. Feng Lin, come along, don't just stand there. Bai Jia turned back to the still-stunned Feng Lin. You all go ahead, I'm not hungry. Feng Lin forced a smile, and then returned to her dormitory to search for something on her phone. She needed to find someone to ally with, and they had to be good-looking to deal with the Bai sisters. After eating to his heart's content, Qin Feng went to the cafeteria. There were only a few dozen zombies left inside, but as soon as he approached, he felt a sense of danger. He quickly backed away and used his X-ray vision. To his dismay, half of the remaining zombies were actually special ones, and the other half might also be special, just disguised as ordinary zombies. Qin Feng sensed something was off. Why were there so many special zombies inside? Previously, he couldn't pass through due to the sheer number of zombies, but now that only a few dozen remained, it was strange that they were still lingering there. When something is out of the ordinary, there must be a reason. The stranger it was, the more Qin Feng wanted to uncover the secrets of the cafeteria. With that thought, he stepped into the cafeteria. Roar. Instantly, all the zombies let out a roar, as if Qin Feng had committed some unforgivable act. Various flashy abilities like stones, fireballs, and ice spikes were launched at Qin Feng, causing his scalp to tingle. He immediately activated his invisibility skill. The zombies, confused by Qin Feng's sudden disappearance, began to scan their surroundings in search of him. Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Invisibility was indeed useful. As he ventured deeper, he found dozens of bags of flour and rice and a cold storage filled with various vegetables and meats. He gathered everything into his storage space, also swiping a good number of kitchenware. Eating self-heating hot pot and instant noodles every day was unbearable. This was a perfect opportunity to improve his diet. After collecting supplies and finding nothing unusual, he decided to head to the second floor of the cafeteria. With his invisibility lasting only half a minute, he planned to take a quick look. If necessary, he could come back tomorrow. When Qin Feng reached the second floor, he was astonished by the sight before him, a massive cocoon in the center surrounded by 4 zombies, 2 men and 2 women, standing like statues. Just as Qin Feng intended to use his X-ray vision to examine the contents of the cocoon, the 4 zombies charged at him with incredible speed. Not good. These are third-tier zombies. Qin Feng turned and ran. The pressure from the 4 zombies was overwhelming, leaving him no thought of confrontation. Moreover, his invisibility was ineffective against them. Roar! The first-floor zombies also noticed Qin Feng and attempted to block his escape route, but he leapt right over them. The zombies that initially aimed to obstruct him inadvertently helped him evade the third-tier zombies. Thud! Qin Feng glanced back to see the zombie that had blocked his path shattered by an unknown force, while the 4 third-tier zombies continued their relentless pursuit. Damn! This is so unfair. Qin Feng continued to flee, feeling the zombies closing in on him. Boom! He felt something hit his back. Uft! A mouthful of old blood sprayed from his lips. This was the most severe injury he had sustained since the apocalypse began. One of the male zombies looked surprised that Qin Feng survived an attack from him. Qin Feng cast a healing spell on himself and drew out his black knife. Damn it! Since he couldn't escape, he might as well fight back. If he was going to die, he might as well do so honorably. The 4 zombies regarded Qin Feng, who was overestimating himself, with disdain, and indeed, he could clearly see the contempt on their faces. Just as they were about to strike, their expressions changed, and they all sprinted toward the cafeteria. Though Qin Feng didn't know what was happening, he recognized it as a good opportunity. He unleashed all his strength and swung his knife at the neck of the slowest female zombie. Boom! His hand went numb from the impact. After all, he was aiming for the neck, and if it was this tough, he couldn't imagine how strong the rest of her body was. Roar! The female zombie was furious, not expecting to be injured by the very Qin Feng they looked down upon. Qin Feng exerted all his strength, but the black knife got stuck halfway into her neck, refusing to penetrate further. The female zombie gripped the knife, and Qin Feng suddenly felt a chill. Despite it being a sunny day, he felt cold. From the female zombie's grip, an endless chill enveloped him, freezing his hand from the black knife upwards. Ice type ability. Qin Feng felt a sense of despair. Even with all his power, he couldn't kill a third-tier zombie. There was a stark difference between second and third tiers. It was like heaven and earth. Indeed, the claims in tomato novels about killing enemies of higher levels were all lies. Just as the female zombie was about to freeze Qin Feng into a popsicle, she felt a burning sensation in her neck, causing the ice binding the black knife to begin melting. The female zombie appeared bewildered, unsure of what was happening. Hope reignited in Qin Feng's eyes. It seemed that the burning damage from the second-tier black knife was highly effective against the female zombie, giving him a chance. He began to exert force again, but the female zombie clung tightly to the black knife, preventing him from delivering a fatal blow. He had to admit that the physical strength of third-tier zombies was terrifying, at least equivalent to that of 30 adult men. Die! Qin Feng shouted, and the female zombie braced herself for resistance. As long as she held onto the black knife, preventing it from decapitating her, she could outlast him. Suddenly, the female zombie felt something slip from her hand. The black knife was gone. A sharp pain shot through the other side of her neck. It turned out Qin Feng had only shouted to deceive the female zombie. He instantly retracted the black knife into his storage space and aimed for the other side of her neck. Boom. The female zombie finally panicked, but she found herself unable to move as she had already been decapitated. Congratulations to the host for slaying a third-tier zombie and obtaining a third-tier ice-type ability. Ice Spike condenses sharp ice spikes that can rapidly pierce targets, dealing physical damage. Its hard texture and sharp tip can easily penetrate many objects. Freeze Bind releases freezing energy from both hands, freezing anything it touches, rendering it immobile. Qin Feng gasped heavily. This operation had been somewhat risky, but fortunately the outcome was good. Not only had he acquired a third-tier ice-type ability, but he had also obtained 2 skills. However, the cost was significant. He was now completely exhausted, and the wound on his back still throbbed with pain, not fully healed, even after using his healing technique. Qin Feng desperately wanted to rest, but he dared not. If the other third-tier zombies emerged, he would be doomed. With this thought, he didn't linger and hurriedly dashed toward the dormitory building. Shortly after Qin Feng left, the 3 third-tier zombies, as if having finished their business, arrived. Enraged at finding the female zombie slain, they conducted a search, but found no trace of Qin Feng. They could only carry the female zombie's corpse back to the cafeteria. Bai Jia and Bai Ruoxue were engrossed in watching an idle drama in their dormitory. For now there was still signal and electricity, and once the power went out they wouldn't be able to watch anymore. Feng Lin lay on her bed scrolling through her phone with a smile. She had finally found a promising partner. When Qin Feng returned she would tell him. He would surely be delighted. A sudden thud echoed. All three women tensed up simultaneously. After the encounter with the flying zombie they remained on edge even during leisure. The sound clearly came from the corridor outside. Someone or a zombie had reached the 4th floor. Bai Ruoxue hurriedly called Qin Feng only to hear his phone ring outside. She and Bai Jia finally relaxed. It was Qin Feng returning. They immediately opened the door to welcome him only to find him lying face down on the ground. Honey, what happened? Honey, are you injured? The two women quickly helped Qin Feng up, examining his wounds. He had few visible injuries, but on his back was a circular wound 10 centimeters in diameter from which the scent of cooked meat could be detected. Creak. Feng Lin also opened her dormitory door holding a steel pipe for defense. Honey, how did you end up like this? She dropped the pipe and rushed toward Qin Feng, tears and snot streaming down her face. Enough, stop crying. Help me get him onto the bed. Bai Ruoxue said anxiously. Bai Jia and Feng Lin immediately assisted, and together the three women carried Qin Feng back into the dorm. What exactly did you encounter to get so badly injured? Feng Lin asked, frightened by the wound on Qin Feng's back. In their eyes he was invincible, so seeing him so severely wounded meant the opponent must have been terrifying. What do? We have no medical supplies and don't know how to treat him. We can't help at all. Bai Jia paced back and forth anxiously wanting to do something, but not knowing what. Don't panic. Doesn't he have a healing technique? Once he wakes up he'll be fine, Bai Ruoxue said, as if reassuring both Feng Lin and Bai Jia and herself. She was the calmest of the three. What if he doesn't wake up? Feng Lin said worriedly. The accident had been too sudden. She had just been thinking of introducing a new woman to Qin Feng, and now he lay on the bed uncertain whether he was alive or dead. There is no what if. Bai Ruoxue said firmly, looking at Feng Lin, then tightly clasped Qin Feng's hand. He will definitely wake up. Feng Lin pouted and said nothing. She knew it was unlucky to say such things, but if Qin Feng died they still had to find a way to survive, didn't they? At the supermarket near the dormitory building a group of people looked at the empty shelves, all feeling disheartened. Impossible. There was so much stuff in the supermarket. How could it be cleared out so quickly? Wang Tengfei said incredulously. He had boasted about treating his colleagues to a feast, and now he was thoroughly embarrassed. Teacher Wang, it seems someone has beaten us to it. Where should we go now? A balding man with glasses asked. Having risked being eaten by zombies for nothing, he was in a terrible mood. You said would have a feast, but now look at you. A plump female teacher in loose clothing said. She had opposed the idea from the start, and now naturally blamed Wang Tengfei. Yanni, teacher Wang meant well for us. We couldn't have predicted this, so we can't blame him, said a strikingly beautiful female teacher in a black professional skirt and fitted top, a sharp contrast to the previous speaker. Her words warmed Wang Tengfei's heart. If Qin Feng were here, he would surely be pleased, for Yan Lily's looks were well above average. Lily, don't worry. He'll make sure you all eat well. No one will go hungry, Wang Tengfei immediately said. Yan Lily was his secret crush. He had led the group to find food to win her favor. Even if the whole world opposed him, as long as Yan Lily supported him, that was enough. Ah, I've got it. The nearest dormitory building. They must have taken the supermarket goods there, Wang Tengfei said, his intellect still sharp. He immediately thought of the male dormitory. Right. Let's go now. The balding man with glasses brightened, finding Wang Tengfei's reasoning sound. The group set off again toward the male dormitory. By 5:30 in the afternoon, Qin Feng still hadn't woken up. The three women prepared the last self-heating hot pot and bread for themselves. Qin Feng usually only kept 1 day's worth of food. Once this was gone, if he didn't wake up, they would go hungry tomorrow. Give him some water. It's been half a day, and I think he must be thirsty, Bai Ruoxue said, opening a bottle of mineral water and slowly dripping it into Qin Feng's mouth. You're too slow. Watch me, Feng Lin said, pushing Bai Ruoxue aside and taking a mouthful of water to feed Qin Feng mouth to mouth. Tisk tsk. Sister Feng is really clever, Bai Jia remarked, whether in genuine praise or sarcasm. He moved. Feng Lin suddenly exclaimed excitedly. What? Is he awake? Bai Ruoxue and Bai Jia looked at Qin Feng eagerly, but there was no response. Feng Lin, you're crying wolf. Where did he move? Bai Jia and Bai Ruoxue glared at Feng Lin, feeling she was playing tricks on them. Why would I lie to you? His tongue just moved, Feng Lin said assertively. Bai Ruoxue and Bai Jia were speechless, but a moving tongue was a good sign. He might wake up soon. Then keep feeding him. Try to wake him up, Bai Ruoxue said. This was no time for jealousy. If Qin Feng survived, all would be well. Without him, they wouldn't last more than a few days. It's right up there. I can already smell the self-heating hot pot. Ani exclaimed happily. She had been starving for days, and the aroma now made her even more unbearable. What are we waiting for? Let's hurry up. Maybe we'll catch a meal. Wang Tengfei was equally exhilarated. He finally had a chance to hold his head high. From now on he could enjoy the finest food and drink, and Yin Lily would surely see him in a new light. But when they reached the 3rd floor they were dumbfounded. The stairs leading to the 4th floor had vanished. What's going on? Isn't this destroying school property? The bespectacled balding man frowned. His name was Ma Xiang, and he was the most senior among them. Yes, destroying the stairs is wrong. We'll have to teach them a lesson. Wang Tengfei chimed in, siding with Ma Xiang. Isn't this to prevent zombies? I think it's quite clever of them. Yin Lily, however, had a different view. A school's purpose was to educate. If lives couldn't be saved, what use was protecting school property? Yes, Lily has a point. Wang Tengfei quickly agreed, not wanting to offend either side. Ma Xiang frowned, but said nothing. Times had changed. Before the zombies appeared, he was the highest authority in the school, besides the principal. Now Wang Tengfei had become a superpower, and to survive Ma Xiang had to curry favor with him. He knew Wang Tengfei liked Yin Lily, and would show her some respect. Hey, anyone there? Ma Xiang shouted loudly. Did you hear that? Someone seems to be calling out. Bai Ruoxue frowned. With Qin Feng still unconscious, she feared disturbances from people or zombies. I heard it. Should we go check? Bai Jia hesitated. In the apocalypse, helping those in danger was a virtue, but she feared encountering men like the 3 who had tried to take advantage of her. Ignore them. Without stairs they shouldn't be able to get up. Let's wait until Qin Feng wakes up. Feng Lin immediately spoke up. She didn't trust anyone else, especially since the 3 of them were all beauties. Without Qin Feng's protection, showing kindness could cost them their lives. Yes, Feng Lin is right. Let's wait for Qin Feng to make the decision. Bai Ruoxue agreed wholeheartedly with Feng Lin. Huh. No answer. Is there no one up there? Ma Xiang's voice was nearly hoarse from shouting, but no one replied. Teacher Wang, maybe you should take the lead. This height shouldn't be a problem for you. Alright, watch me. Wang Tengfei was eager to show off. He touched the wall, and it instantly corroded into a hole. He climbed up, creating holes as he went. Awesome. Teacher Wang is amazing. Incredible. Superpowers are truly formidable. The cheers from below made Wang Tengfei feel elated. He owed his newfound status to the apocalypse. Observing the 4th floor corridor, he noticed it was very clean, likely occupied. There was also a ladder perfect for getting the others up. The ladder had been brought by Xiao Feng. Qin Feng had left it there, considering the inconvenience for the 3 women going up and down. Wang Tengfei set up the ladder and helped the others climb up. Oh no, it's the ladder. Someone's coming up. Bai Ruoxue's sharp ears caught the sound of Wang Tengfei moving the ladder. What do we do? Bai Jia and Feng Lin grew tense. Only superhumans could get up there. This was bad news. Lock the door and block it with whatever we can. We'll hold out as long as possible. Bai Ruoxue had no other option. She didn't want to interact with anyone outside regardless of who they were. The 3 immediately sprang into action, hoping to hold out until Qin Feng woke up. Not bad. This place is really clean. Let's settle here. Ma Xiang noticed the spotless environment on the 4th floor. The 3rd floor had blood and strange odors, but this one was well maintained. Great, this place is indeed nice. At least we won't have to squeeze into one room. Ani was also pleased, being large. She had been sleeping on the floor with little room to turn. Let's find out if anyone's here, and if there's food. I can still smell the aroma coming from this floor. Soon they discovered that Bai Ruoxue's room was locked. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Tengfei pounded on the door. Anyone there? Open up. Bai Ruoxue and the others were startled. The more aggressive the knocking, the less likely they were to open. Teacher Wang, you're scaring them. Yin Lily clearly disapproved of his approach. You're right, Lily. You handle it. Wang Tengfei thought Yin Lily had a point. A woman's voice might be more persuasive, and if anyone tried anything with her, he could play the hero. Hello, Yin Lily, a teacher at the school. Could you please open the door? We mean no harm, Yin Lily said softly. Feng Lin and Bai Jia looked at Bai Ruoxue. With Qin Feng unconscious, Bai Ruoxue was their de facto leader. No, we can't trust you. If you mean no harm, then please leave. Bai Ruoxue's voice was firm. This is outrageous. This is all school property. What right do you have to claim it? Ma Xiang shouted, clearly disagreeing. Open the door immediately. We're all teachers here. You ate the self-heating hot pot, didn't you? You should be treating your teachers. Ani couldn't hold back anymore. The strongest smell was coming from inside. The food had to be there. We have no food. We're just lucky survivors. Go look elsewhere. Bai Ruoxue refused again. In the apocalypse, people's hearts were unpredictable. Even before it, some teachers were disgustingly hypocritical. Liar. I can smell it. Ani slammed against the door, but it wouldn't budge. Teacher Wang, break it down. Ma Xiang adjusted his glasses. The door was clearly barricaded. Only Wang Tengfei's superpower could open it. No, there might be students inside. That would hurt them. Yin Lily stood in front of the door, opposing violence. Teacher Yin, you see, we've tried reasoning with them. Even if they're students, they're selfish ones. Such students need discipline. Ma Xiang said, sternly, growing impatient with Yin Lily. He signaled Ani. Lily, just watch from the side. We'll be the bad guys. Ani quickly pulled Yin Lily away, clearing the way. Teacher Wang, go ahead. Ma Xiang urged. Fine. Wang Tengfei touched the door. In moments, the door and the barricade behind it corroded away. His power was to corrode anything. Nothing could withstand it. By Ruoxue by Jia and Feng Lin stared in terror at Wang Tengfei and his group, never imagining he possessed such a fearsome ability. Ma Xiang's eyes lit up as he saw Bai Ruoxue and the other two. They were truly beautiful and exactly his type. Which class are you three from? Not even greeting the teacher. Blocking the door like this, how uncouth. Ma Xiang struck a condescending pose. Where have you hidden the food? Hurry up and bring it out to honor the teacher. As soon as Yanni entered, she began searching incessantly, but to her disappointment, there was no food in the dormitory, only a few boxes of consumed self-heating hot pot and some mineral water. Don't do this, you might scare the students. Yin Lily came up to advise, sensing that Ma Xiang and Yanni were being a bit excessive. Were we? Just look at the trash on the table. They clearly have food and just don't want to share. Yanni picked up a box of self-heating hot pot, noting that it still had some warmth, clearly eaten not long ago. Teachers, this place is so small you can see for yourselves that we have no food left. Bai Ruoxue frowned, feeling irritated by Yanni's insinuation, as if they owed her something. Who knows if you've hidden it? Yanni snorted coldly and continued her search, even checking the bathroom. She returned with a pale face, as it was indeed, as Bai Ruoxue had said, there was no food left. Why are you blocking the door when there's no food? Are you just idle? Yanni was very angry, how it felt like a wasted trip. Then she noticed Qin Feng lying on the bed. Tisk, you three girls are sharing a room with a boy, truly tarnishing the school's reputation and bringing disgrace to women, how shameless. Hey, watch your mouth, don't think you're so special just because you're a teacher. Feng Lin couldn't take it any longer. Yes, the three girls had indeed become Qin Feng's women, but what did it have to do with Yanni? Why was she blaming them? Do you dare to speak to me like that? Yanni immediately lost her temper, rolling up her sleeves and wanting to teach Feng Lin a lesson. Bai Ruoxue kept a close eye on Wang Tengfei, as he was the only one among the teachers with abilities. If things turned physical, he had to be dealt with first. Yanni, don't be impulsive. This male student is obviously injured. Look at his pale face. Yin Lily timely pulled Yanni back, preventing the situation from escalating further. Alright, this is not the time for infighting. We should unite to get through this crisis. It's getting late. Let's rest here for the night. I don't think the students will mind, right? Ma Xiang smiled pleasantly, giving off an air of harmlessness. I agree with Teacher Ma's words. It's dark at night, so let's stay here for the night and plan for tomorrow. Wang Tengfei chimed in, as he was the only one with abilities among them. Going out at night was too dangerous. Bai Ruoxue and the others had nothing to say. Even if they wanted to object, it would surely be in vain. Consider yourselves lucky. Yanni quickly grabbed some mineral water. With no food, she could only drink water to stave off hunger. The others immediately rushed forward to share the mineral water, leaving only Yin Lily unmoved. Bai Jia wanted to stop, but was tightly held back by Bai Ruoxue. This was already the best outcome, at least no one had been harmed. Don't blame them. They are just as hungry as we are, Yin Lily explained to Bai Ruoxue and the others. She was also hungry, but would not take anything without their consent. Bai Ruoxue was somewhat surprised. It seemed there were still good people among these teachers, and they were not bad-looking. Once Qin Feng woke up, it would be nice to take her in as a sister. Lily, I grabbed a lot of water. Do you want me to share a few bottles with you? Wang Tengfei immediately started to curry favor after grabbing the water. No need, let's go, we shouldn't disturb them any longer. As the group left to find another clean dormitory to rest, Bai Ruoxue finally sighed with relief. Her ability was merely physical flexibility, likely not a match for Wang Tengfei's corrosive powers, so it was good that they hadn't taken any excessive actions. Damn. They claim to be teachers, but are nothing but thieves stealing our water. Feng Lin was so furious that she swore, once Qin Feng woke up she would teach them a lesson. Yes, they also vandalized the door, and then just left like that. Bai Jia was also very angry. How could such people be qualified to be teachers? The two complained for a while, then looked forlornly at Qin Feng. If Qin Feng had been awake, he would never have let them suffer such grievances. Late at night, the door of a dormitory opened, and a figure stealthily entered Bai Ruoxue's room. Bai Jia and Feng Lin were already in bed, while Bai Ruoxue sat by Qin Feng's side, keeping him company. Because the door had been damaged, Bai Ruoxue didn't trust these teachers, so she suggested taking turns to keep watch. Now it was her turn. Bai Ruoxue sensed someone approaching and immediately shouted. Feng Lin and Bai Jia woke up instantly, having slept lightly and not daring to sleep too deeply. Don't be afraid, Ma Xiang, you can call me Teacher Ma. Ma Xiang stood at the door, not expecting that someone was still awake, and his gaze indiscriminately assessed Bai Ruoxue and the others. Teacher Ma, why are you here in the middle of the night? Bai Ruoxue frowned. Whatever the reason, it certainly wasn't a good one. The long night drags on with no sleep in sight. I wonder if any of you would like to chat with me. Ma Xiang said cheerfully. Before the apocalypse, he had charmed many college girls with his status. These past few days of the apocalypse had left him feeling pent up, and now encountering three beautiful college girls like Bai Ruoxue, he simply couldn't hold back. However, his words earned him disdainful looks from the three girls, who would want to chat with a balding uncle in the middle of the night. Was he lacking paternal love? If anyone is willing, we can take her with us when we leave. As you see, we have a powerful ability user. It's better than waiting to die here. Ma Xiang, seeing that the three girls were unmoved, immediately made promises. In his view, the three girls could only wait to die here. He painted a grand picture thinking by Ruoxue and the others would be willing to pay the price, perhaps even satisfy him together. However, to his disappointment, the three girls remained unmoved. Then you can just wait to die? Just as he was about to turn to leave, a voice sounded. I'm willing. Ma Xiang was overjoyed. Finally someone was willing, but suddenly felt something was off as it was a man's voice. Qin Feng sat up straight, looking at Ma Xiang with a playful expression. You really have the audacity to covet my woman. You have sealed your own fate. Honey, you're awake. Whoa, I thought I was going to become a widow. Great. Honey is awake. Finally, I don't have to suffer anymore. The three girls rushed towards Qin Feng, nearly overwhelming him. All right, there are outsiders here. The three girls obediently stood up, ready to see how Qin Feng would deal with Ma Xiang. Which class are you in? How come three girls call you honey? Look at you, you don't look like a student at all. Ma Xiang felt both jealous and envious. He had also seduced many college girls, but he had never played with such beautiful ones, let alone three at once. Then what do you think a student should look like? Qin Feng replied, while taking out some bread from his storage space, as he was starving after being unconscious for so long. Oh wow, so you really do have food. Ma Xiang's eyes widened at the sight of the bread in Qin Feng's hand. Classmate, do you have any food left? Don't be so selfish, share it with your teacher and classmates. Ma Xiang swallowed hard. A water alone couldn't stave off his hunger. If he hadn't secretly stashed some beef jerky, he'd probably have collapsed from starvation by now. I do have plenty of food, but why should I give it to you? As Qin Feng spoke, another bread appeared in his hand. I'm the best professor at this school. If you let me eat my fill, I can help you with graduate studies, or even a doctorate later on. Ma Xiang immediately reached for the bread in Qin Feng's hand, but Qin Feng simply took a bite himself, leaving Ma Xiang to awkwardly withdraw his hand. Sounds tempting, but what's the use? Can a graduate student survive a zombie? Can a PhD? Or perhaps you professor can fend off zombies? Qin Feng scoffed. What good were graduate or doctoral degrees now? Faced with zombies, they were utterly helpless. That's where you're wrong. The zombies will eventually be wiped out, and then having a high degree will make you top tier, whether in politics or business. Ma Xiang declared proudly. If not for these damn zombies, his professorship would have ensured a life of luxury, though family help had played a part. See how much effort I've put into explaining this. Don't you think you should give your teacher some food? Ma Xiang begged. Fine, Qin Feng said. With a wave of his hand, instant noodles, self-heating hot pot bread, and various snacks appeared before Ma Xiang. Thighs. This is your ability. It's incredible. Ma Xiang's eyes widened. This was the kind of ability one should have in the apocalypse. Comparing Qin Feng to Wang Tingfei, there was no contest. What good was mere corrosion? This is nothing compared to you, Professor. I heard you say you couldn't sleep at night. Which one catches your eye? Qin Feng pointed at by Ruoxue, and the other two feigning flattery. I think all three are lovely. If you don't mind, I'll take her. Ma Xiang pointed right at by Ruoxue with a gleeful smile. With a swift sound, Ma Xiang's right hand fell to the ground before he even registered it. You actually dared to choose. Qin Feng grinned, holding a black blade. My hand. Ma Xiang finally reacted, staring at his missing right hand and the searing pain. By Ruoxue and the others felt a surge of satisfaction. Qin Feng certainly knew how to mess with people. Help! Murder! Wang Tingfei, come save me. Ma Xiang's earlier composure vanished as he screamed for help. Honey, they have an ability user with corrosion. He melted the dormitory door. Be careful, Bai Ruoxue warned. It's fine, just watch from the side, Qin Feng said with a smile. He already possessed a third-tier ability far stronger than before. Even against a third-tier ability user, he was confident he could prevail. What's going on? Can't people sleep at this hour? That's Teacher Ma's voice. Let's check it out. A group of people gradually gathered. Spotting the pile of food, they could barely restrain themselves, but seeing Ma Xiang's severed hand, none dared to be the first to act. Teacher Ma, what happened? Who did this? Wang Tingfei finally arrived, furious at Ma Xiang's injury. He did. I caught them hiding food and tried to reason with them, but he just chopped off my hand. Ma Xiang pointed at Qin Feng, omitting his own deeds and pinning everything on him. Nice try twisting the truth. And you still dare to point at me. That hand's gone too. With a flash of the blade, Ma Xiang's left hand was severed as well. Aunt! Ma Xiang screamed in agony. You brat! How dare you commit violence in my presence? Wang Tingfei's face darkened. This was a public slap to his dignity. You? Who do you think you are? Qin Feng sneered, feeling nothing but contempt for these teachers. They would all die tonight. What's happening? Why all the noise? Why is everyone here? Yan Lily approached and was startled by Ma Xiang's gruesome state. Name Yan Lily. Age 26. Height 168 centimeters. Weight 48 kilograms. Attribute highly educated beauty teacher. Score 85. Well, a beautiful teacher. Qin Feng grew interested. By Ruoxue and the others were students, he hadn't tried a teacher yet. He retracted his earlier statement. Tonight all teachers except Yan Lily would die. Looking at Yan Lily, she wore a black professional suit with a pencil skirt and black stockings paired with an innocent face, both pure and alluring. Qin Feng was genuinely taken. Beautiful teacher, don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. Are you hungry? Come over and have something to eat. Qin Feng beckoned with a friendly demeanor, a far cry from the ferocity of his earlier blade. Bai Ruoxue and the other two girls rolled their eyes knowing Qin Feng had set his sights on Yin Lily. Their team was about to gain another member. Wang Tingfei's eyes blazed with murderous intent. In his mind, Yin Lily was his woman, and Qin Feng's flirtation was an unbearable affront. Food. Move. Everyone move aside. The fat-faced Yanni squeezed in her eyes, lighting up at the food, completely ignoring Ma Xiang's severed hands. I want food. I want food. She rushed over, accidentally stepping on Ma Xiang's hand, and tore open bags of snacks, pouring them into her mouth. My hand. Are you blind? Ma Xiang wept bitterly. If he could find a doctor quickly, his hands might still be reattached, but Yanni's 100-plus-pound stomp had dashed all hope. Fatty, I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to Yin Lily. Qin Feng frowned. Hadn't he just cut off Ma Xiang's hands? Why was someone still being so bold? Fatty. Who are you calling fatty? You're the fatty. Your whole family are fatties. A student daring to call a teacher that. What terrible upbringing. Yanni, as if struck in a sore spot, cursed while stuffing her face. Why, Yanni? Yin Lily whispered. What? Did I say something wrong? As a teacher, I can't even scold him a little. He's ill-mannered. Even an orphan has better manners. Yanni fumed. But he's holding a knife. Teacher Ma's hands are already cut off, and you just stepped on one. Yin Lily said, trembling with fear, hoping Yanni hadn't angered Qin Feng further. Yanni finally noticed the blade in Qin Feng's hand, Ma Xiang lying on the ground, and the two bloody stumps. What if I said I was just joking? Would you believe me? Yanni forced a smile uglier than tears. No problem. I really am an orphan. Be more careful in your next life. Qin Feng said flatly, his expression unreadable. Yanni breathed a sigh of relief. He seemed reasonable enough. Who knew orphans could be so self-aware? But his next words made her face drain of color. Teacher Wang, save me. Stop. Wang Tingfei shouted. Having failed to protect Ma Xiang earlier, he was now determined to protect Yanni. With a squelch, the black blade pierced Yanni's body. She did not die instantly. Her eyes were filled with shock and unwillingness, unable to believe that she was dying like this. Qin Feng shook his hand, and the scorching damage of the black blade surged forth. Yanni was reduced to ashes without even a sound. Not bad, not bad, Qin Feng remarked with satisfaction as he looked at the black blade. This second-level scorching damage was truly convenient. A perfect skill for destroying evidence. You really don't take me seriously. Wang Tengfei said sternly, though he dared not make a move. The first time he failed to stop it could be considered an accident, but failing a second time was no coincidence. Who do you think you are? Qin Feng glanced at Wang Tengfei, then sent Ma Xiang off with another slash of his blade. Killing in broad daylight. Is there no law? This is too much. Teacher Wang, teach him a lesson. A life for a life. Teacher Wang must avenge Teacher Ya and Teacher Ma. The remaining teachers were filled with righteous indignation, demanding that Wang Tengfei avenge Yanni and Ma Xiang. Wang Tengfei cursed inwardly. What vengeance? Why don't you do it yourselves? Can't you see how powerful he is? Do you want me dead that quickly? Teacher Yin, are you frightened? I'm actually quite gentle. Have something to eat to calm your nerves. Qin Feng ignored the others and continued to invite Yin Lily with a kind demeanor. Everyone was speechless. Bro, you just killed 2 people in the blink of an eye. What does gentle have to do with you? Yin Lily was terrified, hiding behind the others, not daring to show herself. Wang Tingfei could no longer contain himself. Qin Feng was openly flirting with Yin Lily again. Even Naruto couldn't endure this much. Yin Lily is my woman. I won't let you hurt her. Wang Tingfei's heart pounded. This was what he had been holding in for so long, finally spoken aloud. Is that so? Qin Feng was taken aback, then used his X-ray vision to observe Yin Lily. Not bad figure, and still a virgin. He knew it. How could a top-tier beauty like Yin Lily belong to a fool like Wang Tengfei? Only he could be Yin Lily's man. Teacher Yin, stop hiding. He says you're his woman. Do you admit it? Qin Feng wore a playful smile. He could kill everyone here with a single slash, but that would be too boring. He wanted not just to kill, but to break their spirits. Well, Teacher Wang, you're a good person, but I don't like you. Matters of the heart can't be forced. Yin Lily apologized and gave Wang Tengfei the good person card. See, she doesn't like you. It's all been one-sided from the start. Qin Feng, enjoying the drama, fanned the flames. Why? Lily, I truly love you. Why do you treat me like this? Wang Tengfei roared. If I can't have your love, even gaining the whole world won't bring me joy. What meaning is there in living without your love? They'll take you all down with me. Wang Tengfei corroded the ground with his hands, trying to collapse the dormitory building and bury everyone in the rubble. Everyone was horrified. They hadn't expected Wang Tengfei's lovesick obsession to be so severe that being rejected drove him to mutual destruction. With a squelch, Qin Feng dispatched Wang Tengfei with a single slash. Head had enough screen time. Now he could wrap up. Who's next? Qin Feng held the black blade and looked at the remaining teachers. Please, boss, don't kill us. We'll be your servants. Yes, we haven't offended you. It was all Wang Tengfei and Ma Xiang's idea. We wouldn't have come otherwise. The remaining teachers were quick to change sides, seeing how easily Qin Feng had dealt with Wang Tengfei, and immediately sought to ally with him. Get lost, get lost. Killing you would dirty my blade. Yin Lily, stay. Qin Feng waved his hand. Bai Ruoxue and the others were already nodding off from sleepiness. Killing them would just make a mess. Let them go feed the zombies. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. The remaining teachers fled in a flash, afraid Qin Feng would change his mind. Yin Lily stood there helpless like a poor little rabbit. Since Qin Feng had ordered her to stay, she dared not move, fearing that displeasing him would cost her life. Teacher Yin, why so tense? Afraid he'll eat you. Eat whatever you like. Qin Feng pulled Yin Lily over to the snacks. Student. No, boss, what exactly do you want? Yin Lily stammered. Of course I want you to be my woman and bear my children. These three are your seniors. Qin Feng pointed at Bai Ruoxue and the others, introducing them to Yin Lily. Yin Lily was stunned. She had many suitors, but none as straightforward as Qin Feng. You're a good person, but I don't like you. We're not right for each other. Yin Lily lied against her conscience. She didn't think Qin Feng was a good person, hardly even human, but she had to say this to avoid provoking him. Qin Feng's face darkened instantly. He had just mocked Wang Tengfei for getting the good person card, and now it was his turn. Ha ha, I can't stop laughing. Bai Ruoxue couldn't hold back her laughter. Her laughter broke Feng Lin and Bai Jia's composure as well, and they joined in. Qin Feng shot them a glare, then said to Yin Lily, "I'll give you 3 days to think it over. For these 3 days I'll provide you with food and drink, but you'll serve me and them as a maid. If you haven't changed your mind after 3 days, I'll let you go." Deal. Yin Lily agreed immediately. This was good news for her. What's so hard about serving others? Plus, free room and board was much better than being chased by zombies outside and going hungry. Ruoxue, you laughed the loudest. Come out with me. Qin Feng, carried by Ruoxue out of the dorm, found a clean room and began to discipline her. After Qin Feng left, Yin Lily could no longer resist her cravings and started eating. Bai Jia and Feng Lin, seeing how deliciously Yin Lily ate, joined the feast. Half an hour later, the three full and content chatted. So you were all forced to be Qin Feng's women. Why don't you run? Yin Lily exclaimed. Running wasn't impossible. When she arrived, Qin Feng was unconscious in bed, and it would have been easy to escape or even kill him. I don't know. Somehow I've started to like him. Yeah, I've grown dependent on him too. Honestly, when I saw how badly he was injured, I did think about leaving, but as long as he had a breath, I felt he could come back. Feng Lin and Bai Jia exchanged smiles, but neither mentioned that leaving Qin Feng meant having nowhere to go. They'd just be delivering themselves to the zombies. Yin Lily pondered. From what Feng Lin and Bai Jia said, Qin Feng had some charm and treated his women well, at least ensuring they had food and drink. Alright, I'm feeling a bit sleepy. Let's continue our chat during the day. Feng Lin yawned and prepared to go to bed. Bai Jia also felt a bit drowsy, but after just finishing a snack, the smell in the room was rather strong. Teacher Yin, could you clean up the trash in the room before going to sleep? Why should I clean up by myself? Yin Lily was somewhat unwilling if she could handle the trash, but she definitely didn't want to touch the 2 bloody hands and the blood on the floor. Isn't that what maids do? Bai Jia said as she lay on the bed. If you don't want to, you can just run away. Bai Jia and I will pretend we know nothing about it, Feng Lin reminded with ill intentions. She didn't want Yin Lily to join, as she had already picked out a decent partner. Yes. If Teacher Yin wants to run, we won't stop you. Bai Jia shared the same thought. Yin Lily's beauty could rival Bai Ruoxue, and she didn't want her cousin to have another formidable opponent. Yin Lily thought about the zombies outside and the days without food, and could only grit her teeth and say, "Okay, I'll clean up." Half an hour later, Yin Lily dragged her exhausted body back to her dorm, and found Bai Ruoxue and Qin Feng inside her room. I'm sorry. Her face turned red, and she immediately retreated, not expecting that Qin Feng and Bai Ruoxue had occupied her room. She had no choice but to look for another one. 5th day of the apocalypse. Get up, little lazy pig. Qin Feng shook Bai Ruoxue awake, not knowing what was wrong with the girl who insisted on sleeping on him. No, let me sleep a little longer. Bai Ruoxue whined with her eyes closed, unsure if she was speaking in her sleep. With no other choice, Qin Feng could only slowly place Bai Ruoxue on the bed. He was quite doting towards obedient women. He had slept well the previous day, so he woke up particularly early today. It's time to take revenge on those zombies. Qin Feng clenched his fists, recalling how he had been severely beaten by those few 3rd-tier zombies yesterday. Today he had to regain his dignity and see if there were any useful abilities for Feng Lin and Bai Jia. He stepped out of the room, and Bai Jia and Feng Lin were still asleep. Because the door was broken, he could see inside, but where was Yin Lily? She wouldn't have run away, would she? Qin Feng used his X-ray vision to find a locked door, indicating that Yin Lily still had some sense of caution, but it wouldn't matter. If he could handle Wang Tengfei, this door was no obstacle for him. With a gentle push, he easily removed the locked door. Yin Lily, get up. Qin Feng shouted, but Yin Lily did not respond. She was sleeping quite soundly. Qin Feng stepped forward and pinched Yin Lily's nose. Before long, Yin Lily, feeling suffocated, opened her eyes. What? What are you doing? Yin Lily pried Qin Feng's hand away, looking at him with a face full of fear. I'm not doing anything, you just put on your clothes. I have something to tell you. Qin Feng said, though his gaze couldn't help but scan Yin Lily's graceful figure. Up. Get out. Yin Lily's face turned red as she suddenly remembered she was naked and didn't know where to cover. Why are you shy? You're nearly 30, soon you'll be an old virgin. Qin Feng shrugged and walked out thinking that he could always use his X-ray vision to look whenever he wanted. Yin Lily's chest heaved continuously, not only from anger at Qin Feng, but also because she had a puzzling thought: how did Qin Feng know she was still a virgin? Had he already done something to her? 10 minutes later, Yin Lily dressed and walked out. Can you cook? Qin Feng asked. I can only make some home-style dishes. Yin Lily hesitated before answering, unsure why Qin Feng was asking this. As long as you can cook, that's enough. I'm going out for a bit, you take care of my women. Here are some ingredients, feel free to use them as you wish. Qin Feng waved his hand, and a small section of the cafeteria appeared before Yin Lily along with various kitchen utensils. This is also your ability. How many abilities do you have? Yin Lily was somewhat surprised. No wonder all the items in the supermarket had disappeared. Qin Feng must have used this ability to take them. Qin Feng glanced at her and said, that's not something a maid should be asking. Yin Lily could only remain silent. After all, one must bow their head when under someone's roof. After eating instant noodles and self-heating hot pots for so many days, it would be nice to have some home-cooked meals. Most importantly, he needed to take care of his women's health so that they could give birth to chubby and healthy children. After giving his instructions, Qin Feng left and noticed that the several teachers from yesterday were downstairs on the 3rd floor, but they had been surrounded by zombies and couldn't get out. Qin Feng didn't interfere. Without the protection of an ability user like Wang Tengfei, these teachers would either be killed by the zombies or starve to death in the dormitory. Your grandpa Qin is back again. Qin Feng shouted at the entrance of the cafeteria while using his X-ray vision to observe the situation inside. The 1st floor of the cafeteria was free of zombies, but on the 2nd floor there was that cocoon and 3 third-year zombies along with a floor covered in dried corpses. Qin Feng's pupils contracted as he noticed that the cocoon had grown larger than yesterday, and surprisingly his X-ray vision couldn't see through it. The 3 third-year zombies seemed to have sensed Qin Feng and charged out quickly. I spike. Qin Feng raised his hand and unleashed his 3rd-tier ability, then turned and ran. The 3 zombies were furious that Qin Feng dared to use their companion's ability against them and were eager to devour him. However, now Qin Feng also possessed a 3rd-tier ability and was equally fast, so they couldn't catch up. Once Qin Feng had distanced himself, they could only return helplessly. Damn zombies, your grandpa Qin is back again. Just as they had gone upstairs, Qin Feng began his taunts once more. The zombies chased after him again. Qin Feng threw an ice spike and ran away, repeating everything that had just happened. After the zombies had chased a distance and then returned to the cafeteria, Qin Feng confirmed that these 3 zombies would not stray too far to guard the cocoon, which gave him an opportunity. As long as he wore them down slowly, these 3 third-tier zombies would eventually be exhausted. Your grandpa Qin is back again. Your grandpa Qin is back again. Roar. Finally, after Qin Feng had repeated this countless times, the 3 zombies let out a unique roar together. Roar. Roar, roar. The zombies throughout the school seemed to have gone into a frenzy. My God. They can even call for help. Ugh, they can call zombies. Qin Feng turned and ran. There were at least 5,000 zombies in the school. Even if 10 zombies could just scratch him once, he would still be done for. The scattered zombies in the school suddenly gathered together and headed towards the cafeteria. Roar. One zombie spat out a fireball attacking Qin Feng. Qin Feng hurriedly dodged, then sliced the zombie's limbs off and carried it back to the dormitory. Fire abilities are also great. Who knows when the electricity might go out, and at that time electrical appliances would be useless. Good abilities are the way to go. Teacher Yin, the weather is lovely today. Please air out my quilt. Teacher Yin, could you mop the floor? Teacher Yin, my white stockings were torn by my husband. May I borrow your black ones? He's especially fond of silk stockings. Teacher Yin, is lunch ready yet? I'm starving. Yin Lily had been ordered about all morning by 3 women, and suddenly zombies didn't seem so terrifying anymore. Worst of all was by Ruoxue, who actually asked for her black stockings. When Yin Lily replied she'd already worn them, by Ruoxue retorted, just wash them first. By Jia Fenglin, tell me who wants this ability. Qin Feng dragged a zombie back to the 4th floor, several others followed him there, but couldn't climb up. At once the women rushed out. Even by Ruoxue, who already possessed an ability brimming with curiosity. Honey, I want it. I'll take any ability. Fenglin's voice arrived before she did. Give it to me, honey. My cousin already has one, and I want mine too. Bai Jia darted out first, seizing Qin Feng's hand and cooing playfully. Honey, give it to Bai Jia. Last night, I served you so devotedly. She's my cousin, oh, we mustn't slight her. Bai Ruoxue took Qin Feng's other hand, joining Bai Jia in her coaxing. Fenglin frowned. Indeed, at this rate, nothing good would ever fall to her. Only Yin Lily stared down at the zombie, staining the floor she'd just mopped, ruined again. Let it all end. I'm exhausted. Don't rush. Let me explain first. This is a fire-based ability. Others will follow. Perhaps the next will be even stronger. Qin Feng continued, his brow furrowed. He was torn. They were all his women, each hand was equally dear. Choosing one inevitably slighted another. I want it. No, I want it. The two women persisted in their quarrel. Honey, I have a best friend, also a campus beauty queen. I've already persuaded her to become yours. Feng Lin unleashed her ultimate move. She'd meant to hold it back, but with tensions boiling over now was as good a time as any. Bai Jia and Bai Ruoxue stood stunned, never imagining Feng Lin would go this far. Yan Lily's worldview shattered. A man with 3 wives was shocking enough, but wives acting as matchmakers for him. Unthinkable. Is that true? Ahem. Then let me speak fairly. Feng Lin's dedication has been plain for all to see. Let her receive this ability first. Qin Feng hesitated no longer. The more he looked at Feng Lin, the more he admired her, and handed her the black blade without delay. Feng Lin seized the blade, trembling with exhilaration, and with a single stroke ended the zombie. I have an ability now. She spread her right palm, a blazing fireball hovered above it. Bai Jia felt a pang of resentment. This should have been hers. Bai Ruoxue too felt a twinge of envy. Her ability only pleased Qin Feng. It lacked the fireball's raw utility. Yan Lily watched the fireball, her eyes flickering with yearning. If only she possessed such power, she wouldn't need to kneel as a servant. Ahem. Feng Lin, where exactly is this friend of yours? Qin Feng could hardly contain his eagerness. Adding another campus beauty queen to his circle would make 3, and honestly, it felt like completing a rare collection. She's trapped in the basement of Tian Tian supermarket, surrounded by zombies. You'll need to rescue her. Feng Lin extinguished the fireball, saving her best friend and gaining an ability. A perfect win-win. Tian Tian supermarket. Qin Feng pondered. The place was larger, better stocked. A visit made sense. He'd replenish supplies and acquire another woman. A dual triumph. Still, with zombies rampaging across the city, he'd wait until the chaos subsided. What's burning? A pungent, acrid odor reached Qin Feng's nose. Oh no, my braised pork. Yan Lily dashed into a room she'd converted into a kitchen. She's quite capable. Qin Feng murmured in admiration. Every dormitory was immaculately arranged. Yan Lily truly excelled as a servant. Honey, we're capable too. Feng Lin declared, instantly shifting gears. Her innuendo, unmistakable. Qin Feng shot her a wry glance. Her metaphors were practically grinding against his cheek. Such a mischievous girl. Dinner's ready. Let's eat. Yan Lily emerged, balancing dish after dish. Yes. Finally, real food. Bai Jia cheered, tired of endless instant hot pots and ramen. The others washed their hands, preparing to dine, while Yan Lily worked alone, serving rice and ferrying dishes. When Bai Ruoxue and the others moved to help, Qin Feng stopped them, since Yan Lily insisted on being a servant, not a woman. He let her serve thoroughly. Here's the final dish, braised pork, but it's slightly charred. Please forgive the imperfection. Yan Lily set down the last plate with a bright, forced smile, only to find the other dishes nearly devoured. Teacher Yan, your cooking is exquisite. Truly, your skill surpasses even our family chefs. Delicious. I'd love to eat your meals every day. Bai Ruoxue, born to wealth, praised it unreservedly, proof enough of Yan Lily's exceptional talent. I'm glad you enjoy it. Yan Lily smiled tightly. In her mind, everyone should gather before eating. Yet here she was laboring from start to finish, while they dined without waiting, nearly finishing all the food. Fine. Who am I but a servant? She consoled herself bitterly. Just as she moved to sit, Qin Feng spoke. What do you think you're doing? Is that seat meant for you? Yan Lily froze, unable to lower herself. You're a servant. You serve me and my women. Only when we've finished may you eat. Qin Feng pressed further, determined to test how long her pride would last. Yes, sir. She answered quietly, stepping aside to wait. Even the slightly burnt braised pork earned unanimous praise, evidence once more of her extraordinary culinary mastery. Yet Yan Lily hadn't tasted a single bite. While the others relaxed after dinner, she remained, washing pots, pans, and dishes alone. Tears fell silently as she scrubbed. Never in her life had she been treated so cruelly. Are you crying? Qin Feng's voice cut through the silence. Who's crying? Only fools shed tears. She wiped her eyes, fiercely refusing to let more fall. If you change your mind now, I'll accept you instantly. He smirked. This woman was stubborn, headstrong. No wonder she turned 26 with no boyfriend. Never. I'll never submit to you. She scrubbed harder, as if scouring Qin Feng himself from the porcelain. Very well. Keep going then. Qin Feng sighed, turning away. Outside, zombies still raged, leaving no choice but to stay indoors. Bai Jia, come with me. Let's discuss life's highest ideals. Even confined indoors, he refused idleness. Humanity's survival depended on him, and propagation couldn't wait. Here. Bai Jia scurried over, her earlier disappointment over not gaining an ability completely swept away. Qin Feng grinned slyly. He had gone to great lengths to balance his harem. Yan Lili was browsing phone news, Feng Lin and Bai Ruoxue were napping, and Qin Feng was exercising with Bai Jia. She finally had a moment to rest. The more she read, the more horrified she became. In just 5 days since the zombies appeared, countless people had either turned into zombies or been devoured by them. It was now certain that zombies could evolve by devouring, and some could already withstand thermal weapons. Hoping for the Dragon Kingdom's military to rescue them seemed unrealistic. What are you looking at? Qin Feng's voice suddenly rang out startling, Yan Lili. He had appeared behind her without her noticing. Nothing. Yan Lili put away her phone. I'm going out to pick up my fourth woman. If you change your mind, now you'll be number 4. If you regret it in a few days, I don't know what rank you'll end up as. Qin Feng kindly reminded her, giving Yan Lili a chance to alter her ranking. No need, I won't be your woman. Yan Lili refused again. Her standards for a partner were very high and she looked down on Qin Feng. Fine, then keep being a maid. With that, Qin Feng left. He had given Yan Lili ample opportunities and from now on he wouldn't bring it up. Stepping out of the dormitory building, the zombies had vanished, perhaps all heading to the cafeteria. Curious, Qin Feng went to check. He found that the cafeteria indeed had more zombies, with the third-tier zombies increasing from 3 to 6. 3 were guarding a cocoon, while the other 3 chased him relentlessly. Luckily, Qin Feng was fast. Looks like I'm on their blacklist. Qin Feng sighed helplessly. He had wanted to eliminate all those third-tier zombies, but that seemed impossible now. He turned and headed toward Tiantian supermarket. Since he couldn't level up by fighting monsters, he would level up by saving women. He wondered what ability he would gain this time. Qin Feng entered Tiantian supermarket, which was several times larger than the one in the dormitory building. It was a bit far from the dorms, or it would have been incredibly profitable. The zombies here had also disappeared, possibly heading to the cafeteria. Some supplies on the shelves were gone, clearly taken by someone after the zombies left. But there was still plenty, several times more than the previous supermarket. Mine, all mine. Qin Feng stuffed supplies into his storage space until it was full, then contentedly headed to the basement. The basement had a metal security door explaining why the zombies couldn't get in. Thump, thump, thump. Qin Feng knocked and shouted loudly. Anyone there? His X-ray vision only showed pitch darkness inside, a drawback of the ability. Who are you? Are the zombies gone? Are you here to save me? The woman inside was extremely excited, feeling she was finally rescued. Name Xia Xining. Age 22. Height 170 centimeters. Weight 53 kilograms. Strength year-round fitness, perfect waist-to-hip ratio. Score 86. Wow, 86 points. What a steal. Qin Feng licked his lips, already anticipating his fourth woman. Bai Ruoxue and Yan Lili both scored 85, yet Xia Xining was 1 point higher. I'm Feng Lin's man, and you're her best friend. You should know about me, right? Qin Feng said, striking a handsome pose to make a good impression. Xia Xining slowly opened the door, her gaze toward Qin Feng, tinged with complexity. Feng Lin had told her that Qin Feng could rescue her, but the price was becoming his woman. She had no choice but to agree. Xia Xining was dressed very lightly. Long golden hair, a sports tank top, and shorts that revealed her perfect figure. She had abs and muscles, but didn't compromise her beauty. Truly an 86-point beauty with delicate features and a devilish body. She was stunning. Are you a sports student? Qin Feng couldn't help asking. Xia Xining's physique was clearly the result of years of exercise. She replied coldly, as if unwilling to talk much. Seeing no zombies outside, she headed straight for the shelves, tore open a bag of snacks, and started eating. Qin Feng didn't mind. Being trapped in the basement for so long, she was too hungry to talk. He understood. Eat slowly, don't choke. He handed her a bottle of water. Xia Xining took it without ceremony and drank. She only stopped after eating her fill and letting out a burp. Did you kill all the zombies? Why aren't there any left? Xia Xining asked suspiciously. Even if Qin Feng had fought his way here, there should be zombie corpses, but they had vanished without a trace. They all went to the cafeteria. Maybe they get fed there. Qin Feng thought for a moment and replied. Most of the zombies on campus had indeed gone to the cafeteria, partly due to him, but Xia Xining wouldn't believe it if he said so. So you just walked over here without a scratch. Didn't kill a single zombie. Xia Xining's eyes widened. Yeah, what's wrong with that? Xia Xining now regretted it. If she had known the zombies would disappear, she would never have agreed to Feng Lin's terms. Qin Feng only had to knock on the door to get her. It was too good a deal. She even suspected Feng Lin and Qin Feng had conspired to trick her. They knew the zombies were gone, but didn't tell her, just to make her Qin Feng's woman. Thanks for coming to save me. If there's nothing else, I'll be going. Xia Xining tried to run, but Qin Feng grabbed her hair. Ow. What are you doing? Let go. Xia Xining winced in pain, surprised at how fast Qin Feng reacted. Trying to leave. Feng Lin told me you agreed to be my woman before I came to save you. Qin Feng's expression turned cold. He hated liars, and those who broke their promises. Save me? Are you kidding? You just knocked on the door. That's saving me. If I'd known there were no zombies, I wouldn't have needed you to knock. Xia Xining clearly intended to renege, unaware that the zombies had left because of Qin Feng. Fine. You asked for it. Qin Feng hoisted Xia Xining over his shoulder and headed back to the dormitory. Let me go. What are you doing? Xia Xining struggled desperately, but her strength was no match for Qin Feng's. Hurry. We need to bring more supplies this time. A group of people armed with various weapons, including wooden sticks and steel pipes, rushed towards the supermarket laden with bags of all sizes and happened to run into Qin Feng. Help! He wants to assault me, save me. Xia Xining immediately called for help upon seeing someone appear. Let go of that girl. How dare you rob a beauty in broad daylight? Is there no law left? A young man from the group, captivated by Xia Xining's beauty, stepped forward to play the hero. Xia Xining felt a glimmer of hope. Surely this group must be good people, and they could rescue her from Qin Feng's clutches. What? Want to play the hero? Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. Being a hero requires strength. Without it, one simply becomes a target. Enough talking. Kill the men, and keep the women for our brothers to enjoy. Right, the leader told us to gather supplies, so let's not waste any more time. The group revealed their true colors in this apocalypse, who still plays the hero. Enjoying themselves is far more appealing. Xia Xining was stunned. It turned out this group had designs on her as well. She had been hiding in the basement since the zombie outbreak, and had yet to witness the wickedness of humanity in the apocalypse. Hey, why don't you kill the women, and let me enjoy with you brothers? You're being sexist. Are you even human? Qin Feng said with a smile showing no fear. Do they really think they can kill him? This group didn't have a single ability user among them. What could they use to kill him? Even at death's door you still talk nonsense. Brothers, take him down. The group charged at him with wooden sticks and steel pipes. At that moment Xia Xining surprisingly hoped Qin Feng would win. Even if he treated her badly, at least it would only be him. But if she fell into the hands of this group, it would be a fate worse than death. Ice Spike. Qin Feng did not hold back, unleashing a third-tier ability, but he aimed for their lower bodies rather than their vital points. Oh, he's an ability user. Stop, we surrender. The group panicked and begged for mercy upon seeing his powers, but Qin Feng showed no signs of stopping. If they dared to attack, they must bear the consequences. Xia Xining watched in shock as the scene unfolded before her. Though she had learned about ability users through her phone, witnessing it firsthand was a different matter entirely. In just a few seconds, more than 10 people were easily dealt with. Even though Qin Feng intentionally avoided lethal strikes, only one person remained alive, and he was on the brink of death. Sai should have gone easier on them. Qin Feng cast a healing spell on the surviving individual, wanting to ask him a few questions such as about the leader they mentioned. Big brother, don't kill me. We're under Long Ji's command. The survivor frantically begged for mercy. Despite his legs being shattered, his will to survive was still strong. Long Gu. Which Long Gu? Qin Feng asked, as he hadn't heard of anyone calling themselves Long Gu in school. Perhaps they were a newly risen ability user. Qingbei Street is under Long Ji's protection, and the Black Dragon Society was founded by Long Gu himself. The subordinate quickly explained, fearing Qin Feng might kill him on a whim. I don't know them. No wonder I found you unfamiliar. You aren't from the school. Although Qin Feng didn't know Long Gu, he was aware of Qingbei Street, which wasn't far from the school. As for the Black Dragon Society, it was clear that Long Gu was a figure involved in some dark dealings. Big brother, the Black Dragon Society already has nearly 1,000 members. With your powerful abilities, if you join the Black Dragon Society, you will surely be valued by Long Gu. The subordinate hurriedly tempted him, understanding that his life depended on convincing Qin Feng to join the Black Dragon Society. Not interested. What kind of abilities does this Long Gu have? What tier? Qin Feng had no intention of joining any organization. He preferred living freely with his women. However, the fact that Long Gu had gathered nearly 1,000 people in such a short time showed he had considerable capabilities and was not to be underestimated. I don't know. Then how many ability users are there in the Black Dragon Society? I don't know. Where's Long Gu? I don't know. What the hell do you know? Qin Feng couldn't help but curse. He claimed to be Long Ji's subordinate, but knew nothing. Big brother, I'm just a small fry trying to make a living. How would I know these things? The subordinate quickly explained. Then prepare to die. Qin Feng carried Xia Xining away. After asking so many questions and learning nothing, his healing spell was wasted. Don't. Big brother, don't leave me. The subordinate cried desperately, but Qin Feng acted as if he hadn't heard. Throughout the journey, Xia Xining didn't dare to struggle, fearing that Qin Feng might kill her too. I'm back. Qin Feng shouted as several women rushed out to greet him. Honey, are you hurt? Wow, this sister is so beautiful. What a great figure. Honey, I didn't expect you to rescue my best friend so quickly. Qin Feng set Xia Xining down, causing the other women, except Feng Lin, to be intensely jealous. Xia Xining's figure was simply too stunning. Even the maid Yen Li observed quietly. Feng Lin, we've been friends for so many years. How could you deceive me? Xia Xining fired at Feng Lin upon seeing her. What did I deceive you about? Feng Lin was taken aback. She had generously allowed Qin Feng to rescue her, but unexpectedly Xia Xining came and scolded her. You didn't tell me that the zombies outside were gone, yet you brought this man to rescue me under the pretense of caring for me. Isn't that deceiving me? Xia Xining sneered, feeling that Feng Lin's acting was truly impressive as she pretended to know nothing. Enough. I didn't rescue you just so you could start a quarrel. Qin Feng's expression darkened. Xia Xining had successfully provoked him. Upon hearing Qin Feng speak, Xia Xining dared not say anything more and only glared at Feng Lin with hatred. Honey, can I teach her a lesson? Feng Lin said to Qin Feng, knowing he was on her side. You can, but don't go too far. Qin Feng hesitated for a moment before responding. Since Xia Xining was so ungrateful, she should experience some hardship. You want to teach me a lesson? Are you joking? Xia Xining couldn't help but laugh. She was known among her classmates as the sports goddess not only for her outstanding looks, but also for her exceptional athletic talent, having broken several school records. Feng Lin, being a broadcasting major, had never trained, claiming she could teach a seasoned athlete a lesson was ridiculous. Whether it's funny or not, you'll find out if you try. Feng Lin's expression was incredibly serious, adopting a stance ready for a fight. Alright, if I win, you'll let my husband go. If I lose, you can do whatever you want with me. Xia Xining suddenly said, seizing the opportunity to escape Qin Feng. Feng Lin looked at Qin Feng, knowing she couldn't make the decision without his approval. Good, I agree. Feng Lin, go all out. Qin Feng felt completely at ease. Feng Lin had an ability, albeit only a first-tier one, but she was not someone ordinary people could withstand. Watch out. Xia Xining struck first, believing that speed was the essence of martial arts. Simply put, the first to act gained the advantage. She aimed directly at Feng Lin's face without holding back. Feng Lin dodged unhurriedly, then landed a punch on Xia Xining's stomach. After becoming an awakened, her body had grown far stronger than before. Though Xia Xining's punches were swift, they appeared to her like slow motion. Uffed. Xia Xining took the blow squarely, her body curling up like a shrimp. She couldn't understand how Feng Lin's strength had surged so drastically, nearly knocking the breath out of her. You're so vicious. If my face were ruined, what if my husband didn't want me anymore? Feng Lin said while casting a flirtatious glance at Qin Feng. This duel was never in doubt. Only Xia Xining believed she could win. Feng Lin'll kill you. Xia Xining, enraged, lunged at Feng Lin, but Feng Lin sidestepped and struck her stomach again. I'm not as cruel as you. If I ruined your face, my husband would be angry. See, I only hit your belly. Feng Lin beamed with triumph. The feeling of power was exhilarating. Although Xia Xining was her best friend, she had always overshadowed her before. Now, thanks to Qin Feng, she could finally vent her resentment. Xia Xining collapsed in agony, unable to believe that Feng Lin had defeated her with just 2 punches. Impossible. How are you so strong? Are you an awakened too? Xia Xining suddenly realized the truth, though she had been reluctant to believe it. If Feng Lin were an awakened, why would she willingly become Qin Feng's woman? Feng Lin had always been ambitious, dreaming of marrying into wealth. Ding dong, you're right. Without my husband, I wouldn't be an awakened. A man this powerful wanted you as his woman, and you rejected him. How ungrateful. Feng Lin's words cut deep into Xia Xining's pride. Had she known Feng Lin was an awakened, she would never have agreed to a unknown fight. Truly my woman. Qin Feng lifted Feng Lin and kissed her deeply, growing fonder of her by the moment, much to the envy of the other women. Xia Xining clenched her fists. In this chaotic world, she knew weakness meant being at others' mercy, but she hadn't realized the chasm between awakened and ordinary people was so vast. Feng Lin, with her newfound ability, had defeated her without even exerting full strength. Xia Xining now craved power desperately. I'm willing to be your woman, but I want an ability. She met Qin Feng's gaze with determination, reasoning that trading her body for an ability was no loss. Besides, she noticed that Qin Feng's women seemed well off. Following him might not be a bad choice. You're bargaining with me. Do you deserve that? I saved you from the supermarket, so you're already my woman. As for the ability, it depends on your performance. Qin Feng now found Xia Xining's attitude distasteful. If not for not wanting his efforts to go to waste, he would have thrown her out. Teacher, Yin, wash her clean, and bring her to my room. Qin Feng ordered Yin Lily. He intended to claim his reward first. If Xia Xining continued to cause trouble, he would have no choice but to abandon her. Yin Lily pouted. Why did she as a maid have to do everything? Cooking laundry, making beds, and now washing someone else. What's with the pout? Want to take her place? Qin Feng glared at Yin Lily, wondering if he had been too lenient. Why was no one afraid of him anymore? No, he'll go right away. Cowed by Qin Feng's authority, Yin Lily helped Xia Xining up and headed for the bath, fearing his wrath. Husband'll go talk some sense into her. Feng Lin followed, hoping to gain an ally rather than an enemy. She had only struck Xia Xining because she was so infuriating. Husband, aren't my cousin and I enough to keep you company? Bai Jia tugged at Qin Feng's hand, coaxing him, while Bai Ruoxue obediently soothed his temper. You two are the best. Qin Feng pulled them close, one arm around each beauty, his anger gradually fading. Xia Xining meanwhile sat hollow-eyed like a lamb to the slaughter as Yin Lily scrubbed her clean. Miss Xia, care to chat? Xia Xining was completely naked, her flawless figure on full display. Even Feng Lin had to admit that Xia Xining's beauty and physique surpassed her own. If not for needing to counter the Bai sisters, she would never have introduced Xia Xining to Qin Feng. I have nothing to say to you. Xia Xining felt tears welling up, her heart restless at the thought of becoming Qin Feng's plaything. I genuinely don't know why the zombies disappeared. Given my husband's and my strength, why would we lie to you? Feng Lin spoke earnestly. Xia Xining already believed her, but she couldn't shake her resentment. If Qin Feng had risked danger to save her, she wouldn't have been so resistant. Honestly, if not for the Bai sisters, I wouldn't want to share my husband with you. The longer you stay with him, the more unfathomable he becomes. While others wait for rescue, he's already mastered several abilities and is willing to share them with us. Xia Xining was taken aback. She knew Feng Lin had no reason to deceive her. In just a few days he had acquired multiple abilities. If Feng Lin was this strong, with just one, how formidable must Qin Feng be? What you said earlier, that I could do whatever I wanted if I won. Does that still count? Feng Lin asked. What do you want me to do? Xia Xining studied her puzzled. I want to bury the hatchet and be best friends again. Bai Ruoxue and Bai Jia are sisters. I can't take them on alone. I want to form an alliance with you. Feng Lin's eyes were sincere, leaving Xia Xining no reason to doubt. Yin Lily's hands froze. Why were they discussing this in front of her? She didn't want to know. Fine, I agree. The Bai sisters are those two girls, right? But what about Teacher Yin? Xia Xining inquired, confused about the relationships. Yin Lily didn't seem to be Qin Feng's woman, holding a low status despite her striking looks. She's just as stubborn as you. She refused to be my husband's woman, so she ended up as our maid serving all of us. Xia Xining was startled. She had no desire to be a maid. By the way, Teacher Yin, since you heard everything, you'd better keep your mouth shut. A fireball materialized in Feng Lin's hand. A clear threat: comply or be burned. I heard nothing. I know nothing. Yin Lily quickly stammered. She hadn't wanted to eavesdrop. Wasn't Feng Lin the one speaking so openly? Xia Xining watched the flame in Feng Lin's hand with envy, yearning for an ability of her own. Xia Xining, led by Feng Lin, arrived at Qin Feng's room. With a heart full of trepidation, she pushed open the door. Before her eyes, Bai Ruoxue and Bai Jia were playfully tussling with Qin Feng. No, darling, you're so naughty. I can't breathe from laughing. Let's see if you dare to be mischievous again. Qin Feng tickled them, both forcing them to beg for mercy repeatedly. Seeing Xia Xining enter, he stopped. You two head out first. With Qin Feng's command, Bai Ruoxue and Bai Jia had no choice but to obediently leave. Come over, why are you standing there like a fool? He beckoned, already eager to savor Xia Xining's allure. Blushing with shyness, Xia Xining approached him. Though mentally prepared, taking that step still demanded immense courage. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the 4th consort. Reward: first stage lightning-type superpower. One of the most damaging abilities, dealing double damage to zombies. Excellent, excellent. Finally, a superpower with formidable offensive potential. Most importantly, it doubled damage against zombies. Once he advanced this lightning ability to the 3rd stage, he would stand a fighting chance even against those 3rd-stage zombies in the cafeteria. Xia Xining lay on the bed, her eyes vacant, lost in thought. Time to eat. Yin Lily's shout brought everyone together for the meal. Xia Xining was astonished by the array of dishes on the table. She wondered if this was truly the apocalypse, and how they had managed to procure such food and meat. Delicious. So tasty. Xia Xining ate with tears in her eyes. She had never found such food so appealing before, but after being confined in the basement for 5 days, even plain rice tasted heavenly. Teacher Yin, your talent is wasted as a teacher. If you had opened a restaurant before the apocalypse, it would definitely have been a hit. Bai Ruoxue chimed in with praise, having savored Yin Lily's cooking for the 2nd time. As long as you enjoy it. Yin Lily said, cheerfully standing by as everyone ate. Don't just stand there. Xia Xining is now my woman. You have another person to serve. Prepare a room for her. Qin Feng ordered. Since she preferred being a maid over becoming his woman, he would let Yin Lily fulfill that role to the fullest. Fine. Yin Lily gritted her teeth. If she could overpower Qin Feng, she would surely hang him up and give him a beating. Thank you, darling. Xia Xining said with a flushed face, having accepted her reality. Being with Qin Feng wasn't so bad. No worries about food or drink, and someone to attend to her. Meet up. You've been starving for days, so have plenty. Qin Feng nodded. Wouldn't it have been better if she had obeyed from the start? She had to resist, only to be beaten by Feng Lin. After dinner, Qin Feng took Bai Ruoxue for a stroll around the campus to aid digestion. He had intended to go alone, but the women were displeased. They had been cooped up in the dorm for days, utterly bored. Since the zombies had gathered at the cafeteria, it was a rare chance for them to stretch their legs. Qin Feng relented, but agreed to take only one person, making escape easier in case of danger. I never thought the school would turn into this in just a few days. Bai Ruoxue lamented. The campus was now a mess littered with trash and bones. The faint-hearted would likely wet their pants at the sight. What? Do you still want to bully me like before? Qin Feng glared at Bai Ruoxue. Darling, I absolutely meant nothing of the sort. Bai Ruoxue quickly denied, daring not to entertain such thoughts now. Just teasing you. Why take it seriously? A triumphant grin spread across Qin Feng's face. Bai Ruoxue had become perfectly docile, her former haughtiness vanished before him. You're so annoying. Bai Ruoxue breathed a sigh of relief. Now that Qin Feng had more women, including Xia Xining, who was even more beautiful than her, she feared he might bring up the past and abandon her. A man who's a bit bad is loved by women. You like the current me, don't you? Qin Feng's hands began to wander. Lately his desires had grown insatiable, no matter how much he indulged. Darling, let's go to the little garden. Not here. It's not good if someone sees us, Bai Ruoxue said, blushing. Qin Feng was too bold. There might still be survivors on campus. If caught on camera and posted online, they would become infamous. Though everyone was fighting for survival, it was better to be safe. All right. Qin Feng wrapped an arm around by Ruoxue and headed to the little garden. This garden had once been a lover's haven for students who couldn't afford a room or sought thrills. Perfect. We can enjoy the scent of flowers while we exercise. Qin Feng was in high spirits, and Bai Ruoxue was equally delighted. It was a truly unique experience. Darling, can I ask you a favor? Bai Ruoxue asked hesitantly. Go ahead. What is it? He had suspected she needed something given her unusual eagerness. You know, I've lost contact with the Bai family. I'm very worried about my parents and want to go see them. Bai Ruoxue feared her parents had met with misfortune, but she still wanted to return. Even if they were dead, she wanted to build them a grave and fulfill her filial duty. All right, I promise. But we'll wait 2 more days. Qin Feng agreed, without hesitation. Bai Ruoxue's parents were, after all, his in-laws. It was only right to check on them. However, he needed to strengthen himself first, at least advancing all his superpowers to the 3rd stage. Really? Thank you, darling. Bai Ruoxue hugged him excitedly. All right, get dressed. Someone's coming to die. Qin Feng patted her gently. Bai Ruoxue quickly dressed. A group of people armed with various weapons approached. They paused at the sight of Qin Feng and Bai Ruoxue, but their eyes lit up when they saw Bai Ruoxue's beauty. Kid, you're lucky in love. But one must learn to share. You know what I mean, right? The leader, clad in black with a thick gold chain around his neck, stared at Bai Ruoxue and swallowed hard. He clearly wasn't a good person. I understand. You're tired of living. Qin Feng said flatly. Damn. I think you're brilliant and brave. The leader had been so focused on Bai Ruoxue that he only now recognized Qin Feng, the superpowered man who had killed over a dozen of their men. Why did he have to run into this jinx? Bai Ruoxue couldn't help but laugh. She had expected the leader to curse Qin Feng fiercely, but instead he switched to compliments midway. The others were stunned. Was a beautiful woman's laugh really that captivating? You're from the Black Dragon Society, aren't you? Qin Feng could tell from the leader's reaction that he had been recognized. That was expected. He had left one survivor who must have described his appearance to the others. Oh, you're quite sharp. A lackey from the group spoke up. The leader smacked him hard on the head several times. Who are you calling kid? Who are you calling kid? Call him boss. Be big brother. Not only the subordinate who spoke, but the others were also stunned. Qin Feng was clearly a student at the school. How could he be a big brother? You have some discernment after all. He'll ask you a few questions. If your answers satisfy me, he'll let you off today. Qin Feng asked. Feel free to ask, big brother. He'll tell you everything I know, holding nothing back. The leader thumped his chest in assurance. How many ability users does the Black Dragon Society have? What is Dragon Brother's ability? Where is the Black Dragon Society's headquarters? Qin Feng's 3 consecutive questions made the leader frown. These were all secrets of the Black Dragon Society. If Dragon Bro found out, he'd have his skin flayed. I don't know. I know nothing. The leader quickly waved his hands. Then say goodbye to this world. Lightning flickered in Qin Feng's hand, making him look like a thunder god descending. Wait. Big brother, let's talk this out. The leader had barely finished speaking when he saw a flash of lightning before his eyes. The subordinate beside him convulsed and died from electrocution. I missed. This time I won't miss. The lightning reappeared in Qin Feng's hand, as if he was about to strike at any moment. He'll talk. He'll talk. The leader hurriedly said, knowing he would die if he didn't speak now. That's more like it. Qin Feng smiled faintly. A little scare was necessary to get the truth. The Black Dragon Society has over a dozen ability users. Dragon Bro has many abilities, at least 3. Our headquarters is in the office building on Qingbei Street, but Dragon Bro recently plans to move the headquarters here. The leader immediately spilled everything. Move here? Why? Qin Feng was puzzled. There was nothing worth occupying at the school. Dragon Bro learned that the zombies at school are acting strangely. He believes a unique zombie will emerge there with an exceptionally powerful ability. Dragon Bro wants to obtain it. Qin Feng's expression turned strange. This Dragon Bro was incredibly bold. There were 6 third-tier zombies in the cafeteria now. Even he would only flee if he went there. Yet this Dragon Bro dared to covet that place. Still, it was a good thing for him. With the zombies gathered together, he couldn't make a move. When Dragon Bro and the zombies clashed, he could fish in troubled waters. Big brother, I've answered your questions. Can we go now? The leader asked cautiously. Of course, but can you keep today's events a secret for me? Lightning flickered again in Qin Feng's hand. Yes. Yes. Everyone nodded frantically. After Qin Feng had killed one person, no one doubted his strength. Unfortunately, only the dead can keep secrets. Qin Feng shot out lightning, this time targeting everyone. You have no honor. The leader screamed madly as everyone was engulfed in lightning, breaking into a convulsive dance. Who says I have no honor? I said I'd let you off if your answers satisfied me. Did I say I was satisfied? Qin Feng shot out another bolt of lightning. A first-tier ability was still too weak, it couldn't kill them all at once. This time, everyone lay peacefully, charred inside and out. Let's go. Time to sleep. After confirming everyone was dead, Qin Feng took Bai Ruoxue's hand and walked back. Oh, you're back. Xia Xining saw Qin Feng and Bai Ruoxue and immediately got up to greet them. Xia Xining, come with me. Qin Feng let go of Bai Ruoxue and turned to embrace Xia Xining. Yes. Xia Xining struck a victorious pose, making the other women green with envy. After Qin Feng left with Xia Xining, Bai Jia couldn't help but say, Qin Feng is biased. He chose Xia Xining. Bai Ruoxue remained silent. She had been to the small garden with Qin Feng, so she felt somewhat balanced. What can we do? Qin Feng does whatever he wants. He's the boss here. Feng Lin pretended not to care, but inside she was far from calm. Although the Bai sisters had fallen out of favor, she hadn't gained anything either. At the Qingbei Street office building, 5 people sat together discussing something. They were the Black Dragon Society's leader Dragon Bro and his 4 Dragon Kings. Dragon Bro, another squad died at the school. Looks like it was done by a lightning type ability user. There are quite a few ability users at that school. A thin gaunt man said. A black dragon was tattooed on his face. He was the Black Dragon of the 4 Dragon Kings. But this only confirms that our future opportunities lie at the school. The man in the main seat spoke. He was the infamous Dragon Bro. Dragon Bro, when are we heading to the school? We've already killed all the tough nuts on Qingbei Street. The White Dragon asked while playing a game. He looked very young, but his actions were ruthless. He was well-versed in murder and arson. Yeah, Dragon Bro. My blade is thirsting for blood. A burly man wielding a large blade said. He was the Blade Dragon. Since everyone can't wait any longer, let's make it tomorrow. Dragon Bro made the decision on the spot. He was also impatient. His 3 abilities were immensely powerful, and ordinary zombies no longer interested him. Only strong zombies could pique his curiosity. Men are so boring. A woman holding a wine glass looked disdainfully at Dragon Bro and the others as if they were trash. However, she wore a black robe and a mask, making her appearance impossible to discern. Oh, then what do you find interesting? Dragon Bro asked the woman curiously. She was the only woman among the 4 Dragon Kings, the Flame Dragon. Of course, finding a strong man to have children with, and lots of them. I can't even imagine how fun that would be. The Flame Dragon was lost in her imagination, as if she could already see a bunch of children calling her mother. Dragon Bro and the other 3 Dragon Kings all wanted to ask if the Flame Dragon was insane, but they dared not given her formidable strength. Flame Dragon, isn't Dragon Bro strong enough? Why don't you take off your mask and let him see your true face? Maybe we'll have to call you sister-in-law in the future. Black Dragon joked. He was Dragon Brother's most loyal subordinate. Dragon Bro had given him the name Black Dragon, and he had tattooed the Black Dragon on his face. The others were very curious. No one had ever seen the Flame Dragon's face, but judging by her figure, she couldn't be ugly. Not good-looking enough. The Flame Dragon shook her head firmly, not even glancing at Dragon Bro. Dragon Bro. The Flame Dragon was one of the few who dared to tell him he wasn't good-looking to his face. If anyone else had said that, they would have been dead long ago. On the 6th day of the apocalypse, Qin Feng was having breakfast with his women. The millet porridge and stuffed pancakes Li had cooked were simply divine. I'm thinking of taking a stroll outside the school today. Is there anything you want? He asked casually. The zombies on campus were keeping their distance, and that Brother Long hadn't shown up yet, so he had to try his luck outside. Clothes. Honey, I don't have any change of clothes. The ones I'm wearing are starting to stink. Feng Lin exclaimed, and the other women nodded in agreement. Alright, anything else? Qin Feng replied directly. Getting clothes was hardly a challenge. He could grab as many as he wanted from any clothing store. And shoes too. If we could get some cosmetics, that'd be even better. They had no worries about food or drink now, and if they could also have clothes, shoes, and makeup, it would feel just like before the apocalypse. Fine, that's not a big deal. Qin Feng planned to loot a shopping mall outright, which would give them everything they needed. However, his storage space was full, so he had to clear some room, first taking out long-lasting snacks and such. Then Qin Feng set off. His target was the Lida Mall not far from the school, which must be packed with supplies. He just didn't know how strong the zombies there were. There weren't many zombies along the way, and none of them were special, so he arrived at Lida Mall without any trouble. But the mall's doors were tightly shut, meaning there were probably survivors inside. Qin Feng had to use his black blade to break in. With a roar, a zombie lunged at him, but he beheaded it with a single casual swing. The zombie outbreak had started during lunchtime, so the mall wasn't crowded. The place was mostly empty, with only the occasional zombie's growl echoing through. Whatever, it'll just grab the stuff they want first. Qin Feng headed to the clothing section. With so few people in the mall, there shouldn't be any special zombies. He could look around elsewhere later. Faced with a dazzling array of clothes, he casually collected dozens of sets, good enough to wear. He did the same for shoes and cosmetics. He also picked out a few outfits and pairs of shoes for himself, all priced in the thousands or tens of thousands. Qin Feng had never dared to even look at such things before, but now he wore them to indulge in the fantasy of being rich. Eat, eat. A gaunt zombie locked its gleaming eyes on him. Damn, how long has it been since this thing ate? It's so hungry, it's almost speaking human. Black blade in hand, Qin Feng prepared to give the zombie a quick end. Eat. The zombie suddenly burst into incredible speed, charging at him. Qin Feng swung his blade at its neck, but the zombie dodged. Oh. Qin Feng was incredulous. This zombie was a special one, and it even knew how to evade. Spikes. He held nothing back, unleashing his third-tier ability. With a roar, the zombie was struck by a barrage of ice spikes and collapsed, its eyes filled with defiance. With a swift slice, Qin Feng didn't give it a chance and severed its neck. Congratulations, host, for slaying a second-tier zombie. Your clairvoyance has evolved into a third-tier ability. The range of vision has expanded to 20 meters with a new effect, night vision. Even in pitch-black darkness, you can see everything as clear as day. So it was a second-tier zombie, no wonder it could dodge his strike. This was the first second-tier zombie Qin Feng had ever encountered. Big brother, can you save me? The mall's intercom suddenly crackled to life, a woman's voice pleading. She must have been trapped in the surveillance room, having seen Qin Feng easily take down zombies, and hoped he would rescue her. Qin Feng paid her no mind, and continued searching the mall for more zombies. He wasn't a saint, why should he save her? Meanwhile, the woman in the surveillance room was ecstatic because the direction Qin Feng was heading led straight to her. He was actually coming to save her. 3 zombies were clawing and biting at a large door above, which hung a sign reading surveillance room. No way, what a coincidence. Qin Feng hadn't expected to stumble upon it by accident. With a roar, the 3 zombies spotted him and charged like lechers at a beauty. In less than a second, the heads of the 3 zombies were severed. These ordinary zombies posed no threat to Qin Feng now, they were far too weak. Open up, the zombies are dead, he called out. Since he was here, he might as well see what this woman looked like. Who knew she might meet his standards? The door creaked open, and a woman with delicate features poked her head out, scanning the area warily. Name Xiaoyu. Age, 23. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 58 kilograms. Advantage, fertile wide hips for bearing sons. Score, 80 points. Thankfully, she just barely passed, and that advantage was quite appealing. You're amazing. Thank you for saving me. Xiaoyu fully opened the door once she was sure no zombies were around. She was wearing a security guard uniform and holding a rubber baton. Her looks weren't stunning, but she had a face that grew on you. Are you cosplaying? Qin Feng asked, finding the contrast amusing. A pretty girl in a security guard uniform. Cosplay? No, I'm really a mall security guard. Xiaoyu paused before realizing what he meant. Indeed, even in uniform, many people didn't believe she was a guard. Really? Aren't you only 23? Shouldn't you be in college? Really? My family was poor. I stopped after vocational school and started working to support my younger brother's education. Wait, how do you know my age? Xiaoyu suddenly caught on. Just a guess, Qin Feng brushed it off. So Xiaoyu came from a family that favored sons over daughters. No wonder she became a guard so young. Oh, you're pretty good at guessing. Xiaoyu gave him a thumbs up with a silly grin. Xiaoyu, be my woman. With your intelligence, you won't last long out there, Qin Feng said bluntly. It was lucky she'd been locked in the surveillance room alone, otherwise she wouldn't have survived until now. Huh? Are you confessing to me? Xiaoyu's face flushed crimson, a mix of shyness and surprise, not even registering how Qin Feng knew her name. She had watched him bravely kill zombies on the monitor and did feel a spark of admiration, but this was way too fast. Sort of. Will you accept? Qin Feng saw a glimmer of hope in her expression. I'm fine with it, but my family demands a bride price of 68800. Do you have that? Xiaoyu looked embarrassed. Most men who pursued her turned and fled at that number without a second thought. Qin Feng was taken aback too. His gaze involuntarily drifted downward. Was it studded with gold? Even gold shouldn't cost that much. No problem, not to mention 68800. Even 688 million is fine. Qin Feng declared magnanimously. Now that the world had descended into chaos, money was the least valuable thing of all. Wow. Are you secretly a rich second generation? Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled. Ever since she was little, her parents had taught her to latch onto a wealthy man, and it seemed she had truly succeeded. You? Don't you know what's happening outside? Even if you can't get out, you must have a phone, right? Qin Feng studied Xiaoyu's expression, wondering if she was just pretending. No, I'm not allowed to use my phone during work hours. We have to hand them in every shift. Xiaoyu shook her head. Fine then. From now on, you're my woman. Come with me. Qin Feng confirmed that Xiaoyu wasn't faking. She genuinely had no idea the outside world was overrun with zombies. Sure. When do we go see my parents? Xiaoyu asked. If her parents knew she had found such a wealthy man, they would be overjoyed. In a few days, Qin Feng replied evasively. There was no telling if they were even still alive. They might have already been devoured by zombies. Besides, he had no interest in meeting parents who would sell off their own daughter. Having gathered a considerable amount of supplies, advanced in ability, and picked up a woman along the way, Qin Feng decided to return to the school. Mainly having Xiaoyu, this deadweight, made it hard to get things done. Along the way, scattered zombies attacked Qin Feng, but he mercilessly slew them all. The zombies were acting strangely, now most of them gathering together for some unknown purpose. Qin Feng, you're amazing. Xiaoyu gazed at him with admiration. The way he cut down zombies with a single stroke was incredibly cool. This is nothing. When we get back, he'll show you something even more impressive. Qin Feng said proudly. Having a woman constantly praising him was a rather pleasant experience. Thump, thump, thump. A tremendous sound echoed, and the very earth seemed to tremble. What's going on? Is it an earthquake? Xiaoyu staggered, feeling dizzy. It doesn't feel like an earthquake. More like something is making that noise. It's very rhythmic. Qin Feng's expression turned grim. If that sound was coming from a zombie, it had to be a terrifying one. He glanced at a nearby tall building, picked up Xiao Yu, and rushed toward it. He had to see what was making that noise, or he wouldn't be able to rest easy. Wow, Qin Feng, you're so fast, Xiao Yu exclaimed. The building was at least a dozen stories high, yet Qin Feng had scaled it in under 10 seconds, and while carrying her. Don't say your man is fast. Use powerful instead from now on. Qin Feng corrected her. The young lady was clueless. He had been with 4 women before, and none of them had ever dared to call him fast. Once they got back, he would have to teach Xiao Yu a proper lesson. Oh, I understand, Xiao Yu said, nodding, even though she didn't grasp why she couldn't say he was fast. Once atop the building, Qin Feng spotted the source of the noise. It was a colossal zombie at least 30 meters tall, towering over the 10-story structures around it. It's huge. Xiao Yu gasped, her eyes filled with terror. Yeah, you can say that to me, Qin Feng remarked. The giant zombie's ability was likely gigantification, which was a decent power. However, Qin Feng wasn't confident he could kill it. Fortunately, it was heading away from the school, so he wasn't too worried. He would deal with it later when he was stronger. Let's go. I wonder what teacher Yin is making for lunch. Qin Feng sped off with Xiao Yu in his arms. She was too slow and was holding him back. Meanwhile, at the school, uninvited guests had arrived, members of the Black Dragon Society. Over 1,000 people marched into the school in a mighty procession. Although they had lost some men to zombies along the way, it was still within acceptable limits. Brother Long, that's the school cafeteria over there. The zombies are gathered there, a lackey reported obsequiously. Good. There must be a powerful ability in there. Let's rest up and then launch a full assault on the cafeteria. Brother Long said excitedly. He had stumbled upon the fact that some special zombies harbored even rarer variants with formidable abilities. Killing them would let him claim those powers for himself. Brother Long, let me take some men to clear out the school first. We don't want anyone causing trouble at a critical moment, Black Dragon said, licking his lips. He was the most bloodthirsty among them. All right, but be careful. Try to recruit any ability users you find, Brother Long instructed. Ability users were in short supply. Out of over 1,000 men, only a dozen or so had abilities. If all his men were ability users, the possibilities were unimaginable. As for whether Black Dragon could handle himself, Brother Long had no doubts. Before the apocalypse, Black Dragon had been the toughest fighter in the society, and with his newfound ability, he was terrifyingly strong. Those snot-nosed kids and meek teachers at the school stood no chance against him. 50 brothers, come with me for some fun. Black Dragon raised his arm, and 50 men quickly gathered, eager to join him in scouring the school. Those who were too slow could only curse their luck for missing out. So many people, Xiao Yu remarked as she saw the Black Dragon Society members. Shoo. Qin Feng hadn't expected them to arrive so soon. He quietly circled around, planning to take Xiao Yu back to the dormitory before returning. No. Someone help. A female survivor was discovered by Black Dragon's men. Several of them pinned her down, preparing to assault her. Slap. One of them struck her across the face. What are you screaming for? You should be grateful that I've taken a liking to you. Qin Feng didn't stop. The girl wasn't attractive enough, so saving her would be a waste of effort. Stop. What are you doing? Let her go. But Xiao Yu refused to stand by. As a woman herself, she couldn't bear to see a group of men bullying another woman. The thugs were immediately drawn to Xiao Yu's pleasant voice. They saw that she was far more beautiful than the woman they had caught, so they killed the first woman and surrounded Xiao Yu and Qin Feng. Qin Feng was a bit exasperated. Xiao Yu meant well, but good intentions alone weren't enough. You? Why did you kill her? Xiao Yu was furious. She had wanted to save the girl, but these men had murdered her on the spot. Why? Because we have you now. She's useless. The men leered at Xiao Yu, completely ignoring Qin Feng. Murder is against the law. You'll be executed for this, Xiao Yu said, trying to sound brave. She had been a security guard, but all she did was monitor the mall's surveillance cameras. She had never encountered murderers like this before. Oh, I'm so scared. Go ahead, call the cops on us. The men laughed. With zombies running rampant, no one was going to enforce the law. You. Xiao Yu was so angry she couldn't form words, and panic crept in as they drew closer. She was about to meet the same fate as that girl. Qin Feng had remained silent, and still throughout, letting Xiao Yu learn that this was the apocalypse now. Her recklessness would only get people killed. Kid, you've got some nerve seeing so many of us and not even flinching. How about joining our Black Dragon Society? Black Dragon extended an olive branch to Qin Feng, impressed by his composure. Not interested, Qin Feng said indifferently. Daring to speak to our Black Dragon King like that, you're asking for death. The other underlings of the Black Dragon Society brandished their weapons as if they would beat Qin Feng into a pulp at any moment. Who do you think you are? At Qin Feng's words, everyone's expression shifted, especially Black Dragon's. Kid, you're courting death. Damn, I've seen arrogance, but never this level of arrogance. Kill him, then toy with the woman by his side. 50 underlings clamored, eager to finish Qin Feng off right then and there. Silence. With a single word from Black Dragon, everyone fell quiet. He then turned his gaze to Xiao Yu. This is your girlfriend, isn't it? Pretty good looking. In a moment, it'll break your limbs and make you watch as every man here ravages her. How does that sound? Black Dragon grinned morbidly, hoping to see fear, or anger on Qin Feng's face. But there was none. Qin Feng remained expressionless. Xiao Yu, however, was terrified. 50 men would surely destroy her. She already regretted playing the hero. Are you done with your last words? Time to hit the road. A black blade materialized in Qin Feng's hand, slashing straight at Black Dragon. Startled Black Dragon realized Qin Feng was an esper. Clang. The black blade struck Black Dragon's neck with a metallic sound. His body had turned entirely black, gleaming with a steely sheen. That perilous strike left no mark on him. And now this is getting interesting. Black Dragon gripped the blade, trying to yank Qin Feng closer. But Qin Feng reacted faster, releasing the blade and retracting it into his storage space. Huh, is that blade your ability, or do you have spatial teleportation? Black Dragon asked curiously. He had been holding the blade tightly, yet it vanished in an instant. A dead man doesn't need to know that much. Qin Feng said flatly. Black Dragon's ability was defensive, similar to that of Wang Tianlong from before. He must have already reached the second tier, or he wouldn't have been able to withstand the black blade. Haha, none of your attacks can harm me, yet you still spout nonsense. But if you're willing to join the Black Dragon Society and pledge loyalty to Brother Long, I might spare your life. Black Dragon mused, not forgetting Brother Long's instruction to try and recruit any espers they encountered. The Black Dragon Society was in dire need of them. Oh, what makes you think that was all I've got? Try this. Ice spikes. Countless ice spikes materialized and shot toward Black Dragon. You're the ice-type esper who killed our men yesterday. Black Dragon's eyes flickered with disdain. If a blade couldn't cut his neck, how could these ice spikes possibly break his defense? Yet the slap in the face came swiftly. To his astonishment, the ice spikes packed considerable power, leaving numerous wounds on his body. No good, I can't take this heat in. Black Dragon tried to dodge, but Qin Feng was already waiting for him. Before Black Dragon could react, Qin Feng grabbed him with one hand. Freeze bind. Black Dragon's entire body was encased in ice. Qin Feng looked at the ice sculpture with dissatisfaction. The damage was still lacking. He needed to level up his lightning ability quickly. Killing a second-tier opponent had forced him to use 2 third-tier skills. Impossible. The Black Dragon King lost. How? His defense is the strongest. How could he lose so fast? It must have been a fluke. Brothers, let's save the Black Dragon King. The remaining underlings, unable to accept reality, charged at Qin Feng. Ice spikes. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Feng eliminated them with a single move. Their failure to flee saved him trouble. Qin Feng, you're amazing. Xiao Yu's eyes brimmed with even deeper admiration. Without him, her fate would have been unimaginable. Keep that do-gooder attitude in check. If you shout again, he'll leave you behind. Qin Feng pinched Xiao Yu's cheek. Got it. I won't do it again. Xiao Yu winced and quickly promised. Only then did Qin Feng let go and lead her back to the dormitory building. Cousin, there are a lot of people outside. We need to inform our husband. Bai Jia shouted. No need him back. Qin Feng's voice rang out, and the women immediately went to greet him. But they paused when they saw him with a girl in a security guard uniform. Wow, so many beauties. Xiao Yu broke the awkwardness, practically drooling at the sight of Bai Ruoxue and the others. Such a cute little sister. What's your name? The women smiled warmly at Xiao Yu's expression. If a man had said that they'd have been disgusted, but from an innocent girl, it was simply adorable. I'm Xiao Yu, a security guard at Polymall. I protect the peace and love eating bear-shaped cookies. Xiao Yu even saluted them as she spoke. Haha, honey, where did you find this little treasure? Xiao Yu's serious tone made Bai Ruoxue burst into laughter, while the other women struggled to suppress their giggles. Honey? Who's your honey? Xiao Yu looked confused. There was no other man here besides Qin Feng. Why the one standing right next to you? Not just me. Every woman here shares him as their husband. Oh, except Teacher Yan. Bai Ruoxue explained. Yan Lily, who was mopping the floor nearby, looked bewildered. What did this have to do with her? Why bring her up? You all chat. I have things to do. Xiao Yu, get along well with the sisters. Qin Feng had no time for idle talk. If Brother Long and his men were eliminated too quickly, he'd miss his chance to fish in troubled waters. Hey. Xiao Yu tried to ask more, but Qin Feng had already vanished. Sister Xiao Yu, tell us how you met our husband. Feng Lin sidled up to her, sensing that Xiao Yu wasn't too bright and would be easy to win over. Brother Long, the brothers are ready. Bai Long reported to Brother Long. What about Black Dragon? Isn't he back yet? Brother Long scanned the room, but didn't see Black Dragon. No, maybe he's still having fun. Bai Long said with a grin. Everyone knew Black Dragon was bloodthirsty and loved torturing his victims. Could something have happened? Dao Long frowned, a bad feeling creeping in. Don't jinx it. Even the two of us together can't break Black Dragon's defense. How could anyone at this school be a match for him? Bai Long retorted. You're right. I'm overthinking it. Dao Long fell silent. There might be debate over who had the strongest ability among them, but when it came to defense, Black Dragon was undisputedly number one. Should I send someone to look for him? Bai Long asked Brother Long. Forget it. No more waiting. Let's attack directly. He'll come when he hears the commotion. Brother Long said dismissively. He didn't believe Black Dragon had met with misfortune. He was probably just having too much fun to return. Qin Feng observed from a nearby hiding spot. He couldn't help but remark that the Black Dragon Society was nothing but a ragtag bunch. Relying on such men to attack the cafeteria would surely lead to total annihilation. He wondered what this Brother Long was thinking. Charge! Brother Long drew the long sword at his waist and gave the order. Everyone grabbed their weapons and headed toward the cafeteria save for him and the 3 Dragon Kings who stood still. As the strongest combatants, they naturally refrained from striking first. The Black Dragon Society's commotion was so loud that even the zombies in the cafeteria heard it. They all stared at the society's members as if wondering how food could deliver itself to their doorstep. Roar! A third-tier zombie bellowed as if issuing a command. Instantly, all the zombies surged out of the cafeteria and clashed with the Black Dragon Society members in a brutal melee. Kill! Roar! In an instant, both sides suffered heavy casualties. These were mere ordinary humans and common zombies, fragile in the face of clashes involving ability users. Brother Long, this is bad. There are quite a few zombies with abilities among them. White Dragon kept a close watch on the battlefield, analyzing the ability-wielding zombies hidden among the horde. Isn't this good news? If we can take down this group, the Black Dragon Society will rise to new heights. Brother Long said with great confidence. After all, they had yet to make their move. Once they did, the tide would turn in their favor. I can't wait any longer. That big one is mine. The bigger they are, the more satisfying to cut. Blade Dragon drew his massive blade and charged straight at an especially large zombie. This zombie possessed immense strength similar to the one Qin Feng encountered while rescuing Feng Lin, an ability that enhanced physical power. Blade Dragon clashed head-on with the massive zombie, and the two were locked in a stalemate, proving Blade Dragon's own strength was considerable. That pretty one is mine. Yin Dragon was still clad in a black robe and mask, but her figure was strikingly beautiful. If not for the ongoing battle between humans and zombies, no one would have been able to tear their eyes away from her. A zombie with a comely face spewed toxic gas, indiscriminately killing many humans and zombies alike. If any lecherous survivors from the school had seen her, they would have recognized her. She was one of the top 10 campus beauties. Yin Dragon's ability was peculiar. She was enveloped in a pale red mist that could both attack and defend. Brother Long, am going in too. White Dragon informed Brother Long before joining the fray. White Dragon's ability allowed him to exhale a white mist that could take various forms. He conjured several mist figures which immediately alleviated some pressure on the Black Dragon Society members. At the same time, he wielded a weapon formed from the mist to engage a special zombie. Thus, only Brother Long remained standing still while all other members of the Black Dragon Society had entered the battle. Qin Feng observed the battlefield. These 3 were all second-tier ability users, indeed possessing the capital to be arrogant. But it was futile. The cafeteria housed third-tier zombies, and more than one. The current stalemate was merely an illusion. Once the third-tier zombies joined the fray, the Black Dragon Society members would all perish here. The only variable was Brother Long, who had yet to act. However, Qin Feng estimated that even if he were a third-tier ability user, he couldn't change the outcome. At best, he could escape alone. Suddenly, Qin Feng spotted 3 third-tier zombies blending into the horde, each slowly approaching one of the Dragon Kings. It's over. That was the only thought in Qin Feng's mind. The third-tier zombies were clearly attempting to ambush the 3 Dragon Kings. No wonder they hadn't attacked earlier. They were fishing for bigger prey. Third-tier zombies ambushing second-tier ones with a higher level and resorting to sneak attacks. These undead were truly sneaky bastards. What Qin Feng didn't know was that the zombies' caution was all because of him. Last time he, a second-tier ability user, had cunningly killed one of their third-tier kind. Now they were extremely careful when facing humans, either not striking at all or ensuring their target was done for. Die! Blade Dragon swung his massive blade, delivering a fatal blow to the large zombie. He glanced around. White Dragon and Yin Dragon hadn't finished their opponents yet. He was the first to succeed, but before he could celebrate, a shockwave pierced through his body. A flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. He couldn't understand why he had died so easily. Qin Feng was no stranger to that shockwave. The most severe injury he had ever sustained was caused by one just like it. Even now the memories still brought pain. Blade Dragon. The event happened too quickly. By the time Brother Long, White Dragon, and Yin Dragon saw it, Blade Dragon was already dead, and they hadn't even seen which zombie struck. At the same time, White Dragon and Yin Dragon also came under attack. Although these 2 third-tier zombies didn't possess a shockwave as powerful, a third tier against the second tier was a complete mismatch. Brother Long, save me! White Dragon cried out. His ability was suited for chaotic battles, but against a third-tier zombie, it was utterly ineffective. His white mist couldn't harm the third-tier zombie, nor could it even buy him time. Don't harm my brother! Brother Long roared, hurling his long sword. The sword seemed to come alive, flying to White Dragon's side to block the third-tier zombie. Meanwhile, Yin Dragon managed to hold off her third-tier zombie with her unique ability, though she was on the defensive and could only last a little longer. Yin Dragon, he'll help White Dragon first, then he'll come for you. Brother Long chose to aid White Dragon first for another important reason. His relationship with Yin Dragon was one of cooperation. She acted as his enforcer, and in return he helped her find a suitable man. But White Dragon was different. His loyalty was second only to Black Dragon's. The choice was obvious. Oomph. Yin Dragon snorted coldly, as if venting her displeasure. Brother Long's hands turned golden as he clashed with the third-tier zombie. White Dragon quickly retreated, spitting out mist to assist him. Qin Feng slowly approached the chaotic battlefield, waiting for the right moment to strike. Roar! The third-tier zombie found Brother Long troublesome. The flying sword kept harassing it. His golden fists were immensely powerful, dealing heavy damage and hard to penetrate, and there was another person spewing mist to disrupt it. Truly annoying. Just as Brother Long was locked in a stalemate with the third-tier zombie, members of the Black Dragon Society began to flee. Zombies feared death, not humans did. In truth, they had joined the society to survive. Now facing mortal danger with Brother Long and the 4 Dragon Kings occupied, it was time to run. Come back. All of you come back. Anyone who runs I'll kill. Brother Long shouted loudly, but to little effect. Those who wanted to flee still did. Brother Long, forget about these traitors. My mist figures can hold out a little longer. Let's take one down first. White Dragon advised. Now was the time to focus on the enemy with no room for distraction. Boom. The shockwave struck again. White Dragon stared in disbelief at the gaping hole in his chest. He hadn't expected that he was the one who should not have been distracted. White Dragon. Brother Long cried out, in anguish. This loss was too great. 2 of the 4 Dragon Kings had fallen. He could barely endure it. Black Dragon, where the hell are you? Qin Feng chuckled to himself, realizing that Brother Long was still unaware that the Black Dragon had already perished as he futilely called out its name. Brother Long gnashed his teeth in fury, cursing the Black Dragon for the first time, regretting ever letting it roam free. Venting all his rage upon the third-tier zombie, he knew another lurked in the shadows, and Yin Long seemed on the verge of collapse. He had to eliminate one swiftly to stand any chance of victory. You leave me no choice. Brother Long had no alternative but to unleash his trump card. Consciousness annihilation. The third-tier zombie froze, its gaze turning dull, while Brother Long's face paled as if drained of strength. Die. Brother Long struck with his flying sword and golden fist, simultaneously aiming to instantly slay the third-tier zombie. A shockwave hurtled toward him, reluctant to retreat, since his consciousness annihilation was a once daily drain. He knew the shockwave's devastating power forced his hand. I shall aid you. Qin Feng shouted, manifesting his black blade and severing the third-tier zombie's head in a single stroke. Congratulations, host, for slaying a third-tier zombie. You have acquired the third-tier ability Power Multiplier, enhancing your next attack by 5 times, usable once per day. Qin Feng rejoiced inwardly, having deemed the zombie too weak and its ability mediocre. Yet this power proved invaluable, though wasted on the creature itself. Brother Long stared in astonishment at Qin Feng, who had snatched the kill unexpectedly. Still, with his aid, their odds improved. Brother, thank you for your help once. Before he could finish, Qin Feng bolted away without a backward glance. Even Brother Long, slow as he was, realized Qin Feng had come not to assist, but to steal the kill. Had he not needed to aid Yin Long, he would have pursued him. Qin Feng halted at a distance, wary. Brother Long believed only 3 third-tier zombies existed, but he knew there were 6. If the remaining 3 emerged to hunt him, he would be doomed. Yin Long, am here. Brother Long arrived with his flying sword, casting a suspicious glance at her. She had struggled from the start, and continued to do so after their battle, clearly concealing her true strength. Yet Brother Long said nothing, for he needed her help now that he was nearly alone. Be careful, his ability is regeneration, Yin Long stated, flatly devoid of emotion. Brother Long froze, recognizing the troublesome nature of this power. He wondered about its limit, especially with a third-tier zombie lurking in ambush. Brother Long probed with his flying sword, discovering the zombie's regenerative prowess was formidable. Wounds healed instantly, rendering damage futile. I refuse to believe your head won't stay severed. He extended a golden hand to seize the zombie, intending to hold it still while his sword decapitated it. Yin Long assisted, her pale red energy forming hands that gripped the zombie's ankles, immobilizing it. Brother Long secured the zombie's head, guiding his sword to slice through its neck. The blade passed through, but the creature thrashed on its head intact. Useless. He frowned. Neither he nor Yin Long possessed devastating attacks. If the sword failed, they were in trouble. It works, but the wound heals before the cut is complete. We must wear it down until its regeneration reaches its limit, then it's doomed. Yin Long said grimly. Easier said than done, with a sneaky zombie ambushing them and that man, another schemer. Indeed, Qin Feng prepared to strike again, but the regeneration ability proved troublesome. He couldn't gauge its limit, risking failure or missing his chance. So he shifted targets, seeking the shockwave zombie. That ability was ideal, powerful, ranged perfect for ambushes. As Brother Long grappled with the regenerative zombie, a shockwave shot toward Yin Long. She was prepared, however, using her pale red energy to drag a zombie forward as a shield, absorbing the blow. Though her energy dissipated considerably, it was far better than the fate of Blade Dragon and White Dragon. Found you. Qin Feng's gaze locked onto a prone zombie. No wonder it had eluded him. It was playing dead. Third-tier zombies were indeed cunning. He circled around without alerting it, activating his invisibility technique to creep closer. His invisibility was only second tier, but the shockwave zombie's focus was on the battle between the regenerative zombie Brother Long and Yin Long. Prone, and with limited vision, Qin Feng saw his chance. On the battlefield, both Brother Long and Yin Long detected Qin Feng's presence despite his invisibility. Though Brother Long resented him, Qin Feng wasn't targeting them, so they refrained from interference, intent on finishing the regenerative zombie. Another shockwave erupted, aimed again at Yin Long. She pulled 2 zombies to block, but the blast dispersed all her energy, leaving her pale and weakened from the backlash. Now, Qin Feng appeared behind the shockwave zombie, black blade in hand, and stomped on its back. The creature struggled to rise, but was pinned by Qin Feng's overwhelming strength. 5 times multiplier. Blazing black blade. He swung, severing the zombie's neck in a single stroke. The creature's head and body parted. Congratulations, host, for slaying a 3rd-tier zombie. You have acquired the 3rd-tier ability Shockwave, which when stationary unleashes a devastating blast followed by a 1-minute cooldown with half physical strength. No wonder it had been so easy. The cooldown period explained everything. He would need absolute safety when using this power. Suddenly his expression shifted, and he fled. Brother Long tensed at Qin Feng's approach, fearing he would steal the regenerative zombie's ability. But Qin Feng passed by easing his mind. Name Su Yenyao. Age 28. Height 180 centimeters. Weight 58 kilograms. Attributes: model figure, loves childbirth. Score 89. Qin Feng had returned, using his X-ray vision to appraise her. Exquisite. Untouched. Why hide such beauty behind a mask? If he looked like that, head parade naked through the streets. What do you intend? Yin Long asked nervously as Brother Long was occupied and her ability was depleted. She had no means of self-defense. Would you take advantage of another's plight? Brother Long urged, immediately regretting his words. That was exactly Qin Feng's nature. There's no time to explain. Come with me. I won't hurt you. Qin Feng took Yin Long by the hand and ran, leaving her no chance to refuse. Yin Long was bewildered. Logically, she should not trust a stranger she had just met, but his words felt sincere and his strength and appearance met her expectations, so she followed him in a daze. Long Gu was furious. First the zombies, now people were being snatched away. If he weren't occupied, he would have strangled Qin Feng. Whoosh. The flying sword left a wound on the regenerating zombie, but unlike before, it did not heal immediately. Finally reached its limit. Die. Long Gu rejoiced, thinking he could finally reap some reward. Just as he was about to press the attack and finish off the regenerating zombie, 3 more figures emerged from the cafeteria, charging at him together. Long Gu was startled. These 3 zombies possessed speed and strength rivaling his peak form. How could he possibly fight them? He finally understood why Qin Feng had snatched the kill and fled. Abandoning the regenerating zombie, he turned to run, only to find a transparent barrier blocking his escape, the ability of one of the 3rd-tier zombies. Long Gu cursed his luck. If he had obtained even one of those 2 abilities earlier, he wouldn't be so helpless now. The 3 zombies attacked in unison, and Long Gu fought desperately. But wounded and outnumbered, he could not hold out for long. The regenerating zombie withdrew to feast on the corpses of zombies and humans, as if hastening its recovery. Whoosh. Just as it let its guard down, a shockwave struck its head, blasting it to pieces. Yeah, a direct hit. Let you zombies taste the shockwave. Qin Feng revealed himself, shouting joyfully. He had not fled far. Why leave before claiming all the spoils? But then his face turned pale, as if his body had been drained. Damn, the side effects were this severe. He would avoid using this power unless absolutely necessary. Congratulations, host, for killing a 3rd-tier zombie. You have obtained the ability Super Regeneration. It rapidly heals injuries, including fatal wounds, up to 3 times your own physical limit. He gasped. That meant his health pool was tripled. Where others had 1 life, he had 3. With this ability alone, he could be invincible at the same tier. He also discovered that Super Regeneration could even offset the weakness from the shockwave. He was now restored to full strength, his complexion normal again. He still could not use the shockwave for another minute, but that was already impressive. Yin Long looked at Qin Feng with newfound admiration. This was the man she sought: brave, resourceful, handsome, and powerful. She wanted to bear his children. Elsewhere, Long Gu ultimately fell to the zombies. The 3 devoured him completely, their power seemingly enhanced. They then turned to the beheaded regenerating zombie, puzzled by its death. After killing the regenerating zombie, Qin Feng left with Yin Long. On his own he was confident, but against 3 he had no certainty of victory. He knew too little. Only that 1 zombie had a barrier ability, the other 2 remained unknown. Rushing in recklessly would be unwise. He never took unnecessary risks, especially when he could gain power through the system. Thinking this, Qin Feng looked at Yin Long, the most beautiful woman he had ever seen, and wondered what reward she would bring. Husband, you're back. Who is this? Bai Ruoxue called out happily, but upon seeing the woman in a black robe and mask beside Qin Feng, she felt a twinge of doubt. Had he brought back another woman? She might be your sister. Not sure yet. Qin Feng said with a smile. If Yin Long refused to be his woman, he would have no choice but to dispose of her. Yin Long was different from Yin Lily, who was just an ordinary person. Yin Long was a third-tier ability user. If she got upset and killed his hard-collected harem, he would have no one to cry to. Sister. Yin Long was confused. She still did not understand why Qin Feng had saved her. If he hadn't pulled her away, she would likely have been devoured by zombies like long ago. Husband is back. Bai Jia shouted joyfully, and everyone rushed out to greet him, including Xiao Yu, who had yet to become Qin Feng's woman. Come. Everyone gets a gift. Take whatever you want. Qin Feng was overjoyed today. He had not only picked up 2 beauties, but also gained 3 third-tier abilities. With a wave of his hand, he produced clothes, shoes, cosmetics, and other items he had taken from Lida Mall, spreading them before the crowd. Wow. Hubby is amazing. Love you, hubby. The women's eyes lit up at the sight of all the goods, all famous brands. They never imagined they could still enjoy such luxuries in the apocalypse, all thanks to Qin Feng. Yin Lily watched with envy. What woman didn't love beauty? She wanted clothes and cosmetics too, but she wasn't Qin Feng's woman and had no right to ask. Are these all your women? Yin Long was somewhat surprised. She hadn't expected Qin Feng, despite his youth, to be such a womanizer. If Qin Feng knew her thoughts, he would sneer. What else is youth for if not indulgence? How are you? Except for teacher, Yin, who is a maid, the rest are. Qin Feng pointed at Yin Lily. She was stubborn, refusing to become his woman, even now. I'm not one either, sorry Qin Feng. I'm a traditional girl. I can't accept a husband with so many women. Xiao Yu spoke with a troubled expression. When she learned of Qin Feng's many women, her world collapsed. She couldn't compare to any of them in looks, education, or family background. So she thought of leaving. A traditional girl should accept it. In ancient times, men had 3 wives and 4 concubines. Qin Feng's retort left Xiao Yu speechless. You're too traditional, aren't you? Yin Long smiled, slightly amused by Qin Feng's wit. I'm just a security guard. I can't compare to these sisters. Why do you insist on making me your woman? Xiao Yu's voice carried a hint of inferiority. She felt unworthy of Qin Feng. Because I've set my eyes on you. So what if you're a security guard? I like you for who you are. As my woman, you need never feel inferior. Qin Feng declared domineeringly, pulling Xiao Yu into his embrace. I'm sorry, husband. I shouldn't have thought of leaving. How foolish of me to almost give up such a good husband. Xiao Yu sobbed. She was captivated by Qin Feng's charisma, especially his words. As my woman, you need never feel inferior. Even if he asked her to die now, she would willingly obey. The other women were moved as well. Qin Feng really knew how to charm. And you? Will you be my woman? Bear my children? Qin Feng held Xiao Yu and looked at Yin Long, the perfect image of a scoundrel. I do. I absolutely do. Yin Long was practically drooling. Qin Feng was the perfect man bestowed upon her, by heaven, especially the words he spoke, which struck a chord deep in her heart. She had dreamed of finding a powerful man to bear his children. Yin Long, you. Calm down. Qin Feng was somewhat flustered. Among all the women he had encountered, this was the fastest agreement, and he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Unable to rest easy, he used his X-ray vision again to inspect her, a model's figure, an untouched body, no weapons concealed anywhere. Yet why had she agreed so readily? I can't calm down. You are the man of my dreams. And from now on, don't call me Yin Long. Call me Su Yanyao. That's my real name. After speaking, Su Yanyao strode boldly toward Qin Feng, removing her mask to reveal the peerless beauty beneath. She's stunning. Bai Jia was utterly mesmerized. Was this the kind of beauty a human could possess? Too beautiful. Xia Xining couldn't help but praise. She had always believed herself to be among the world's most exquisite beauties, and even if others surpassed her, it would only be by a hair. But meeting Su Yanyao today, she realized the true meaning of there is always someone better. Even Xia Xining, who scored an 86, conceded defeat. The other women were beyond comparison. Su Yanyao stood before Qin Feng, a mere fist's distance between them. Xiao Yu had already tactfully stepped aside. Just by standing there, Su Yanyao effortlessly outshone all the other women. Qin Feng swallowed hard. With such a peerless visage before him, he longed to claim Su Yanyao right then and there. Suddenly, Su Yanyao moved. She pressed her lips directly against his. MMPH'd. Qin Feng's eyes widened. This was the first time he had ever been forcefully kissed. But he quickly retaliated. When a beauty was so forward, to remain indifferent would make him worse than a beast. He didn't stop until Su Yanyao was nearly breathless from the kiss. She was bold, but her kissing technique was mediocre. No match for the seasoned charmer Qin Feng. I want to become your woman. Su Yanyao gasped. All right. Qin Feng scooped her up and carried her into the room. He could no longer hold back. The other women were left exchanging bewildered glances. The gap was too vast, they didn't even dare to compete. Only Xiao Yu felt a pang of regret. Just moments ago she had been held in Qin Feng's arms. Why hadn't she been more proactive? If she had, would she have become the 5th? From chatting with Bai Ruoxue and the others, she had learned the rules. Ranking was determined by the order of intimacy, with Qin Feng. Bai Ruoxue was first, Feng Lin second, Bai Jia third, and Xia Xining fourth. Now that Qin Feng had taken Su Yanyao into the room, even a fool could see that Su Yanyao had become the 5th. Congratulations, host, on acquiring your 5th consort. Reward 10 ability advancement points, enough to advance any ability below the 3rd tier. Excellent, excellent. These advancement points were far more useful than a random 1st tier ability. They were enough to elevate all his current abilities to the 3rd tier, making him truly invincible at that level. Without hesitation, Qin Feng used the ability points. Virus immunity advanced to 3rd tier can now immunize against 3rd tier zombie viruses and share this immunity with the host's women. Storage space advanced to 3rd tier. Storage space expanded to 20 meters by 20 meters by 20 meters, capable of storing objects up to 20 meters in size. Blazing Black Blade advanced to 3rd tier. Dragonflame Black Blade can unleash dragonflame attacks against enemies and autonomously defend. Invisibility technique advanced to 3rd tier. Invisibility duration increased to 3 minutes. Healing technique advanced to 3rd tier. Rapidly heals injuries and restores stamina, capable of mending minor internal wounds. Lightning element ability advanced to 3rd tier. Acquired skills: Lightning Strike and Lightning Paralysis. Lightning Strike summons a thick bolt of lightning to strike a target, dealing massive electrical damage. Lightning Paralysis paralyzes enemies, rendering them unable to move or drastically slowing their movement for a set duration. The remaining 3 ability points were all allocated to physical enhancement. If an average adult male is rated as 1, the average strength of a 3rd tier ability user is 50, the host's physical strength is 100. Qin Feng was exhilarated. He could feel an endless surge of power coursing through his body. Even if a 4th tier zombie appeared, he felt confident he could take it on, let alone 3 3rd tier ones. Husband. Su Yanyao also sensed the change in Qin Feng. Qin Feng looked at Su Yanyao's peerless beauty and felt his desire stir again. She wasn't just blessed in the face, every part of her was top tier. Standing 180 centimeters tall, with legs longer than life itself, and skin as fair as snow. Second only to Bai Ruoxue. If he didn't cherish her properly, wouldn't that be an outrage against heaven and man? It wasn't until dinner time that Qin Feng reluctantly emerged. He could hold out, but Su Yanyao couldn't. Even a 3rd tier ability user was no match for him, a testament to his newfound power. Husband, are you done? Everyone outside was waiting. They dared not eat until he appeared. Not yet. We'll continue after dinner. Qin Feng's words made Su Yanyao stumble. Now she understood why he sought so many women. No single woman could withstand him. Husband, I need to rest. After all, it's my first time today. Su Yanyao apologized. Oh, what a pity. Qin Feng was somewhat disappointed he hadn't had his fill. But then he realized his physical strength was equivalent to 100 men, and no woman could endure that. He felt relieved. After all, he still had his other women. The women perked up at this, sensing their chance. They began to eagerly anticipate their turn. Shall you come to my room later? Although Xiao Yu ranked lowest in looks, she was still untouched. An 80 was already considered beautiful by ordinary standards. It was only the system's high requirements that made her seem lacking. All right. Xiao Yu nodded, happily, relieved that Qin Feng hadn't forgotten her. The other women felt a pang of disappointment. At this rate of 2 women a day, when would it be their turn? Yanli clenched her fists, screaming inwardly. Sleeping together on the first day of knowing each other. Where was the shame? Where was the self-respect? She now had 2 more people to serve, and the thought infuriated her. Oh right, teacher Yan, I almost forgot. I prepared a gift for you. Qin Feng slapped his forehead and pulled out several brand new outfits from his storage space. Thank you. Yan Li was almost moved to tears. It seemed her efforts had paid off, but Qin Feng still remembered her kindness. But when she took the clothes, she was stunned. Every single piece was a maid's uniform, and the sizes fit her perfectly. Qin Feng had long seen through Yan Li's measurements, so he naturally knew her size. Like them. From now on, this will be your work attire. A maid should look like a maid. Qin Feng said with a grin, already looking forward to seeing teacher Yan in her maid outfit. Thank you. Thank your entire family. Yan Lily gritted her teeth. Even in her fury, she had no choice but to change into the maid's uniform. At least it was clean, unlike her own clothes which she had worn for so long they were starting to stink. You're welcome. Am an orphan, so thanking me and my entire family amounts to the same thing. Qin Feng sensed Yan Lily's irritation but paid it no mind. Teasing a beautiful woman into anger was rather amusing. I've eaten my fill, now it's time for business. Qin Feng stretched his limbs and took Xiao Ye's hand, leading her into the bedroom. Honey, wait a moment. Let me change into something else. Xiao Ye's face flushed crimson as she was still in her security guard uniform and wished to put on a prettier outfit. No need. The security guard look is exactly what I want. Qin Feng delighted in contrasts. Wasn't this another form of cosplay? That's incredible. Xiao Ye's jaw dropped in astonishment. The shock Qin Feng gave her rivaled the sight of a giant zombie. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the 6th follower. Reward 1st rank disguise art. It can alter one's own or another's appearance, but cannot change body shape or aura. This ability was admittedly somewhat mediocre, but since it was only at the 1st rank, raising its level might yield some use. I can't go on, I need a break. Within 10 minutes, Xiao Yu gave up and fell asleep on the bed. Alright, rest well. Qin Feng sighed helplessly. It was too early for him to sleep, so he decided to find the other women for a chat. He went to their room and found them all awake, so he sat down for a heart-to-heart talk discussing the origins of humanity and the future's development, spending considerable time with each of them. Only Yin Lily was terrified, fearing Qin Feng would visit her room, but fortunately he did not. Late at night, a team of over 100 people advanced toward Qingshan School, the very school Qin Feng attended. They wore combat suits and carried guns with the character Zhou emblazoned on both their clothing and weapons. Captain Wang, let's take a rest. It's unsafe to travel at night, Zhou Chun suggested, drenched in sweat and feeling as if his legs no longer belonged to him. Unlike the pre-apocalyptic era, the roads were now filled with zombies and obstacles like abandoned cars, leaving them no choice but to travel on foot. The Captain Wang he referred to was a stunning beauty whose allure remained undiminished even in her combat uniform. Fine, let's find a place to rest. Wang Yuyin reluctantly agreed. This Zhou Chun needed a break after every few steps, drastically slowing their march, but as he was a relative of her boss, she had no choice but to accommodate him. The group found a safe spot to rest. This life is unbearable. Zhou Chun plopped down on the ground, his entire body aching and sore. Wang Yuyin, however, did not idle. She bowed her head to study the map in her hands, lost in thought. What are you studying, Captain Wang? Zhou Chun scooted closer to Wang Yuyin, his gaze roving over her as his hands grew restless, eager to taste her charms. Swish! Wang Yuyin drew her short blade and stabbed it into the ground. Try touching me and see what happens, Wang Yuyin said coldly. He had been nothing but a hindrance and had made advances on her. If not for his surname being Zhou, he would have been dead by now. Zhou Chun's hand froze. Lecherous as he was, he valued his life more, so he backed off. Captain Wang, don't be so tense. It would be strange if a man had no thoughts about a beauty like you. Zhou Chun gave an awkward laugh, cursing Wang Yuyin 100 times in his mind. What's so great about her? No matter how capable, she's just a dog raised by the Zhou family. Deputy Captain Zhou, our mission is to rescue the Zhou Corporation's son trapped in the school. I hope you'll focus on the task and stop entertaining irrelevant thoughts. Wang Yuyin's voice was icy, her expression as cold as stone throughout. All right, Captain Wang's lecture is well taken. Zhou Chun put on a show of accepting her reprimand, and Wang Yuyin's expression softened slightly. We'll rest here tonight. At our current pace, we should reach the school by tomorrow, Wang Yuyin said. Nighttime zombies were far more dangerous as their vision remained unimpaired while human sight was severely limited. Find Zhou Jiangtao has Chun Ping, an ability user, to protect him. What could happen? Even arriving the day after tomorrow would be fine. I just wonder if there are any beauties left alive in the school. It would be a shame if they've all been eaten by zombies. Zhou Chun exuded overconfidence. This mission seemed too easy, which was exactly why he had volunteered. Over 100 fully armed men could sweep away any zombie in their path. Wang Yuyin frowned, but remained silent. She realized that no amount of talking would make a difference, as she might as well rest more. On the 7th day of the apocalypse, Qin Feng woke up full of energy, the previous night's frenzy having no effect on him at all. That day, Yin Lily prepared sandwiches, boiled eggs, and milk, and she had changed into a maid's uniform, which caught Qin Feng's eye. The moment Yin Lily saw his gaze, she fled into the kitchen in fright. All of Qin Feng's women appeared haggard today. If anyone claimed Qin Feng practiced the technique of absorbing yin to nourish yang, Yin Lily would believe it. This wouldn't do. He had to raise all his women's abilities, or else one day he might literally play them to death. Lost in thought, Qin Feng decided to stir up trouble in the cafeteria again to snatch some abilities to empower his women. He got up to leave, and the other women immediately gathered around him cheerfully. Honey, bring back more women this time. Yes, don't worry about our feelings. The more sisters the merrier. Best to bring back a whole company. They were all terrified of Qin Feng, wishing he would bring back every beauty on earth to share the burden. Do you all think that when I go out it's to find women? Qin Feng said with a wry smile. Did he look like that kind of person? Then it can't be to find men, right? Bai Jia pouted. The other women burst into laughter. Bai Jia, tonight you'll serve alone, Qin Feng said with a dark expression. This Bai Jia was getting bolder by the day, daring to joke about him. No, that won't do. Bai Jia waved her hands frantically, her face turning even paler than Bai Ruoxu's. Just kidding. This time I'm going out to find some abilities for you all to strengthen your bodies, so you can last longer than 10 minutes. Qin Feng's words made Bai Jia's eyes light up. She had long desired an ability. The fire ability had been given to Feng Lin, and now it was finally her turn. Husband, you must give me a good ability. They'll be waiting for you, bathed and ready. Bai Jia clung to Qin Feng's arm, willing to go to any lengths for an ability. Except for Su Yinyao, the other women all wore eager expressions, yearning to become ability users. Even Bai Ruoxue and Feng Lin, who already had abilities, desired a second one. Alright, don't worry, everyone will get one, Qin Feng declared magnanimously. Husband, maybe I should come too. I'm a third-tier ability user. I can help, Su Yinyao said. She knew Qin Feng was strong, but fighting 3 alone was still risky. If something happened to him, who would she have children with? No need. You stay here and protect them. Don't you trust my strength? Qin Feng said with a smile. Having Su Yinyao guard the home front would give him peace of mind, preventing anyone from sneaking in. A faint blush crept across Su Yanyao's cheeks, uncertain which aspect of his strength he was referring to. Qin Feng left the dormitory building and headed straight for the cafeteria. However, he noticed more zombies appearing on campus. Judging by their clothes, they weren't students. They must have wandered in from outside. Roar. Crackle. A reckless zombie attacked Qin Feng, but he casually electrocuted it into a charred crisp. Arriving at the cafeteria entrance, Qin Feng used his X-ray vision to see that the first floor had few zombies left. Only a few dozen, all ordinary or first-year, posing no threat to him. On the second floor were 3 third-year zombies and a cocoon. The cocoon had turned from white to translucent, revealing a vague, naked, graceful figure inside. Her beauty and figure rivaled Su Yanyao's. Her eyes slightly opened, as if sensing someone watching her. Qin Feng swallowed hard, not because of her looks, but because of her strength. She was at least a 4th-year zombie, perhaps even stronger. He hadn't expected such a monster to appear in the cafeteria. But then he thought this monster was still in the cocoon, likely at a critical moment. If he struck while she was vulnerable, could he seize a 4th-tier ability, or even a 5th? The more Qin Feng thought about it, the more tempted he became. However, he didn't act rashly. It was best to let someone like Brother Long test the waters first. Caution never hurt. Bang, bang, bang. Qin Feng heard a series of unusual sounds. Using his X-ray vision, he traced the source to find a fully armed team of over 100 people carrying weapons. At first glance, they looked like an official squad. But the character Zhou on their clothes clearly indicated they weren't official. More likely a team, trained by some family. Zhou. Could it be? A sly smile spread across Qin Feng's face. If it was what he thought, he could make good use of these people. Qin Feng used his invisibility technique to approach them, hoping to overhear useful information. Zhou Chun. Who authorized you to fire? Wang Yuyin was furious, addressing Zhou Chun by name. Gunfire would attract zombies, so they avoided shooting whenever possible. Captain Wang, don't be angry. There are so few zombies here, a few shots won't hurt. Besides, if my cousin hears the gunfire, hell no, we've arrived. That might even be a good thing. Zhou Chun said nonchalantly, casually shooting 2 more zombies. Let's hope so, Wang Yuyin said coldly. She then sent a set of photos to everyone. This mission is to find the 2 people in these pictures. Report immediately when you find them. Understood. Understood. The entire combat team responded. Qin Feng also saw the photos. It was those 2, Qin Ping and Zhou Jiangtao. He hadn't expected the Zhou family to have such influence, even in the apocalypse, to dispatch such a well-equipped team to rescue his son. But unfortunately, they were too late. He had already killed both of them. Since they were here, he might as well do them a favor. Qin Feng returned to the school and used his disguise technique to transform into Qin Ping. Although it was only an 80% likeness, it was enough to fool people who weren't familiar with him. Captain, I've found one of the targets. Wang Yuyin found it hard to believe when she heard the report. They had just entered the school and already found someone. This was too smooth. Wang Yuyin and Zhou Chun hurried over, but to their disappointment, it wasn't Zhou Jiangtao, but Qin Ping. Name Wang Yuyin. Age 25. Height 172 centimeters. Weight 52 kilograms. Strengths unique, temperament cold, and stunning female soldier. Score 83. Not bad. They'll find a chance to take her in, Qin Feng thought to himself. But for now, business came first. Qin Ping were the rescue team sent by the Zhou family. Where's Zhou Jiangtao? Why isn't he with you? Zhou Chen asked excitedly. Rescuing Zhou Jiangtao would be a major achievement, greatly elevating his status in the Zhou family. How could he not be thrilled? He's trapped in the cafeteria, Qin Ping said, feigning great distress. What? Everyone follow me to rescue the young master. Zhou Chun ordered, ready to lead the entire team to the cafeteria. Wait. If the young master is trapped in the cafeteria, how did you get out? Wang Yuyin stopped everyone, sensing something amiss. The zombies appeared too suddenly. He ran upstairs while I ran outside, so he got trapped. I barely escaped. The zombies there are too strong, otherwise I would have given my life to save the president. Qin Ping beat his chest and stomped his feet, his acting quite convincing. Captain Wang, are you doubting your own people? We should go to the cafeteria immediately to rescue the young master. Every wasted minute puts him in greater danger. Don't you understand? Zhou Chun was extremely anxious. His promotion depended on this, as Zhou Jiangtao couldn't afford to die. Qin Ping, lead the way. Don't mind her. Sure thing. Qin Ping led the group toward the cafeteria. Wang Yuyin had no choice but to follow, feeling something was off, but unable to pinpoint what. Zombies, get the hell out here. Your daddy is back. Qin Ping shouted with full confidence. With over 100 fully armed people behind him, what did he have to fear? Roar. Upon hearing the familiar sound, all the zombies emerged, including the 3rd-tier zombie from the 2nd floor. They glared hatefully at Qin Ping. Though his appearance had changed, his aura remained the same. This was the one who had slain 4 of their comrades. Oh my god! Qin Ping feigned terror, cowering behind Wang Yuyin. Wang Yuyin furrowed her brow, but said nothing. The zombies seemed to harbor intense hatred for Qin Ping. Could she have misjudged him? Coward. A few zombies have you trembling like this. Today I'll show you that before hot weapons all are equal. Zhou Qin scoffed disdainfully, leading the group to open fire on the zombies. Yet to his astonishment, the bullets fell to the ground before reaching the zombies as if blocked by an invisible barrier. Qin Feng was no stranger to this sight. It was a barrier-like ability wielded by a third-tier zombie. Captain Wang, what now? Zhou Qin began to panic. He had never encountered an ability so adept at nullifying gunfire. Figure it out yourself. Wang Yuyan retorted irritably. She was the captain, yet Zhou Qin had been issuing reckless orders. Now that he was at a loss, he came crawling back to her. But despite her anger, the other soldiers were innocent, and she couldn't abandon them. Spread out the formation. I refuse to believe he can defend every angle. Yes, ma'am. All soldiers heeded Wang Yuyan's command and quickly arranged themselves. As she had predicted, the ability could only shield one direction. Qin Feng gazed at Wang Yuyan in surprise, impressed by how swiftly she had pinpointed the zombie ability's weakness. Keep staring, and it'll gouge your eyes out. You might fool Zhou Qin, but not me. Once the zombies are dealt with, you're next. Wang Yuyan said, coldly, chambering around before joining the fray. Qin Feng shrugged. The girl had a fierce streak, but he liked it. With Wang Yuyan leading the charge, the squad found its backbone, driving the zombies back step by step. The other two third-tier zombies possessed abilities, one covered in razor-sharp spikes, the other capable of corrosion, identical to the former sycophant teacher Wang Tengfei's power. Both lacked ranged attacks, and their defeat was inevitable. Finally, the zombies buckled. Aside from the three third-tier ones retreating into the cafeteria, the rest fell to gunfire. The squad had lost over 20 men, but given the circumstances, it was a favorable outcome. Without Wang Yuyan's command, they might have been annihilated. Brothers, charge with me. Zhou Qin shouted, excitedly eager to rescue Zhou Jiangtao. Yet no one moved. After the recent events, everyone knew he was a blundering fool. Following him would only lead to death. Embarrassed, Zhou Qin turned to Wang Yuyan. Captain Wang, there are only 3 zombies left. We should press our advantage. Idiot. Wang Yuyan shot him a glance. Once inside the cafeteria, the terrain is narrow. Can we still maintain firepower? Besides, how do you know there aren't more zombies in there? Zhou Qin's face darkened. He was a member of the Zhou family, while Wang Yuyan was merely a dog kept by the Zhous. How dare she berate him? This was outright rebellion. Ignoring Zhou Qin, Wang Yuyan turned toward Qin Ping. It was time to settle the score. What exactly are you? Ah. Before Wang Yuyan could finish, she let out a startled cry and stumbled into Qin Feng's arms. Qin Feng held her, bewildered. Was this some kind of scam? That was one clumsy attempt at a setup. Not a pleasant shock, is it? Zhou Qin held a black device resembling a remote control. Wang Yuyan's expression shifted at the sight of it. How did you get that? How? Uncle gave it to me, of course. Zhou Qin smirked triumphantly. With the remote in hand, Wang Yuyan would have to obey. Impossible. The boss would never give that to you. You must have stolen it. Wang Yuyan couldn't believe it. She had been utterly loyal to the boss. How could he hand the remote to a weasel like Zhou Qin? Haha, don't be ridiculous. Who do you think you are? It's your fortune that I've taken a liking to you, yet you dare despise me. Today I'll give you a real treat. With that, Zhou Qin pressed the remote again. Up. Wang Yuyan's body convulsed, writhing in Qin Feng's arms. Qin Feng swallowed hard. If not for the crowd, he might have lost control. Using his X-ray vision, he saw a device implanted near Wang Yuyan's heart. Each time Zhou Qin pressed the remote, it discharged electricity. Haha, feel my power now? Get your people inside immediately. Zhou Qin was exultant. Once he rescued Zhou Jiangtao, he would savor Wang Yuyan at his leisure. You're dreaming. Wang Yuyan refused outright. She wouldn't gamble with her brother's lives. Not shocked enough, huh? Zhou Qin's face twisted with malice as he prepared to teach her another lesson. The soldiers looked on with reluctance, but Zhou Qin was a Zhou. They dared not defy him. Just then Qin Feng placed his hand on Wang Yuyan's chest. Wang Yuyan froze, Zhou Qin froze, and even the soldiers were stunned. Was this really the time for groping? You? Wang Yuyan's face flushed with rage. Don't worry, I'm helping you. Qin Feng said earnestly, using his lightning ability to destroy the device inside her. What? Couldn't he have placed his hand elsewhere? Of course he could. But he was Qin Feng. Help always came with a price. And honestly, the feel wasn't bad. A tingling sensation spread through Wang Yuyan, and she looked at Qin Feng with a complex expression. Could he truly be helping her? Qin Ping. She's mine. Zhou Qin stamped his foot in fury, unable to believe Qin Ping had the audacity to touch his woman. Wang Yuyan, kill him. He's useless now. Zhou Qin commanded. Surely she wouldn't refuse this time, having been violated. She must want him dead. You can't command me. Wang Yuyan said firmly. Strangely, despite Qin Feng's transgression, she couldn't muster the will to kill him. Fine. Let's see how long you hold out. Zhou Qin pressed the remote relentlessly, vowing not to stop until she begged for mercy. But Wang Yuyan showed no reaction, utterly unlike before. She gazed at Qin Ping in astonishment. He hadn't lied. He had truly freed her from the device. What's wrong? Is the remote broken? Zhou Qin tapped the remote and pressed again, but Wang Yuyan remained unaffected. Go on, why stop now? Wang Yuyan said coldly, drawing a short blade as she advanced toward Zhou Qin. Don't come closer. Emma Zhou, you can't touch me. Zhou Chun trembled in fear, baffled by the device's failure. What are you waiting for? Stop her. Unable to command Wang Yuyan, he turned to the other soldiers. Captain Wang, halt. As soldiers of the Zhou family, our first rule is never to harm a Zhou. All soldiers raised their guns at Wang Yuyan. Zhou Chun was despicable, but he was still a Zhou. Wang Yuyan stopped, her expression conflicted. These were her former comrades aiming at her. Would they become enemies now? And could she truly bring herself to kill Zhou Chun? Qin Feng, seeing the situation, had a flash of inspiration. He used his disguise ability to transform. If he had known the Zhous wielded such privilege, he would have impersonated Zhou Jiangtao long ago. At Wang Yuyan, are you planning a rebellion? Zhou Chun barked, inwardly relieved that the Zhou family soldiers remained loyal enough, who otherwise today would have been a disaster. I dare not. Wang Yuyan dropped the short blade, her mind racing as she ultimately relinquished the thought. Opposing the Zhou family was akin to a moth darting into a flame, especially when she owed them a debt of gratitude. Guards, tie her up. Zhou Chun commanded. Deputy Captain Zhou, Captain Wang has already realized her mistake. Please show her mercy. The soldiers felt a pang of reluctance. It was Zhou Chun who had erred, and Wang Yuyan's fury was justified. Moreover, Zhou Chun should not have arbitrarily used the electric shock device, a tool reserved for traitors. Are you all planning mutiny? She posed a threat to me. Not killing her, merely binding her, is already an act of mercy. The soldiers were caught in a dilemma. Indeed, there was a rule: any threat to the safety of a Zhou family member must be eliminated without hesitation. Captain Wang, forgive us. The soldiers had no choice but to fetch ropes and approach Wang Yuyan. Zhou Chun sneered. Once Wang Yuyan was bound tightly, he would see how she could resist him. It just so happened he had never tried restraints before, and the tools were already conveniently at hand. Wang Yuyan clenched her fists, uncertain of her next move. If she were bound, she would be like a fish on a chopping block at Zhou Chun's mercy. Yet if she refused, the accusation of rebellion would be confirmed. Who dares to touch her? Who's the bastard speaking? Tired of living. Zhou Chun grumbled, eager to see who would dare to step forward. However, the moment he saw the speaker, he deflated instantly. It was Zhou Jiangtao. Who are you calling a bastard? Zhou Jiangtao narrowed his eyes at Zhou Chun, an oppressive aura descending upon them. Young master, you're here. I've brought men to rescue you. Zhou Chun's expression instantly turned fawning. Though by rights, Zhou Jiangtao should call him elder brother, the fact remained that the other's father wielded immense power. I asked you, who is the bastard? Zhou Jiangtao seemed not to hear, pressing Zhou Chun further. I am the bastard. Zhou Chun's face froze for a moment before snapping back to a smile. Silence. If you're a bastard, then the entire Zhou family is a nest of bastards. How did our clan produce such an unfilial descendant? Zhou Jiangtao berated Zhou Chun mercilessly, yet Zhou Chun maintained his ingratiating smile, not daring to show the slightest discontent. The soldiers felt a sense of vindication. Indeed, only a rogue could tame another rogue. Only Wang Yuyan wore a peculiar expression. This Zhou Jiangtao had the exact same build as the earlier Qin Ping, and with Zhou Jiangtao's appearance, Qin Ping had vanished. Clearly they were the same person. Young master, please calm your anger. Since you're safe, we should return immediately, or your father will worry. Zhou Chun smiled ingratiatingly. For the sake of his own meteoric rise, he would not hesitate to call Zhou Jiangtao father if needed. What's your rush? He's my father, Zhou Jiangtao's father, not yours, Zhou Chun. The emperor isn't anxious, but the eunuch is. Zhou Jiangtao naturally had no intention of leaving with Zhou Chun. He hadn't had his fill of fun yet. Speaking of which, who is this beautiful lady? Zhou Jiangtao approached Wang Yuyan with curiosity. Young master, be careful. This woman has rebellious intentions. Guard, seize her at once. Zhou Chun urged frantically. If Wang Yuyan lost her mind and killed Zhou Jiangtao, he would have no one to cry to. Everyone halt. At Zhou Jiangtao's command, the soldiers froze. Clearly, Zhou Jiangtao outranked Zhou Chun. Not bad looking. From now on, you're my woman. Zhou Jiangtao reached out and pulled Wang Yuyan into an embrace, showing no trace of fear. Wang Yuyan did not resist. Being held by Zhou Jiangtao, she became even more certain that he was the same Qin Ping from before. Young master, you must not. She has shown signs of rebellion, and the device inside her has malfunctioned. She is extremely dangerous. Zhou Chun was nearly on his knees. He had never realized Zhou Jiangtao was so reckless. Had he known, he would never have accepted this mission. Would you be my woman? Qin Feng asked Wang Yuyan. Wang Yuyan let out a soft laugh. Let me see your true face first. Qin Feng pouted. A Fasakana you are, huh? All right, she is now the young madam. She represents me. Zhou Jiangtao declared loudly. Zhou Chen's face shifted through a spectrum of colors. What was this? The woman he had his eye on was now taken by Zhou Jiangtao, and had become the young madam. Truly the world was full of unexpected turns. Greetings, young madam. In the end, Zhou Chen obediently paid his respects. He could no longer lay a finger on Wang Yuyan, but once his status rose, what woman would he lack? Why cling to a single Wang Yuyan? Greetings, young madam. The other Zhou family soldiers followed suit, bowing. Rise. There's a treasure on the second floor of this cafeteria. Take your men and retrieve it for me, and he'll put in a good word for you with my father. Zhou Jiangtao tempted them. He hadn't forgotten his true purpose, sending Zhou Chun and his men ahead as scouts. Thank you, young master. Zhou Chun was overjoyed. His endurance and humiliation had not been in vain. If Zhou Jiangtao truly spoke well of him to his father, he could save decades of struggle. Brothers, arm yourselves and follow me. Zhou Chun roared, leading the charge into the cafeteria. Don't. Wang Yuyan tried to stop them. Zhou Chun deserved to die, but her comrades would be dragged down with him. Before she could finish, Qin Feng knocked her unconscious. He didn't want Wang Yuyan to ruin his plans. Those soldiers were too brainwashed, loyal only to the Zhou family. Since he was their enemy, they had to die. Dying at the hands of zombies saved him the trouble. Bang! 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 Soon gunfire erupted from the cafeteria. Qin Feng watched through his clairvoyant eyes. Zhou Chun lived up to Wang Yuyan's assessment of him as a fool. In no time, a third of the soldiers were wiped out. Qin Feng had no choice but to intervene, otherwise Zhou Chun would never make it to the second floor. First, he moved the unconscious Wang Yuyan to a safe spot away from scavengers or zombies. Young master, why are you here? It's dangerous. We've almost got this handled. Zhou Chun's skin was truly thick. Half his men were dead, and they had barely scratched the zombies, yet he still claimed they were nearly done. Everyone stop. Let me handle this. Qin Feng drew his dragon flame black blade, eager to test his strength. Hold your fire. Lower your weapons. Zhou Chun started to object, but Zhou Jiangtao had already charged forward with the blade. He could only hastily order the other soldiers to cease fire. Roar. Enemies met with blazing hatred. The moment Qin Feng appeared, he clashed with 3 zombies. Dragon flame. Lightning art. Ice spikes. No finesse, only a barrage of skills. Before Qin Feng could finish unleashing his abilities, the 3 zombies were already sprawled on the ground, unable to rise. They were already weakened. How could they withstand such a barrage? Yet Qin Feng did not slay them. He merely severed their limbs. These 3 possessed mediocre abilities. They would be left for his woman. Young master is unstoppable. Zhou Chun was elated. He had thought Zhou Jiangtao's father was the real powerhouse, but now Zhou Jiangtao himself proved to be one as well. Clinging to both thighs, he would never want for anything in life. Qin Feng ascended to the second floor, gazing at the cocoon before him. This was the closest he had ever been to it. The woman inside the cocoon stared back at him, and he could almost see a flicker of surprise in her expression. Zhou Chun ordered the men to open fire on it. Qin Feng pointed at the cocoon, while quietly edging toward the window. The moment something went wrong, he would be the first to flee. As you command. Rat-a-tat-tat. Zhou Chun and the other soldiers immediately raised their guns and opened fire. The bullets pierced the cocoon, and a colorless, odorless gas streamed out from within. Qin Feng could also sense a surge of fury, as if the woman inside the cocoon was enraged. Good, that proved she was indeed in her weakened state, otherwise she would have long since fought him to the death. Ugh, what's happening to me? The nearest soldier suddenly cried out in agony, then collapsed to the ground motionless. What's going on? Playing dead, are you? Zhou Chun, bewildered, was still berating the fallen soldier. Ugh! More soldiers fell to the ground, exhibiting the same symptoms as the first. Realizing something was wrong, Zhou Chun turned to flee, but also pitched forward. Young master, save me. Mustering his last ounce of strength, Zhou Chun lifted his head. Only Zhou Jiangtao could save him now. Alas, I am not your young master. But even if Zhou Jiangtao were here, he probably couldn't save you. Qin Feng dispelled his disguise. Since Zhou Chun and the others were as good as dead, there was no need to keep up the pretense. You? Even as dense as Zhou Chun was, he finally understood. He had been deceived, and the deception had cost him his life. Soon he lost consciousness. Qin Feng did not leave. He now recognized the gas. He had just asked the system. It was a third-rank zombie virus gas. Inhaling it would turn a human into a second-rank zombie in a short time. If a second-rank zombie inhaled it, there was a chance it would evolve into a third-rank zombie. No wonder there were so many third-rank zombies here. It was all because of this gas. But he was not afraid, because he was immune to the third-rank zombie virus. Ice spike. Dragon flame. Lightning strike. Qin Feng unleashed a flurry of skills. Since the gas was useless against him, he had to eliminate the woman in the cocoon as quickly as possible. If she recovered, things would get troublesome. After a barrage of skills, a trace of blood appeared inside the cocoon. Qin Feng was delighted. As long as it had an effect, it was fine. The woman in the cocoon was now a sitting duck. Even if his attacks were like scraping a wound, he would eventually wear her down. Whoosh. Suddenly, a blood-red tentacle shot out from the cocoon, striking at Qin Feng. Not good. Qin Feng truly hadn't expected the woman in the cocoon to have this trick up her sleeve. If you had this move, why didn't you use it earlier? If you had, I would have run long ago. Qin Feng lamented his misfortune, but the most important thing now was to deal with the tentacle. Its speed was too fast. Running was definitely out of the question. He could only meet it heat-in. Double. Dragon flame. Qin Feng used the multiplier to enhance his damage by 1.5 times, then brought a dragon flame crashing down on the tentacle. Clang. The black blade struck the tentacle with a sound of metal clashing. Qin Feng couldn't believe how hard this tentacle was. Break for me. Qin Feng roared using every ounce of his strength. Poochie! He managed to sever a section of the tentacle. But before Qin Feng could rejoice, the severed tentacle suddenly changed direction in a bizarre manner and coiled around him, dragging him into the cocoon. Holy crap! A million curses raced through Qin Feng's mind. He had been keeping his distance all along to avoid any killing moves from the woman in the cocoon, but despite all his precautions he still failed to defend against it. Plop! Qin Feng entered the cocoon. The space inside was not large, and once inside, he found himself face to face with the woman. Name Qinlinger. Age 23 years old. Height 165 centimeters. Weight 47 kilograms. Attribute peerless beauty. Score 90 points. A score of 90, even 1 point higher than Su Yanyao. But Qin Feng had no mind to appreciate Qinlinger's beauty at the moment. Qinlinger was a 4th rank zombie, perhaps even 5th rank. He didn't think she had pulled him in for a friendly chat. She must be planning something, though Qin Feng couldn't guess what. In a daze, Qin Feng thought he saw Qinlinger smile. He had to admit she was truly beautiful. If it weren't for the mortal danger he was in, he would have been captivated by her. Warning. 4th rank zombie virus detected near the host. Please retreat immediately. Please retreat immediately. Hearing the system's warning, Qin Feng finally understood what Qinlinger was trying to do. She wanted to infect him and turn him into a zombie. Since the 3rd rank virus was useless, she must have pulled him in to try the 4th rank virus. Qin Feng panicked. He still had 6 wives waiting for him, not a single child yet, and countless beauties to save. He didn't want to become a zombie. Qin Feng grabbed his black blade and tried to rush out of the cocoon, but Qinlinger obviously wouldn't let him. Her tentacles constantly interfered, and with the cramped space, Qin Feng failed several attempts. A wave of dizziness hit him, and Qin Feng staggered. He knew the 4th rank zombie virus was taking effect. Even if he escaped now, he would turn into a zombie. How? How could this be? Qin Feng was filled with extreme unwillingness. This was a death sentence. He wondered if his 6 wives would grieve for him after he died. Seeing that Qin Feng had been infected by the zombie virus and had resigned himself to his fate, Qinlinger retracted her tentacles. She was at a critical juncture and needed to conserve her strength as much as possible. Qin Feng had posed too great a threat, forcing her to act. Roar! Qin Feng's eyes turned bloodshot, and he let out a low zombie growl. He was in despair. Unless his virus immunity suddenly rose to the 4th rank, he would become a zombie. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Qin Feng. He looked at Qinlinger, who was right in front of him, and a bold idea was born. Perhaps he really could raise his virus immunity to the 4th rank. Qinlinger was somewhat puzzled. It seemed Qin Feng had reignited his fighting spirit. In the blink of an eye, Qin Feng lunged directly at Qinlinger. Qinlinger truly hadn't expected that on the verge of death Qin Feng would act so recklessly. Even her tentacles couldn't block him in time. Seeing Qinlinger's slight panic, Qin Feng's gaze grew even more resolute. If he succeeded, he would continue to live a life of pleasure. If he failed, he would at least leave a permanent scar on Qinlinger's psyche, and his death would be worth it. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the 7th dependent. Reward 5 advancement points, which can be used to advance any ability below the 4th rank. It worked. Qin Feng rejoiced and immediately upgraded his virus immunity to the 4th rank. Virus immunity advanced to the 4th rank. You are now immune to 4th rank zombie viruses and below. Boom. Before Qin Feng could celebrate, he was kicked out of the cocoon by Qinlinger. Qin Feng stood up and rubbed his chest. That girl sure had a strong kick. Even though he was now a 4th rank ability user, he still couldn't withstand it. This confirmed his suspicion that Qinlinger was advancing to the 5th rank. Rumble. The cocoon shook violently, as if it were about to explode. Qinlinger opened her eyes, glaring at Qin Feng with gnashing teeth, an expression that suggested she wanted to devour him alive. How dare this man? Qin Feng stood on guard. Not only had Qinlinger failed to turn him into a zombie, but he had also taken great advantage of her. She probably wanted to tear him into 1,000 pieces. Whoosh. To Qin Feng's utter astonishment, the cocoon crashed through the roof and flew away. Qin Feng quickly realized that Qinlinger was already at the end of her rope. But the cocoon flew too fast for him to catch up, so he had to give up. He could only gaze wistfully in the direction the cocoon had flown. He wondered if they would meet again as friends or foes. After all, they had just had a profound exchange, so there might be some bond between them. He also wondered if a zombie could get pregnant. Roar! Zhou Chun and the others, now turned into zombies, tried to chase after the cocoon as it flew away, but Qin Feng stopped them. They were all 2nd-tier zombies, perfect for leveling up his women. Qin Feng severed the limbs of all the zombies, then called Su Yanyao to bring everyone to the cafeteria. Before long, Su Yanyao arrived with the women. Husband Feng Lin was about to throw herself into Qin Feng's arms for a coquettish hug, but she was startled by the limbless zombies on the ground. Aside from Su Yanyao, the other women were also terrified, never having witnessed such a scene before. Don't be afraid, they're no longer a threat. Qin Feng held Feng Lin to comfort her. Husband, you're amazing. You took down so many zombies so quickly. Su Yanyao looked at Qin Feng with admiration. While the others didn't know the true danger of the zombies on the ground, she did. There were 3 third-tier zombies here, and the rest were second-tier enough to form a squad of ability users. A trivial matter hardly worth mentioning. Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively. He hadn't even mentioned his greatest feat yet. If they knew he had slain a zombie on the verge of advancing to the 5th tier, they would be utterly astounded. These zombies are for you to advance. Among them are 3 third-tier ones. Killing them will make you third-tier ability users. As soon as Qin Feng finished speaking, the women looked at him with eager anticipation. They had chatted with Su Yanyao in the dormitory and knew the power of third-tier ability users, each yearning to become one. I've decided to give it to Bai Ruoxue Feng Lin and Bai Jia first. They were the earliest to be with me. But don't feel disheartened, the rest of you. Oh, everyone will get their turn in time. Qin Feng didn't hesitate much. This was the fairest distribution he could think of. Bai Ruoxue and the other two were overjoyed, having expected him to give the abilities to the most beautiful women, not to them. I love you, husband. Husband, I want to bear your children. I knew you were the best. Bai Ruoxue and the others immediately pounced on Qin Feng, showering him with kisses and hugs, unable to stop. All right, go ahead and acquire the abilities now, Qin Feng said with a smile. If he hadn't just finished an intense bout with Chenlinger, he would have taught these 3 teasing vixens a lesson. The other women felt a pang of disappointment, but quickly recovered. If they couldn't get third-tier abilities, they could still get second-tier ones. Besides, Qin Feng had promised that everyone would have their turn eventually. Qin Feng handed the black blade to Bai Ruoxue. As his first woman, she deserved the first choice. The 3 third-tier abilities are Barrier, Thorn, and Corrosion. You'll choose by luck, so don't say I'm playing favorites. Qin Feng teased. Bai Ruoxue was the first to obtain Barrier. Feng Lin got Thorn, and Bai Jia, with no other option, naturally ended up with Corrosion. Next came the second-tier abilities. There were over 20 zombies, and Qin Feng was too lazy to allocate them himself, letting the women decide on their own. He saved 1 zombie for advancing his disguise skill. Congratulations, host, for killing a second-tier zombie. Your disguise skill has advanced to the 2nd tier, allowing you to alter your own or others' body shape and appearance. Qin Feng gave it a try. He could now even change his height and build. It was truly miraculous. After the abilities were distributed, all the women were beaming with joy. They were no longer just decorative vases. They now had the means to protect themselves. Husband, let's go back. We're all stronger now, and we won't let you down. Feng Lin's seductive expression stirred a deep itch in Qin Feng's heart. All right, but there's still one person to handle. We'll talk after that's taken care of. Qin Feng stored the soldiers' equipment in his spatial storage, thinking it might come in handy later. Then he led the women out of the cafeteria to where Wang Yuyan was being kept, and woke her up. Who are you? Wang Yuyan drew a short blade as she woke, eyeing Qin Feng and the women warily. Captain Wang, don't you recognize me so soon? Or do you truly wish to become the young mistress? Qin Feng said with a smile, transforming into Zhou Jiantao's appearance before quickly shifting back. Oh, husband, that's disgusting. Why did you turn into him? Feng Lin, still clinging to Qin Feng's arm, grimaced in disgust at his transformation. Sorry, I didn't consider your feelings. Qin Feng said with a smile, planting a firm kiss on Feng Lin as an apology. Is this your true face? Wang Yuyan finally realized that Qin Feng was the same person as Zhou Jiantao and Xin Ping. She had to admit Qin Feng was far better looking than those two. At least she didn't find him repulsive. Yes, I'm Qin Feng, but my women all call me husband. You can do the same. Qin Feng's words made Wang Yuyan blush. Was he confessing to her? How could such a clumsy confession exist? And all these women were his. He was far too fickle. Where are the others? My team members. Wang Yuyan suddenly thought of something and spoke with agitation. They're all dead in a way because of me. Qin Feng didn't hide the truth and told Wang Yuyan plainly. You? Forget it. For them it might have been a release. Wang Yuyan was initially furious, but she quickly calmed down. Even if Qin Feng hadn't caused their deaths, they would have continued to die for the Zhou family. What are your plans? The Zhou family won't let you go. Would you be willing to become my woman? Qin Feng continued. One more woman was just one more pair of chopsticks to him. He had no qualms about it. The women all wore expressions of I knew it. How could Qin Feng go out without finding a new woman? They had sensed Qin Feng's interest in Wang Yuyan from the start. You saved me, and my life is yours. I can be your woman, but the Zhou family has done me favors, and I want help you against them. Wang Yuyan said after some thought. She did feel a special connection with Qin Feng, but if he wanted to use her against the Zhou family, she couldn't do it. All right, I agree. Qin Feng readily accepted. His women's primary task was to bear children, whether they helped him was secondary. As Wang Yuyan agreed to become his woman, Bai Ruoxue spoke up anxiously. Hello, I'm Bai Ruoxue from the Bai family. Since you were sent by the Zhou family, you must know the current situation of the Bai family, right? The Zhou and Bai families were top-tier clans in Qingyun City with close ties. She believed Wang Yuyan could tell her about the Bai family's status. Yes, I went to the Bai family after the zombie outbreak, but I'm sorry to tell you the Bai family has been wiped out. Wang Yuyan said calmly. However, Bai Ruoxue and Bai Jia were deeply shaken upon hearing this. Impossible. The Zhou family is fine, so how could the Bai family be in trouble? Liar. You're lying to us, aren't you? Bai Ruoxue and Bai Jia couldn't believe Wang Yuyan's words. Though they had suspected it in their hearts, hearing it directly was still hard to accept. I have no reason to lie to you. It's no secret in Qingyun City, though anyone still alive should know. But the Bai family wasn't destroyed by zombies. It was by humans. Who? Who did this? Bai Ruoxue roared furiously. If the Bai family had died at the hands of zombies, there would be nothing to be done, but Wang Yuyan said it was the work of humans. No matter who did it, she would make the murderer pay. I don't know. I only know there was more than one killer, and they were all terrifyingly strong, probably ability users. The Bai family had private armed forces, yet not a single person survived. Wang Yuyan sighed with emotion. That was a top-tier family rivaling the Zhou family, annihilated overnight. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed it. Bai Ruoxue and Bai Jia exchanged a glance, then spoke to Qin Feng. Husband Bai Jia and I must return to Qingyun City to avenge the Bai family. Thank you for your care all this time. If we survive, we will surely come back to you. Bai Ruoxue and Bai Jia turned to leave. Now both were third-tier ability users. Even if they were outmatched, they would make the murderers pay. The other women had complex expressions. Had they only known each other for such a short time, and now they were about to part. They too had families. Whether they were still alive, or how they were faring now, none of them knew. Wait, Qin Feng said with a dark expression. Bai Ruoxue and Bai Jia halted. They knew Qin Feng wouldn't be willing to let them leave like this, but there was no choice. They had a blood feud to settle. You are my women. Do you think I would stand idly by? Pack up. We're all going to Qingyun City. Qin Feng's words instantly brought tears to Bai Ruoxue and Bai Jia's eyes. They had misunderstood him. Not only did he not stop them, but he was willing to go with them to avenge their family. Husband. Bai Ruoxue and Bai Jia threw themselves into Qin Feng's arms, one on each side. If any other man were present, he would be green with envy. All right, stop crying. If you keep crying, you won't be beautiful anymore. Qin Feng said, gently wiping away their tears. The other women were also very satisfied with Qin Feng's actions. They too had families and might need his help someday. Helping Bai Ruoxue and Bai Jia was helping themselves. The women went back to pack their things, also bringing along Yin Lily, who had been watching over their belongings. She was not one of Qin Feng's women, so she didn't deserve to gain abilities. Meanwhile, Qin Feng went to scavenge more supplies from the school. The school had 3 supermarkets and 2 cafeterias. He had already cleared 2 supermarkets and 1 cafeteria. Now he headed to the last supermarket and cafeteria. First he arrived at the supermarket. Many things had already been taken, but it was better than nothing. Qin Feng collected everything into his storage space, and then rushed to the old cafeteria. The old cafeteria also had 2 floors filled with drained corpses of humans and zombies. The sight made Qin Feng's scalp tingle. He had wondered earlier why the old cafeteria with its denser crowd had spawned a monster like Chunlinger, who ended up in the new cafeteria. Now he roughly understood. Chunlinger had originally been in the old cafeteria, draining all the humans and zombies there before moving to the new cafeteria. Speaking of Chunlinger, Qin Feng shuddered. He now had another reason to leave. Once she broke through to the 5th tier, she would surely return for revenge. With his current strength, he was definitely no match for Chunlinger. No, Qin Feng couldn't tolerate such a situation. He still had too few women. He needed to find more to advance. After collecting all the supplies from the old cafeteria, Qin Feng regrouped with the women, and they set off together for Qingyun City. Thanks to Qin Feng's storage space, no one had to carry anything, making the journey relatively easy. They left the school. Bai Ruoxue and the others couldn't help but look back several times. It was already the 7th day of the apocalypse. 7 days ago they were still university students sheltered in a greenhouse. Now it still felt like a dream. Even Qin Feng turned back for a glance. Farewell, Qingshan University. 3 hours later. Wang Yuyan, at our current pace, how long until we reach Qingyun City? Qin Feng asked. About 2 days. Considering rest time and possible accidents, it might take even longer. Wang Yuyan pondered before answering. It had taken them 4 days to travel from Qingyun City to Qingshan University, but that was with Zhou Chun and while avoiding dangers. Now that everyone was an ability user, they would surely be faster. Oh, I can't go on. Let me rest for a while. Yin Lily was drenched in sweat, utterly exhausted. Alright, he had forgotten about this maidservant Teacher Yin. She wasn't an ability user yet. Teacher Yin, you're a bit out of shape. How about coming to my room tonight for some personal guidance? Qin Feng joked. This Yin Lily was really stubborn, still refusing to submit to him. Yin Lily shot Qin Feng a glance without speaking. She knew he was deliberately provoking her. Of everyone, she was the only one without abilities. What did that have to do with her level of exercise? Qin Feng, it's getting dark. Let's find a place to rest. Our vision will be poor at night, but zombies won't be affected. We'll set out again tomorrow when it's light. Wang Yuyan suggested. Although they were all ability users, many of the women had no combat experience and would be lucky not to be a burden when facing zombies. Alright, I'll listen to you. But from now on, don't call me by my name. Call me husband. Qin Feng corrected. He had said it several times, but Wang Yuyan still couldn't get used to it. Understood. Husband, Wang Yuyan said reluctantly. She had served the Zhou family since childhood and never imagined she would one day have a husband. Calling Qin Feng husband still felt strange. Husband not far ahead is the royal residence where the wealthy in the area live. Let's stay there for the night. Feng Lin immediately chimed in. She had long wanted to experience the royal residence, and now she finally had the chance. Alright, if my wife wants to go then well go. Roar, roar, roar. Outside the gate of the royal residence, quite a few zombies spotted Qin Feng's group and lunged at them, but they were as fragile as paper before the group. In no time the zombies were all killed. The community gate was majestic with golden carved decorations gleaming in the sunlight, though stained with dried blood. On the ground inside there were leftover gnawed bones. Who goes there? Two men appeared before Qin Feng, likely drawn by the commotion of the fight. They held makeshift weapons and eyed Qin Feng warily. As the two approached and saw the women behind Qin Feng, their eyes went wide. One of them even drooled uncontrollably. Beauties. So many beauties. Gentlemen, we're here seeking refuge. Could you open the gate and let us in? Qin Feng said amicably. Alright, I'll open it right away. One man quickly took out keys to unlock the gate. With so many beauties they were rare even before the apocalypse, let alone now when zombies roamed rampant. Finding any woman at all was precious. Hold on. The other man stopped him. You can come in, but you have to give us something in return. The man made a gesture for money, but Qin Feng knew that in this apocalypse what the man wanted wasn't money, but supplies. What do you think, brothers? Is this enough? Qin Feng pulled out 2 loaves of bread. The two men, upon seeing the bread, were like starving wolves spotting a lamb. They hadn't eaten proper food in 2 days, surviving only on grass roots and tree bark. Alright, open the door quickly. The two men immediately unlocked the gate and let Qin Feng and his group in. Qin Feng casually tossed the bread which they treasured like gems to them. Having grown accustomed to Yan Lily's cooking, he no longer craved bread and found it a waste of space in his storage. The two men hastily caught the bread and tucked it into their chests, then locked the gate and led the way with beaming smiles. Along the way they kept stealing glances at Qin Feng's women and tried to strike up conversations, but receiving no response they eventually gave up. Royal Elegance residence, true to its reputation as the finest neighborhood nearby, boasted wide winding paths paved with exquisite stone, so clean they mirrored one's reflection. The buildings were scattered in a tasteful arrangement, each with its own unique style. The exteriors were adorned with high-end stone and expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, exuding a sense of stability and grandeur. You'll stay in this building. Feel free to use any open rooms, but don't touch the locked ones, one man warned, and then the two departed. Qin Feng swept his gaze with his X-ray vision and was startled. The building was infested with zombies, but they couldn't open doors and were trapped in their rooms. No wonder the man had warned them. Honey, it's still early. Let's go for a stroll. Bai Jia suggested. Cooped up in the dorm for days, seeing other survivors in the neighborhood sparked a desire to explore. Sure, but spread out a bit. You all standing together draws too much attention, Qin Feng advised. He wasn't worried about his women getting hurt. They were all ability users now, but about clueless folks who might provoke them. Ordinary people were far too fragile against ability users. Got it. Nah. Bai Jia stuck out her tongue playfully. Wait for me. Who's coming with me? Yan Lily hurried after them, lacking abilities and afraid to wander alone. Wang Yuyan, you're with me. Let's bond. Just as Wang Yuyan was about to head upstairs, Qin Feng pulled her back. This girl was too cold and untouched by him. He needed to put in more effort to warm her up. They wandered aimlessly, and Qin Feng held Wang Yuyan's hand without resistance. True to her word, having agreed to be his woman, she was committed. Bottled water 350 milliliters, all for food, bread, or instant noodles. Unopened can luncheon meat for alcohol, preferably liquor. Gold ring, pure gold for any food. Cries rose and fell. This seemed to be the community's free trading spot. Some people, empty-handed, covertly observed every transaction, their intentions clearly malicious. Brother, is this for sale? A man asked Qin Feng, his gaze drifting to Wang Yuyan. Wang Yuyan's eyes flashed with killing intent. Did she look like something to be sold? Had Qin Feng not advised against causing trouble, she would have struck. Other men also eyed Qin Feng, and he had no doubt that if he said yes, they'd swarm to haggle. This is my woman, Qin Feng declared, pulling her close. That's why I asked if you're selling, the man replied matter-of-factly. Qin Feng's worldview shattered. Judging by the man's words, selling one's own wife was common in this community. Not for sale. Get lost. Qin Feng dismissed the man impatiently, sensing Wang Yuyan was about to explode. If an 83-rated woman like Wang Yuyan drew such attention, the more beautiful ones would face even greater harassment. Qin Feng and Wang Yuyan continued their stroll. Their clean clothes and healthy complexions drew even more eyes, signaling abundant food. First-tier zombie for sale. Kill it and gain an ability, a burly man shouted, instantly attracting a crowd. According to official announcements, everyone knew zombies had tiers. Killing a tiered zombie granted its ability. Qin Feng, intrigued, led Wang Yuyan over. Capturing a first-tier zombie alive took some skill. In an iron cage, a zombie struggled to open it, but failed. How much for this zombie? Someone asked eagerly. Abilities meant a better chance at survival. Who wouldn't want one? Good question. Everyone knows the value of a first-tier zombie, so he'll auction it. Starting bid 10 packs of instant noodles. Highest bidder wins, the man said with a grin. The real value far exceeded that, but a low start fueled competition. I bid 11 packs. I bid a whole box. A box of instant noodles plus a carton of milk. A box of instant noodles and a woman. Qin Feng watched silently. Before the apocalypse, women held high status. Now they were traded like commodities. 2 women, a box of instant noodles, a carton of milk. Going once. Any higher, the man beamed satisfied with the offer. The supplies would last him a while. As for the women, if they were attractive, he'd keep them, if not he could sell them. Move aside. Out of the way. A group pushed through the crowd led by a man with a thick gold chain twirling 2 walnuts in his hand. Young Master Chiu, what brings you here? The burly man fawned. Chiu Xiao's father now ruled Royal Elegance residence, making him untouchable. Heard you caught a first-tier zombie. Came to see, Chiu Xiao said, eyeing the cage without even glancing at the man. Your presence honors my humble abode. The man flattered, inwardly cursing his luck. Chiu Chaos attention meant trouble. Just days ago had defiled a married woman and her husband vanished after seeking revenge. He'll take this zombie. Name your price, Chiu Chao declared arrogantly. Well, young Master Chiu, the auction's at 2 women, a box of noodles, and a carton of milk, the man said nervously. Chiu Chao had supplies, but might not offer that much. I wasn't here, so it doesn't count. Start over, Chiu Chao said coldly. No one dared speak. The earlier bidders had slipped away. I bid 1 lollipop, Chiu Chao said, handing it over. The man scanned the crowd. No one dared outbid the Chiu family. His face darkened. He had to swallow this loss. Young Master Chiu, no other bids. The zombie's yours, he said, reaching for the lollipop. Better than nothing. Oh, you actually dare take it. Chiu Chao sneered. Before the man could react, a blade was at his throat. Murder. Panic erupted as everyone fled, but Qin Feng and Wang Yuyan stood still, unfazed. Chiu Chaos' eyes lit up, captivated by Wang Yuyan. She was exactly his type. Hey, sell me your woman. He'll give you a lollipop. He approached with his men holding out the candy. As long as she's willing, I don't mind. But let me warn you, she's got a temper. Qin Feng shrugged. If someone was asking for trouble, he wasn't about to stop them. Haha, you're wise, kid. Pretty lady, what's the point of sticking with a loser? Come with me, and he'll guarantee you a life of luxury. Chiu Chao said smugly, thinking Qin Feng was scared. Otherwise, why would he show no reaction to such provocation? Wang Yuyan clenched her fists so hard her knuckles cracked. First someone tried to buy her, and now another fool wanted to trade a lollipop for her. Enough was enough. Hey, cat, out your tongue. Let big brother check you out. Chiu Chao leered, reaching a greasy hand toward Wang Yuyan. Splat. Chiu Chao stared dumbfounded at his right hand, drenched in blood, all 5 fingers gone. My hand. My hand. Wang Yuyan held a short blade, staring coldly at Chiu Chaos' incessant screams, finally venting her pent-up fury. Young Master Chiu, are you alright? How dare you? You've attacked young Master Chiu. Do you have a death wish? Chiu Chaos bodyguards quickly surrounded them. The incident had been too sudden, they hadn't reacted in time. Oh dear, young Master Chiu, didn't I tell you, she had a temper. How careless of you. Qin Feng put on an innocent act, as if anyone unaware might think he and Chiu Chao were great friends. Chiu Chao was livid. A bad temper didn't mean pulling a knife on someone. It was clearly Qin Feng and the woman messing with him. Kill him. Break her limbs. He'll make her wish she were dead. Chiu Chao roared. What's it got to do with me? She did the deed, why kill me? Qin Feng felt wronged. Beautiful women had privileges. She sliced off Chiu Chaos' fingers, and still they hesitated to kill her. Meanwhile, had done nothing but offer a friendly warning, and now they wanted him dead. Tough luck, pal. Next life, be more careful about who you mess with. Chiu Chaos' bodyguard charged at Qin Feng with a wooden club, planning to kill him first before dealing with Wang Yuyan. You're asking for it. Wang Yuyan met them with her blade. Such small fry didn't warrant Qin Feng's involvement. She moved like a serpent among them, weaving through the group. In no time, all the bodyguards were down, each with a single slash to the throat. Qin Feng couldn't help but applaud. Wang Yuyan's combat experience was extraordinary. If they were equally matched, he wouldn't stand a chance against her. How is this possible? Chiu Chao was dumbfounded, even the pain in his hand forgotten. These bodyguards were his father's elite picks. How could they lose to a woman? What are you doing? What's all this? I told you she had a temper, but nobody listens. Qin Feng feigned anguish, even making Wang Yuyan roll her eyes inwardly at his theatrics. Big brother, big sister, I was blind to your greatness. Please have mercy and spare my life. Chiu Chao came to his senses and kowtowed, frantically begging for forgiveness. He was still young and didn't want to die. Wang Yuyan glanced at Qin Feng as if asking what to do. Why look at me? You made the call. Qin Feng tossed the decision back to her. But if she let Chiu Chao go, he'd be disappointed. Any fool knew Chiu Chao wouldn't let things slide if he survived. Splat. Without hesitation, Wang Yuyan slit Chiu Chaos' throat. She understood the principle of nipping trouble in the bud. Not bad, not bad. Clean and decisive. You and Su Yanyao are the only ones who give me peace of mind. Qin Feng praised generously. Ring, ring, ring. Qin Feng's phone rang. It was Feng Lin. He wondered what trouble she'd run into, but she was a third-tier psychic. No one in the neighborhood should be a match for her. Hey honey, I've got good news. Want to hear it? Feng Lin teased, though the background noise was lively and chaotic, not like she was in trouble. Spit it out. I'm listening. Qin Feng said indifferently. What good news could there be? Unless she'd found him more beautiful women. Take a guess. Feng Lin was being playful, still stringing him along. If you don't tell me I'm hanging up. When I get home tonight, I'll spank your bottom. Qin Feng threatened without an ounce of chivalry. No. Fine, I'll tell you. They're auctioning off a beauty in Building 10. She's stunning. Isn't that good news? Another woman. He had to check it out. If she met the system's criteria, he'd definitely buy her. Wang Yuyan overheard everything. Pimping for her own husband. Feng Lin was quite the wife. All right, I'm on my way. Qin Feng hung up and headed over with Wang Yuyan. Time was of the essence. If he was late, someone else might snatch her up. After Qin Feng and Wang Yuyan left, people gradually emerged. Seeing Qiu Chaos Corpse, they knew Royal Elegance residence was about to change. The auction was easy to find, surrounded by a crowd of mostly men. Some had no supplies to bid, but came to feast their eyes on the beauty. In short, a bunch of lechers. Honey, over here. Feng Lin spotted Qin Feng and waved excitedly. All eyes turned to Qin Feng. How did he have such a gorgeous wife? When they noticed Wang Yuyan beside him, they cursed him inwardly. Two beautiful wives. Leave some for the rest of the men. Qin Feng led Wang Yuyan through the crowd, basking in envious stares, and walked up to Feng Lin. How's it going? How many supplies have they bid up to? He caught sight of the woman up for auction. She was good-looking and probably met the system's criteria, but she was too far away to trigger the system's scan. No supplies needed. Feng Lin said, her expression complicated. No supplies. Then what? Trade for another beautiful woman. Qin Feng's mind wandered. If that were the case, no matter how pretty she was, he wouldn't take her. She's auctioning herself off. The price is killing someone for her. Feng Lin quickly clarified, seeing the mischievous glint in Qin Feng's eyes. Kill someone. Now that's interesting. Qin Feng grew curious. What deep-seated hatred would drive a beautiful woman to sell herself for revenge? Honey, she's pitiful. If you fancy her, help her out. Killing someone is a piece of cake for you, right? Feng Lin tugged at Qin Feng's sleeve, pleading. All right, I do love helping others. Qin Feng walked toward the woman selling herself. He knew Feng Lin had a soft spot for her plight. But that was fine. As long as the woman met the system's criteria and the target deserved death, he'd lend a hand. Wang Yuyan pursed her lips. Wasn't he just being a lecher? Make way, make way. Qin Feng walked toward the girl, but the crowd of lecherous onlookers made it difficult to squeeze through. Some were unwilling to give way, thinking, who do you think you are? And deliberately blocked his path. Qin Feng wasted no time. He simply lifted the obstructing individuals and tossed them behind him. Seeing this, the others dared not block his way and voluntarily parted to form a path. The girl wore a light dress, her long hair cascading like a black waterfall. Her delicate face seemed carved from the finest porcelain, with arched brows, a straight nose, and cherry lips, flawless in every detail. Yet what stood out most was her stunning figure, which nearly burst through her clothes. Qin Feng admitted that none of his women could rival this girl in that regard. The only flaw was the tear stains on her face, evidence of recent crying. Yet this only added to her pitiable charm, making Qin Feng long to take her home and offer comfort. Name Lin Fiwen. Age 20 years. Height 165 centimeters. Weight 52 kilograms. Advantage, baby-faced and well-endowed, you know what I mean. Score 89 points. 89 points. For the first time, Qin Feng was dissatisfied with the system's rating. Based on Lin Feiwan's two magnificent assets alone, she deserved full marks in his book. He was determined to have her. Su Yinyao also scored 89, but she was a different type, a long-legged seductress, while Lin Feiwan embodied the girl next door that every man encounters in his first love. Miss, who do you want to kill? What grudge do you hold against him? Qin Feng got straight to the point, first learning who Lin Feiwan intended to kill. If the target was a heinous villain, he would avenge her. If it was a good person, he would carry Lin Feiwan home, ridding the world of a threat. I want to kill Qiu Yong. He drove my parents to their deaths. If someone can avenge me, I have nothing to offer but my body and gratitude. Lin Feiwan said excitedly, her voice hoarse from shouting for who knew how long. Qin Feng paused. Another Qiu. The one Wang Yuyan just killed was also named Qiu. Could they be in league? Are you telling the truth? Can anyone vouch for you? If Qiu Yong is as you say, I am willing to exact revenge for you. Qin Feng could not take Lin Feiwan's word alone. Beautiful women were the most deceptive. Many people here can testify for me. Lin Feiwan said, excited that someone was finally willing to help. Uncle Wang, you're our neighbor, you know what happened. Lin Feiwan looked at her neighbor, also her father's good friend. No, I know nothing. Find someone else. Uncle Wang waved his hands frantically and even fled. Uncle Li, you live downstairs, can you testify for us? Lin Feiwan did not give up and sought another person she thought could bear witness. Oh, I'm old and hard of hearing, I don't know what happened in your family. Under Lin Feiwan's expectant gaze, Uncle Li also turned and walked away. Lin Feiwan then called on several others she believed could testify, but all claimed ignorance, unwilling to step forward. It's true. It's really Chiao Yong's doing. She wept in frustration, unable to understand why no one would speak up. All right, I believe you. Chiao Yong must have considerable influence. They don't want to court trouble. Qin Feng took a handkerchief from his storage space and wiped Lin Feiwan's tears. Wang Yuyin and Feng Lin watched from a distance, thinking as expected of their husband, so quick to make a move. The head of this residential complex, is Chiao Yong's father. Lin Feiwan answered Qin Feng's question between sobs. Suddenly a wooden staff flew toward the back of Qin Feng's head. Watch out! Lin Feiwan cried out, trying to pull him away, but finding him immovable. She closed her eyes, unable to bear seeing him bleed. With a crack, Qin Feng caught the staff effortlessly without turning around. Oh, quite skilled, but keep your dirty hands off her. A group of men swaggered over, led by a fierce-looking man with a long scar on his face, dressed in a black shirt, somewhat resembling Xiao Chao. It's him. He's Chiao Yong. He killed my parents. Lin Feiwan's emotions surged as she pointed angrily at Chiao Yong. If looks could kill, Chiao Yong would have died 100 times over. So what if I did? Those old fools were ungrateful. Was I not worthy to be their son-in-law? On their knees before they died, they begged me to spare you. How laughable. Chiao Yong chuckled, as if recounting a hilarious joke. You. Lin Feiwan was speechless with rage, realizing she had brought calamity upon her parents. So you're Chiao Yong. What's your relationship with Xiao Chao? Qin Feng asked. It was like a pillow arriving just as he felt drowsy. He had been wondering how to find Chiao Yong, and now the man had come to him. Xiao Chao is my brother. Who are you? A friend of his? Chiao Yong asked suspiciously. If Qin Feng was Xiao Chao's friend, he might spare him out of respect. I can't be bothered to explain. Ask your brother yourself. With a snap, Qin Feng raised his hand and unleashed a lightning spell, turning Chiao Yong and his men into charred remains. Chiao Yong died without understanding why Qin Feng had attacked so suddenly. Wasn't mentioning a mutual acquaintance supposed to build rapport? Lin Feiwan stood dumbfounded. The object of her hatred had died just like that. It felt almost surreal. Close your mouth, you're drooling, Qin Feng teased. Lin Feiwan snapped back to reality, gazing at Qin Feng with awe. As agreed, you're my woman now. Qin Feng wrapped an arm around Lin Feiwan. How delightful to gain a stunning beauty so effortlessly. Don't. People are watching. Lin Feiwan blushed as Qin Feng directly touched her two magnificent treasures. Sorry, I couldn't help myself. But those two are also my women, so no need to be shy. Qin Feng reluctantly pulled his hand back, then led Lin Feiwan, Feng Lin, and Wang Yuyin home. If they couldn't do it in public, they could at home. Lin Feiwan was dazed, wondering if she had misheard. Were those two beauties also Qin Feng's women? In the most luxurious building of the Royal Elegance residence. Boss. Bad news. A man burst frantically into the office. What's the rush? Haven't I told you to stay calm and steady in any situation? Xiao Dawei sat calmly at his desk, discreetly closing a window showing a risque film. But the man remained agitated, only to be cut off. No buts. If you can't calm down, I won't listen. Xiao Dawei spoke placidly. After a moment, seeing the man had settled, he said, All right, go ahead. Oh boss, your son is dead, the man stated flatly. What? Why the hell didn't you say so earlier? Xiao Dawei leaped to his feet in fury. The man felt exasperated. Hadn't he just asked for calm before speaking? Yet he dared not voice this thought in Xiao Dawei's presence. My son. Xiao Dawei wailed in utter despair. Already over 50, he never imagined enduring the agony of burying his own child. Brother, please take care of yourself and bear your grief with grace. The man feigned profound sorrow as he consoled Xiao Dawei. Oh right. Was it Xiao Chao or Chiao Yong? Xiao Dawei suddenly asked, so consumed by weeping that he'd forgotten which son had perished. It's the eldest Xiao Chao. The man replied instantly. Oh my Chao, I nurtured you for over 20 years. Yet you're gone just like that. Well fine. Gone is gone. At least I still have two sons. Xiao Dawei abruptly shifted tone, leaving his younger brother utterly stunned. This was no mere pet's passing. It was his own flesh and blood. And yet he adjusted so swiftly. Truly worthy of being the boss. Boss. Bad news. Terrible news. Another underling burst into the office, breathless and frantic. What's all this panic? I lost a son, and still kept my composure. Xiao Dawei spoke calmly, once again composed. Boss, you already know. The underling blinked in disbelief. He'd rushed here the moment he heard. How could Xiao Dawei possibly know? Yes, I know Xiao Chao is dead, but I still have Chiao Yong. Xiao Dawei declared indifferently. It was precisely this supreme self-assurance, this utter disregard for all but himself, that had forged his success. He even felt grateful to have sired two sons. One heir remained to carry on the lineage. No boss, it's Chiao Yong who's dead, struck down by a metahuman's lightning, reduced to blackened charcoal. The underling hurried to clarify. Who exactly died? Xiao Dawei's mind reeled. He turned sharply toward the first underling who'd reported. Boss, the eldest is confirmed dead, slit throat, right hand fingers severed. The underling hastened to add, pulling up photos on his phone to prove it. Boss, I also have photos of the second son, though he's been charred beyond recognition. You likely won't even tell it's human. The other underling likewise displayed images. Only scorched unidentifiable remains barely discernible as human forms. So both my sons are gone. Qiu Daoi's voice trembled. Boss, grieve wisely and cherish your health. Boss, accept fate with dignity. Your well-being matters most. Both underlings offered condolences in unison. Easy for you to say, you haven't lost a son. Someone get in here. Rage now consumed Qiu Dawei, calm utterly shattered. The office door swung open revealing dozens standing rigidly in formation outside, shouting in unison. Boss, kill their sons. Let them serve as sacrifices for mine. Let them taste the agony of losing a child. Boss, I beg your mercy. Forgive me this once. Boss, my son is innocent. Take me instead. Both underlings collapsed to their knees pleading desperately. Never imagining consolation would backfire so catastrophically. Their pleas availed nothing. Qiu Dawei's men executed their sons without delay. Collapsed on the floor, the two underlings now drowned in their own desolation. Now that feels satisfying, Qiu Dawei muttered, watching their anguish with cold, perverse satisfaction. Boss, we've identified the perpetrators. They killed both young masters, and they live within the same residential complex. The underling reported flatly, omitting all unnecessary words, learning from his predecessor's fate. Excellent. Dare slay my sons, and you'll pay with your lives. Without hesitation, Qiu Dawei led his entourage in a furious march toward Qin Feng and his companions. Back at their residence, the Royal Elegance Apartments truly lived up to their elite reputation. Pushing the door open, one was greeted by a vast sunlit living room. Soaring ceilings crowned with an opulent crystal chandelier, plush leather sofas arranged with regal symmetry. Every detail, whispering one word: luxury. Wow, absolutely stunning. I'd live here forever. Feng Lin threw herself onto the sofa, rolling gleefully. This was the affluent life she'd always dreamed of. Wang Yuyan's eyes shimmered with quiet awe. Years spent executing missions for the Zhou family. Even sleeping outdoors had been routine, had never prepared her for such refined elegance. Is it that impressive? This pales beside my home, Lin Fiwen remarked. Before the apocalypse, she'd been born into wealth, raised her entire life within these very walls of royal elegance, and found Feng Lin's reaction baffling. Feng Lin merely pursed her lips, refusing to engage. Sometimes she truly wanted to throttle the rich. Sigh, where have these girls wandered off to? Still not back yet. Qin Feng murmured, arms wrapped around Lin Fiwen, savoring the rare, intoxicating warmth of her presence. A stroke of extraordinary fortune. He'd truly struck gold. Lin Fiwen flushed crimson under Feng Lin and Wang Yuyan's lingering gazes, mortified beyond words. Qin Feng, perhaps we should go inside, she suggested softly. Having pledged herself to him, she would honor that vow. But intimacy before witnesses was unbearable. No, you couldn't bear it. Qin Feng withdrew his hands. He was merely savoring the moment. Lin Fiwen, after all, was an ordinary human. How could she withstand the overwhelming presence of a fourth-tier metahuman? Wang Yuyan, come with me to the bedroom, Qin Feng stated. As a second-tier metahuman rigorously trained for years, she would endure what Lin Fiwen could not. Yes. Wang Yuyan acquiesced, her heart fluttering, yet stepping forward obediently. Once Qin Feng and Wang Yuyan disappeared behind the bedroom door, only Lin Fiwen and Feng Lin remained in the living room. Senior Sister Feng, what did husband mean? Why can't I bear it? Lin Fiwen huffed, flustered that she had initiated privacy, only for him to choose Wang Yuyan instead. You're still too young. You'll understand later. Feng Lin replied with the air of a worldly elder, explaining that would be both cumbersome and censored. I'm not too young. I'm older than you, Senior Sister Feng. Lin Fiwen puffed out her chest, emboldened by their newfound camaraderie, playfully teasing now. Oh, daring to mock me. Let's see how you fare. Feng Lin, a seasoned veteran, immediately grasped her meaning. No, I'm sorry. Please spare me, Senior Sister. Within moments, Lin Fiwen was pinned, giggling, helplessly begging for mercy. Congratulations, host. You have acquired your 8th devoted follower. Reward granted: Tier 1 metahuman ability, instantaneous teleportation. Enables instantaneous relocation to any point within a 5-meter radius. Usable once per day. Excellent. Spatial abilities are never weak. As expected of the system, flawless craftsmanship. Though modest, now multiple evolutions will surely yield a divine tier power. Boss, that's the building. A subordinate pointed to the building where Qin Feng resided, but Qiu Dawei did not look at it. Even the others averted their gazes. Not far away, several graceful figures approached, and they simply could not tear their eyes away. This place is so much fun. If it weren't for the rush to get to Qingyan City, I'd really want to stay a couple more days. Xiaoyu said cheerfully. Before the apocalypse, she had only been a security guard at a mall, and had never experienced anything enjoyable. Places like Royal Elegance Residence were beyond her wildest dreams, and she never imagined she would one day visit such a location. It's quite nice, but there are always some annoying perverts. Su Yanyao wore a look of disgust. Almost everywhere she went, someone would harass her, and some even made outright advances. However, those people met a grim fate. Not only was she a third-tier ability user, but the other women who were second-tier ability users were no pushovers either. That just proves we're charming. Honestly, the women my husband finds are getting more and more beautiful. I'm starting to lose confidence. Xia Xijing complained. Back in school, she was hailed as a goddess with countless admirers, yet among Qin Feng's women, she didn't stand out much. Yin Lily silently followed behind the others, saying nothing. Truth be told, her feelings were now quite complicated. She watched as women were traded like commodities, here some even selling themselves for a single pack of instant noodles. Following Qin Feng was an immense stroke of luck for her. At least she had no worries about food or drink. Yet she was also deeply uneasy. What if one day Qin Feng no longer wanted her? After all, she was merely his maidservant. If Qin Feng ever decided to recruit a new maidservant, she believed countless people would be clamoring for the position. At that moment, she deeply regretted not agreeing to become Qin Feng's woman. She had witnessed firsthand how well he treated his women. Lavish meals every day, and now each of them possessed abilities. If it were any other man, how could he be so good to his women? Beautiful. Also beautiful. Qiu Dawei wore a lecherous expression, the grief over his son's deaths already forgotten. The women chatted and laughed as they passed by Qiu Dawei, completely ignoring him and his dozens of subordinates. An ordinary person facing dozens of fierce-looking men would likely wet their pants, but not these women. Even if there were hundreds of men, they wouldn't be a match for Su Yinyao alone. Boss, they seem to be with the ones who killed the young masters. A subordinate immediately said as the women were about to enter the building. Stop. All of you stop right there. Qiu Dawei shouted sternly, leading his men to surround Su Yinyao and the others. Is there a problem? Su Yinyao furrowed her delicate brows. Had Qin Feng not instructed them to avoid trouble, Qiu Dawei would have been dead for speaking to her so rudely. Was it you who killed my two sons? Qiu Dawei raised the cleaver in his hand, pointing it at the women with a ferocious look. They remained silent. They had indeed dealt with some annoying perverts, but who knew whose sons they were? What do you want? Your sons harassed us first. Su Yinyao said coldly. I don't care, since my sons are dead, a life for a life. But killing you outright would be too easy. I want you to bear me sons. Each of you will give me two. Qiu Dawei swallowed hard, thrilled at the thought that these beauties would soon be his. Like father, like son. Xia Xijing snorted. Now she too was certain they had just killed Qiu Dawei's sons. Like every other man who had harassed them, Qiu Dawei was just a toad lusting after swan meat. Why waste words with them? Let's just kill them. Su Yanyo's body was enveloped in a faint red aura, ready to strike. Xia Xijing and Xiao Yu also activated their abilities while Yin Lily stood idly in the distance. She was the only one without powers. Oh, ability users, no wonder you're not scared. Qiu Dawei was not flustered. Over a dozen of his subordinates were also ability users, and he himself possessed two abilities. Why would he fear three women? Brothers, don't damage their faces. Once we've subdued them, I'll reward that one to you. Qiu Dawei pointed at Xiao Yu, knowing that rewards fueled motivation. However, he was only willing to give the least attractive one, Xiao Yu, to his men. Alright. The subordinates were impatient with eagerness. Although Xiao Yu was only an 80 out of 100, she was still exceptionally beautiful. Usually such beauties were monopolized by Qiu Dawei and his two sons. You fat bastard, I'll kill you with my own hands. Xiao Yu was furious. Wasn't he implying she was the ugliest among them? She went berserk, charging into the crowd, and nearly injuring Xia Xijing by accident. How is this possible? Qiu Dawei, who had been confident of victory, was stunned. His formidable team was no match for a few women. Your ability isn't first tier. Qiu Dawei's face turned pale. He finally realized the crux of the issue. He had previously led his men to hunt second-tier zombies, only to fail miserably. Though the difference was just one tier, it was a world apart. Correct, but there's no prize. You still have to die. Xiao Yu picked up a fallen wooden club and mercilessly struck Qiu Dawei. She didn't use much force, ensuring he wouldn't die too quickly. Bang! A single blow shattered Qiu Dawei's right arm. Up! Qiu Dawei screamed in agony. Even with his two first-tier abilities, he couldn't withstand the force of that strike. I'm sorry. I was wrong, ladies. Please spare me. Qiu Dawei begged desperately. He deeply regretted coming for revenge. His sons were dead, so what? He could always father more. Now he had dragged himself and his men into this mess. A man in his 50s calling us ladies? Do we look that old? Xiao Yu had no intention of letting him go. He had just wanted to hand her over to dozens of men. Bang! She broke Qiu Dawei's left arm. I was wrong, young missus. You're the miss. Your whole family are misses. Xiao Yu, ignoring whether Qiu Dawei meant any offense, raised the club again. Bang! Bang! Qiu Dawei's legs were also broken. He knelt on the ground, his arms hanging limply. Heroines. Dear heroines, considering how old I am, and that both my sons are dead, can you spare me once? Qiu Dawei struggled to kowtow, hoping to buy his life. Fine, since you're so pitiful, I'll send you to reunite with your sons. Bang! Xiao Yu smashed his head with the club. Oh, looks like things are lively down there. I've never seen Xiao Yu so angry. Qin Feng and Wang Yuyan were on the balcony exercising and happened to witness Xiao Ye's violent outburst. Honey, let's go back to the bedroom. Someone might see us. Wang Yuyan said shyly. If anyone looked up, they would see her in this embarrassing state. She struggled to suppress her voice, afraid of drawing attention. Don't worry, no one's watching us. Qin Feng refused Wang Yuyan's request. They were leaving tomorrow. Why not savor the moment to the fullest? All right, Sister Xiao, you don't be angry. Seeing that Xiao Yu still wanted to vent her fury on the corpses, Xia Xining quickly comforted her. At that moment, Bai Ruoxue and Bai Jia also walked back, their eyes falling upon the bodies strewn across the ground. What have you? Humph. This old bastard brought his men to plot against us, but I took them all down, Xiao Yu declared, lifting her chin. If she didn't lose her temper, she wouldn't have realized just how formidable she was. Bai Ruoxue and Bai Jia remained silent. Having just learned of their family's massacre today, their hearts were heavy with grief. Enough, hurry back to find her husband and change your clothes. Stop showing off here, Xia Xining urged. Xiao Yu was drenched in blood, her garments beyond salvage. Oh, Xiao Ye's face twisted with disgust at the thought of being stained with those foul men's blood. The group found the room where Qin Feng and the others were. Upon opening the door, they saw Feng Lin and Lin Fiwen playfully tussling, with Feng Lin's hand resting in an inappropriate place. Aunt. Lin Fiwen yelped quickly, pulling away from Feng Lin. She hadn't expected her first encounter with the senior ladies to be so awkward. Hello everyone, I'm Lin Fiwen, newly taken by her husband. Please guide me, dear sisters. Lin Fiwen introduced herself with a bow, her humble demeanor winning her some goodwill. However, most gazes were fixated on her ample assets. Good heavens! What on earth did she eat to grow like that? The thought crossed every woman's mind. Each of them took turns introducing themselves to Lin Fiwen, except for Yin Lily, who stood awkwardly with her identity as merely a maid. At the same time, she resolved to delay no longer. No matter where Qin Feng went, he could find beautiful women. If she waited any longer, there would be no place for her. Sister Wang is expected of someone trained in a private army since childhood. Your skills are truly impressive. Feng Lin teased with a giggle. Wang Yuyan's face flushed even redder. Husband, is it my turn? Lin Fiwen asked anxiously. If Qin Feng rejected her again, she would truly doubt her own attractiveness. Don't be impatient. Wait until tomorrow when I upgrade you first. Qin Feng waved his hand. Lin Fiwen was merely an ordinary person, clearly not meeting the requirements. I wanna. Yin Lily began, but Feng Lin cut her off. I have something to discuss with you. Feng Lin grabbed Qin Feng and dragged him out of the living room. Dear sisters, what does our husband mean by upgrade? Lin Fiwen asked, puzzled. If she didn't get an answer, she wouldn't sleep a wink tonight. The others patiently explained it to her, and Lin Fiwen nodded with a semblance of understanding. Yin Lily also grasped the implication. Did that mean she couldn't become Qin Feng's woman unless she was an esper? Regret. Utter regret. Teacher Yin, please tidy up a few rooms. This one certainly isn't enough for all of us, Xia Xining said. Though it was just for one night, there was no need to endure discomfort. All right, Yin Lily replied reluctantly. Even in her grievance, she had to obey. After all, she was merely a maid. Our husband is amazing, even finding such a beautiful maid. Lin Fiwen exclaimed proudly. Unaware of Yin Lily's story, she simply thought that someone as attractive as Yin Lily willingly serving as a maid was a testament to Qin Feng's charm. Yin Lily nearly stumbled. She could have been Qin Feng's woman. How she regretted her earlier hesitation. She wanted to slap her past self. You all chat. Bai Jia and I are going to bed. Bai Ruoxue and Bai Jia rose and left, their hearts still heavy with sorrow, with no desire for intimacy with Qin Feng. They'll turn in too. Lin Fiwen yawned and left to find a room. The remaining women waited, unwilling to miss their chance. After some time, Feng Lin fell asleep, and Qin Feng returned to the living room. Husband, teacher, Yin has prepared all the rooms. Come take a look at mine. Su Yinyao was quick to act, pulling Qin Feng toward her room. Xia Xining and Xiao Yu felt helpless. After all, Su Yinyao was a third-tier esper. They stood no chance against her. They exchanged a glance, a flicker of reluctance in their eyes. Xiao Yu couldn't help but mutter, Sister Su just relies on her beauty, her figure, and her high rank. Xia Xining frowned slightly. Forget it. Didn't you see that our husband was more than willing? Xiao Yu had listed all of Su Yanyao's advantages. How could they possibly compete? Su Yanyao and Qin Feng entered one of the bedrooms Yin Lily had prepared. It was indeed impressive, spotlessly clean, showing Yin Lily's dedication. Su Yanyao pulled Qin Feng around the room and cooed. Husband, look how efficient little Yin Lily is. We can sleep comfortably tonight. Qin Feng smiled and nodded. Yes, Lily has always been meticulous in her work. Su Yanyao gently embraced him. Husband, don't leave tonight. Stay with me. That won't do. I'm not yours alone. I belong to everyone. Don't be so selfish. Qin Feng refused firmly. He couldn't stake everything on one person. Fine then. Su Yanyao replied with a hint of grievance, but she acquiesced to Qin Feng's decision. After lulling Su Yanyao to sleep, Qin Feng went to learn physical training from Xia Xining, the school's sports goddess, who possessed extensive knowledge and an enviable physique. Xia Xining was more than willing. She guided Qin Feng through pull-ups, push-ups, yoga, and every conceivable exercise to ensure a comprehensive workout. Only Xiaoyu remained in the living room, staring at her phone in disbelief. Why wouldn't Qin Feng come to inspect her room's layout? It surely couldn't be inferior to the others. At this hour, sleep should have claimed everyone, but many residents of the royal elegance residences were wide awake. The Chiu family, father and 2 sons, were dead along with all their henchmen brutally slain. My son, you died so tragically. Husband, your child is still so young. How could you bear to abandon us? Brother, I will avenge you. Hundreds gathered to mourn the deceased, all families of Chiu Daoi's gang. It's them. They're the ones who let the murderers in. The 2 who had opened the door for Qin Feng were tightly bound, forced to kneel as others held them down. Kill them. Avenge our fallen kin. Kill them. Kill them. Many brandished wooden clubs and kitchen knives ready to exact vengeance for their dead family members, blaming the duo for letting the killers in. The sight drained the color from the kneeling pair's faces. Neighbors, I had no idea that gang was so brutal. If I'd known, I would never have let them in. Please spare us this once. Yes, we're innocent. Go after the real murderers. Yet the furious crowd refused to listen. Soon the 2 were beaten to death. Everyone, they were mere accomplices. Now we hunt the true killers. An old man with graying hair spoke. His son and grandson had both worked for Chiu Dawei, and with their deaths his lineage was severed. His hatred for Qin Feng and his group burned fiercely. At the old man's words, the previously raucous crowd fell silent. Seeking vengeance. Were they mad? Chiu Dawei had led dozens, including ability users, yet Qin Feng and his people had annihilated them effortlessly. How could a rabble of the old and feeble possibly succeed? Old Lu let it go. Dealing with the 2 traitors is enough. They said that group will leave tomorrow. There's no need to provoke them further. Another elder advised. They had already buried their children. If they sought revenge, they might lose their own lives. Wasn't Chiu Dawei a perfect example? Exactly. The crowd echoed. Killing 2 traitors was easy, but confronting the real murderers, they dared not, for the killers would not hesitate to strike. What's there to fear? They're surely asleep now. We'll just set a fire quietly, won't we? Old Lu said cunningly. He knew they were no match for Qin Feng in a direct fight, but he had no intention of confronting them openly. Burning down the entire building would suffice. The crowd thought it a good plan. But what if they survive? Someone voiced concern. If Qin Feng and his group escaped the fire, they would undoubtedly retaliate. No need to worry. I've already planned it. We'll set fire to all the buildings near the killer's residence, making it look like an accident. Even if they survive, they won't suspect us. Old Lu declared viciously. He was willing to burn down several buildings to exact his revenge. All right, let's do it. The others agreed. They immediately gathered wood, oil, and other combustibles, piling them inside Qin Feng's building and the neighboring ones. After his workout, Qin Feng entered the living room and couldn't help but chuckle at Xiao Ye's sullen expression. What's wrong? Did one of the sisters bully you? Qin Feng asked with a smile. Xiao Ye's emotions were written all over her face. He had to care for so many women who, if anyone should be upset, it should be him, not her. No sister bullied me. It's just that I'm not favored enough by my husband. In the last. Xiao Yu said pitifully. All right. It's my fault. To make it up to you, we'll stay with you tonight. Qin Feng said affectionately. Though Xiao Ye's looks ranked lowest among his women, he genuinely liked her. She was real, unpretentious, and guileless. Really? Thank you, husband. Xiao Yu joyfully planted a kiss on Qin Feng's cheek, feeling that her misfortune had turned into good luck. But Qin Feng frowned, sniffing her intently. What perfume are you wearing? Why do I smell something burnt? Huh, there's nothing. Xiao Yu sniffed herself, but detected no burnt odor, thinking Qin Feng was teasing her and trying to get closer. Not good. Qin Feng's expression changed. He dashed to the balcony and looked down. Flames were roaring below. It wouldn't be long before they reached his floor. Wake everyone up. Someone set the building on fire. Qin Feng shouted to Xiao Yu. Okay. Xiao Yu realized he wasn't joking and hurried to rouse everyone. Qin Feng's mind raced for a plan. Escaping through the exits was impossible. The building had 20 floors, he was on the 7th, and the fire was about to engulf the 6th. His greatest asset was his abilities. He would have to rely on them to survive. Scanning his powers, the most promising was teleportation. He had 4 advancement points, enough to upgrade abilities below the 4th tier. Though it felt wasteful, Qin Feng immediately raised teleportation to tier 4. Host uses 3 advancement points. Teleportation upgraded to tier 4. Teleportation range increased to 40 meters. Can be used 8 times per day. Round trip counts as 1 use. Can carry 1 person. Qin Feng rejoiced at the first part. 40 meters was more than enough for his 20-meter height. But the latter part doused his spirits. Only 8 uses per day, and he could only bring 1 person each time. Fate seemed to mock him. In the building, including himself, there were 10 people. 8 were his women, and only Yen Lily was a maid. The choice seemed painfully clear. Ha, burn. Burn them to death. Old Lu shouted with a maniacal glee, watching the roaring flames, as if his vengeance had been served. Old Lu, let's get out of here. If they come out, we're done for. A timid person said. Arson was a grave crime before the apocalypse. and even now his heart still trembled with unease. What's there to fear? Not even an awakened could survive that. Let's watch a bit longer, maybe we'll see them leap from the building. Old Liu's eyes burned with madness, thinking that burning Qin Feng and his group to death was too merciful. He longed to witness them jumping from the building in despair. Cough. Honey. Cough, why is it so smoky? The women rushed over, but the smoke had already drifted up, choking them all. Time was running out. Someone set the building on fire. Qin Feng clenched his fists. He refused to believe this fire was an accident. It had to be someone's revenge. Cough, what do we do? The women turned pale, especially Lin Fiwen and Yin Lili, who were ordinary humans and already felt dizzy and faint. Don't worry, I have teleportation, but I can only take one person at a time. Qin Feng's face grew solemn. After much deliberation, he chose not to reveal that teleportation could only be used 8 times. The women's faces lit up with joy. Truly nothing could stump Qin Feng. Ruoshua, let me take you down first, Qin Feng said. After all, she was his first woman, and even before the apocalypse he had secretly admired by Ruoshua. Cough, I can hold on. Take Lin Fiwen down first. Oh, she's barely holding on. Bai Ruoshua refused. Lin Fiwen was an ordinary person and on the verge of passing out. She must be saved first. All right. Qin Feng didn't argue. Time was life itself. He immediately picked up Lin Fiwen and activated teleportation. Whoosh. Qin Feng and Lin Fiwen vanished before the women's eyes, reappearing in a distant flower bed. Wan, catch your breath. They'll go save the others, Qin Feng said as he set her down. Cough, honey, go ahead. They'll be fine. Lin Fiwen gasped for fresh air, feeling as if she had just escaped death. Teleportation returned. Qin Feng's figure materialized back in the same spot. Honey, this ability is incredible. The women were exhilarated. Only witnessing it firsthand could convey the awe of teleportation. Next, Teacher Yin. She can't take much more. Feng Lin and Bai Ruoshua supported Yin Lili. Having spent more time together, they shared a sisterly bond. Wait a moment. Let me get you all out first. Qin Feng still chose not to reveal the truth. He had seen Yin Lili's actions clearly, but since she refused to be his woman, he had to abandon her when danger struck. Yin Lili felt a pang in her chest. Her standing in Qin Feng's heart was indeed low. She smiled bitterly. She was merely a maid incomparable to his women. It was already generous of him to save her at all. Save them first. He'll stay with Teacher Yin. Bai Ruoshua still refused to leave, giving the chance to the other women. Qin Feng had no choice but to comply. Time waited for no one. The process went smoothly. Feng Lin, Bai Jia Xiaoxining, Xiao Yusu Yin Yao, and Wang Yuyin were all safely transported down one by one. Ruoshua, let's go. By now Qin Feng had only one teleportation left. Let Teacher Yin go first. Bai Ruoshua helped the nearly unconscious Yin Lili toward Qin Feng. Qin Feng hesitated, looking at Yin Lili's state, unable to voice his dilemma. Yin Lili's eyes were complex. Was she so unwelcome to Qin Feng? Even when she could barely stand and held out to the end, he still wanted to take Bai Ruoshua down first. Honey, tell me the truth. Is this your last teleportation? Bai Ruoshua's voice was calm. Yes, how did you know? Qin Feng forced a bitter smile. So Yin Lili had found out after all. I guessed it when you refused to take Teacher Yin first. I've been with you the longest and know you best. You're not a cold-hearted man, especially not toward beautiful women. Unless you can't save everyone and have to make a choice. Tears glistened in Bai Ruoshua's eyes, whether from smoke or sorrow, as her left hand reluctantly caressed Qin Feng's face. Qin Feng fell silent. Bai Ruoshua understood him so well. But he had no choice. Teleportation could only be used 8 times, and he had to abandon Yin Lili. Yin Lili looked from Qin Feng to Bai Ruoshua. So that was it. She wasn't so hated after all. Qin Feng didn't refuse to save her. He simply couldn't. Qin Feng, I want to be your woman. Yin Lili mustered her courage, afraid that if she didn't speak, now she'd never have another chance. Qin Feng stared at her in astonishment. At a life-or-death moment, she chose to confess. Cough, I'm not saying this to survive. I'm afraid I'll never get the chance again. At first I hated you for forcing me to be your woman. But as time passed I realized you weren't that bad. Sure, you're a lecher, but you treat every woman well. So, I want to be your woman now. Cough, I know it's a little late. Let me be your woman in the next life. You and Bai Ruoshua go. Remember. Tell them I chose to stay, not that you abandoned me. Yin Lili used her last ounce of strength to break free from Bai Ruoshua, but she couldn't. Qin Feng's chest heaved. He was beginning to regret letting go of Yin Lili. Damn it, he had steeled his resolve so hard. Honey, take Teacher Yin and go. My parents are gone, I miss them. But promise me you'll avenge the Bai family. Bai Ruoshua smiled as she handed Yin Lili to Qin Feng. Yin Lili struggled desperately, but it was futile. Wait for me, Qin Feng said solemnly, as if he had made up his mind, and activated his last teleportation. Whoosh. Qin Feng appeared downstairs with Yin Lili. Honey, why so late this time? Feng Lin had just spoken when Qin Feng teleported back. No, Qin Feng, don't. Yin Lili screamed hysterically, but Qin Feng had already vanished. Teacher Yin, why are you overreacting? I'll be back soon. Feng Lin was startled by Yin Lili's outburst. That was Qin Feng's last teleportation. Neither he nor Ruoshua can come back. Yin Lily wept like a pear blossom in the rain. Why? Why would Bai Ruoxue sacrifice herself to save her? Why did Qin Feng have to go back? What a... Not just Feng Lin, but all the other women were stunned. Are you insane? Why come back to die? Bai Ruoxue pounded on Qin Feng's chest with her little fists. How could he be so foolish? He had so many women, one more or less didn't matter. Why return to die with her? Ruoxue, don't worry. None of us are going to die. Qin Feng gripped her hand and used his last advance. The host has used one advancement point. Super Recovery has advanced to level 4, allowing for rapid healing of physical injuries, including fatal wounds. The upper limit is 6 times the host's physical strength. After advancing to level 4, his physical strength had reached a terrifying 500 points, equivalent to 500 adult males. Combined with level 4 Super Recovery, his health pool was exceptionally deep. Ruoxue, come here. Qin Feng took Bai Ruoxue by the hand and led her to the balcony. With one punch, he shattered the window, and the scorching heat and thick smoke surged in, causing both of them to squint. Honey, what are you trying to do? Bai Ruoxue exclaimed in shock, vaguely seeing Qin Feng step onto the ledge. Was he planning to jump? Ruoxue, trust me. From now on, don't move recklessly. He'll get us through this alive. Qin Feng held Bai Ruoxue tightly, intending to cushion her with his entire body. With a whoosh, Qin Feng pushed off with his feet and leaped down with Bai Ruoxue. But their first challenge wasn't the landing. It was the blazing inferno. The searing heat and flames instantly engulfed them. Qin Feng did his best to shield Bai Ruoxue from the harm, all while continuously casting healing spells on her. With a thunderous crash, Qin Feng and Bai Ruoxue hit the ground, and many people felt the tremors. Haha, they jumped. They really jumped. Someone actually jumped. Old Man Lu cheered, finally witnessing the sight he had been hoping for. The others also breathed a sigh of relief. The culprit had been forced to jump, so he must be dead beyond a doubt. Honey, cousin, the women couldn't believe their eyes. There was no one else in the building. The only ones who could have jumped were Qin Feng and Bai Ruoxue. When the arsonists saw the women, they were stunned. Weren't they supposed to have been burned alive? How could they appear here completely unharmed? Sisters, kill them. Avenge our husband and Bai Ruoxue. Su Yanyao roared, a faint red aura already swirling around her as she prepared for a massacre. You all deserve to die. Xiao Yu clenched her fists, veins bulging on her forehead in fury. She was the only one who hadn't shared their husband's bed that night, and now he was missing because of these people. How could she not be enraged? Run! Get out of here. The others quickly realized that these women were all ability users far beyond what they could handle. Running. Think you can escape? Pay for our husband's life. Feng Lin extended sharp spikes from her hands, wielding them like twin swords to reap the lives of the arsonists. Cousin and husband, I'll avenge you. Bai Jia was the most gruesome. Her ability was corrosion. Anyone she touched screamed in agony as they dissolved into a pool of blood, ensuring they died in the most painful way. Xia Xijing and Wang Yuyan worked in perfect coordination, cutting down those trying to sneak away. Only Yin Lily and Lin Fiwen, who weren't ability users, rushed toward the spot where Qin Feng and Bai Ruoxue had landed, hoping there might still be a chance to save them. Spare us, noble ladies. Spare us. It was all old man Liu's idea. He's the one to blame. Some, seeing no escape, knelt and surrendered, betraying old man Liu without hesitation. It was my idea. I just didn't expect you to be this formidable. I underestimated you, but at least I got one of you. Huh. Old man Liu laughed heartily. The jumper was surely dead, or the women wouldn't be so furious. The thought of finally killing the murderer of his son and grandson filled him with joy. Bai Ruoxue slowly opened her eyes. Even with Qin Feng cushioning her fall, she had still suffered a considerable impact. Honey, what's wrong with you? Bai Ruoxue couldn't bear to look. Qin Feng's body was mangled beyond recognition. Yet, even in this state, his hand never stopped glowing with green light as he continued to cast healing spells on her. Don't die. What will I do if you're gone? The thought of him dying to save her filled her with guilt, and tears streamed down her face. Ruoxue, are you okay? Sister Ruoxue, where's our husband? Lin Fiwen and Yin Lily asked anxiously, completely unaware that the shattered form beneath Bai Ruoxue was Qin Feng. He's our husband, Bai Ruoxue said through sobs. Lin Fiwen and Yin Lily couldn't believe it. They had thought that since Bai Ruoxue survived, Qin Feng must be alive too. But he was already dead beyond a doubt, and they could even smell the scent of his flesh. Our husband died so tragically. Just as they were immersed in grief, a voice suddenly came from beside them. Who said I'm dead? The three women immediately stopped crying and looked at Qin Feng's body, wondering if they were hallucinating. With a series of cracking sounds, Qin Feng's bones, organs, muscles, skin, and even hair regenerated completely intact. The handsome, suave, and charming Qin Feng reappeared before them. Honey, you're not dead. That's wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Lin Fiwen and Bai Ruoxue threw themselves onto Qin Feng, while Yin Lily stood alone, wiping her tears, unsure of how to interact with him now. What's the matter? Teacher, Yin, don't you want to come over? Qin Feng opened his arms, signaling there was still room for one more. How annoying. Yin Lily complained, but her body was honest as she snuggled into Qin Feng's embrace. Haha, winning teacher Yan's affection is no easy feat. Qin Feng teased. Among all his women, Yan Lily had taken the longest to win over. She was truly stubborn. Honey, are you okay? The other women arrived escorting the surrendered old Lu and his men. I'm fine. It's just a minor fatal wound. Qin Feng said, patting his chest. Thank goodness for super recovery, or today would have been the end. Fine. Just a minor fatal wound. The women were speechless, never expecting those two words to appear in the same sentence. Impossible. How could you be unharmed after jumping from such a height? Old Lu roared hysterically. After all his effort, he hadn't managed to kill a single person. Slap. Stay still. Feng Lin slapped old Lu across the face, knocking out a few of his remaining teeth. Who are these people? Qin Feng pointed at old Lu and his gang. Honey, they're the arsonists. That old man came up with the plan. Feng Lin quickly answered, bringing old Lu before Qin Feng. Oh, do we have any grudge? Why go to such extremes? Qin Feng squinted. If not for his multiple abilities, he and his women would have been doomed today. No grudge. My son and grandson died at your hands. Isn't that a grudge? Old Lu snarled viciously. Is that so? But we don't kill indiscriminately. They deserve to die, and so do you. Qin Feng grabbed old Lu and tossed him into the still-burning building. Since he wanted to burn him and his women alive, let old Lu taste the agony of being burned himself. A single scream echoed, and then old Lu fell silent, causing the other arsonists to tremble in fear. What about you? Do you know your mistake? Qin Feng looked at the remaining arsonists with a deceptively kind expression. Yes, yes. They all shouted, terrified of meeting the same fate as old Lu. Good. Then go in and atone for your sins. Qin Feng made a gesture of invitation. The crowd was stunned. Whether they admitted fault or not, death was inevitable. Sir, please be merciful and spare us. They kowtowed frantically, cursing old man Lu in their hearts for his terrible idea. Now, instead of burning Qin Feng and his group to death, they themselves were about to be consumed by flames. It seems you all have a strong will to survive. Wives, lend them a hand. At Qin Feng's command, everyone except Yan Lily and Lin Fiwen moved swiftly, tossing the others into the burning building like discarded trash. These people had nearly caused their deaths, so they showed no mercy. Let's go. This commotion has ruined our sleep anyway, we might as well hit the road. Qin Feng led the women away from the royal residence. It wasn't fear of retaliation that drove him, but the blazing inferno that would surely attract hordes of zombies. If they didn't leave soon, escape would become far more difficult. Watching Qin Feng's group depart, the survivors in the royal residence breathed a sigh of relief. With Qiu Dawei dead and Qin Feng gone, they believed their good days were about to begin. Shortly after Qin Feng left, a giant zombie appeared at the royal residence, drawn by the raging fire. Had Qin Feng been there, he would have recognized this giant zombie as the one he and Xiao Yu had encountered earlier, though it had grown significantly larger since then. With a thunderous roar, the giant zombie unleashed a massive shockwave that engulfed the entire royal residence. The already fire-ravaged buildings crumbled, igniting the surrounding structures. The building's on fire. Run. Is it an earthquake? Why is everything shaking? What is that? Is it Ultraman? One by one, people fled the buildings, only to come face to face with the colossal figure of the giant zombie. The giant zombie's eyes gleamed at the sight of so many delicious morsels. It lunged forward and began to feast. No, please, someone save us. Quick, get back inside. But all efforts were futile. The giant zombie had already discovered the tasty humans hiding in the tall buildings, and in no time it flattened the entire royal residence. Day 8 of the apocalypse. Qin Feng and the women had traveled all night, relying on his night vision to avoid danger. They had covered half the distance. Had it not been for Yan Lily and Lin Feiwan's exhaustion, they would have pressed on. There's a city ahead. Let's rest there. You all go hunt zombies to level up while I search for supplies, Qin Feng commanded. During the night's journey, he had already awakened Yan Lily and Lin Fiwen as ability users, but they were mere first-order ability users, far from enough. He wanted them all to reach at least third order before he could feel at ease. Qin Feng arranged a meeting point with the women and then set off alone to scavenge supplies. Since his storage space had expanded to third order, reaching 20 meters by 20 meters by 20 meters, he had never managed to fill it completely. That wouldn't do. He planned to find more women and have more children in the future. How could he do that without ample provisions? Thus, Qin Feng ransacked one shop after another, taking everything whenever no one was around. Fortunately, his X-ray vision made scavenging highly efficient. Whenever a reckless zombie crossed his path, he dispatched it with a clean strike. Any zombie above first order instinctively avoided him, as if sensing his fearsome power. Impressive skills, brother. Interested in joining my team? A group of 5 people approached Qin Feng, all wearing masks. The leader carried a bow and a quiver of arrows, dressed like a hunter. It was he who extended the invitation. Not interested. Qin Feng scanned the 5 of them. Only the leader possessed an ability, and it felt quite weak. Hey, our captain kindly invited you because you're alone and in danger, yet you're so ungrateful. Talk about kindness thrown to the dogs. Before the captain could respond, a male team member couldn't help but speak up. Say someone like you wouldn't survive a single chapter in a novel. Qin Feng couldn't help but mock. Why couldn't he just keep a low profile and play the loyal follower? What do you mean? Though the man wore a mask, his tone was clearly angry. I mean, if you don't change that temper of yours, you'll die soon. Qin Feng said calmly. You? The man tried to retort, but the captain cut him off. Enough, Gao Feng. We were too abrupt. My apologies, brother. We meant no harm. Farewell. The captain clasped his hands toward Qin Feng and led his team away. Qin Feng shrugged. The captain was reasonable enough. He resumed his scavenging. By nearly noon, he headed back to the meeting point. He had already stripped supermarkets and restaurants clean. There was nothing left to find. Suddenly, Qin Feng stopped and smiled at a distant figure. What a coincidence meeting them again. Hey, who do you really have to go this far today? The masked five-man team was surrounded by over 20 people, all bearing wounds. They had clearly suffered a heavy loss. Ha ha ha, Limu, isn't that obvious? Did you think I brought over 20 men here for a chat? The speaker was a burly man, all muscle, wearing a vest and jeans with a black tiger hood on his head. He looked, well, rather sleazy. Captain, capture the chief to capture the band. Let's fight. Gao Feng, the one Qin Feng had mocked earlier, leaped forward, wielding a machete, charging straight at Heihu. No. Limu tried to stop him, knowing Heihu was also an ability user, and stronger than him, but it was too late. Die. Gao Feng swung his machete at Heihu's neck, already envisioning the head rolling off and his teammates praising him. But the imagined scene never came. Heihu's neck was harder than the blade, and the impact injured Gao Feng's hand. Heihu slapped Gao Feng across the face, obliterating half of it. He was dead beyond recovery. Was he always this reckless? Heihu licked the blood from his hand, eyeing Limu with amusement. Gao Feng. The other team members cried out, unable to believe he was gone. Limu sighed helplessly. He had always warned Gao Feng about his hot temper, but the man never listened. Now he had met his match. Qin Feng watched with glee. He had just said Gao Feng wouldn't survive a chapter in a novel, and the fool had been written off so quickly. Heihu, settle your grudge with me alone. Let my team go. Limu suppressed his rage, speaking in a pleading tone. Of course not. Heihu's sudden twist almost threw Qin Feng off. He had almost believed Heihu would be so reasonable. Limu, don't be naive. This day next year will be the anniversary of your death. Black Tiger gave a signal, and his underlings closed in on Limu and his three companions. Be careful. Once the fight starts, I won't be able to look after you, Limu said gravely. Both he and Black Tiger were superhumans destined for a fierce battle. He had only 3 teammates while Black Tiger commanded over 20 underlings. The disparity in numbers was staggering, and it seemed they would all meet their end here today. Captain, focus on the enemy. We won't hold you back. We'll make our move first. The 3 teammates exchanged glances as if they had made a certain resolution. A warmth surged in Limu's heart. To live and die with these brothers was worth a lifetime. Yet the scene that unfolded next left him utterly dumbfounded. Brother Black Tiger, we surrender. Spare our lives. The 3 men dropped their weapons, knelt before Black Tiger, and raised their hands in surrender. You. Limu was stunned. So this was their version of not holding him back. He had just been prepared to sacrifice himself to save them. Captain, don't blame us. This is a grudge between you and Brother Black Tiger. It has nothing to do with us. After all, they had joined Limu's squad to survive. Now with Black Tiger clearly stronger, it was better to switch sides than fight to the death alongside Limu. Ha! Limu, you've truly found yourself some fine brothers. Black Tiger mocked. 1 man who overestimated himself, and 3 who surrendered at the first sign of trouble. Limu certainly knew how to lead a team. Qin Feng clicked his tongue in amazement. He had anticipated a chaotic brawl, but Limu's teammates had defected outright. With over 20 people ganging up on 1 and Black Tiger's superhuman ability surpassing Limu's, the outcome seemed dull. Black Tiger, will fight you to the death. Limu knocked an arrow and drew his bow in one fluid motion, a clear sign of a seasoned practitioner. He didn't stop after releasing a single arrow. A one-shot wouldn't kill Black Tiger. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Limu's arrows rained down upon Black Tiger like a storm. A mere trick. Black Tiger sneered with contempt. He casually grabbed one of the surrendered men and used him as a human shield. In an instant, the man in his grasp was riddled with arrows like a pincushion. Black Tiger, you. Limu's eyes blazed with fury, never expecting Black Tiger to so callously trample on his teammate's life. Feeling sorry for him. Take him back. Black Tiger hurled the man toward Limu. Limu rushed to catch him, but Black Tiger punched him to the ground. Uff! Limu spat out a mouthful of blood, clearly grievously wounded. Limu, do you know what sets us apart? You're too merciful. You pick useless losers as teammates. They betrayed you, yet you still wanted to protect them. Who do you think you are? A saint. Black Tiger said as he ground his foot into Limu's face. The other underlings cheered, knowing that their leader's swift defeat of Limu would elevate their status in the shelter. Brother Black Tiger is truly formidable. From now on, we too will rely on your generosity. Limu's last 2 teammates flattered Black Tiger obsequiously, as if they hadn't just heard him call them useless. You think you're worthy? Do you take me for a saint like Limu? Li Mu, look at your teammates. You're still under my boot, and they're already clamoring to be my underlings. Ha ha. Black Tiger pressed down harder as he spoke. Li Mu could be seen coughing up blood continuously, yet he didn't utter a single groan. Black Tiger, I've lost today. Do with me as you will. Li Mu said, coughing blood. He could feel his life slipping away. His only regret was the younger sister he had to care for. He wondered what would become of her after his death. A proud refusal to yield. But I won't let you die so easily. I hear you have a pretty sister. What if I find her and torment her right in front of you? Black Tiger smirked wickedly, his laugh twisted and perverse. You wouldn't dare? Li Mu roared, veins bulging on his forehead. His sister was his bottom line, and he would not allow anyone to harm her. Oh, getting angry. You think I wouldn't? Then I'll show you. Black Tiger laughed perversely. Li Mu had always opposed him in the shelter, stopping him from messing with others' wives, preventing him from seizing supplies. Now that Li Mu was finally in his grasp, he wouldn't let him die easily. Li Mu remained silent, relieved that his sister wasn't in the shelter. Black Tiger would never find her. Brother Black Tiger, the captain's, Li Mu's sister isn't here. He hid her outside. If you let me join your crew, I'll take you there right now. One of Li Mu's teammates spoke with glee. He had noticed Li Mu sneaking off to a certain place every day, suspecting he had stashed supplies, and had followed him once. Zhuang Yinyu. Even when they had betrayed him earlier, Li Mu had understood. But now, to curry favor with Black Tiger, he had sold out his sister. Oh, is she good looking? Black Tiger asked with interest. I don't know, but I've heard she's as beautiful as a fairy. Let me take you there, Brother Black Tiger, and you'll see for yourself. Zhuang Yin flattered, thinking that since he had already betrayed, what did his sister matter? As long as he could join Black Tiger's team, it was all worth it. Fine, I'll go see for myself. As for you, what use are you? Black Tiger turned to Li Mu's other teammate. I also know where Li Mu's sister is, the man said hastily. He had also noticed Li Mu's odd behavior, but Zhuang Yin had beaten him to it. So you're useless. Smack. Black Tiger's slap shattered the man into pieces. He only needed one guide, why keep more? This way, Brother Black Tiger. Zhuang Yin said, trembling with fear. Good thing he had been quick, otherwise he would have been the one crushed. Black Tiger grabbed the half-dead Li Mu and followed Zhuang Yin with his men. Qin Feng trailed behind invisibly. He had been about to leave, but Zhuang Yan's mention of as beautiful as a fairy kept him there. Not that he doubted it, but he was curious to see for himself. The further they walked, the more alarmed Li Mu became. Zhuang Yin truly knew where his sister was hidden. It was his fault for misjudging people. He never expected Zhuang Yin to be such a despicable man. Brother Black Tiger, it's right here. Zhuang Yin led the group to a rundown courtyard that looked utterly uninhabited. Are you sure this is the place? Black Tiger frowned. Would Li Mu hide his sister in a dump like this? Positive. Every day after dinner, Li Mu would come into this room and stay for a while, Zhuang Yin affirmed. Go on, take us inside. Black Tiger shoved Zhuang Yin forward. If there were traps, the first to die would be him. All right. Zhuang Yin gritted his teeth and stepped inside, knowing that refusal would mean instant death. Qin Feng followed, invisibly confident in his abilities. He had survived a 20-meter fall. What trap could harm him? Zombies. On the bed in the room lay a female zombie. Her skin was as pale as paper, lacking the rosy glow and luster of a living person, yet still delicate and smooth like fine porcelain. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, slightly disheveled, yet adding a touch of wild beauty. Her figure remained graceful, clad in tattered garments that revealed her slender legs and delicate waist. When she saw the group, she immediately lunged forward, but her hands were firmly bound by iron chains, preventing her from leaving the bed. Oh, not bad looking. Qin Feng mused, inwardly estimating she was at least an 85 out of 100. It was a pity she had become a zombie. Although his viral immunity could restore her to normal, he was repulsed by zombies that had devoured humans. This trip seemed a waste. Roar. The female zombie, unable to reach the group, could only roar in frustration. Li Mu looked at her with complex emotions. Since the apocalypse began, his sister had turned into a zombie, but he had always fantasized about her recovery. Li Mu, so your sister is a zombie. No wonder you didn't bring her to the shelter. But she's quite attractive. Black Tiger appraised Li Mu's sister, seemingly pleased. Black Tiger, you can see my sister is already a zombie. She has no intelligence. Please let her go. Li Mu pleaded. Even as a zombie, she was still his dear sister, and he couldn't bear to see her suffer. What's wrong with being a zombie? She's got everything she needs. Maybe even more thrilling than a human. Black Tiger licked his lips, clearly unwilling to spare Li Mu's sister. You beast. Black Tiger, you're nothing but a beast. Li Mu, as if in a final burst of energy, found the strength to curse loudly. Haha, curse all you want. The more you curse, the more excited I get. But your sister's teeth and claws are a bit long. Time for a trim. Black Tiger took a cleaver from a lackey and walked toward the female zombie with a lecherous grin. Stop. Black Tiger, stop. I beg you, don't hurt her. He'll do anything. Li Mu coughed up blood as he shouted, his injuries worsening from the shock. Heh. Li Mu, you don't have to do anything. Just watch closely how I handle your sister. Not just me. All my men will take turns. Line up one by one. Black Tiger, like a tyrant, ensured his underlings got their share. Thanks, boss. No cutting in line. Newcomers to the back. Black Tiger's men eagerly formed a line. Before the apocalypse, they could never have enjoyed such beauty. Now they revered Black Tiger like a god. Sai, I didn't want to interfere, but you've gone too far. Not even sparing zombies. Inhumane. While his encounter with Qinlinger had been forced, so it didn't count. Qin Feng deactivated his invisibility, appearing before the crowd. Swish. Qin Feng, wielding the dragon flame black blade, struck from the back to the front, sending a series of heads tumbling to the ground. Their straight stance made it easy for him. It's you. Li Mu, lying on the ground, felt a surge of hope. Qin Feng killing Black Tiger's men was clearly helping him. Who are you? How dare you kill my men? Black Tiger fumed. Qin Feng had slaughtered all his subordinates, leaving him alone. The dead don't deserve to know my name. Qin Feng moved with blinding speed and severed Black Tiger's neck with a single slash. Black Tiger, merely a second-tier ability user, died without even a chance to react. Li Mu was stunned. When they first met, he had only thought Qin Feng was skilled, but now he realized how formidable he was. The man who had tormented him was defeated in an instant. Thank you for saving me, Li Mu said, coughing blood. Enough, save your breath. You're dying. Qin Feng glanced at him. He had come for Li Mu's sister only to find a zombie, but a beautiful one at that. Having encountered her, he naturally stepped in. Li Mu smiled bitterly. He knew his body well. His internal organs were shattered, and he was merely hanging on. Death is fine, but before I go, could you do me one favor? He looked at Qin Feng with hopeful eyes. No. Qin Feng flatly refused. Li Mu wasn't a beautiful woman, nor was he close to him. Why should he help? But Li Mu, as if not hearing, continued, this zombie is my sister. She turned at the start of the outbreak. I've kept her chained here, feeding her daily. After I die, no one will care for her. She'll either starve or eat humans. I don't want her to become a man-eating monster, so I ask you to kill her. Wait. So she's never eaten anyone. Qin Feng's eyes lit up, his tone involuntarily excited. Yes, what's wrong? Li Mu found it odd that Qin Feng cared so much. Nothing. Brother-in-law, why are you sitting on the ground? It's cold. Let me help you up. Qin Feng was now unusually warm, a stark contrast to his earlier cold demeanor. No, don't touch me. I'm in pain all over. Li Mu hastily protested, alarmed by Qin Feng's change. Instinct told him it was bad news. Besides, the adrenaline had worn off, and every movement made him wince. Qin Feng cast a healing spell on Li Mu. Feeling better now, Li Mu stared in amazement as his wounds visibly healed, even his shattered organs restored. He could even stand. It was miraculous. Thank you, benefactor, but why did you call me brother-in-law? Li Mu bowed deeply before asking. Ahem, to be honest, I've taken a liking to your sister. I have an ability that can turn her back into a human. So shouldn't I call you brother-in-law? Qin Feng said seriously, though it didn't sound that way. Really? But I can't decide that. Why not restore my sister and ask her? Li Mu was overjoyed at first, then worried. What if his sister didn't like Qin Feng after being restored? With Qin Feng's strength, taking his sister by force wouldn't be hard. Qin Feng's mouth twitched. His method of salvation involved yin-yang union. When Li Mu's sister returned to human form, they'd be in deep communion. Asking her then if she'd be his woman. Just thinking about it felt perverse. Fine then. Wait outside the door. No matter what you hear, don't come in, or your sister won't be saved. Qin Feng bluffed, finding the idea of having his brother-in-law stand guard thrilling. All right. Li Mu agreed readily. He now had absolute trust in Qin Feng, who had not only saved his life, but also promised to turn his sister back into a human. Whatever Qin Feng said, he would do. Qin Feng looked at Li Mu's sister with a complicated gaze. Counting carefully, this was the third time. This time he truly had to deal with a zombie. The first time was with Bai Jia, though she hadn't fully turned. She was half human, half zombie. The second was with Qinlinger, whose situation was even more peculiar. If not for her blood-red eyes, she wouldn't have seemed like a zombie at all. Namely Yusin. Age 24. Height 175 centimeters. Weight 54 kilograms. Trait easy conception, physique 100% hit rate. Score 87 points. A sharp gasp escaped him. An easy conception physique was terrifyingly formidable, capable of a perfect hit rate. Qin Feng became even more determined to win Li Yusin over. She was undoubtedly the ideal candidate for bearing children in the future. And what did a 100% hit rate mean? It meant that if he saved Li Yusin now, in 10 months, he would surely have a child. Roar! Li Yusin kept snarling as if warning Qin Feng not to approach. Forgive me. Qin Feng severed the chains binding Li Yusin and wrestled with the zombie she had become. Li Yusin bit and clawed at him relentlessly, but she couldn't break through his defenses. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the 9th follower. Reward of first-tier ability. Mind control, capable of dominating a being or zombie 1 tier lower than yourself, but limited to 1 target. Well, not bad at all. Though most abilities granted by the system weren't combat-oriented, they were incredibly practical. Who are you? Why am I here? Li Yusin screamed in terror, staring at the stranger before her, acutely aware of the strange sensations coursing through her body. Upon hearing her cry, Li Mu was overjoyed. His sister had truly turned back into a human. Just as he was about to push the door open, he suddenly recalled Qin Feng's instruction: no matter what sounds he heard, he must not enter. So he suppressed his excitement and continued standing guard for Qin Feng. Don't be afraid, I'm not a bad person. Your brother is right outside. Call out to him and see. Qin Feng covered his ears to soothe Li Yusin, her screams nearly bursting his eardrums. Brother, are you out there? Come save me. Li Yusin called out urgently. Yusin, have you returned to normal? That's wonderful. But I can't come in now. You must listen to our benefactor. He'll only enter when he allows me to. Li Mu said joyfully. Li Mu was overjoyed. It was truly his sister's voice. Li Yusin had likely turned back into a human. Still he dared not enter, fearing he might disturb Qin Feng. If Li Yusin reverted to a zombie, because of him his guilt would be immense. Li Yusin was taken aback. Could Qin Feng be telling the truth? See now? I really was saving you. Look, you've turned back into a human. Qin Feng explained patiently, though no matter how he put it he sounded like a creepy uncle coaxing a little girl. Li Yusin glanced at Qin Feng, then at herself, as if to say, is this how you save me? Sorry, I forgot. Qin Feng pulled out a spear, looking at Li Yusin with an awkward expression. Li Yusin let out a startled cry, gazing at Qin Feng with a resentful look. Though fragments of memory and her brother's voice convinced her that Qin Feng was indeed saving her, his method was far too. Yusin, be my woman. They'll take responsibility. Qin Feng declared solemnly. The 100% hit rate was too tempting. He was determined to have her. Who wants you to take responsibility? Li Yusin blushed, hurriedly pulling on her tattered skirt. Yusin, your skirt is ruined. Change into this. Qin Feng pulled out a few elegant dresses from his storage space. Then you should step out first. Li Yusin said awkwardly. What girl didn't love beautiful clothes? But Qin Feng showed no sign of leaving. No can do. Your body is too weak right now and worried something might happen. Qin Feng refused with feigned righteousness. This was the perfect time to build affection. How could he let it slip away? Fine, then turn around. Li Yusin, feeling unwell, was unwilling to change under his gaze. All right. Qin Feng turned around reluctantly. They had just been intimately connected, yet now that she was human again, she was cold to him. But Li Yusin didn't know he had X-ray vision. Clothes made no difference to him. Done, turn around. Li Yusin chose a delicate dress, white inside and black outside, as if she had a fondness for skirts. Beautiful. You're far more stunning as a human than as a zombie. Qin Feng couldn't help but compliment. Smooth talker. Despite her words, a flicker of delight stirred within her. Big brother-in-law, you can come in now. Qin Feng called out. Li Yusin didn't seem to dislike him. With a little persuasion from his convenient brother-in-law, he might just succeed. After a moment of silence outside, Li Mu replied, better you two come out. I'm afraid I disturb you. Qin Feng felt a bit speechless. It seemed his words had truly scared Li Mu. But it didn't matter. The place was barren and dreary, hardly suitable for a proper conversation. Creak. Qin Feng and Li Yusin emerged. Yusin, thank heavens. Thank you, benefactor. Only upon seeing Li Yusin with his own eyes did Li Mu's anxious heart settle. Brother, you're so foolish. Even when I was a zombie, you risked your life to protect me. Tears welled in Li Yusin's eyes. Fragments of her zombie memories reminded her how much Li Mu had sacrificed for her. Isn't this what a brother should do? Li Mu thumped his chest proudly. He was truly a devoted brother. Brother, what about mom and dad? Li Yusin ventured hesitantly. Alas, they've turned into zombies too. I saw them a few days ago. But now with our benefactor they can be saved too. They'll go find them right now. Li Mu said excitedly. He hadn't expected their family of four might reunite. Hold on. I can't save your parents. Qin Feng hurriedly interjected, halting Li Mu's plan. Li Yusin, recalling her own recovery, flushed crimson. Why not? Li Mu asked in confusion. No reason. Qin Feng replied impatiently. He had the ability, but the method was too improper. He couldn't possibly do it. After all, he wasn't about to handle 3 out of 4 family members. There must be some reason. Li Mu persisted, unwilling to give up even a glimmer of hope. Because only zombies that haven't devoured humans can turn back. That's why I could only save Li Yusin. Yes, that's it. Qin Feng admired his own wit for coming up with such a plausible excuse. Oh, so that's it. Li Mu nodded in sudden understanding. Roar. A zombie's howl interrupted the trio. Benefactor Yusin, this place isn't safe. Let me take you to the shelter first. A shelter? Who built it? Qin Feng asked, somewhat puzzled. On the 8th day of the apocalypse, someone had already started constructing a shelter. Could it be the authorities? Lu Feng, a powerful superhuman. Even Black Tiger, and I had to bow to him, though I doubt he's stronger than you. Li Mu said with a complex look, the memory of Qin Feng instantly killing Black Tiger still vivid in his mind. He believed that even Lu Feng was no match for Qin Feng, at best a stalemate. How many people are in the shelter? Qin Feng asked instinctively, though he wasn't keen on going. Still, a place with more people meant a higher chance of finding beautiful women. Perhaps the shelter held someone who met the system's requirements. Around 3,000 in a factory not far from here. You'll see when we get there, benefactor. I've still got some supplies. Let's have a feast to celebrate. Li Mu warmly invited. Not only had he escaped death today, but Li Yusin had also turned back into a human. 2 blessings at once. Wasn't that worth a grand celebration? Since my big brother-in-law insists, he'll gladly oblige. Qin Feng finally agreed to Li Mu messaging by Ruoxue and the others to meet at the shelter. Li Yusin rolled her eyes gracefully, but said nothing. Qin Feng was shameless. She hadn't even agreed to be his woman, and he was already calling her brother big brother-in-law. Hey, we don't even know your name. We can't keep calling you benefactor forever, can we? Li Yusin asked. She still didn't know the name of the man who had taken her first time. Qin Feng. Everyone in my team calls me husband. Yusin can call me that too from now on. Qin Feng introduced himself. Husband. That's a strange nickname. Shouldn't it be old Qin since your surname is Qin? Li Yusin eyed him suspiciously. Oh, don't worry about it. Just call me husband from now on. Qin Feng flashed a triumphant grin. Seeing his smug expression, Li Yusin immediately caught on. He was taking advantage of her. What a scoundrel, Qin Feng. You're messing with me. She gritted her teeth in anger and pinched his waist hard. Qin Feng sucked in a sharp breath. That girl was fierce. Luckily, he was already at the 4th stage. This couldn't hurt him. Yusin, show some respect. Brother Qin Feng, my sister is young and ignorant. Please don't hold it against her. Li Mu was so frightened, he nearly dropped to his knees. This was the man who had killed Black Tiger in an instant. Yusin mustn't provoke him. It's fine, no harm done. Qin Feng smiled amiably. Her fiery personality made things interesting. He could always train her later. Brother, can't you tell he's taking advantage of me? I don't believe his whole team calls him husband. His team is probably made up entirely. Li Yusin retorted defiantly. How dare he joke like that with her? Her opinion of Qin Feng plummeted. You don't believe me? Want to make a bet? If I really have a team that calls me husband, you'll be my woman. Deal? Qin Feng said cheerfully. He could see Li Yusin's resistance, but that didn't matter. He could win her over with time. After all, with a 100% hit rate, he couldn't let her go. Bet accepted. Who's afraid? If you don't have that team, our debts are settled. Li Yusin declared firmly. She was convinced Qin Feng was bluffing. Besides, though he had saved her and Li Mu, he had also taken her purity. She couldn't deny her resentment. If this could settle things, it would be for the best. Deal. If I don't see your team by sunset, you lose. It's a promise. Whoever lies is a dog. Li Mu watched the two squabble with a headache. One was his own sister, the other his savior. He couldn't side with either. Fortunately, they were almost at the shelter. The shelter was essentially a large factory with vast grounds and sturdy walls as barriers. Truly a good place for refuge. The factory had 4 entrances, each guarded by dedicated personnel, to prevent zombies or unidentified individuals from entering. Brotherly, you're alone. Where are your 4 teammates? And who are these 2? The guard greeted Li Mu, seemingly familiar with him. When his gaze fell on Li Yusin, a flicker of admiration shone in his eyes. They're dead. Li Mu said bitterly, the memory of his 3 teammates' betrayal still stinging. All my condolences. And this beautiful lady is. The guard offered a perfunctory consolation before steering the conversation back to Li Yusin. He couldn't care less about Li Mu's teammates. He just wanted to know who the woman was. This is my sister, and this is my benefactor. They're here for the first time. Please register them. No problem, brotherly. But how come I never knew you had such a gorgeous sister? You've been hiding her well. The guard teased, then quickly registered Qin Feng and Li Yusin. Since she was Li Mu's sister, he had no chance. Li Mu was one of the few superhumans, and he couldn't afford to offend him. Inside the shelter, it looked like an ordinary factory. Some people worked listlessly, moving supplies, crafting weapons. Most were elderly or children, with a few women, but none of them were attractive. Qin Feng quickly lost interest. These are the lowest tier in the shelter, mostly the old, weak, and sick. They can only earn enough food to barely survive through a day's labor. The best treatment goes to superhumans, followed by strong men who can form teams to scavenge supplies and enjoy 3 meals a day. Young pretty women can choose to attach themselves to superhumans or strong men. If they're not attractive, they have to work like the rest. Li Mu explained to them. He had once suggested reforming the system to at least guarantee everyone 3 meals a day, but Lu Chuan had coldly refused. Qin Feng nodded calmly. In the apocalypse, just surviving was a blessing. Li Yusin, however, was shocked. She had turned into a zombie from the start and never experienced the apocalypse's cruelty. According to Li Mu, wouldn't she have to rely on a strong man in the shelter too? Don't worry with your brother here, no one will bully you. Li Mu seemed to sense her anxiety and gently reassured her. Li Yusin felt a bit calmer. Yes, her brother was a powerful superhuman, the highest status in the shelter. What did she have to fear? Benefactor, this is my place up ahead. I've stored a lot of supplies inside. I'll cook you a feast. Li Mu said excitedly. Before them stood prefab houses made of light steel frames. Though crude, they were the best lodgings in the shelter. Most people had no homes and slept in the factory workshop with nothing at all. But as they approached, Li Mu's face changed. His lock had been broken, and all the supplies in the room were gone. Who did this? Li Mu roared. He had gone out, and his home had been looted. Who's there? What's all the noise? A man with a long scar across his face emerged from a prefab, pulling up his pants as he walked clearly up to no good inside. What are you doing here? He was initially displeased, but froze at the sight of Li Mu, wondering why Heihu hadn't ambushed him. How did you come back alive? Scarface, all my supplies are gone. Do you know who did it? Li Mu was furious. Those supplies he had painstakingly gathered. If he found out who took them, he'd skin them alive. I don't know. How would I know? Go ask someone else. Scarface stammered, nervously touching his nose and shifting his gaze, clearly lying. Final ask around. Li Mu turned to head to another prefab. Scarface breathed a sigh of relief. Glad Li Mu was so easy to fool. Qin Feng and Li Yusin were speechless. Scarface might as well have "I'm lying" written on his face, yet Li Mu believed him. How could he be so gullible? Brother, you believe everything he says. Li Yusin grabbed Li Mu, stopping him from leaving. Scarface stared at Li Yusin, mesmerized. She was stunning, more beautiful than any TV star, far surpassing the women in his prefab. He wondered if he could get his hands on her. Scarface, right. You've got quite a stash in your prefab. Did you take the supplies? How about we take a look? Qin Feng scanned with his X-ray vision and saw that only Scarface's prefab was stocked with 4 women squandering resources. You're slandering me. Who do you think you are, daring to suspect me? He'll kill you. Scarface pointed at Qin Feng, cursing. He'd show some respect to Li Mu and Esper, but Qin Feng was nothing. How dare he suspect him? Most importantly, Li Mu's supplies were indeed in his hands. He couldn't let Li Mu see. The last person who talked to me like that is dead, Qin Feng said coldly. Swoosh. Scarface's right hand flew off, leaving everyone stunned. How dare you attack me? Scarface clutched his wound in agony, unable to believe anyone in this shelter would dare touch him. Qin Feng, stop. He's Lu Feng's brother. Why did you suddenly attack him? Li Mu was startled by Qin Feng's swift action. One move, and Scarface lost an arm. This was a blood feud. Go check his prefab. Qin Feng couldn't be bothered to explain. Li Mu would understand once he saw the supplies. Li Mu entered Scarface's prefab hesitantly. Who are you? Get out. Get out. Pervert. Catch the pervert. After a few screams from women, Li Mu stumbled out, red-faced, with a woman's undergarment hanging from his face. Scarface, it really was you who stole my supplies. Li Mu said, blushing. Had seen things he shouldn't have, but also what he needed to see. Li Mu, calm down, it's all a misunderstanding. Let me weasel out of it. No, I mean let me explain. Scarface realized his slip and quickly corrected himself. You'd better tell the truth, or you'll lose that arm too. Qin Feng didn't want to waste time with Scarface. Had seen the women in the prefab. None met the system's requirements, and the supplies were pitiful. He was thoroughly disappointed with this shelter. I thought Heihu had killed you, so I took your stuff. Since you're back, I'll return it. Under Qin Feng's pressure, Scarface dared not lie and spilled the truth. But how did you know Heihu was going to kill me? Yeah. Li Mu asked, puzzled. He did have a conflict with Heihu, but it wasn't something Heihu would broadcast. The truth is, it's not just Heihu who wants you dead. The other Espers and my brother, they all want you gone. We're Espers above ordinary people. You keep trying to break the rules here. You think my brother would tolerate that? Scarface grinned because his reinforcements had arrived. Scarface, what happened to your arm? Who did this? Li Mu, you're a tough bastard. His, a useless waste, can't even kill one man. 3 Espers rushed over, all at the second rank. Kill them, but leave the woman for me. Scarface ordered coldly. These 3 were the strongest in the shelter, even stronger than Heihu. Surely they could take down Qin Feng and Li Mu. Li Yusin shuddered at Scarface's gaze. If she fell into his hands, she'd suffer a fate worse than death. Fine, kid, you're in for it. The 3 Espers activated their abilities and advanced on Qin Feng. They knew Li Mu's strength, far weaker than theirs, so they focused on the unknown Qin Feng. Their faces twisted with malice, as if they already saw Qin Feng crushed under their combined assault. Dragon Flame. Qin Feng swung his blade lightly, and crimson flames engulfed the trio, burning them to ashes in moments. Though the Dragon Flame Black Blade was still at the 3rd rank, Qin Feng's current power made its strikes far exceed that level, especially against mere 2nd-rank nobodies. Impossible. Scarface stared in disbelief. One move, just one, and 3 Espers were dead. Even his brother couldn't do that. Li Yusin's mouth fell open in shock. She had never seen Qin Feng's power firsthand, only knew he was exceptional in one area, but his abilities were just as formidable. Only Li Mu wasn't surprised, had witnessed Qin Feng kill Heihu in an instant, so this outcome was expected. Who did you say you wanted to kill? Qin Feng sneered at Scarface. You? Don't get cocky. My brother will be back soon. Dare you wait for him? Scarface forced himself to calm down. Lu Feng was his trump card. Once he returned, the tables would turn. Fine, I'll let you live a little longer. Qin Feng said confidently, noticing Li Yusin's jaw still hanging open. If he kept this up, he might win her over. Brother, who's stronger, you or Qin Feng? Li Yusin suddenly asked. We're about 1 to 9. Li Mu thought for a moment. You have a 10% chance. Li Yusin couldn't believe it. Qin Feng seemed like a superhero. No, I mean 1 punch from him, and I die 9 times. Li Mu sighed. How could he even compare to Qin Feng? Li Yusin. Ladies up ahead should be the shelter hubby mentioned. Feng Lin called out excitedly, wondering if the shelter had a bath. She desperately needed one. This shelter looks so shabby, nothing like royal elegance residence. Lin Fiwen pouted her disdain undisguised. The guards on duty stared wide-eyed. What were they seeing? 9 celestial maidens walking toward them. The women chatted and laughed as they arrived at the entrance of the shelter. Stop! Who are you? What are you doing here? A guard swallowed hard as he spoke the sight of the women before him, making him feel as if he were dreaming. We're here to find our husband. Is Qin Feng inside? Su Yanyao smiled charmingly, her beauty rated at 89, nearly bewitching the souls of the guards. Wait a moment. The guards huddled together to discuss. Who is Qin Feng? Never heard of him. There's no one named Qin Feng among the psychics. Found it. He's the one Li Mu brought. So he has no background. Those women are stunning. If I could just get a kiss from one, I'd die happy. That's simple. Just listen to me. After a brief discussion, they leered and approached the women. Fairies, Qin Feng is inside. Great sisters, let's go. The women, eager to see Qin Feng, worried he might have found other women in their absence. Fairies, don't rush. To enter the shelter you must submit to a search. Who goes first? They said, lecherously, thinking a Hansen search would be satisfying even if they couldn't go further. What if we refuse? Su Yanyao frowned, her delicate brows knitting. Their bodies were meant for their husband alone. How dare these gatekeepers presume to touch them? Then you won't get in. Determined to take advantage, they refused to let the women pass easily. Fine. Then search us. Su Yanyao's voice was icy. If killing intent were visible, she would be radiating it from every pore. Good. The guards, overjoyed, rubbed their hands and lunged at the women. With a series of strange sounds, a squelch, a crack, a boom, the women walked calmly into the shelter while the gate and the guards vanished without a trace. As the women entered, a group arrived at the entrance. The leader, with a sinister face resembling Scarface's, was Lu Feng, the shelter's master. An invasion. The gate bore clear signs of battle, and more than one type of psychic power had been used. Come, let's kill the enemy. Lu Feng's eyes blazed with killing intent. Anyone daring to cause trouble on his turf would die, no matter who they were. When will your brother be back? Qin Feng asked impatiently. Wouldn't it be better to spend this time with his women? He should be back soon, maybe. Scarface said without confidence. Lu Feng often took people out to kill zombies. How could he know when he'd return? He just had to stall. Honey, we're here. At that moment, the women found Qin Feng and rushed toward him. Qin Feng looked down at his 2 hands, not enough to hold them all. In an instant he was surrounded, and they quickly spotted Li Yusin nearby. Just as expected, a new sister had joined. Honey, I've reached the 2nd rank. We can now. Lin Fiwen trailed off, but Qin Feng understood. Me too, Yin Li said shyly, regretting her hesitation that let Lin Fiwen get ahead again. Scarface, Li Yusin, and Li Mu were stunned. Qin Feng had so many wives, all beautiful. Was there no justice? Li Yusin finally understood this was Qin Feng's team, and they all called him husband. According to their agreement, she had lost, and was now his woman, but she felt no resistance, only a secret delight. Alright, let's have a deeper talk when I'm done. Qin Feng could hardly wait, thinking of the rewards from Yin Li and Lin Fiwen. Fortunately, Lu Feng and his men arrived in force. Who dares to cause chaos on my territory? Brother, save me. Scarface, finally seeing Lu Feng, was so moved he nearly cried. Lu Feng saw Scarface's missing arm and erupted in fury. Who did this? They'll make them regret being born. Lu Feng scanned the room and found himself unable to look away, overwhelmed by the sheer number of beauties. His anger dissipated somewhat. His men were equally entranced, their eyes fixed on the women's allure. Brother, avenge me. Scarface cried desperately. Unlike the others, his severed arm meant death, without immediate treatment. Right, Li Mu, I can't believe you're still alive. Lu Feng shifted his gaze to Li Mu. Business first. Once the enemy was dead, the beauties would be his. I didn't expect this either. I only wanted to improve the shelter, but you tried to kill me. Li Mu felt a pang of sorrow. Had he truly been wrong? TCH. You're a fool. If psychics can't rule over ordinary people, what's the point of having powers? You, a psychic wanting to help commoners, you're a disgrace. Lu Feng sneered, having planned to quietly eliminate Li Mu, only to stir up so much trouble. I agree with your point, but that fool you mentioned is my brother-in-law. I always side with family over reason. Qin Feng drew his black blade, ready to unleash dragon flame and end this farce. Li Mu's expression twisted. Though Qin Feng defended him, he felt Qin Feng also thought he was a fool. Lu Feng's eyes filled with terror, sensing he was about to be annihilated. But how? He was a 3rd-rank psychic. How could he be instantly killed? Honey, he's decent. Let us practice on him. Su Yanyao suggested. Constant domination was boring. Finally, a worthy prey appeared, and letting Qin Feng kill him would be a waste. Fine, but be careful. Qin Feng sheathed his blade. In this apocalypse, his women needed self-defense skills to avoid being a burden. Lu Feng's face darkened. Qin Feng so blatantly disrespected him, sending women to fight him. Fine. You hurt my brother, I'll kill your women. Killing such beauties would surely cause pain. Sisters, charge. Su Yanyao led the women forward, a perfect chance to test their strength. Su Yanyao by Ruoxue by Jia and Feng Lin were 3rd-rank psychics taking on Lu Feng, while the others handled his underlings. Just a bunch of vases. No matter how many, you'll die. Lu Feng sneered, striking at the most beautiful Su Yanyao. But from the start he was overwhelmed. His attack was blocked by Ruoxue's barrier, then a barrage of psychic powers rained down on him, leaving him helpless. Stop. If your men fight on your own. Lu Feng shouted in desperation only to draw more attacks. We're women, not men. Who'd duel you? On the other side, Lu Feng's underlings were also on the defensive. 3 third-rank and several second-rank psychics with Wang Yiyin directing the assault quickly finished them off. Li Mu and Li Yusin watched in awe. Not only was Qin Feng formidable, but his women were equally fierce. I thought I'd get some practice, but they couldn't even put up a fight, Feng Lin said disdainfully. Lu Feng's initial attack was blocked by Ruoxu's barrier, and he never had another chance to strike, dying directly at the hands of the 4 women. Qin Feng felt a bit speechless. In truth, Lu Feng was quite formidable. Enduring the siege of 4 women for a while was no small feat. An ordinary third-tier psychic would have been instantly defeated. Honey, aren't I impressive? Lin Fiwen boasted happily, having also slain an enemy. I'd rather not look. If I'm to look, it'd be at you. Qin Feng shook his head. There was nothing impressive to see. Oh honey, you're so bad. Lin Fiwen blushed as she caught his meaning, causing the other women to burst into laughter. Brother-in-law, are there any better rooms in the shelter, preferably ones that haven't been occupied? Qin Feng asked Li Mu. Lin Fiwen and Yin Lily had reached the 2nd tier, so he could now enjoy their company. Well, there are a couple of empty ones. That prefab house over there hasn't been used yet. Li Mu pointed the way. The prefab houses were reserved for psychics, so a few were vacant. As soon as Li Mu finished speaking, Lin Fiwen pulled Qin Feng toward the prefab house, determined to seize this opportunity. Oh, Sister Lin is learning bad habits. Exactly. She just joined yesterday and already knows how to snatch the best bits. We can't have this. We need to set some rules. The women reacted, but it was too late. Lin Fiwen and Qin Feng had already entered the prefab house. Yin Lily stomped her foot in frustration. Lin Fiwen was too quick, and she had once again become the last. She could have been 4th, but now her rank was nearly in the double digits. Li Mu watched the scene in silence, astonished that so many beauties were vying to share Qin Feng's bed. Initially, he had been willing for Li Yusin to be with Qin Feng, given his strength and how he had saved both their lives. But now he had to reconsider. Qin Feng was far too promiscuous. Hello, sisters. I'm Li Yusin. Hearing her voice, Li Mu was startled. Li Yusin, who had been beside him, had somehow slipped over to Qin Feng's women and seemed to be chatting happily. Little sister, have you and hubby already? Feng Lin's tone shifted, and she gave a knowing look. Li Yusin blushed without speaking, nodding shyly. The women wore expressions of I knew it, except for Yin Lily, whose heart ached. Her rank would drop another place. Then you're number 9. Welcome to the family. Since Qin Feng had already been intimate with Li Yusin, she was now one of their sisters. Yet the position of number 7 remained vacant, reserved for some beauty Qin Feng couldn't forget. Congratulations, host, on gaining your 10th consort. Reward 10 advancement points usable to advance any psychic ability below the 3rd tier. Congratulations, host, for accumulating 10 consorts and achieving the perfect 10 feat. Reward 10 3rd-tier weapons with customizable types. Qin Feng was slightly disappointed. It seemed only beauties rated above 90 could grant 4th-tier advancement points, which were too hard to come by. He had only ever met one, Shunlinger, or rather a zombie. Still, the perfect 10 reward was decent. Though he didn't need it, his women could benefit. A good weapon was crucial. The Black Blade had helped him through many crises. Teacher, Yin, could you stop blocking the door? The women were exasperated. They had suggested taking turns, but Yin Lily flatly refused. No, by your rules I'd be last. That's unfair. Yin Lily clung to the prefab house door, refusing to leave. After Lin Fiwen, she would be next no matter what. Even as the others grew displeased, she had no intention of leaving. She had to secure Qin Feng today before any more delays. Sisters, I have something to say. Last night I was last, so today I should be first. Xiao Yu voiced her thoughts, expressing her dissatisfaction. My cousin and I didn't get our turn yesterday either. By your logic, we should be ahead too. Bai Jia retorted. She and Bai Ruoxue had been in a bad mood yesterday and hadn't sought out Qin Feng. Li Mu's worldview had shattered. A group of celestial maidens were nearly coming to blows over who would serve Qin Feng first. He glanced worriedly at Li Yusin. Could his sister really compete? Then let's decide by strength. The weaker ones can go last. Su Yanyao spoke up. By strength, she was the strongest among the women, followed by Ruoxue, Bai Jia, and Feng Lin. The 3 of them would surely support her. Sister Su's suggestion is good. Either by order or by strength. Feng Lin agreed. Either way favored her. No, we disagree. Xiao Yu and the others immediately objected. Both rankings worked against them. Did they think they were fools? There's no point in discussing further. Might makes right. Su Yanyao along with the 3rd-tier women blocked the prefab house, denying the 2nd-tier women any chance. However, they dared not touch Yin Lily, who was right by the door. Disturbing Qin Feng's pleasure would leave none of them satisfied. You? Xiao Yu's face puffed up in anger like an enraged pufferfish. Little did she know from that day on, every woman would strive relentlessly to advance, all because of Su Yanyo's decree, might makes right. Li Yusin stood silently aside, knowing this was beyond her. But she would join in eventually. For now, she would watch and learn. Creak. The prefab house door opened, and before Lin Fiwen could emerge, Yin Lily squeezed inside. Teacher Yin, what are you doing? Lin Fiwen was startled, almost thinking someone had attacked. I can't wait any longer. Yin Lily's face was eager, especially at the sight of the coveted Qin Feng. Then I'll take my leave. Enjoy yourselves. Lin Fiwen waved and left the prefab house. Wasn't teacher Yin supposed to be stubborn and reserved? This was nothing like what she had heard. Sisters. Hello. Lin Fiwen noticed the women staring at her expressionlessly and sensed trouble. Sister Lin, you're quite bold. Snatching food from your elders. Su Yinyao interrogated her, adopting the air of a big sister, which she had once been. Sister Su, don't tease me. I learned from you all. Lin Fiwen put on an innocent look. At the royal elegance residence, they had fought for their turns. If she hadn't acted fast, would she have gotten a chance? Oh, still making excuses. There are other prefab houses. Since you second tiers are at the back anyway, go teach her a lesson. Feng Lin said with a smile, giving the second tiers something to do. All right, sisters, charge. Xiao Yu led the way, the others following close behind, all eager to vent their frustration on Lin Fiwen. No. Lin Fiwen screamed and turned to flee. Falling into their hands would mean no good end. Teacher Yin, why are you in such a hurry? Have you finally come to your senses? Qin Feng said with a smile as he lay on the bed, having finally tamed this stubborn one. Yin Lily did not refute him. Instead, she gazed at Qin Feng with tender affection and let out a soft hum of acknowledgement. Then what are you waiting for? Come here. Qin Feng beckoned, relishing this sense of conquest. Hadn't she refused to be his woman unless she was his maid? Why was she being so obedient now? All right. Yin Lily had shed her former reserve. At Qin Feng's pace, if she hesitated any longer, her rank would slip further. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the 11th consort. Reward first tier ability burst speed. After use, speed increases by 0.5 times for 1 minute. Not bad, but 1 minute was too short. It didn't feel satisfying. He would upgrade it shortly. Husband, from now on, I am your woman. Yin Lily said, embracing Qin Feng. You could have been the 4th, but you dragged it out until the 11th. Still, since you've admitted your mistake, I forgive you. Thank you, husband. Creak. Su Yinyao smiled as she walked into the prefab. With her strength being the greatest, the other women naturally dared not compete with her. The door to another prefab opened and Lin Fiwen emerged, her face flushed crimson, clearly having been teased for quite some time. Sister Lin has such a great figure, no wonder our husband likes her so much. Yes, I'm a few years older, but compared to her I feel like I'm underdeveloped. The feel is amazing too, like a bouncy sensation. Lin Feiwan's face grew even redder. It's perfect that you're all out. Teacher Yin also needs to be tidied up. Feng Lin declared with a sense of righteousness. Those who broke the rules would be severely punished. What do you mean? Yin Lily hadn't yet grasped what was happening. You'll find out soon enough. Lin Fiwen joined in. As the saying goes, having been rained on herself, she wanted to tear apart others' umbrellas. Why should she be the only one to suffer? Stop. I am a teacher. Within moments, Yin Lily's startled cries rang out. This is the apocalypse now, and no one sees you as a teacher anymore. Xia Xining paid no heed to Yin Lily's words. Among the women, she was the only student from Qingshan School, so she was particularly eager. Li Mu had already left. Almost all the ability users in the shelter had died. He needed to reorganize the shelter immediately, or it would be in danger. Moreover, with such risque talk constantly occurring here, he feared hearing something he shouldn't and being silenced by Qin Feng. It wasn't until evening that Li Yusin entered the prefab with a nervous heart. Yusin, is there something you need? Qin Feng was somewhat surprised. Hadn't Li Yusin despised him? Had she come around so quickly? Although he had saved her, she held no real affection for him. I lost a bet. I am your woman now. A hint of shyness appeared on Li Yusin's face. This reason seemed plausible, didn't it? You really are a woman of your word, Qin Feng teased. He knew full well that she was only willing to be his woman because of his formidable power. The bet was merely an excuse. Of course. Didn't we agree that whoever backs out is a dog? Li Yusin gradually approached. Although her first time had been taken by Qin Feng, she had been a zombie then and hadn't felt a thing. This time she wanted to savor it properly. All right, you can sleep here tonight. Qin Feng shifted his body, leaving some space for Li Yusin. Delighted, Li Yusin thought that while the other women left after serving him, she alone had been asked to stay. Did this mean Qin Feng liked her the most? She got onto the bed, both surprised and thrilled. And then, nothing happened. Qin Feng made no move at all. He was truly just sleeping. Li Yusin felt a bit affronted. With a beautiful woman like her right beside him, wasn't Qin Feng going to do anything? But considering that so many beauties had already attended to him, perhaps he really was tired. What could she do? She was the last in line. Was Qin Feng truly tired? Of course not. The real reason was that Li Yusin, now an ordinary human, couldn't withstand it. Only in her zombie state could she endure. Although Qin Feng was curious about the difference between Li Yusin in her human and zombie states for safety's sake, he decided to wait until she was promoted to the second tier. On the 9th day of the apocalypse, Qin Feng opened his eyes to find Li Yusin staring at him. Husband, you're awake. Li Yusin said happily, completely unclothed, determined to claim Qin Feng's first time that day. Hurry up and put your clothes on. Faced with this alluring sight, Qin Feng nearly had a nosebleed, but he managed to restrain himself. Li Yusin's smile gradually faded. She looked down at herself. Was she really that unappealing? Didn't Qin Feng have any interest at all? Husband, don't you want to do something? She couldn't help but ask. Yin Lily's exclamation of "that was amazing" the day before had left a deep impression on her, and she was simply curious about how good it really was. Of course I do. I'm starving. I haven't eaten in a whole day and night. Qin Feng quickly dressed and walked out of the prefab to see if Yin Lily had prepared anything delicious, leaving a bewildered Li Yusin behind. Husband, you're awake. I've made plenty of good food. Come and replenish your strength. Yin Lily brought out a large pot of tea eggs. Only by fully nourishing Qin Feng could they all be happy in the future. Li Mu's heart bled. Eggs were becoming scarce, and Yin Lily had used them all up. Husband, you must eat plenty of eggs. As the saying goes, you are what you eat. Feng Lin couldn't resist making another risque joke. The women all peeled eggs for Qin Feng, and soon a dozen eggs lay before him. All right, I'll eat plenty. Qin Feng was a bit overwhelmed by the large pot of eggs, but since it was the women's gesture of goodwill, he couldn't let them down. Sister Lin, do you like eating chicken breast? Xiao Yu suddenly asked. Not really. It's a bit dry and tough, Lin Fiwen replied after a moment's thought. That's not right. According to Sister Feng's saying of you are what you eat, you must love chicken breast. How else could you have grown so big? Xiao Yu said with a straight face, causing the other women to burst into laughter, while Lin Fiwen blushed deeply. It was then that Li Yusin finally arrived, looking at Qin Feng eating tea eggs. A wave of grievance washed over her. Did tea eggs have more appeal than she did? After finishing his last egg, Qin Feng called out to the women. By the way, my wives, come here. I have something good for you. He suddenly thought of the perfect 10 reward. Not counting Shenlinger, he had exactly 10 women, 1 weapon for each. Incoming husband. What good thing? Feng Lin happily pounced on Qin Feng, and the other women quickly gathered around. I have some tier 3 weapons here, 1 for each of you. Choose in order. You can have whatever weapon you want. Qin Feng said with a smile. He had to admit the system did this well. Whatever weapon one wanted it could provide. The women's eyes lit up, especially those who had witnessed the power of Qin Feng's black blade. With tier 3 weapons, their combat strength would at least double. Bai Ruoxue chose first. Since Qin Feng implied everyone would get one, and could pick the type, there must be many weapons, so there was no need to fight. My tier 3 ability is a barrier, so I don't lack defense. I'll take a sword. Bai Ruoxue said after a moment's thought. Her figure was petite, a larger weapon wouldn't suit her. A sword was more fitting. Good. A sword appeared in Qin Feng's hand, its blade long and straight, radiating a cold gleam. The edge was razor-sharp, as if it could easily cut through anything in the world. Bai Ruoxue held it with delight. Now she had a weapon too. My turn. I want a whip. Good for fighting and adding some spice. Feng Lin gave Qin Feng a knowing look. Qin Feng felt a stir in his body. Feng Lin was such a teasing little vixen. A black whip appeared in his hand, like a nimble black serpent. The lash was slender, yet supple, woven from some unknown material, its surface glistening faintly. Great. Just what I imagined. Feng Lin took the whip, looking very satisfied. Cousin uses a sword, so I'll use one too. Bai Jia admired Bai Ruoxue's sword, and made the same choice. Qin Feng produced a sword identical to Bai Ruoxue's, and handed it to Bai Jia. Husband, do you have a baseball bat? I love playing baseball. Xia Xining, the sporty goddess, naturally chose sports equipment as her weapon. But it would work well for combat too. A silver-gray baseball bat appeared, long, straight, sleek, and full of power. In her hand, its weight felt just right. Neither too heavy to swing, nor too light to lack impact. Xia Xining swung it a few times, producing a whoosh sound, then looked around the shelter for a baseball. If a baseball bat works, then give me a child's toy. I can play with our future kids. Su Yinyao didn't hesitate. Why choose a weapon when a toy to amuse the children would be better? Fighting was Qin Feng's job, she just had to bear children. Qin Feng was speechless. This sister really loved kids. Any tier 3 weapon would be fought over, yet she wanted a child's toy. Stop joking. He'll give you a defensive piece instead. The kids can use it later. A set of soft armor appeared in Qin Feng's hand, as light as yoga wear, but with impressive defense, and it could resize to fit the wearer. Not bad. The kids can use it too. Su Yinyao took the armor. A protective item for the children was fine. I want a baton. I'm used to it. Xiao Yu, a former security guard, chose her old companion. A black baton appeared about half a meter long, thicker at one end and powerful to swing. Dagger. Wang Yuyin was sparing with words, uttering, just 2. A delicate dagger appeared, small and exquisite, with smooth lines and a gleaming sharp blade. I want a bow and arrows. The women pushed her forward, and Li Yusin realized she was 9th in line. A bow appeared, crafted from unknown wood with elegant lines and an ancient aura. The bowstring, though slender, had astonishing toughness and could bear immense tension. There were 100 arrows with sharp tips and pure white light fletchings. Clearly not ordinary. Husband, I want defensive gear too. Lin Fiwen had already decided. Qin Feng did the fighting, she just needed to protect herself, especially her 2 treasures, which Qin Feng adored. In the end, Lin Fiwen received the same soft armor as Su Yinyao. I want a ruler. Yin Lily smiled. As a teacher, asking for a ruler made perfect sense. Everyone had been disciplined with one in school. Yesterday the women had carried her to a shed and teased her with a ruler no one would dare. Qin Feng's mouth twitched. Why did people always ask for strange things? A ruler appeared made of hardwood, dark and finely textured, flat and straight with simple lines engraved with disciples' rules. Good, this is good. Yin Lily took the ruler as if returning to her teaching days. Weapons are all distributed. Pack up and get ready to leave. You can say a proper goodbye to your brother. Qin Feng returned to the shed to study how to use his advancement points. He wouldn't take Li Mu, his brother-in-law, since their ideals clashed. Leave? Go where? Li Yusin was confused. She had only joined yesterday and knew nothing. The women patiently explained they were going to Qingyun City to avenge by Ruoxue. She then found Li Mu and handed him the bow. Sister, where did you get this? Li Mu, an expert on bows, was immediately impressed. Even the best pre-apocalypse bow couldn't match this one. Qin Feng gave it to me. Brother, I'm leaving. Take care. Li Yusin said sadly. This is too precious, oh I can't accept it. If you don't want to go, I can talk to Qin Feng. Li Mu thought Qin Feng was using the bow to trade for his sister and returned it. No bow was more important than his sister. No, I have to go. Only by following Qin Feng can I grow stronger quickly. This bow is my gift to you if it has nothing to do with him. Keep it for protection. He'll come back if I can. Li Yusin said firmly. Qin Feng's strength and resources were unfathomable. 10 Tier 3 weapons of any type in an instant. She had to hold on to this opportunity. As for Li Mu, a Tier 3 bow would keep him safe. Communication wasn't cut off yet. If he was in danger, she could persuade Qin Feng to return and rescue him. In the plank house, Qin Feng upgraded all abilities below the 3rd tier to the 3rd tier. The host uses 2 advancement points. Disguise technique has advanced to the 3rd tier. It can disguise as anyone. By touching the person you wish to impersonate, you can replicate everything about them. Body type, height, weight, and appearance are all identical. The host uses 2 advancement points. Mind control has advanced to the 3rd tier. It can control creatures or zombies 1 tier lower than the host up to a maximum of 3. It can control creatures or zombies of the same tier as the host up to a maximum of 1. The host uses 2 advancement points. Swiftness has advanced to the 3rd tier. Increases speed by 5 times for 3 minutes. Qin Feng's face darkened as he looked at the swiftness data. Seriously, upgrading it from the 1st tier to the 3rd tier only added 2 minutes. Ultraman lasts longer than you. Having used 6 advancement points with 4 remaining, Qin Feng decided to hold on to them for now. He wouldn't enhance his physical strength yet, or the women would complain about being overwhelmed. Now he possessed 4 4th-tier abilities: virus immunity, super recovery, and instant teleportation. Storage space, black blade, ice element, x-ray vision, invisibility, healing arts, lightning element, multiplication, shockwave, disguise technique, mind control, and swiftness were all at the 3rd tier. It was time to find a 3rd-tier zombie to advance his 3rd-tier abilities. But just thinking about it gave Qin Feng a headache. 3rd-tier zombies were too rare. After leaving the school, he hadn't encountered a single one. They only seemed to appear in densely populated areas. Another option was to find another woman rated above 90 points, possibly gaining 4th-tier advancement points like Chenlinger. However, in this post-apocalyptic world, finding a beauty above 90 points might be even harder than finding a 3rd-tier zombie. Forget it, I'll check out Qingyun City. Honey, you're out. I found some vegetables and fruits in the shelter. Take them. Yin Lily had gathered large and small baskets, all painstakingly carried by her. Even as Qin Feng's woman, cooking had become her duty since she was so good at it. Yin Lily was happy with the arrangement. Her dream had always been to become a chef, but she accidentally got into a 211 university and then obtained a university teaching certificate. So she had to give up her dream and become an ordinary college professor. Honey, we also found some good stuff. Take it all in. The women had brought many items. Some carried sports equipment, others cosmetics. The most peculiar was Su Yenyao. She had found children's toys from somewhere: remote-controlled cars, dolls, building blocks, scooters, rocking horses. Everything imaginable. The other women urged her not to take so much, worried that Qin Feng's storage space might not hold it all. Su Yenyao replied that if that happened, she would throw away their things, scaring them into silence. With a thought, Qin Feng stored everything into his space. The 20x20 space was still sufficient. Li Mu gritted his teeth as he watched the supplies being taken by Qin Feng. Did they discover these supplies in the shelter? You might as well say they were looted. But he only dared to think this, fearing that if he spoke out, Qin Feng might get angry and crush him with a single slap. Besides, there was still plenty of supplies left in the city to collect. It wasn't worth offending Qin Feng that jinx. Brother, take care. Li Yusin glanced back at Li Mu before following Qin Feng and the others away. Li Mu clutched the 3rd-tier bow Li Yusin had given him, feeling melancholic. He hadn't expected that after becoming human again, she would leave him so soon. Brotherly, something terrible has happened. Several men rushed back in a panic. What's wrong? What happened? Li Mu frowned. Could trouble come knocking right after Qin Feng left? That would be his luck. After Lu Feng's death, Li Mu had become the shelter's leader. But he was only a 2nd-tier ability user. Even with the 3rd-tier bow, he couldn't unleash its full power. At best, he could match a 3rd-tier ability user. A lot of supplies from unsearched areas in the city have vanished. Even the biggest supermarket has been cleaned out, a man said breathlessly. How is that possible? Who could take so many supplies? Li Mu's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait. It hit him. Qin Feng had just taken all the supplies right in front of him. It had to be him. Damn it. You take everything, even the leftovers. Even with his good temper, Li Mu couldn't help but curse Qin Feng. Achoo. Qin Feng sneezed as he walked. Who's thinking of me? It's me. Liner is always thinking of her husband. Feng Lin leaned and looking seductive. Cut it out, it's not bedtime yet. Qin Feng pinched Feng Lin's cheek. This girl had a huge appetite lately. No matter how much he gave, she was never satisfied. Honey, look ahead, a huge nest. Su Yinyao pointed forward. Before them stood a massive bird's nest like a colossal castle. It wasn't made of twigs, but of towering trees, showing just how enormous it was. Is this a bird's nest? But why is it so big? Bai Ruoshua exclaimed. Before the nest, they seemed incredibly tiny. Isn't the bird's nest in the capital? Why is it here? I haven't read much, don't fool me. Xiao Yu stared wide-eyed, looking bewildered. Qin Feng. Xiao Yu had better be joking, or otherwise she was truly clueless. Huh, you mean the bird's nest isn't? Yeah, I can tell you haven't read much. Sister, Xiao, did you buy your vocational school diploma? Alas, if it weren't for the apocalypse, we could send Xiao Yu back to elementary school for a few years. The women teased her mercilessly, making Xiao Yu wish she could crawl into a hole. Of course I know. I was just joking, Xiao Yu said, blushing though her voice lacked confidence. Should we go inside and see if there are any eggs? With such a huge nest, the eggs must be enormous. Perfect to nourish our husband. Feng Lin said, while eyeing Qin Feng's lower region, her meaning clear. What? Do you have a problem with your husband? Qin Feng looked displeased. Didn't she remember who was screaming yesterday? How would Liner dare? But since the number of sisters is growing, I'm thinking of our husband and everyone's happiness, Feng Lin said playfully. Qin Feng gazed thoughtfully at the nest. Feng Lin had a point. As an ability user, chicken eggs might not do much for him. Maybe he should try these bird eggs. Chirp. A sharp, prolonged cry rang out. The sky darkened for everyone. Looking up, they saw a giant bird diving toward them. Oh ho, this is trouble. Qin Feng drew his black blade ready for battle. Before they could get the eggs, the mother bird had returned. Great. Honey, take down that bird, and we'll have double the nourishment. Feng Lin shouted excitedly. Qin Feng's mouth twitched. Such a solemn occasion was nearly ruined by Feng Lin. Dragon Flame. A massive fire dragon formed from the black blade's dragon flame. Qin Feng chose to clash head in with the strange bird, which did not exude a strong sense of oppression, certainly not as much as Chunlinger. It must be below the 5th rank, and below the 5th rank, he was invincible. Boom. The massive fire dragon collided with the strange bird, sending shockwaves and flames scattering in all directions. Bai Ruoshua timely erected a barrier, and the other women hid behind it. Caught. The strange bird screeched as its feathers were ignited by the dragon flame. Fire was its bane. A 3rd-rank creature dares to ambush me. You must be blind. Qin Feng's face was full of disdain. He had hoped for a good fight, but this was too weak. Honey, you're amazing. We can have roasted bird for lunch. Feng Lin cheered him on her emotional support at its peak. Roasted bird. That sounds painful. I hope she means a proper roast. Qin Feng mused, wondering if the strange bird was even edible. Ugh. A foul stench hit him, nearly making him gag. The bird smelled rotten when roasted. It was clearly a zombie bird. He quickly retracted the dragon flame to avoid being suffocated by the stench. Chirp. The strange bird let out a feeble cry. Although Qin Feng had withdrawn the dragon flame, it was covered in burns, and clearly beyond saving. Honey, you. Ugh. Did you? Feng Lin started to say something risque, but was also overcome by the stench gagging. The other women also pinched their noses. The smell was unbearable. You're the one who did that. This is a zombie bird, completely inedible. Qin Feng, unwilling to give up, used his X-ray vision to peer into the nest. There wasn't a single egg. Well, that settled it. Honey, this nest wasn't here when I arrived. Now it's blocking the main path. Taking a detour would cost us a lot of time. What should we do? Wang Yuyan said worriedly. Bai Ruoshua and Bai Jia frowned upon hearing this. They wanted to take revenge as soon as possible. That damn bird deserved to die. Qin Feng thought for a moment, his gaze falling on the strange bird. The one who tied the bell must untie it. Since this bird built the nest, let it carry us over. The women were taken aback. Flying over was indeed the most convenient option, but this bird was a zombie and had just been beaten by Qin Feng. How could it possibly obey him? Mind control. He hadn't used this ability before, but now it came in handy. With a single thought from Qin Feng, the dying strange bird suddenly froze. Its once vicious eyes turned clear. Qin Feng felt a connection established between them. He could command the bird with a mere thought, even ordering it to die. Excellent mind control was really effective. He then cast a healing spell on the bird, and its battered body instantly recovered, even its burned feathers regrew. Honey, you've lost your mind. It's a zombie, healing it won't earn you any gratitude. Su Yinyao exclaimed, already preparing for the bird's counterattack. But things didn't go as she expected. The strange bird gazed calmly at Qin Feng, as if waiting for his command. Good bird. Qin Feng extended his hand, and the bird obediently lowered its head for him to pet. The women showed expressions of admiration. Qin Feng was becoming more and more impressive, even taming a zombie. I need to give you a name. I can't just call you Strange Bird, Qin Feng said as he stroked its head. Chirp. Thank you, master. Then I'll call you Shiden since you smell so awful when roasted. Qin Feng said after a moment's thought, proud of his naming genius. Chirp. Maybe Strange Bird is fine. Your name is Shurdan. The bird protested the name Shiden, but its protests were futile. Ladies, let's get on Shurdan and have it carry us to Qingyun City. Qin Feng beckoned. Shurdan obediently lowered its head, waiting for everyone to board. Did I hear that right? The bird's name is Shurdan. No wonder it smelled so bad when roasted. If it only smells bad when roasted, that's one thing. But is it itself stinky? Shiden's beak twitched in annoyance, but being a bird it couldn't really twitch. In the end, Qin Feng boarded first, and the other women followed. Everyone hold onto the feathers. Shiden, let's go. Chirp, got it. Shurdan flapped its massive wings and soared into the sky. Wow, Shurdan is amazing. The women who had previously been disgusted by Shiden now praised it enthusiastically. This was far more comfortable than walking. Chirp, crotch on fire, of course. Shurdan was overjoyed, basking in the women's praise. Oh, using idioms now. Qin Feng chuckled. Honey, at this speed we'll reach Qingyun City in an hour. Wang Yuyan observed the ground below. Bai Ruoxue and Bai Jia exchanged glances. They could finally get their revenge. An hour, that's still enough time. Feng Lin pulled Qin Feng away from the women's sight. The others were speechless. Feng Lin never missed an opportunity. Li Yusin looked troubled. She was clearly more beautiful than Feng Lin. Was she not proactive enough? But she had been very proactive this morning. Feng Lin, what are you doing? Qin Feng asked knowingly. Don't you know what I want? This is a rare experience. Feng Lin grinned wickedly and pounced on Qin Feng. Feng Lin, don't. Qin Feng said as he pulled bedding from his storage space. An hour later, Qingyun City appeared before them. Once prosperous and bustling, it was now a scene of devastation, with some buildings still emitting black smoke. Qin Feng and Feng Lin reappeared before the women. You had to admit the experience in the air was something else. Honey, Shurdan is too conspicuous. It will attract attention. Let's land outside Qingyun City and walk in, Wang Yuyan suggested. All right. With a thought from Qin Feng, Shurdan obediently descended. Go play around nearby. Try not to die. Qin Feng instructed Shurdan before leading the women into Qingyun City. Roar. A horde of zombies blocked their path. They're all yours. Help Yusin advance a bit, otherwise she won't even qualify to serve at night. Qin Feng stepped aside. Trash wasn't worth his effort. All right. The women cracked their knuckles, looking more ferocious than the zombies. Li Yusin was left with a look of epiphany. So Qin Feng liked strong women. Without even an ability, she naturally couldn't win his favor. Sisters, thank you for your hard work. Please help me advance. Li Yusin cheered them on like a cheerleader. Even Qin Feng couldn't help but glance at her. Was this woman crazy? Why was she suddenly so pumped? Yusin, you're in luck. There's a second-rank zombie here. Su Yanyao said with a smile, her pale red gas holding a zombie. Thank you, Sister Su. Li Yusin happily walked over. Whoosh. Just as everyone was enjoying the moment, an arrow shot toward Qin Feng. Snap. Qin Feng caught the arrow and snapped it in two, a helpless expression on his face. So no sooner do we arrive in Qingyun City than someone comes to die. The women glared furiously at the archer, their anger blazing. How dare he try to kill their husband and act utterly unforgivable. The ambush wasn't just one man, he had many companions, perhaps dozens in total. You've got some skill to catch my arrow, but hand over the special zombie. The archer spoke, his physique, imposing arms thicker than an average man's head. Whether from an ability or years of training was unclear. You want the zombie? Let's talk it out. If you want it, why shoot at them? Why shoot at me? Qin Feng demanded, baffled. He was just spectating, yet these people ambushed him, an innocent bystander. Was there no law? No justice? I can't bear to kill such beauties. Oh, wouldn't they be better for warming my bed? You're the only man here. Who else should I kill? The archer declared with righteous conviction, his cronies nodding in agreement. Qin Feng was speechless. The logic was so absurdly sound he couldn't argue. My wives, he wants to capture you for his bed. Are you willing? Qin Feng addressed the women. No, they replied in unison. Then what are you waiting for? He said, gesturing with a flourish. Charge. All the women surged forward except Li Yusin. Brothers, take them alive. Don't damage their faces. The archer exclaimed excitedly, utterly dismissive of the women. Husband, save me. Li Yusin cried out. Su Yanyao had left, releasing the second-tier zombie directly, and Li Yusin bore the brunt. Tisk, what a fool, just like your brother. I gave you a third-tier weapon, and you handed it to him. Qin Feng grumbled, though he still helped Li Yusin. He stomped on the zombie, handed her the black blade, and told her to cut off its head. With a wet thud, Li Yusin showed some courage. A swift slash, and she became a second-tier ability user. Qin Feng withdrew his foot, ready to resume watching, but Li Yusin stopped him. Husband, my brother and I aren't fools. Even as a zombie, he never abandoned me. I don't regret giving him the weapon. Tears glistened in Li Yusin's eyes. She knew this might displease Qin Feng, but she chose to speak her truth. Is that so? I don't deny your sibling bond, but in this apocalypse strength is paramount. By giving your brother the weapon you've fallen far behind the others. Qin Feng sneered, pointing to the battlefield where the women fought. The dozens of enemies had been completely annihilated, and the women now watched Qin Feng and Li Yusin leisurely turning the tables. Li Yusin was stunned, so fast. In less than a minute the foes were wiped out. She had hoped to test her new powers. I'm sorry, husband. My brother is only second tier. Against a third-tier enemy he'd surely die. But with you and my sisters protecting me I'm safe. That's why I gave him the weapon. Please don't be angry, okay? Li Yusin coaxed, realizing her impulsiveness. Though the weapon was a gift from her husband, giving it away without a word was wrong. Do you truly understand your mistake? Qin Feng's tone softened. He couldn't resist a woman's charm, especially a beautiful one. I understand. Li Yusin continued to wheedle, having grasped Qin Feng's nature. He yielded to tenderness, not force. Even Feng Lin, watching from afar, frowned. She had met her match. Fine, since you're second tier now I'll punish you properly, and see how you differ from your zombie form. Qin Feng wrapped his arm around Li Yusin and led her into a building, leaving the women dumbfounded. Is this really punishment? Su Yanyao felt a surge of jealousy. If this worked, she'd try pleading too. Sisters by Jia, and I want to check on the Bai family. Would you like to join us? Bai Ruoshua spoke. Since they were back in Qingyun City, it was time to handle their affairs. Let's go together for mutual support. Just leave a message for our husband. Su Yanyao suggested. Acting alone might be dangerous, but together few in Qingyun City could challenge them. Wait, let's cover our faces. Our bare faces draw too much attention. Wang Yiyan warned. Many survivors remained in Qingyun City, and a group of beauties parading around would invite trouble. The women disguised themselves before heading to the Bai family. At the Zhou family estate, the premier clan of Qingyun City, even in the apocalypse they remained unchallenged. Chairman Zhou Wang Yiyan's device has a signal. She's in Qingyun City. A man in butler attire reported respectfully. Oh, where is she now? Send someone to escort her. A middle-aged man, his back to the butler, sipped wine while studying a map of Qingyun City. He wore a tailored suit, his black hair impeccably combed, commanding awe at a single glance. Chairman Zhou, she hasn't returned to the Zhou residence. The signal seems to be heading toward the Bai family. And Zhou Chun and the other team members' signals haven't appeared. I suspect. The butler trailed off, leaving the decision to the chairman. The Bai family. Zhou Wenjia murmured. Assemble a 500-man squad and head to the Bai family to retrieve Wang Yiyan. Dead or alive. He stared at the erased Bai family location on the map. Whatever Wang Yiyan intended, the secret of the Bai family massacre must not be exposed. Yes. The butler immediately made arrangements. It's just ahead. Bai Ruoshua gazed at the Bai family estate, her childhood home, now a place she returned to for vengeance. As the women approached, they saw guards at the gate. 2 men stood rigidly inside, guns in hand. Who goes there? Get lost, they barked at the women. Gentlemen, who sent you? Why are you guarding the Bai family? Wang Yiyan asked first. There were no guards when she left. Something had changed. Leave now, or well, shoot. The guards cocked their weapons, aiming at the women. Very well then, we won't be polite. Su Yanyo's faint red energy passed through the gate, seizing control of both men. Speak. Who ordered you to guard this place? Bai Ruoshua and Bai Jia interrogated them. Perhaps the one who stationed them was the killer. Don't kill us. We're from the Zhou family. One guard blurted out, desperate to survive. Why are you guarding the Bai family? Bai Ruoshua pressed on. Whatever role the Zhou family played, they were surely implicated in the massacre. Boom. Boom. Just as the guards were about to speak, more they suddenly exploded. As the blood mist dissipated, the women emerged unscathed, not a single drop of blood upon them. Bai Ruoshua had timely activated her barrier, shielding everyone. Impressive, impressive. Beautiful, and gifted with abilities. Wang Yiyan, where did you find so many beauties? 4 men and 1 woman approached the group, all clad in the uniforms of the Zhou family's private army. The speaker was the sole woman among them. Her hair was cut short and neat, shimmering like ink in the sunlight. Her brows were like distant hills, her eyes bright, her nose elegantly bridged. Her delicate features carried a hint of heroic spirit, and in appearance alone, she rivaled Wang Yiyan. The Zhou family's private army operated in squads, approximately 100 per squad. Each squad had a captain. Zhou Jiwen had dispatched 500 men, and these 5 were their captains. Shinmonk, what are you doing here? Did Chairman Zhou send you? Wang Yiyan frowned. Could it be that the Zhou family was indeed involved in the Bai family's massacre? Chairman Zhou orders us to bring you back, dead or alive, Shinmonk said with a smile. Their mission was to bring Wang Yiyan back, but she truly hoped Wang Yiyan would not surrender without a fight. During their missions for the Zhou family, the two had been evenly matched. She had long wished to compete with Wang Yiyan, and now was the perfect opportunity. Just the 5 of you. Wang Yiyan's gaze turned contemptuous. The Zhou family squad captains were all at the 2nd stage, while they had 4 at the 3rd stage and 6 at the 2nd. Even without the 3rd stage fighters, they held the advantage. She wondered where their confidence came from. Who said it's just us? Shinmonk clapped her hands. Zhou family troops emerged from all directions, each wielding a gun aimed at the women. So you were stalling for time. Wang Yuyan realized the truth, but it was too late. With such dense firepower, even a third-stage ability user might not survive. So what? Will you surrender quietly, or do you want to be turned into Swiss cheese? A male captain spoke inwardly, hoping the women would not resist. Even he, a man, would hate to see so many beautiful women riddled with bullets. I ask you, is the Bai family massacre the Zhou family's doing? Bai Ruoxue demanded, her voice seething with anger. Oh, isn't this Miss Bai? I saw your photo in the Bai residence. You're even more beautiful in person. Sleep with me, and I'll tell you how about that. A male captain leered. He had long coveted Bai Ruoxue, and today, he finally saw a chance to fulfill his desire. You're asking for death. A cold glint flashed in Bai Ruoxue's eyes. She prepared to use her barrier to block the bullets and kill the insolent captain. Wait, hold on. My husband should be here soon. Su Yanyao stopped her. Bai Ruoxue's barrier made her safe, but the other sisters at the second stage would suffer. It was better to stall for time until Qin Feng arrived. Stalling, are we? Let me handle this. Wang Yuyan looked at Shun Monk and beckoned her with a finger. Shun Monk, do you dare fight me? Why not? Shin Monk's eyes blazed with battle lust, ready to charge and settle the score. Captain Shun is this wise. What if Wang Yuyan has a trick up her sleeve? The other captains tried to dissuade her. If Shin Monk won, all was well, but if she lost, it would be a disgrace. And if Wang Yuyan somehow escaped, they would all face punishment. What's there to fear? 500 guns are trained on them. Not even a fly could escape. Ignoring their protests, Shun Monk strode resolutely toward Wang Yuyan. Wang Yuyan, I will prove that I am the strongest in the Zhou family's army. Water coalesced in Shun Monk's hands. She was a second-stage water ability user. If you say so, it's not like I'm competing with you. Wang Yuyan shrugged nonchalantly. What was the point of being the strongest in the Zhou family's army? In the Zhou family's eyes, they were nothing but dogs. Wasn't it better to live freely with her husband? Take this. Water arrow. The water in Shun Monk's hands shot forth like arrows toward Wang Yuyan. Do you think you're a Squirtle, eh? Wang Yuyan dodged and weaved, not forgetting to taunt her. Let's see how long you can keep running your mouth. The water around Shin Monk swelled, forming more and more arrows. A hint of gravity finally appeared on Wang Yuyan's face. Her ability was strength enhancement, which gave her no ranged attacks. She had to get close to win, but Shin Monk would never allow that. Honey, how about one more time? Li Yusin had tasted the sweetness. No wonder Feng Lin was so infatuated with him. It was truly exhilarating. We'll talk tonight. Don't let it interfere with the important matters. Qin Feng pinched Li Yusin's cheek. Women sure changed quickly. Yesterday she had been full of disgust, and now she was being incredibly forward. He had seen the messages the women left behind, so he led Li Yusin toward the Bai residence. Halt. No entry. Several Zhou family soldiers blocked their path. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. What were Zhou family soldiers doing here? What a small world. Seeing Qin Feng's displeasure, Li Yusin immediately took action. Slap. Slap. A few blows sent the soldiers' heads spinning. Honey, I'm so strong. Li Yusin was ecstatic. It had only been the second day since she met Qin Feng, and she was already at the second stage, the same level as her brother. What a pity her brother was a man. If he were a woman, they could serve Qin Feng together. How wonderful that would be. I'm not only strong, but also perceptive. Keep it up, and maybe he'll give you another weapon if I'm pleased. Qin Feng nodded. Who cared if he could deliver on the promise later? The important thing was to dangle the carrot. Yes, honey. He'll work twice as hard. Li Yusin followed Qin Feng like a loyal sidekick. Phew, Wang Yuyan, you're running out of steam, aren't you? Shin Monk panted heavily. Aren't you the same? Wang Yuyan was also gasping for breath. The two were indeed evenly matched, neither able to overcome the other. Bang! 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 Gunfire erupted in the distance. The women immediately tensed, fearing a sneak attack from the Zhou family troops. What's going on? Didn't we agree on an unknown duel? Who ordered you to fire? Shin Monk frowned. She wanted to defeat Wang Yuyan fair and square. How dare someone disobey her? Did they have a death wish? Don't worry. Those who fired are already dead. And those who didn't fire are dead too. Qin Feng and Li Yusin appeared before the crowd. Qin Feng was spotless, while Li Yusin, having killed, was inevitably stained with some blood. Honey, you're here. The women exclaimed in unison, stunning the 5 captains. What the hell? Over a dozen beautiful women were all his wives. How infuriating. Qin Feng's eyes lit up at the sight of Shin Monk. She was the first beauty he had seen in Qingyan City. The women knew from Qin Feng's gaze that he had taken a liking to her. And what that meant was clear: he wanted her in beauty. What's your name? Would you be willing to be my woman? Qin Feng asked bluntly. He had already used his X-ray vision to see that this woman was still pure, though the distance was too great to discern her basic information. A dead man doesn't deserve to know my name. Shin Monk's gaze was filled with utter disdain. She loathed womanizers, and Qin Feng was clearly an enemy of the Zhou family. Honey, her name is Shun Monk. As far as I know, no man has ever touched her. She's as pure as can be. Wang Yuyan tattled from the side. Since she couldn't handle Shin Monk herself, letting Qin Feng do it was just as good. Perhaps they'd even become sisters-in-arms later. Shen Monk glanced at Wang Yuyin without a word, surmising that Qin Feng was the strongest among them. Defeating him would cause the other women to scatter on their own. Good, I like them pure. Qin Feng strode toward Shen Monk. To subdue a proud woman like her, one had to rely on strength. Name: Shen Monk. Age 25. Height 175 centimeters. Weight 55 kilograms. Traits: secretly passionate, contradictory, water element, beauty, you know what I mean. Score: 85 points. 85 points wasn't bad, but were those traits for real? Secretly passionate and contradictory counted as merits. A flaw. Shen Monk caught Qin Feng off guard and shot a water arrow at him. Splash. The water arrow struck Qin Feng square in the face. The other captains beamed with joy, thinking he was nothing but a paper tiger easily taken down by Shen Monk's single move. Shen Monk felt a surge of delight. She had taken a gamble, and it seemed to have paid off. What's the big idea? Dousing me with water. Qin Feng's voice rang out. Shen Monk and the other 4 captains froze, while all of Qin Feng's women remained calm, as if this outcome was only expected. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Shen Monk's water arrow may look weak, but its power is terrifying. Even ordinary second-tier ability users can't withstand it. Could this man be a third tier? A male captain grew flustered. The entire Zhou family forces lacked a third-tier ability user. If Qin Feng truly was one, they were doomed. Third tier? Can't you broaden your imagination? Feng Lin sneered. A third-tier ability user would be instantly annihilated before Qin Feng. Impossible. I don't believe it. I won't accept this. Shen Monk frantically conjured water arrows to attack Qin Feng. Hey, besides soaking me, what else can you do? Qin Feng pulled a towel from his storage space to wipe his face. If Shen Monk kept firing water arrows, he might as well take a bath. Impossible. Impossible. Fear spread relentlessly through Shen Monk's heart. Finally, unable to bear it, she turned to flee. You drenched my clothes and think you can just leave. Not so easy. Qin Feng grabbed her and pulled her into his embrace. She smelled nice. Not of perfume, but a unique natural fragrance. Let me go, you big pervert. Shen Monk struggled desperately, yet a strange feeling stirred within her, as if she almost enjoyed it. Nonsense. I haven't done anything yet to deserve that label. But since you call me a pervert, I might as well act like one. No, I'm a squad leader of the Zhou family forces. Shen Monk felt that strange emotion growing stronger. Release Captain Shen, or well, kill your women. Qin Feng turned to see the 4 captains had somehow crept up to Bai Ruoxue and the others. Haha, let me go now, or your wives will be killed. Shen Monk regained her confidence and taunted Qin Feng. Slap. Shut up. This doesn't concern you. Qin Feng growled fiercely. Ouch. Shen Monk was both embarrassed and shocked. Qin Feng had actually spanked her. Yet she found herself wanting more. Are you sure you can kill them? Go ahead and try. Qin Feng looked utterly unruffled. For second tiers trying to kill 4 third tiers and 5 second tiers. If they succeeded, he'd gladly bash his head against a tofu block. Ugh. A male captain was torn in half by Su Yanyo's pale red mist. Ugh. Another was blocked by Ruoxu's barrier and then pierced through with a sword. Don't kill me. I was wrong. A third was impaled by Feng Lin's spikes. No please. A 4th captain was corroded into nothing by Bai Jia. Shen Monk stared in disbelief as the 4 captains were annihilated in an instant. With such power, why would these women willingly become Qin Feng's? Unrestricted fire. We can't let these demons threaten the Zhou family. The deputy commander, witnessing the 4 captains' brutal deaths and Shen Ming's capture, gave the order. Bang, bang, bang. Countless bullets rained down on everyone, including the captive Shen Monk. Bai Ruoxue and Su Yanyao used their abilities to shield the group as they retreated. Their powers were a natural counter to bullets. Ice spikes, dragon flame, lightning strike. Qin Feng struck down every soldier targeting his women, then shielded Shen Monk with his own body. Shen Monk was stunned. They were enemies. Why would Qin Feng save her? Honey, Li Yusin called out. Qin Feng could easily dodge bullets, so why was he letting himself get riddled like a sieve? The women grew worried. Had Qin Feng exhausted his energy protecting them with his abilities? Yet he waved his hand, signaling them to leave. Despite being hit by so many bullets, not a drop of blood appeared. Clearly he was perfectly fine. The women instantly caught on. Qin Feng was putting on a melodramatic act. Honey's using tricks to pick up girls now, Feng Lin remarked. He's so kind. He could have just taken her by force, but he chose to put on a show. Xia Xining sighed. She herself had only agreed after being beaten up by Feng Lin. Let's leave them alone. We might be welcoming our 12th sister soon. Su Yanyao shook her head. Qin Feng's methods were indeed growing more impressive. Charge. They dared to shoot at us. They all must die. Xiao Yu roared and rushed after the fleeing Zhou soldiers, the other women following suit. Why? We're enemies. Why did you save me? Shen Monk held the seemingly dying Qin Feng, guilt flooding her heart. Because of love. Qin Feng caressed her face as if reluctant to let go. Love my ass. Shen Monk cursed, yet her heart was deeply moved. She didn't even resist his touch. No cursing. Qin Feng's expression stiffened. He nearly broke character. "Oh, then do you have any last wishes?" Shenmeng asked, tears in her eyes. No man had ever been so kind to her as she would do anything he asked now. "None. If I must say something, you are my final regret." Qin Feng held her hand. Shenmeng nodded firmly, as if understanding his meaning. "Congratulations, host, for acquiring your 12th follower. You have obtained the first-tier ability Time Freeze, which can halt time for 0.1 seconds. The host can move freely during this period, but it can only be used once per day." Qin Feng couldn't help but curse under his breath. He had thought the system was being generous. With Time Freeze, he'd be invincible. But it only lasted 0.1 seconds. Even a quick draw would find that too brief. Fortunately, he had been wise enough to save 4 advancement points earlier. Now is the time to use them for an upgrade. The host has used 2 advancement points. Time Freeze has advanced to the 3rd tier, allowing a halt of 0.3 seconds. The host can move freely, but it can only be used once per day. From 1st to 3rd tier 0.1 seconds increased to 0.3 seconds. Thanks a lot. He knew how unique Time Freeze was. With this ability, he was practically unbeatable from the start. He could only wait until the duration increased before using it again. Shenmeng also sensed something was off. Wasn't Qin Feng supposed to be dying? He had been barely breathing moments ago, but now he was full of life. "Were you messing with me?" Shenmeng gritted her teeth. "Oh, what if I said it's the power of love?" Qin Feng said awkwardly. He had been too immersed and forgotten to keep up the act. "I believe you, my foot." Shenmeng pinched him hard. Hiss. Qin Feng drew in a sharp breath. Did every woman know this move? Luckily, he was at the 4th tier, while she was only at the 2nd, where he'd be black and blue. "Honey, we're back. Are you done?" Bai Ruoxu's voice rang out, startling Shenmeng, as if she were a mistress caught red-handed. "Don't panic. From now on, you're the 12th. No need to be afraid." Qin Feng comforted her softly. They were open and aboveboard. What was there to fear? "I'm done. Come on over," Qin Feng replied. The women walked over one by one, glancing between Qin Feng and Shenmeng like curious onlookers, making Shenmeng feel embarrassed. "Ahem, this is the 12th. Shall be your sister from now on." Qin Feng broke the ice. "Hello, 12th. In the 8th. Wang Yuyan said smugly, her rank far ahead of Shenmeng's. "Oomph." Shenmeng snorted coldly, knowing Wang Yuyan was provoking her. All right. From now on, you're sisters. Whatever grudges you had before are all settled now." Qin Feng mediated. Sigh. Having many women was troublesome, but what could he do? He had brought it upon himself. "Shenmeng, how much do you know about the Bai family's massacre?" Bai Ruoxu asked anxiously. Now that Shenmeng was one of them, they finally had someone in the know. "I don't know much. I only know that the day before the apocalypse, someone approached the 4 great families of Qingyun City for cooperation. Only the Bai family refused, the other 3 agreed, and in return they received the zombie virus vaccine." Shenmeng pondered for a moment before speaking. Because of the vaccine, the 3 families suffered minimal losses after the apocalypse, while the Bai family was wiped out. "Are you saying someone knew the apocalypse was coming?" Qin Feng found it hard to believe, but then he thought of his own system, and everything seemed plausible. Yes. The fact that the other 3 families barely lost anything after the apocalypse is the best proof. Shenmeng said after thinking it over. Now that she was Qin Feng's woman, she naturally had to share what she knew. "I know about the Zhou family. Who are the other 2? Qin Feng was curious. These 3 families must be hiding some secret, and he was determined to uncover it. The Wang and Lu families. They are slightly weaker than the Zhou family, but they can't be ignored. Shenmeng's expression grew serious. If Qin Feng and the others wanted to investigate the Bai family's massacre, they would be pitting themselves against 3 families, not to mention the mysterious partner behind them. Someone who knew the apocalypse was coming and whose strength was unfathomable. Suddenly Shenmeng screamed and collapsed to the ground. "It's the rebellion device. Honey, save her." Wang Yuyan knew exactly what was happening to Shenmeng. Qin Feng reacted quickly, using his lightning ability to sever the rebellion device. "I didn't expect the Zhou family to want me dead so soon." Shenmeng felt a chill in her heart. She had been loyal to the Zhou family for so many years, yet the moment she failed her mission, they were ready to discard her. "You just realized that. The Zhou family treats us like dogs, use us when needed and dispose of us when we're useless." Wang Yuyan sneered. She too had been loyal to the Zhou family, only to have her remote control handed to Zhou Chun, who had ulterior motives toward her. It showed how little the Zhou family cared about their lives. "There's another problem. The rebellion device has a tracker, and it's specially protected. Lightning abilities won't work. We need to find a way to remove it." Shenmeng said, touching her chest where the device was located. "That's easy. They'll help you remove it." Qin Feng immediately took on the task. His women's problems were his problems, and he shared his plan. "Honey, are you sure this will work?" Wang Yuyan swallowed, nervously, feeling a bit uneasy. "Don't worry. I've got this." Qin Feng gave an okay gesture. Qin Feng and the women entered the Bai residence. As one of Qingyun City's 4 great families, even though it had been empty for a long time, traces of its former glory were still evident. When Bai Ruoxue and Bai Jia saw the bloodstains on the floor, they clenched their fists. Those might belong to one of their relatives. "Find a table." Yin, lend me your dagger. Qin Feng instructed, and the women followed his orders. Soon everything was set. Who wants to go first? Qin Feng gestured with the dagger, getting a taste of playing doctor. He'll go first. Wang Yuyin took a deep breath and lay down on the table. She trusted Qin Feng wouldn't harm her. Lightning paralysis. Wang Yuyin lost consciousness from the electric shock. Qin Feng immediately used the dagger to perform surgery, quickly removing the rebellion device, then applied healing magic. The wound healed instantly without leaving a scar, and Wang Yuyin gradually regained consciousness. Who would have thought that lightning paralysis could one day be used as anesthesia? My turn. My turn. With Wang Yuyin's success, Shinmonk felt much more at ease. Soon the rebellion device inside her was also removed. Honey, you're amazing. Not only is there no scar, but the old scars are gone too. Wang Yuyin exclaimed in amazement. Qin Feng's healing ability was incredible. Finally free. Shinmonk joyfully kissed Qin Feng on the cheek. Not to be outdone, Wang Yuyin kissed his other cheek. I want a kiss too. Me too. One by one the women grew competitive, leaving no space on Qin Feng's face. Alright. We'll talk tonight. I'm going to scout out the three families first. Qin Feng quickly made his escape. These women were getting hungrier by the day. It seemed he needed to enhance their Qin Feng strolled through Qingyun City, gaining a general understanding of its current state. The city was now divided into the southern and northern districts. The southern district was controlled by three major families, while the northern district had been overrun by zombies. Occasionally teams from the southern district would venture out to hunt zombies, and there were sporadic zombie incursions into the southern district, but it remained relatively peaceful. The Wang family was the closest to the Bai family, so he decided to head there first. Cola, unopened cola for trade. Any food will do. Bread not too hard. Trade for some medicine. Food and drink anything. You won't be disappointed. The streets were filled with people bartering goods. Those without anything to trade had to sell their bodies. Kind sir, have mercy on me. I'm starving. Sir, care for some fun. Any supplies will do, whatever you fancy. Don't go, sir, just a little food is enough. Qin Feng, cleanly dressed, and with a healthy complexion, clearly wasn't short of supplies, so he was warmly approached. However, he had no interest. Setting aside how filthy they were, these women were starving, and skin and bones nothing compared to his beautiful wives. After shaking them off, Qin Feng finally reached the Wang family's territory. Rows of magnificent mansions stood before him, so beautiful they were breathtaking. A car horn blared. A stretched luxury car pulled up in front of Qin Feng. Hey you, what are you standing there for? Get out of the way, the driver shouted at Qin Feng. Qin Feng frowned. The road was wide enough, but the driver deliberately aimed for him, clearly looking for trouble. It's been a long time since anyone dared speak to me like that, Qin Feng said with a smile. It was a trivial matter. He could easily move his foot, but he refused. He had been pushed around before the apocalypse, but now that it was here, if he still let others bully him, then what was the point of this damn apocalypse? Where did this brat come from? The man in the car is the young master of the Wang family. Get lost, or well, break your legs, the driver continued arrogantly. Though just a driver, the passenger was the Wang family's young master, and he had mastered the art of bullying in his master's name. With a bang, Qin Feng punched the luxury car's head, denting it deeply and sending up black smoke. Say that again. What did you want to do? He hadn't even used his full strength, though otherwise the entire car would have exploded. The driver was startled, realizing he had bitten off more than he could chew. Qin Feng was clearly an ability user. What's going on? Wang Qinshu asked irritably. He had been drinking all day and had just dozed off when a loud crash jolted him fully awake. Young master, an ability user has blocked us and he damaged your car. The driver quickly reported, omitting the fact that he had started the trouble. What? How dare he? Doesn't he know I'm the young master of the Wang family? Wang Qinshu was furious. In this apocalypse, a broken car couldn't be replaced no matter how much money or supplies one had, especially his favorite one. I told him, but he didn't care. He even said the Wang family was nothing. The driver exaggerated, hoping to provoke a fight between Wang Qinshu and Qin Feng. What? Fine. Let's see what strength he has to dare say such things. Wang Qinshu got out with a few bodyguards swaggering toward Qin Feng. Seeing the dented hood made him even angrier. So you're the one talking big. And you damaged my car. If you don't give me an explanation today, not even Jesus can save you, I swear. The bodyguards surrounded Qin Feng, leaving no escape. 3 seconds later, the bodyguards and Wang Qinshu were kneeling on the ground, their faces bruised and swollen. Driver not coming out for a chat. Qin Feng tapped the luxury car. Inside, the driver was trembling. He had witnessed Wang Qinshu and the bodyguards, all ability users, with Wang Qinshu himself being a powerful second-rank ability user, yet they couldn't last 3 seconds against Qin Feng. A crowd gathered, and soon someone recognized the beaten Wang Qinshu, the Wang family's young master. How dare Qin Feng hit him? But many felt a sense of relief. The Wang family had bullied them since the apocalypse began, and seeing Wang Qinshu beaten brought them some satisfaction. Not coming out. I have ways even if you don't. Qin Feng lifted the luxury car, astonishing the onlookers. It was a stretch vehicle weighing several tons, and he lifted it, as if it were nothing. No. Big brother, I was wrong. I failed to recognize your greatness. Please spare my life. The driver screamed from inside, feeling the world turn upside down, begging frantically. It's fine. Just be more careful in your next life. Without a hint of mercy, Qin Feng hurled the car toward an empty area. The driver wasn't sorry. He was simply terrified of dying. Who told him to pick a fight with Qin Feng? With a crash, the luxury car landed, the impact crumpling it into a ball. The driver, an ordinary person, was clearly dead. Wang Qinxiu and the bodyguards knelt lower, terrified that the murderous Qin Feng would notice them. The Wang family is here. Someone in the crowd shouted, clearly warning Qin Feng, though they feared retaliation from the Wang family later. Wang Qinxiu felt a surge of hope. Finally, someone was coming to rescue him. Qin Feng was alone. He couldn't possibly take on the entire Wang family. But his joy was short-lived as Qin Feng grabbed him, clearly not intending to let him go. The bodyguards dared not intervene. Their faces still ached. Only when the Wang family's private army arrived did they dare stand. With a thud, Qin Feng found an empty alley and threw Wang Qinxiu to the ground. Big brother, don't kill me. I'll give you anything you want. Wang Qinxiu knelt and kowtowed, cursing the dead driver in his heart for provoking this trouble. Answer 2 questions. Why was the Bai family wiped out? And who is the mysterious figure behind the 3 families? Hearing Qin Feng's questions, Wang Qinxiu looked bewildered. Clearly he knew nothing about these matters. So I'll have to investigate myself. Qin Feng sighed and activated his disguise technique. Wang Qingxi's eyes widened. Qin Feng had transformed into his exact likeness, as if looking in a mirror. Dragon flame. Before Wang Qinxiu could recover from his shock, he was incinerated into ashes. Qin Feng touched his face. This disguise technique was truly effective, even replicating injuries. Young master, are you alright? The Wang family members found him and immediately assumed it was Wang Qinxiu. I'm fine. Let's return to the Wang residence. Qin Feng said calmly. He had never played the role of a young master before, so this would be a fun experience. Young master, thank goodness you're safe. I've memorized that man's face. He won't escape. Several bodyguards rushed over to curry favor, afraid Wang Qinxiu would blame them. You really remember? Qin Feng stopped and looked at them as if they were already dead. We remember. Would recognize him even if he turned to ash, the bodyguard said bitterly. Is that so? You followed me without much merit, but not without effort, so I'll grant you all death. Qin Feng gestured for the Wang family's troops to move in. If only they had stayed put obediently, they wouldn't have to force his hand. Young master, please, we have been utterly loyal to you. The bodyguards knelt and begged for mercy, but Qin Feng's resolve to kill was firm, and the Wang family soldiers had no choice but to obey. Qin Feng boldly entered the Wang residence, hoping to gather some intelligence. Young master. Greetings, young master. And to you? Young master, what happened to your face? I had a fall. Along the way, members of the Wang family greeted the disguised Qin Feng, and he responded politely. That's odd. Why has the young master suddenly changed? He used to ignore us, or even beat and kick us when he was upset. Why is he so polite today? 2 people in the distance murmured. However, Qin Feng, being at the 4th level, overheard every word. This wouldn't do. He had only just arrived and was already arousing suspicion. He needed to act in a way befitting Wang Qingxi's character. Suddenly, Qin Feng spotted a man watering flowers ahead, around 40 or 50 years old, likely a gardener for the Wang family. Sorry, old man, Qin Feng muttered under his breath. He strode over, snatched the watering can from the man's hand, and threw it to the ground. How dare you not greet this young master? Have you grown a leopard's heart? Qin Feng spat on the man's shoe. This should fit Wang Qingxi's character. It was a bit of an injustice for the gardener, but since he hadn't struck him, it was still far better than what Wang Qinxiu would have done. Young master, Chairman Wang is your father after all. How could you treat him like this? Seeing the situation turning sour, some Wang family members immediately separated Qin Feng and Wang Xiaowang, fearing a fight might break out. What the hell? Qin Feng was dumbfounded. Could his luck be this bad? He had randomly picked a man who turned out to be Wang Qingxi's father. How was he supposed to keep up the act now? Why would one of the 3 family leaders be idling away watering flowers in the garden? Was he that bored? It's fine, Qinxiu. You know now, don't you? I have wronged you. Come to my study tonight, and we'll have a private talk, father and son. To Qin Feng's surprise, Wang Xiaowang seemed to have done something to wrong Wang Qinxiu and harbored no suspicion of his identity. To avoid revealing any flaws, Qin Feng pretended to be furious and fled the scene. Brother, slow down, I can't keep up. A young man chased after him, bearing a striking resemblance to Wang Qinxiu. Something on your mind? Qin Feng uttered 2 words indifferently. The more he spoke, the more likely he was to slip up. I found the medicine you asked for. See if it works. Wang Xintian produced a bottle of small blue pills with a sly grin and handed them to Qin Feng. Although Qin Feng was curious about what the medicine was, he maintained a nonchalant demeanor to avoid being discovered as an imposter. Brother, you're getting more impressive by the day. You even dared to defy father. I want to be just like you and teach that old geezer a lesson. Wang Xintian looked at Qin Feng with admiration. He had long been dissatisfied with Wang Xiaowang. So what if he was his biological father? What was there to be so proud of? Qin Feng looked at Wang Xintian in surprise. Was this son truly so filial? He wondered if Wang Xiaowang was aware of it. Little brother, some people only bully the weak and fear the strong. As long as you stand your ground, no one will dare to mess with you. Eager to stir up trouble, Qin Feng fanned the flames, imagining the spectacle of a father-son conflict. Well, I get it, brother. Go find your wife and try the medicine. I'm off. As if struck by a revelation, Wang Qintian marched aggressively in the direction of Wang Xiaoguang. Take care, little brother. Qin Feng silently called out. After Wang Qintian left, he stored the medicine in his spatial ring and began a leisurely stroll around the Wang residence. Wang Xiaoguang was likely the only one who knew the truth. He would go to his study tonight to inquire. For now, he intended to enjoy the life of a young master. Anyone who encountered him merely greeted him quickly and scurried away. For this was the young master who showed no respect even to his own father. If he treated his father that way, what hope was there for them? Just as Qin Feng was growing bored, a stunningly beautiful woman appeared before him. She was gazing absent-mindedly at the flowers in the garden. Her attire was unadorned, but her figure was graceful and curvaceous. Her features were exquisite, with brows like distant mountains, eyes like autumn waters, and a cherry-red mouth beneath a high-bridged nose. At that moment, a few colorful butterflies fluttered by. The beauty smiled enchantingly at the carefree butterflies, leaving Qin Feng utterly mesmerized. He quickened his pace towards her, eager to learn her basic information. She was a beauty comparable to Chen Linger. Name Jean Li. Age 24. Height 180 centimeters. Weight 60 kilograms. Virtue chaste wife. Score 89 points. 89 points was a pity. She was on par with Su Yinyao, but still 1 point short of Chen Linger. However, what intrigued Qin Feng the most was this virtue. He understood chaste, and he understood wife, but the combination baffled him. Husband, you're back. Jean Li greeted the disguised Qin Feng warmly. But Qin Feng could tell that her smile was a professional fake. Although it seemed joyful, there was not a trace of genuine emotion in it. Qin Feng's mood soured. Such a beautiful woman had been squandered by Wang Qinshu. What a wretched man. Wait, wasn't that right? A chaste wife. Did that mean? Qin Feng used his X-ray vision to observe carefully, repeatedly, and thoroughly, finally confirming that Jean Li was indeed still a virgin. This discovery filled him with ecstasy. Wang Qinshu had such a gorgeous wife and didn't touch her. What a goddamn waste. He grabbed Jean Li and pulled her into the house. If Wang Qinshu wouldn't use her, he would. Jean Li did not resist, allowing Qin Feng to drag her inside, as if she were used to it. Let's go to the bedroom so no one sees us, Jean Li said, as if following a well-worn path. This made Qin Feng observe her again. Was she a virgin or a wife? He was utterly confused. Entering the bedroom, Qin Feng's eyes lit up. Not figuratively, but literally. The bed sheets, the quilt, the walls. Everything was glittering with gold, an utterly obscene display of wealth. Are these all made of gold? Qin Feng swallowed hard, looking utterly provincial. Yes, didn't you have them custom-made, husband? What games would you like to play today? Jean Li replied, pulling a chest from under the bed. Opening it revealed a collection of toys, all gilded, leaving Qin Feng completely stunned. Jean Li then shed her clothes, revealing her snow-white skin, which was covered in dense, crisscrossing wounds with not a single spot left unblemished. Is this how he usually treats you? Qin Feng's voice carried a hint of anger. Who are you? Where is Wang Qinshu? Jean Li asked in a flustered tone, finally realizing that although the man before her bore an identical likeness to Wang Qinshu, he was definitely not him, for she had yet to be struck even once since moments ago. Who am I? I am the one who killed Wang Qinshu. Qin Feng revealed his true face, since only Jean Li was present. What? Wang Qinshu is dead. Jean Li's eyes widened in disbelief, then she lunged at Qin Feng. Why did you kill him? Why did you have to kill him? Jean Li pummeled Qin Feng with her tiny fists, though her attacks dealt no damage. Slap. Qin Feng struck her across the face. Are you insane? Wang Qinshu treated you like this, and you still care about him? Qin Feng showed no mercy for the fairer sex. Was this woman a masochist? Jean Li covered her cheek, calmed down, and let out a self-deprecating laugh. Care about him? I'd love to devour his flesh and drink his blood. But my parents are in his hands. I have to obey him, or he'll harm them. Even when he tortures me with inhuman methods, I must force a smile. Do you know what that feels like? Jean Li broke down in tears, leaving Qin Feng bewildered by her volatile emotions. Stop crying. I've already avenged you, haven't I? Qin Feng pulled her into his arms to comfort her. But my parents are still in the Zhou family's clutches. Only Wang Qinshu can save them. Jean Li sobbed, not resisting his embrace. Who says only Wang Qinshu can save them? Can I? Can you tell any difference between me and him? Qin Feng shifted into Wang Qinshu's likeness as he spoke. Jean Li was taken aback. Indeed, if his disguise could fool her, deceiving others would be a piece of cake. Then will you help me? Jean Li wiped her tears. I can help, but you must agree to be my woman. Qin Feng swallowed hard. Jean Li's figure was stunning, irresistible, even to a man with 11 wives. Fine. Jean Li agreed, without hesitation. Having endured a sadist like Wang Qinshu, what couldn't she bear? Excellent. From now on, you're number 13. By the way, I have a question. Why are you still untouched? Hearing his question, Jean Li's cheeks flushed to her ears. How did Qin Feng know she was still a virgin? Had he seen it? His eyesight must be extraordinary. She shook her head shyly and spoke hesitantly. Wang Qinshu, he's impotent. Qin Feng suddenly understood, so that was why she was a chaste wife. So he never touched you. He had a bit of a cleanliness obsession. Even if she was untouched, the thought of Wang Qing's saliva on her disgusted him. No. He only beat and cursed me or searched for medicine to cure himself. I'm still clean. Jean Li hurriedly explained, fearing Qin Feng's rejection. Good. Qin Feng smiled with satisfaction. Just as he was about to enjoy her, he withdrew his hand, struck by a thought. What's wrong? You're not backing out, are you? Jean Li asked anxiously, now more eager than him. Of course not. But my body is too strong, an ordinary person can't withstand it. At least a second-tier ability user is needed. Qin Feng said helplessly, not wanting her to be a one-time use. I am a second-tier ability user. Jean Li blurted urgently. Oh. Qin Feng looked incredulous, suspecting she was lying. It's true. Wang Qinshu wanted me to endure more beatings, so he raised me to second tier. Jean Li lowered her head, recalling unpleasant memories. That bastard is truly a beast. But he saved me some trouble. It seemed fate was helping him, claim Jean Li. How could he refuse? Qin Feng was put off by Jean Li's bruised body, so he cast a healing spell on her. Instantly, all the fresh wounds, old scars, and even indelible marks vanished. Jean Li stared at her flawless skin in disbelief, never imagining she could have scar-free skin again. Jean Li's information updated. System latest score 90 points. Hearing the system's voice, Qin Feng was overjoyed. The scars had cost her a point. Now gone, she reached 90. Thank you. Help yourself. Jean Li handed him the toys from the box, this time sincerely. Only the impotent use these. Qin Feng tossed them aside and took her to test the silk-draped bed. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the 13th consort. Reward 5 advancement points usable to advance abilities below the 4th tier. Finally, a 4th tier advancement point. Qin Feng rejoiced. Jean Li was truly his lucky star. He treated her with even greater care. Jean Li was blissful, expecting pain, but instead relishing the sensation. A 90-point woman was indeed different. Linger's time had been rushed with no chance to savor it. Now he could indulge as he pleased. Evening came, and a maid knocked to inform Qin Feng it was time for the study. Wang Xiaowang was waiting. Reluctantly, he left. Lead the way. Qin Feng, disguised as Wang Qinshu, ordered the maid. He didn't know where the study was, and would need guidance. Yes. The maid trembled, knowing Wang Qing's brutality. Disobedience meant death. Hey, who are the most beautiful women in the Wang family? Qin Feng asked as they walked, having tasted the sweetness with Jean Li. If there were more, he wouldn't mind taking them all. The young mistress is the most beautiful, of course. The young master is truly fortunate to have such a gorgeous wife. The maid wasn't lying. Jean Li was the Wang family's top beauty. It was a pity she married the sadist Wang Qinshu. They often saw her alone in the garden, lost in thought. I know about my wife. I'm asking about others. Qin Feng checked his phone while speaking. His women had been calling non-stop, asking why he hadn't returned. On reconnaissance. Not coming back tonight. Qin Feng sent the message to all his women. Hubby replied. Feng Lin exclaimed. Really? The women were overjoyed, but their faces fell when they read he wouldn't return tonight. Don't worry. Hubby will be fine. Shinmonk said though she had only joined today, she knew the 3 families posed no threat to Qin Feng. We're not worried about him. We're worried about ourselves. Bai Jia rolled her eyes elegantly, though Shinmonk still underestimated Qin Feng. So hopefully he'll bring back fewer this time. Bai Ruoshu sighed. Huh. What do you mean? Shinmonk scratched her head, puzzled. It means new sisters will join soon. Feng Lin looked resigned. As the earliest ones, they knew Qin Feng too well. Whenever he went out, new members followed. Spending the night out probably meant more than one. Aside from the young madam, the most beautiful is undoubtedly Miss Wang Xuening. However, per the young master's orders, she is already engaged to the second young master of the Zhou family, and will soon no longer be a member of the Wang family. The maid pondered for a moment before replying, then stole a glance at Qin Feng. It was Wang Qinshu who had forced Wang Xuening to marry the second young master of the Zhou family, hoping to solidify the bond between the Wang and Zhou clans. Qin Feng silently committed the name to memory. Married off to the second young master of the Zhou family. Zhou Jiangtao's younger brother. Wasn't that a waste of a beauty? He'd find a chance to claim her tomorrow. Just as he was about to ask about other beauties, the maid said, Young master, the study is here. He'll take my leave now. The maid hurried away, feeling that Wang Qinshu was acting oddly today, though she couldn't pinpoint exactly what was strange. Still, it was normal for a sadist to be a bit peculiar. Creak. Qin Feng pushed open the study door and was nearly stunned by the sight inside. Was this supposed to be a study? Whose study was several hundred square meters. Wang Xiaowang was currently seated at his desk reading a book. Kneeling before him was the second young master of the Wang family, Wang Qintian, whose face still bore faint visible slap marks. In this session of filial piety, Wang Xiaowang had clearly emerged victorious. Brother. Wang Qintian, kneeling on the ground, looked at Qin Feng as if he were a lifeline. You don't know to knock when you enter? Wang Xiaowang didn't look up, continuing to read his book, as if trying to intimidate Wang Qinshu. If it wasn't locked, why would I knock? Qin Feng showed no deference, firing back directly. Wang Shiagang's mouth twitched. That was a surprisingly valid point. He couldn't refute it. These two unfilial sons were increasingly disregarding him, but recalling his purpose, he had no choice but to endure for now. Wang Qintian looked at Qin Feng with utter admiration. Truly his brother. He could talk back to their father and face no consequences. He, on the other hand, had tried to reason with their father only to receive several harsh slaps and be forced to kneel. Comparing people was truly infuriating. How are things between you and Jin Li lately? Wang Xiaowang still hadn't looked up, as if the book's contents captivated him. Very good, Qin Feng replied, recalling the day's frenzied events with delight. He had been busy from afternoon until night, and if the maid hadn't knocked, he could have kept going. Qinshu, Jin Li is a good girl, but your health is. Alas, it's all because you didn't take care of yourself in previous years. Wang Shiagang's tone was full of regret. Qin Feng's expression shifted to surprise. So Wang Qinshu had ruined himself. I've been thinking, instead of letting you hold Jin Li back for life, it might be better to let her remarry. It would be better for both of you. Qin Feng's expression grew even stranger. Was Wang Xiaowang this magnanimous? He was actually urging his son to divorce. But how could someone so broad-minded raise sons like Wang Qinshu and Wang Qintian? After much deliberation, I concluded that the only one in the Wang family worthy of Jin Li is me. After all, good fortune shouldn't flow to outsiders. It's just a bit hard on you, Qinshu. Having set the stage for so long, Wang Xiaowang finally revealed his true intent. Indeed, he too had feelings for Jin Li. Holy crap, a love for his daughter-in-law. Qin Feng's face instantly contorted like an old man on the subway. So Wang Xiaowang had been leading up to this. After all that nonsense. There's no need for you to worry. My health has recovered. How could Qin Feng let Wang Xiaowang succeed? Jin Li was already his woman. Recovered? Qinshu, this is no joking matter. Wang Xiaowang finally looked up at Qin Feng. If Wang Qing's health had truly recovered, wouldn't his plans be dashed? For a moment he couldn't accept it. Want to compare sizes? Qin Feng sneered. As a fourth-tier psionic, his body was terrifyingly formidable. He was undoubtedly a man at the top of the pyramid. How is that possible? Seeing Qin Feng's confidence, Wang Xiaowang knew he wasn't lying. But before the apocalypse, he had consulted many renowned doctors, all of whom said there was no cure. How could he suddenly be healed? Speaking of which, I have Qintian to thank for the medicine he gave me. Qin Feng directly credited Wang Qintian with the achievement. It was perfectly reasonable since Wang Qintian had indeed brought him medicine. Huh. So the medicine I found worked. Wang Qintian was overjoyed. This was a major accomplishment. He could finally hold his head high, completely oblivious to Wang Shiagang's darkening face. Of course, I'm in great shape now. Qin Feng patted his chest. Father, since I've rendered such a great service, shouldn't I get some kind of reward? Wang Qintian couldn't help but seek credit, hoping at least to have his kneeling punishment lifted. You've indeed made an invaluable contribution. From now on, come to the study every evening. I will personally instruct you. Wang Xiaowang said through gritted teeth. This son of his was filial to the point of being his ruin. Not only had he dared to talk back that afternoon, but he had also ruined Wang Shiagang's chance at Jin Li. If he had known, he should have just shot him on the wall. Huh. Wang Qintian was dumbfounded. That meant he'd be kneeling every evening from now on. You may leave now. I have a few words for him. Qin Feng said, waving his hand to dismiss Wang Qintian. Wang Xiaowang frowned. Wang Qinshu was getting far too bold. He was still present. How could he order Wang Qintian to leave without his consent? Wang Qintian looked from Qin Feng to Wang Xiaowang, unsure whether to stay or go. He was in a difficult spot. Go on. What are you standing there for? Qin Feng urged. If he hadn't been enjoying his role as the young master, he would have directly interrogated Wang Xiaowang. All right. Wang Qintian scrambled away. Since he had already offended Wang Xiaowang, he might as well risk further offense. Offending Wang Qinshu too would truly make his life miserable. Slap. After Wang Qintian left, Wang Xiaowang slammed the table hard. You've grown far too bold. You can't even bring yourself to call me father. Wang Xiaowang fixed his gaze on Qin Feng, exuding the domineering aura of a longtime ruler. This was the kind of presence that made the timid tremble, but it had no effect on Qin Feng. In his eyes, Wang Xiaowang was no different from an ant, easily crushed with a single finger. Did the Wang family and the other two clans participate in the annihilation of the Bai family? Qin Feng asked directly, ignoring Wang Shiagang's fury. If necessary, he could kill Wang Xiaowang now and disguise himself as him. Who told you about this? Wang Shiagang's face was filled with disbelief. The three families had kept this well hidden, leaving almost no trace. How did Wang Qinshu find out? So that means you did participate. Then who is the mastermind behind the three families? Qin Feng pressed on. The three families themselves weren't the real threat. It was the mysterious figure behind them. This person not only knew when the apocalypse would arrive, but also possessed a vaccine for the zombie virus. For all he knew, they might have even unleashed the virus. Go back. This is not something you should know. I need to read. Wang Xiaowang picked up his book and resumed reading, whether out of caution regarding the matter or fear of the mysterious figure. Your book is upside down, Qin Feng said, and left. If Wang Xiaowang didn't want to talk, so be it. He could play along for a while longer. Wang Xiaowang angrily slammed the book onto the table, lost in thought. As soon as Qin Feng stepped out, he noticed Wang Qintian still waiting outside for him. Brother, I did exactly as you said, but it was useless. Just look at what that old bastard did to me. Wang Qintian said, showing the slap mark on his face. You did what I said. Repeat my words back to me. Qin Feng, enjoying the drama, decided to help since Wang Qintian had a rebellious streak. You said some people are just bullies who fear the tough. If I stand firm, no one will dare mess with me. Wang Qintian repeated what Qin Feng had told him. So did you manage to do it? When I walked in, you were on your knees. If you act weak, of course you'll be bullied. Qin Feng's reasoning was sound, and Wang Qintian's face lit up with sudden realization. No wonder. I found the cure for your illness, yet he still insists I go to his study every day to be lectured. That old bastard is utterly detestable. Wang Qintian fumed. So you must never give in. I'm off now, you know what to do. Qin Feng turned to leave. Jean Li was still waiting for him. All right, take care, brother. Wang Qintian waved, then stormed back to the study with a face full of rage. Bang! He kicked the door open, startling Wang Xiaowang. You ungrateful wretch. How dare you kick the door? Wang Xiaowang exploded with fury upon seeing Wang Qintian. The door wasn't locked, so why shouldn't I kick it? Wang Qintian had quickly learned Qin Feng's twisted logic. You dare talk back? Wang Xiaowang was nearly bursting with rage. He had 2 sons, and both were rebellious. At this point, what wouldn't I dare? Wang Qintian roared, charging straight at Wang Xiaowang. Jean Li, am back. Qin Feng returned to the room, where Jean Li was still waiting. It had to be said, a woman rated 90 was indeed something special. Come on. Jean Li was impatient too. Since meeting Qin Feng, she realized how miserable her life had been before. All right. Qin Feng approached Jean Li, ready to resume their battle. Wait, change that face. Qin Feng still wore Wang Qing's face, which Jean Li found utterly repulsive. He forgot. He removed the disguise and began to get intimate with Jean Li. On the 10th day of the apocalypse, Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes. Jean Li was still asleep. Today he planned to find Wang Xuening, the maid mentioned earlier, but first he had to use his 5 4th-tier advancement points. He currently possessed 13 3rd-tier abilities: Storage Space, Dragon Flame, Blackblade, Ice, X-Ray Vision, Invisibility, Healing, Lightning, Multiplication, Shockwave, Disguise, Mind Control, Super Speed, and Time Freeze. He chose to advance Lightning first as it was his 2nd most powerful offensive ability, second only to Shockwave, which had severe side effects. Host uses 1 4th-tier advancement point. Lightning ability advances to 4th tier, gaining new skill Thunderstorm. Thunderstorm, area damage. Summons a storm cloud that continuously releases lightning with power increasing over time and with each strike. Qin Feng's face lit up as he read the description of Thunderstorm. Wasn't this just like the heavenly tribulation in novels? He'd test its power when he had the chance. Next he advanced the Black Blade. Since he had already reached the 4th tier days ago, it was only fitting to have a 4th tier weapon. Host uses 1 4th tier advancement point. Dragon Flame Black Blade advances to 4th tier, can switch to Cold Flame Black Blade, gaining skill Cold Flame. Cold Flame emits an extremely cold flame, inflicting both intense cold and heat damage on enemies, making it difficult to heal. Third, he advanced Storage Space. He was planning something big and needed a larger space, or it would fill up quickly. Host uses 1 4th tier advancement point. Storage Space advances to 4th tier, expanding to 40m times 40m times 40m, capable of storing objects within 40 meters. Fourth, he advanced Multiplication. The thought of Thunderstorm combined with Multiplication was thrilling. Host uses 1 4th tier advancement point. Multiplication advances to 4th tier, doubling the power of the next attack or skill. Excellent, a double-powered Thunderstorm. Qin Feng almost felt sorry for his future enemies. They'd be fried to a crisp. However, he was stuck on the last advancement point. With 9 abilities left unadvanced, he had to use Elimination. Shockwave had severe side effects, but Disguise, Mind Control, Super Speed, and Time Freeze weren't much use to him now. Time Freeze was the ultimate waste. No one in their right mind would advance it. That left Ice, X-Ray Vision, Invisibility, and Healing. After much thought, Qin Feng chose X-Ray Vision. His 3rd tier X-Ray Vision had given him night vision, and he was curious what the 4th tier would offer. Host uses 1 4th tier advancement point. X-Ray Vision advances to 4th tier, allowing you to see through all living and non-living things within 40 meters, gaining the Sleep Vision effect. Sleep Vision: while asleep, the host can see everything within a 40-meter radius without affecting rest. Excellent. This was perfect. Qin Feng almost clapped in delight. The Sleep Vision effect was incredible. Now he wouldn't have to worry about sneaky attacks while sleeping. Honey, why are you up so early? Why not sleep a bit more? Jean Li said, still groggy. Yesterday had been exhausting, and she woke up sore all over, but Qin Feng seemed unaffected. Life is about movement, we shouldn't waste precious time on sleep. As Qin Feng spoke, his hands began to wander. After their morning exercise, Qin Feng asked Jean Li to take him to see Wang Xuening. Honey, aren't you satisfied with me? Why do you want to see Wang Xuening? Jean Li was afraid. afraid Qin Feng would be taken by Wang Xuening, or worse, that he would take what he wanted and abandon her, leaving her parents to their fate. Satisfied, of course. But who would complain about having more women? Don't worry, you'll keep my promise. After I meet Wang Xuening, I'll start looking for your parents. Qin Feng said, holding Jean Li close. All right, I'll call Wang Xuening and ask her to come for breakfast. Jean Li chose to trust Qin Feng and immediately sold out Wang Xuening. Oh, you have her number. Qin Feng could barely suppress a smile. Could it be this easy? Yes, we get along well. We both hate Wang Qinshu. As she spoke, Jean Li dialed Wang Xuening. Hey, come over for breakfast. Wang Qinshu isn't here. Mom will be waiting for you. After a brief conversation, she hung up. Done. Jean Li made an okay gesture to Qin Feng. Well, you seem so innocent, but you can lie without batting an eye. Qin Feng lifted Jean Li's chin, admiring her peerless beauty. Haven't you seen enough of me? Blushing and flustered, honey. Jean Li said, her face reddening. Never enough, I'll never have enough. Qin Feng leaned in for a kiss. Wait, I still need to make breakfast. Jean Li gently tapped him. Come on, let's go to the kitchen and cook while we cook. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Qin Feng and Jean Li tidied their clothes, preparing to welcome Wang Xuening. Honey, you should hide first. Whether you use your real face or Wang Qing's face, it will startle Wang Xuening. Jean Li draped her arm over Qin Feng's shoulder and whispered softly. All right. Qin Feng shrugged nonchalantly. He had already used his X-ray vision to see Wang Xuening's appearance. She seemed somewhat anime-like, but undeniably a stunning beauty, definitely no less than 86 points. Creak. Jean Li opened the door, revealing a beauty with long white hair before them. She was Wang Xuening. Wang Xuening wore a pristine white aristocratic dress. Her white hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, while her deep blue eyes seemed capable of captivating souls. A single glance was enough to be unforgettable. Every gesture exuded elegance and nobility, like a white angel incarnate. Sister Jean, why did you have time to invite me for breakfast today? Wang Xuening offered a polite smile. Normally she should call Jean Li's sister-in-law, but she was unwilling to do so. Come in first, and we'll talk after breakfast. Jean Li also wore a professional fake smile. She felt guilty for deceiving Wang Xuening, so her demeanor was somewhat unnatural. All right. Wang Xuening could tell Jean Li was hiding something, but she didn't care. Having been sold by Wang Qinshu to the Zhou family, could there be anything worse than this? The two women chatted and laughed through breakfast, then poured out their hearts to each other. Sister, I'm about to marry into the Zhou family. Among the entire Wang family, the one I'll miss most is you. The thought of not seeing you again pains me deeply. Wang Xuening tightly clasped Jean Li's hand. Jean Li was trapped in hell, and she was about to enter another hell. Both were unfortunate souls. Xuening, I'll miss you too. Can't you avoid the Zhou family? This time Jean Li spoke truthfully. Wang Xuening's arranged marriage was to the second young master of the Zhou family, whose misdeeds were no fewer than Wang Qing's. In fact, the two were close friends, birds of a feather. Avoid it. Would Wang Qinshu let me off? The Wang family sees me as an ill omen, while the Zhou family offered a generous betrothal gift. As a weak woman trading myself for so many resources and long-term cooperation between the two families, what a bargain. Wang Xuening said with self-mockery. For the family's interests, she had to sacrifice. If she didn't want to be dignified, others would help her be dignified. Alas, we're all pawns without control. Jean Li almost laughed as she spoke. In the past, she could empathize with Wang Xuening, but now that someone had saved her, and Wang Qinshu was dead, she couldn't help but want to laugh. Sister Jean, are you unwell? Wang Xuening noticed Jean Li's odd behavior and grew concerned. It's nothing, don't worry about me. Jean Li covered her mouth, trying not to let Wang Xuening see anything amiss, lest she anger her. Alas, I've made up my mind. Even if I can't resist, I'll spite them thoroughly. He'll find a man to cuckold the Zhou family. Wang Xuening said through gritted teeth. Rather than give her precious first time to a man who disgusted her, shed, rather give it to someone else. Oh, if that's the case, I have a suitable candidate. Jean Li's eyes lit up. What a coincidence. Qin Feng was also interested in Wang Xuening. Who? Wang Xuening looked at Jean Li suspiciously. It almost seemed like Jean Li was eager for her to cuckold the Zhou family. Honey, come out. Jean Li called toward the bedroom. Sister Jean, you. Wang Xuening was startled. Was Wang Qinshu here? That would mean he had overheard everything they just said. Jean Li was setting her up. Don't worry, it's fine. It's not Wang Qinshu. Jean Li quickly covered Wang Xuening's mouth to prevent her from shouting and attracting attention. Not Wang Qinshu. Wang Xuening stared at Jean Li in surprise. If not Wang Qinshu, then who? Did she have another husband? Ahem, miss, I can be at your service. Qin Feng strolled out leisurely. He had heard Wang Xuening's thoughts and was more than willing to help. After all, he enjoyed being helpful. Wang Xuening looked at Qin Feng in disbelief. She had only been thinking aloud, but Jean Li was already putting it into practice, hiding a man behind Wang Qing's back. If Wang Qinshu found out, he'd be furious. Sister Jean, I was just talking. How could I use your man? You'd better be careful. If Wang Qinshu discovers this, it'll be disastrous. Wang Xuening advised. She was surprised Jean Li had taken a lover, but it made sense. Wang Qinshu was both impotent and abusive. Any woman would seek a man, especially someone as ethereal as Jean Li. It's not what you think. Wang Qinshu was killed by him, and then he transformed into Wang Qing's likeness. Then we. Jean Li trailed off, realizing this might be even more serious than cuckolding Wang Qinshu. You killed Wang Qinshu, and you've been with Sister Jean. Wang Xuening stared at Qin Feng in astonishment. His audacity was impressive, but she liked it. You can join too. Right now. Qin Feng walked toward Wang Xuening. The thought of cuckolding Zhou Jiangtao's younger brother excited him. Name Wang Xuening. Age 22. Height 176 centimeters. Weight 57 kilograms. Attribute natural white hair. Score 89 points. Oh. Was the system deliberately taunting him? Why 89 again? Having learned from past experience, Qin Feng carefully examined Wang Xuening from head to toe. Unfortunately, there wasn't a single scar on her body. No room for improvement. However, Qin Feng also noticed her white hair was indeed natural. Hair could be dyed, but other areas couldn't be dyed, could they? What are you trying to do? Wang Xuening said warily. This lecture Qin Feng already had Jean Li, yet he still wanted to take advantage of her. Yes. Qin Feng was honest in both body and words. Sister Jean, look at him. He's your man. Can't you control him? Wang Xuening cried out to Jean Li for help. Sister, don't be afraid. Just relax and enjoy it. Jean Li didn't stop him. Instead, she coached Wang Xuening. If you're unwilling, forget it. Go find your second young master of the Zhou family. Qin Feng stopped. He didn't like coercion. Mutual desire was meaningful, otherwise it made him seem despicable. Wang Xuening paused, thinking of the second young master of the Zhou family, and then looking at Qin Feng. Wasn't he 100 times better? Most importantly, this was her only chance. Once she married into the Zhou family, there would be no more opportunities. Stop. Where's your word? You said you'd do it, and now you're backing out. Wang Xuening stormed toward Qin Feng, pulled him into a fierce kiss, and then dragged him into the bedroom. Congratulations, host, for obtaining your 14th follower. Reward: first-tier psychic power. The ability to move objects with your mind, make them float, or change their shape. Qin Feng was thoroughly satisfied. Truly a woman worth 89 points. This reward was exceptional. Once he upgraded it, he could make anyone he looked at drop dead. Just imagine how formidable that would be. So you're a second-tier psychic. Looks like the Wang family treated you well. Qin Feng stroked Wang Zuning's white hair, deeply fond of this extraordinary woman. Initially, he had been so focused on cuckolding the Zhou family that he forgot to ask whether she was a psychic. Ordinary people couldn't withstand his constitution, but since Wang Xuening was perfectly fine, she must be one too. Treated me well. They've seen me as an omen of misfortune since I was a child. They only upgraded me to a second-tier psychic to add some prestige when I marry into the Zhou family. Wang Xuening sneered with contempt. Born with white hair, she had endured countless disdainful looks. She was merely a commodity the Wang family offered to the Zhou family. Making her a psychic was just dressing up that commodity more attractively. How I see. But they've actually done me a favor. They see you as an ill omen, but to me you're a treasure. Wang Xuening blushed shyly but didn't stop him. She wanted to indulge herself while she still could. Once she married into the Zhou family, she would only know hardship. Jean Li played with her phone out of boredom, silently wishing Wang Xuening well. Why hide your face? We're the only ones in the room. Do you think I don't know you? Jean Li said with amusement, pulling Wang Zuning's hands away. Sister Jean, I feel so guilty, like I've taken your man. Wang Zuning's heart was heavy with remorse. Qin Feng was Jean Li's man, yet she had. It's fine. As long as we three get along harmoniously, it's not a problem. Jean Li said with a smile. To save her parents, she didn't care about such things. Besides, she and Wang Xuening were close. If Qin Feng could also rescue Wang Xuening from her plight, it would be a good deed. I'm afraid not. Actually, I have an 11-person team outside. Qin Feng chuckled. 11. Jean Li and Wang Xuening exclaimed in unison, clearly shocked that Qin Feng had so many women. With you two, that makes 13. Qin Feng held one in each arm. This trip to the Wang family had yielded these two treasures as the greatest reward. Honey, I have no problem with it, but I'm not sure if the others will accept me. Jean Li spoke timidly. She couldn't live without Qin Feng now, though he had shown her how miserable her life had been before. As the saying goes, it's easier to go from frugality to luxury than the reverse, and the same applied here. Don't worry, you'll all be equal in status. Qin Feng affectionately tapped Jean Li's nose. I'm getting married next month, but this month I'm willing to be your woman. Wang Xuening looked at Qin Feng with a complex gaze. She was to marry into the Zhou family next month. Even if Qin Feng could disguise himself as Wang Qinshu, he couldn't stop the alliance between the two families as it involved their honor. All right, when you get married, he'll come and take you back. Qin Feng smiled. His feud with the Zhou family was irreconcilable, and it was time to settle it. Wang Xuening agreed softly, but she didn't believe Qin Feng would dare. When the Zhou Wang and Lu families gathered, who would cause trouble then? All right, Jean Li, take care of Xuening. They'll go fetch the other women so you can meet. Qin Feng turned to leave. If he didn't check on those women, soon they might starve and come after him. Honey, you haven't changed your disguise yet. Jean Li reminded him gently. Oh, almost forgot. Qin Feng disguised himself as Wang Qinshu and headed toward the Wang family gate. As he was about to leave the Wang residence, he spotted something hanging in a tree. Drawing closer, he saw it was Wang Qintian. "Brother, are you going out?" Wang Qintian was delighted to see Qin Feng and greeted him enthusiastically. If he weren't hanging from the tree, he would have rushed right over. "Are you cosplaying a sunshine doll?" Qin Feng mercilessly teased. No. After we talked yesterday, I went to settle scores with that old geezer, but I couldn't beat him. Still, I never backed down, so he hung me up here and won't let me down until I admit him wrong." Wang Qintian said, proudly lifting his chin. "Yeah, that's the spirit. I'm rooting for you." Qin Feng gave him a thumbs up. "Brother, don't worry about me. That old geezer only has us 2 kids. I don't believe he'd actually kill me." Wang Qintian continued, but Qin Feng had already left the Wang residence and didn't hear him. Wang Qintian. After leaving the Wang family, Qin Feng found a secluded spot to drop his disguise. Wang Qing's face was too conspicuous as the eldest son of the Wang family. He then headed straight for the Bai family. Along the way, he saw more corpses of Zhou family soldiers. It seemed the Zhou family still wouldn't give up on troubling Wang Yuyan. "I'm back," Qin Feng shouted, and 11 women rushed out. "Honey, you're finally back. Where did you spend the night? I thought you'd abandoned us. Exactly, leaving us women here alone. How could you bear it?" The 11 women spoke over one another, their hands busy, too eager to teach the fickle Qin Feng a lesson. Hold on, don't rush. I'm back on serious business." Qin Feng felt like a sheep among wolves, momentarily at a loss. "What we're doing now is serious business," Feng Lin declared confidently. "Qin Feng. When words fail, they truly fail." He had to explain everything from start to finish to the women. "What? Take us to the Wang family." Hearing this, some women showed eager expressions. Not all of them were noble ladies liked by Ruoxue, especially Feng Lin, whose dream had been to marry into a wealthy family. Now she would truly experience luxury. "But by Jiao Wang Yuyan Shenmonk, and I can't go right. The Wang family should know our identities." Bai Ruoxue's mind worked quickly. She and Bai Jia were from the Bai family, while Wang Yuyan and Shenmonk were captains of the Zhou family squad. A simple check would expose them. "That's easy." Qin Feng smiled slightly and used his disguise technique to give the 4 of them new faces. The 4 women had all been transformed into different appearances by Qin Feng, yet they remained beauties nonetheless. Even when it came to disguise, he couldn't bear to shortchange himself. "Wow, hubby, how do you have all these extraordinary abilities?" The women gazed at Qin Feng with admiration, seeing him as an omnipotent deity in their eyes. "This is nothing but a piece of cake. Let's go." Basking in their praise, Qin Feng felt gratified. After disguising himself anew as Wang Qinshu, he led the women back to the Wang residence. "Brother, you're back. Who are these beauties?" Wang Qintian, still dangling from the tree, looked at the bevy of beauties Qin Feng had brought with a hint of surprise. "These are all my women," Qin Feng said with a smile. He wished he could stay low-key, but his prowess simply wouldn't allow it. Wang Qintian's eyes went wide. All these beauties were his sisters-in-law. How unfair, hogging them all to himself while he remained single. Why couldn't he have one left for him? "Hello, sisters-in-law. But brother, that medicine is hard to come by. Use it sparingly," Wang Qintian cautioned. In this post-apocalyptic world, survival itself was a struggle for many, and every bit of medicine was dwindling, especially that particular kind. "No worries. Life is meant for joy. Don't let the golden cup face the moon empty," Qin Feng said as he led the women away, leaving Wang Qintian hanging from the tree, consumed by envy. Wang Qintian silently swore that one day he too would be as carefree as Qin Feng. Qin Feng, accompanied by 11 beauties, became a striking sight in the Wang residence. Many whispered about the relationship between these 11 beauties and Wang Qinshu. So beautiful. Even one would be a peerless goddess, and here there are 11. Alas, beauty is useless. The eldest young master was impotent. Good to look at, but good for nothing. But I heard the young master's ailment is cured. Seems it's true. Still, this is too much. 11 at once. He'll be drained dry. Now I know why he had issues before. Some were jealous, some envious, some filled with hatred, all wishing they could swap places with Qin Feng. Qin Feng relished these gazes. Just 10 days ago he was being bullied at will. Now he not only had 13 stunning wives, but also possessed terrifying strength. As he walked, Qin Feng spotted Wang Xiaoguang again, still watering plants, but his gaze wandered elsewhere. Following his line of sight, Qin Feng saw Wang Qing's house, where Jin Li was tending to Wang Xuening indoors, not admiring the garden flowers. Good, this old lecher still hasn't given up. He still has designs on Jin Li. I knew it. Why would a big family CEO have time to water flowers? His real intent was never the flowers, but the person. Qin Feng pondered, planning to teach him a lesson again, and see how the old pervert would handle it. "Old man, was it you who hung Qintian from the tree?" Qin Feng strode forward, snatched the watering can from Wang Xiaoguang, threw it to the ground, and slapped him hard twice. "You?" Wang Xiaoguang trembled with rage. Last night Wang Qintian hit him, today Wang Qinshu did the same. Who said raising sons prevents old age troubles? At this rate, whether head even lived to old age was questionable. "You what you?" "Today I'm standing up for Qintian," Qin Feng declared with righteous indignation, ignoring the stares of others. "Fine, standing up for Qintian. Someone Hang him from the tree too. Wang Xiaowang roared. He refused to believe that as their father he couldn't discipline his own sons. But then he suddenly noticed the beauties following behind Qin Feng. Each one breathtakingly lovely with faces that could captivate cities. Though not as stunning as Jean Li, they were rare beauties nonetheless. Hold it. Just as Wang Xiaogang's men were about to act, he urgently called a halt. Qinshu, who are these beauties? Wang Xiaogang's mind raced. Jean Li was his daughter-in-law, hard to snatch, but these women should be fair game. Though not as exquisite as Jean Li, quantity had its own quality. Couldn't 11 rival one Jean Li? They're all my women. Qin Feng puffed out his chest, bragging unabashedly. What? Wang Xiaowang was startled. He thought they were friends, never imagining they all belonged to Qin Feng. Qinshu, your health has just begun to recover. Don't overexert yourself. Let me entertain these beauties for you until you're fully well. Wang Xiaowang spoke with feigned concern, using the pretext of your well-being to trick Qin Feng's women away. Fine, you can have all these women, and Jean Li too. Qin Feng agreed readily. Are you serious? No joking. Wang Xiaowang felt happiness come too suddenly. Not only 11 beauties, but also the long-coveted Jean Li. He wondered if he was dreaming. You were the one joking with me first. Qin Feng roared, then turned and left with the women, leaving a bewildered Wang Xiaowang behind. President Wang, I feel the young master is different from before. Wang Xiaogang's private butler remarked. Shut up. This doesn't concern you. Wang Xiaowang suddenly changed demeanor, staring intently in Qin Feng's direction, lost in thought. Creak. Qin Feng led the women into Wang Chengxi's lavish mansion. The interior was spacious enough to accommodate all of them without feeling cramped. Wow. Is this the unadorned life of the rich? Feng Lin looked around curiously. Though she had visited the Bai residence yesterday, most of its contents had been carted away, so today's splendor struck her far more profoundly. Hubby, you're back. Jean Li and Wang Xuening emerged from the bedroom upon hearing voices, looking nervously at the assembled women. The women whispered among themselves, marveling at Jean Li and Wang Zuning's stunning looks. Only Su Yanyao could compare. The others felt a pang of insecurity. Hubby, aren't you going to introduce us? Feng Lin showed no concern. No matter how many women joined, she wouldn't pale in comparison. In looks she might fall short, but no one could outshine her in seductiveness. This is Jean Li, Wang Chengxi's wife, but now she's my woman. And this is Wang Xuening, engaged to the second young master of the Zhou family, also my woman now. The women exchanged surprised glances. Had Qin Feng's tastes changed, preferring married women over virgins? What's with those looks? Jean Li and Wang Xuening are both pure. Do you take me for someone like Prime Minister Chao? Seeing their expressions, Qin Feng knew they had misunderstood. Though he did enjoy the thrill, he had standards. Cases like Jean Li and Wang Xuening were rare. After his words, the women's looks grew even stranger. Wang Xuening being engaged was understandable, but how could a married woman like Jean Li still be pure? Wang Qinshu was impotent. Jean Li volunteered the explanation. This was their first meeting, and she didn't want to leave a bad impression on the senior wives. The women suddenly understood. So that was it. Qin Feng had stumbled upon a rare windfall. Once hearts were open, the women quickly bonded, especially Jean Li and Wang Xuening, who were both beautiful and approachable. Qin Feng meanwhile used his X-ray vision to observe the situation outside. Some ability users had appeared, clearly targeting them. Yet the superhumans outside did not rush to strike. Instead, they lay in ambush, waiting for a surprise attack. Jean Li, come take a stroll with me. A glint of sharpness flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. They wanted some nobodies to test his strength. So be it. All right. Jean Li was a little excited. Was Qin Feng calling only her, not the others, because he intended to take her to rescue her parents? Under the jealous gazes of the other women, Qin Feng and Jean Li walked out hand in hand. Whoosh. The moment Qin Feng appeared, several flying blades shot toward him. Watch out. Jean Li shielded Qin Feng. She still needed him to save her parents, as she could be hurt, but he could not. At the same time, several superhumans launched their abilities and charged forward with weapons, all of which Qin Feng observed calmly. Just as the flying blades were about to strike Jean Li, they eerily halted in midair before her, unable to advance an inch. Silly girl, do you have so little faith in my strength? Qin Feng affectionately patted her head. Regardless of her reasons for taking the blow, her courage alone deserved his praise. The superhumans were stunned, but since they had already struck, there was no turning back. Whoosh. The blades reversed direction and flew toward them, each one precisely slicing through their legs and arms. Up. Up. With several screams, all the superhumans lost their ability to resist. This telekinesis is quite handy. Qin Feng was very satisfied with the effect. When it came to showing off, telekinesis was indeed the king of all abilities. Though it was only a first-tier power driven by his fourth-tier body, it was still formidable. Honey, you're so handsome. Jean Li's eyes sparkled. Qin Feng's telekinetic control was incredibly smooth. What woman wouldn't be moved by that? Young master, young madam, are you alright? A squad from the Wang family arrived at the sound of the commotion. The squad leader approached Qin Feng and Jean Li obsequiously. Some thugs came out of nowhere and dared to attack the young master. How distressing. Men cleaned this place up immediately. The Wang family soldiers swarmed in and directly killed the incapacitated men. Are you protecting us or destroying the evidence? Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. It was obvious who had sent these people. Wang Xiaowang had begun testing him. The question was when the real move would come. The young master jests. The Wang family has been unsettled lately. If you go out, you'd best be careful. The squad leader's words seemed kind, but they carried more of a threat. Thanks for the reminder. The same goes for you. Qin Feng waved his hand, signaling them to withdraw. Honey, should we still go out? Jean Li said worriedly. Though she didn't fully grasp the exchange, being attacked right after stepping out was clearly a bad omen. It's fine. With me here, there's nothing to fear. Take me for a tour of the entire Wang estate. Qin Feng said calmly. He wanted to use his X-ray vision to thoroughly examine the Wang family's layout. If Jean Li's parents were still alive, they must be hidden somewhere within the estate. He also intended to locate the armory and granary. Now that his storage space had reached the 4th tier, it had too much empty room. He had to fill it to the brim with supplies. All right. Jean Li was now completely obedient to Qin Feng. If he wanted to look around, he must have his reasons. Under her guidance, Qin Feng soon discovered the locations of the armory and granary. Both were heavily guarded and no one could enter without Wang Shaogang's orders. But that was no challenge for Qin Feng. Teleportation. Qin Feng and Jean Li vanished from their spot and reappeared inside the armory in an instant. Honey, is this also your ability? Amazing. Jean Li exclaimed in surprise. Moving from one place to another in the blink of an eye was simply incredible. This is nothing. Let me show you something even more impressive. Qin Feng surveyed the vast armory, which contained pistols, rifles, grenades, submachine guns, bullets, and more. Besides the weapons, there were also some green vials, likely the viral vaccine Shin Monk had mentioned. Mine, all mine. Qin Feng swept everything into his storage space, and soon the massive warehouse held nothing but air. Jean Li rubbed her eyes, thinking she was seeing things. The countless weapons had vanished completely, leaving only her and Qin Feng in the empty space. Let's go to the granary. Qin Feng repeated the process, collecting all the grain from the granary as well. With this food, he and his women would never have to worry about sustenance. Satisfied, he led Jean Li away. Jean Li was still dazed. That had been the entire reserve stock of the Wang family, and Qin Feng had taken it all. It was like cutting off a tiger's fangs and claws. What threat remained? Come on, let's find where your parents are hidden. Qin Feng smiled at her stunned expression. It seemed he had shocked the girl. Okay. Jean Li snapped back to reality. Finding her parents was the priority. Everything else could wait. They began searching again, but Jean Li had no idea where her parents were. Wang Qinshu had only ever sent her recordings of their voices to prove they were alive. Bro, what are you and sis-in-law up to? The sudden voice startled Jean Li, but Qin Feng remained composed. He had already noticed Wang Qintian hanging from a tree. Weren't you tied to the tree at the gate? Why are you here? Qin Feng asked with a smile. Wang Qintian was such a character, the trip to the Wang family wouldn't be half as fun without him. That old bastard thought I was too embarrassing hanging at the gate, so he moved me here. Wang Qintian chuckled. It made no difference to him where he hung. I'm your sister-in-law, and I have things to do. You stay put for now. Qin Feng was about to lead Jean Li elsewhere to search. Bro, wait. Do you have any food on you? The old bastard won't let me eat. Wang Qintian said pitifully. He had been starving since last night. Catched. Qin Feng generously tossed him a bottle of water and a pack of bread. He wasn't afraid of Wang Xiaoguang, they just hadn't openly clashed yet. Thanks, bro. Wang Qintian beamed as he caught the food and water. By the way, do you know of any place where people are held? Qin Feng suddenly thought to ask. As the second young master of the Wang family, though a bit rebellious, Wang Qintian must know many of its secrets. A place for holding people. Bro, you mean the bomb shelter? Isn't it right by the family ancestral hall? Wang Qintian said after a moment's thought. Qin Feng and Jean Li exchanged a glance. They had found it. It must be the bomb shelter. But now the ancestral hall has been sealed off by that old man with 3 squads guarding it. No one is allowed in. Wang Qintian said while munching on bread. Sealed off? Why sealed off? Qin Feng asked curiously. If the Wang family's organization was the same as the Zhou family's, then the Wang family had dispatched over 300 people to guard the ancestral hall, which surely harbored some secret that could not be disclosed. How would I know? Hasn't it been sealed off since the zombies appeared? Bro, you seem a bit off. Wang Qintian looked at Qin Feng with suspicion, feeling something was amiss. Wang Qinshu had changed far too much. Great, even a fool can tell something's wrong with me. Qin Feng gave a wry smile. The disguise could only alter his appearance. It could hold up for a while, but over time it was easy to be discovered. I'm leaving with your sister-in-law now. You need to fight that old man to the end. Qin Feng left with Jean Li. Wang Xiaoguang had already guessed something. Perhaps only Wang Qintian remained in the dark, as many of the Wang family's high-ranking members knew he was an imposter. Got it. At the mention of Wang Xiaoguang, Wang Qintian perked up, casting aside the faint suspicion he had just harbored. The Wang family ancestral hall. It was the place where the Wang family paid homage to their ancestors, rarely visited by anyone, and every day some Wang family members voluntarily guarded it. Young master, why have you come? Several of the Wang family's voluntary guards immediately flattered Qin Feng upon seeing him. Just taking a look inside, Qin Feng said with a smile. Young master, your father instructed that if you came we should inform you that he has taken the person away, a young Wang family man said. Qin Feng frowned. It seemed Wang Xiaowang was a step ahead, which made things somewhat troublesome. Where did he take them? Jin Li said excitedly. Others might not know, but she understood clearly that Wang Xiaowang had taken her parents. I don't know, I really don't, the young man said, waving his hand and averting his gaze, not daring to look at Jin Li. She was too beautiful, and a single glance almost made him lose his composure. Husband. Jin Li grabbed Qin Feng's arm, her heart racing with anxiety. Don't worry, we'll talk about this when we get back, Qin Feng said softly, comforting her. Now that Wang Xiaowang held hostages, and he couldn't bear to part with Jin Li, he would have to plan carefully. Husband, you're back. The women gathered around, but seeing Qin Feng and Jin Li in low spirits, they immediately fell silent. The two returned to the room. Though this trip had yielded considerable gains, weapons and food, they had failed to rescue Jin Li's parents. Husband, you must save my parents. Jin Li knelt on the ground, tears streaming down her face. She knew that with her parents in Wang Xiaogang's hands, the rescue would be far more difficult than before, and she feared Qin Feng might abandon them. Don't worry, it's still uncertain who will emerge victorious, Qin Feng said with a smile, having already thought of a good plan. Husband, you have a plan. Jin Li looked at him excitedly. Yes, but he'll need your help and Zuning's, Qin Feng nodded. Me. Wang Xuening pointed to herself, wondering how she could help. Wang Xiaowang has hostages, but we have some too, Qin Feng said, glancing at Jin Li and then at Wang Xuening. Husband, don't keep us in suspense. As long as I can save my parents, he'll do anything. Jin Li was frantic. Now was not the time for Qin Feng to take his time, not like when they were in bed. Alright, let me tell you my plan. Today you go out and find the beautiful women of the Wang family, whether they're daughters or daughters-in-law, as long as they're still virgins, lure them over. If you can't lure them, then take them by force. Qin Feng paused and continued. Wang Xiaowang has hostages, doesn't he? Let's see who has more hostages. After Qin Feng finished, the women looked at him with changed eyes, as if to say, this is your plan. Husband, why does it have to be beautiful women? You could take high-ranking members of the Wang family too. Why do you need beauties? Wang Xuening said awkwardly. Though she had a poor relationship with the Wang family, she was still part of it. Of course, to have my way. If I capture the Wang family's high-ranking members, who will put pressure on Wang Xiaowang. And you, since you're all free, now go with them. Qin Feng's reasoning was so sound that Wang Xuening couldn't find a counterargument. Alright, to save my parents, he'll do anything. Jin Li stood up, her eyes filled with determination. The other women were speechless. Wasn't Qin Feng asking them to pimp for him within the Wang family? There wasn't enough for them already, yet he wanted them to bring in as many as they could. They were all reluctant. Qin Feng sensed their mood. Listen up, whoever brings back a woman that satisfies me, you'll spend a day with her. No upper limit. Qin Feng's words made the women's eyes light up, brightening the entire room. Sister Jean, stop crying, let's go. Xuening, you're from the Wang family, you know which beauties are there. Don't hog them all. Bai Jia, let's hurry. The room descended into chaos, the women nearly coming to blows as they all began hunting for targets within the Wang family. Qin Feng smiled and sat down on the sofa. He wasn't afraid of having too many women. More women meant more advancement points as rewards, which he would pour into physical enhancement. A virtuous cycle. The Wang family's lotus garden. Sister Ka, look how beautiful the lotuses are. Yes, it's fortunate we're part of the Wang family, or else in this apocalyptic world we wouldn't have the leisure to admire lotuses. Two beautiful women of the Wang family were admiring the lotuses. If Qin Feng were there, he would have rated their appearances at 82 and 83 points respectively. Wang Ka, Wang Qin, what's so interesting about lotuses? Let me take you to my place to have some fun. Jin Li suddenly appeared, grabbing their hands excitedly. Sure, it's an honor to play with Sister Jean. The two were unsuspecting. Jin Li was beautiful and kind-hearted, and as Wang Qing's wife, she would become the matriarch when he took over as family head. They were eager to spend time with her. In the Wang family garden, a group of young women were admiring flowers when Bai Ruoxue and Bai Jia rushed out with swords, startling them into a fluster. Aren't you the wives our young master brought back today? Why are you pointing swords at us? Let's talk, come with us. Bai Ruoxue and Bai Jia couldn't be bothered to judge appearances. They would take them all back, and Qin Feng would surely find some to his liking. In the Wang family's upscale residential area. This area housed the high-ranking members of the Wang family and their families. But today a group of uninvited guests arrived, Qin Feng's other women. They didn't come for gold, silver, or supplies. They came specifically to kidnap women. Help! Mom, Dad, save me. No. What are you doing? Let me go. The Wang family's troops won't let you get away with this. Unlike Jin Li and Wang Xuening, who were familiar with the Wang family's beauties, these women simply resorted to force. Hey, who sent you? How dare you cause trouble in the Wang family? A Wang family squad arrived, and the leading captain shouted loudly. But when he saw that the perpetrators were a group of beautiful women, he was dumbfounded. They were all women. Why were they kidnapping other women? Shut up. Su Yinyao slapped the squad leader to death. A third-tier fighter completely overpowered a second-tier one. Only if all the second-tier ability users of the Wang family united, could they pose any threat to Su Yanniao. Honey, I've brought back two. Jean Li returned to the room with Wang Ku and Wang Qing. Wang Ku and Wang Qing were startled to see Qin Feng. Why was there another man in Wang Qing's home? And Jean Li actually called him husband. Wasn't she afraid Wang Qingxi would kill her? Name Wang Qing. Age 24. Height 170 centimeters. Weight 55 kilograms. Merits none. Score 82. Name Wang Ku. Age 24. Height 171 centimeters. Weight 57 kilograms. Merits none. Score 83. Due to the host's recent acquisition of high-quality beauties, women scoring below 85 will no longer possess merits and cannot become the host's concubines. Good grief, before he could even choose, the system had already started filtering. Those below 85 didn't even deserve merits or the status of concubines. Bai Jia and Xiaoyu, who barely scored 80, would surely be weeping in the restroom if they knew. Not bad, not bad. Stay here. Qin Feng used his penetrating gaze to inspect them. Both were still virgins. He would reluctantly accept them. Alright, I'll go find more. With that, Jean Li dashed out. Wang Ku and Wang Qing exchanged a glance, then turned to flee. Though they had no idea what was happening, they knew it couldn't be anything good. Ouch! Wang Ku and Wang Qing bumped into Qin Feng with a shriek, bewildered by how he had appeared before them from the sofa. How rude! Leaving without a word. Qin Feng flashed a friendly smile, but it sent chills down their spines. If we said something, would you let us go? Wang Qing ventured cautiously. Of course. Not. No way. Jean Li had gone through the trouble of tricking them here. Why would he release them? You? What do you want? This is the Wang residence. We are members of the Wang family. If you dare to harm us, the Wangs will never forgive you. Though frightened, Wang Ku found courage in the thought of being on home turf. I do want to. Your looks may be a bit lacking, but after feasting on delicacies, a simple cucumber salad now and then isn't so bad. Qin Feng mused, stroking his chin. He was no longer the same Qin Feng, with 3 gems like Su Yanniao, Jean Li, and Wang Shu winning by his side scores of 82 and 83 indeed seemed unimpressive. What did you say? Do you think you're handsome? You should take a look at yourself in a puddle of your own piss. Wang Qing couldn't hold back her anger. As a member of the prestigious Wang family of Qingyan City, everyone had always called her beautiful. How dare Qin Feng belittle her looks? Pop! Before she could finish, her head exploded, and her body crumpled lifelessly to the floor. Sorry about that. I lost control. You stirred up bad memories. Qin Feng's smile vanished. Bai Ruoxue had once mocked him the same way. Now that he had plenty of women, he no longer needed to hold back as he did at the start. Murder. You've committed murder. Wang Ku screamed in terror, traumatized by witnessing Wang Qing's death. Chill. Make another sound and you'll meet the same fate. Qin Feng raised a finger to his lips, gesturing for silence. Wang Ku immediately clamped her hands over her mouth, desperate not to make a peep. With Wang Qing as a grim example, she became utterly obedient. Go to the bedroom and take off your clothes or die? The choice is yours. Qin Feng pinched Wang Ku's chin, having resolved that conquering women through sheer power was the best path. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Sobbing, Wang Ku shuffled toward the bedroom. Qin Feng let out a cold laugh and followed her inside. A scream echoed from the bedroom. Wang Ku was no superhuman, so she was no match for the 4th-tier Qin Feng. Congratulations, host, on acquiring your first concubine maid. Reward 1 3rd-tier advancement point. Concubine maid? What was that? Qin Feng was puzzled. System upgrade. The blessings of many children system now includes the concubine maid identity. Concubine maids rank below concubines and cannot harm them. Rewards for acquiring concubine maids are lower than those for concubines. If the host is dissatisfied with a concubine, she may be demoted to concubine maid. The lives of concubine maids are entirely under the host's control. Only those scoring below 85 may advance to concubine status after bearing a child. Keep up the good work, host. Good grief. This was a reward cut. The system had chosen this exact moment to upgrade just as he was about to farm rewards. It was hard not to suspect foul play. Still, the ability to control the lives of concubine maids was a nice touch. Only by holding their lives in his hands could they truly obey. Help! Help me! Wang Ku gasped weakly, on the verge of death. Qin Feng had no intention of letting her die. She was his first concubine maid after all, a special milestone. He cast one healing spell after another upon Wang Ku until her complexion improved. From today on, you are my first concubine maid. Be obedient and I won't treat you poorly. With that, Qin Feng dressed and headed to the living room where a crowd had gathered, all women brought back by his lovers. Wang Ku wiped the tears from her face and put on her clothes, knowing that obedience was her only path to survival. Husband, are you done? The women greeted Qin Feng, excitedly peering curiously into the room to see if a new sister was joining them. The goods you brought aren't up to par. Qin Feng scanned the room. Not a single woman scored above 85, and some were no longer virgins. Disappointment washed over him. Husband, you can't be too picky. The Wang family has plenty of people, but not all of them can be beauties. The women complained. They had turned the entire Wang residence upside down, snatching the unmarried, the married, the young, and even the matrons. Who knew if Qin Feng had a special fetish or a sudden change in taste? But isn't this going too far? Why bring someone old enough to be a mother? Qin Feng pointed at a middle-aged woman, genuinely exasperated. Husband, she's the girl's mother. When I tried to take her daughter, she threatened to jump off the building, so I brought her along too. Xia Xining scratched her head apologetically. After all, there was no deep-seated hatred between them. There was no need to be overly cruel. Qin Feng glanced at the girl. She was pretty enough, but not a virgin. No thanks. Keep her as a hostage. She doesn't meet my standards. He waved his hand dismissively, his expression full of disdain. Still, the captives breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed Qin Feng had no intention of killing them. When they first entered, they had seen a headless corpse which had nearly scared the piss out of them. Wang Ke, since Jean Li brought you here, you're my first concubine maid. From now on you'll serve Jean Li. Qin Feng patted Wang Ke's shoulder. Since the system had introduced the concubine maid role, it was only fitting to act accordingly. Yes. Wang Ke nodded numbly and walked over to Jean Li, though a flicker of barely concealed hatred glimmered in her eyes. If not for Jean Li, she would never have been captured here. Husband, does that mean the ones we caught also? Feng Lin's eyes sparkled with anticipation, and several other women shared the same look. Since Yin Lily had shed her maid identity, they had to do certain chores themselves. With concubine maids, wouldn't life be a breeze? Yes. Whoever caught them gets to be served by them. Qin Feng's words sent the women into a frenzy of joy. Not only would they earn a day of Qin Feng's company, but they would also gain a personal servant. What a steal. Honey, isn't this going too far? Wang Xuaning swallowed, nervously realizing they had already captured almost all the women of the Wang family. It's fine. If it gets out of hand, Wang Xiaowang will be the one with a headache. Qin Feng chuckled, confident that Wang Xiaowang wouldn't dare use the full force of the Wang family against him, especially since the families of these women wouldn't agree. Brother, I think I understand now. You have a grudge against our patriarch, but what does that have to do with us women? Just let us go, Wang Li said bravely, secretly looking down on Qin Feng. A real man would confront Wang Xiaowang. He did not bully women like this. Fast Wang Xiaowang if he dares. If he hadn't taken Jean Li's parents hostage, I wouldn't have gone this far. If you want to blame someone, blame Wang Xiaowang. Qin Feng sneered, grabbing Wang Li and heading toward the bedroom. Since she wanted to stand out head, give her all the attention she could handle. What are you doing? Let me go? Help! Wang Li shrieked, not expecting her words to get her into trouble. She turned to the other captured Wang women, hoping to unite them in resistance, but their eyes were cold and indifferent, showing no intention to help. Qin Feng threw Wang Li onto the bedroom bed and grabbed her hair. You have two choices, live or die. Die. Wang Li gritted her teeth. Her father was a high-ranking member of the Wang family. She would never back down or disgrace them. Fine. Qin Feng began to undress. What are you doing? I said I want to die, Wang Li said in terror. She had chosen death to preserve her chastity, but it seemed Qin Feng had no intention of letting her off. Dying means he'll fuck you to death. Qin Feng continued his actions without pause. Then what if I want to live? Wang Li asked tentatively. After I'm done, you'll be a concubine, just like Wang Ke, Qin Feng said casually. Wang Li was speechless. So no matter what, you're going to do it. Then why give me a choice? Wang Li roared, feeling toyed with. Choosing is your right. Qin Feng shrugged, looking indifferent. Congratulations, host, for acquiring your second concubine. Reward 1 third-tier advancement point. They'll give you one more chance, live or die. Qin Feng said to Wang Li, a hint of killing intent in his voice. Live, Wang Li quickly replied. The past hour had felt like an eternity, and she had come to understand many things. Chastity and dignity meant nothing. A life was what mattered. Dead, she would have nothing. She couldn't die. Good. You're a smart one. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction and released Wang Li. With Wang Li's example, none of the Wang women dared to resist Qin Feng anymore. Congratulations, host, for acquiring your 10th concubine. Reward 1 third-tier advancement point. Congratulations, host, for achieving the perfect 10 concubine achievement. Reward 5 third-tier weapons, weapon type customizable. Congratulations, host, for acquiring your 17th concubine. Reward 1 third-tier advancement point. Tisk, the rewards for concubines were meager. The perfect 10 achievement gave less than half the usual reward. Qin Feng let out a breath of turbid air, exhausted from the day's events. Honey, you must be tired. You haven't even eaten, his women said, immediately bringing food to the bed so he wouldn't have to get up. You're all so good to me, making such a delicious spread. Qin Feng smiled, taking the chopsticks they handed him. In the Wang family's high-level meeting room, the entire upper echelon was gathered. At the head of the table sat Wang Xiaowang, his face dark. Patriarch, you should release Jean Li's parents. If his woman is this strong, his own strength must be immeasurable, a Wang elder said anxiously. His daughter was among the captives, and he was frantic. No. When has our Wang family ever bowed to anyone? If it comes to it, well, fight. Someone immediately objected. Since none of his family members were captured, he could afford to be bold. Fight. What about the hostages? They're the next generation of the Wang family. Are you willing to give them up? So what if we give them up? They're just women, they'll marry off eventually. Bullshit. You're not worried because you have sons. I only have one daughter. If anyone dares make a move, they'll have to step over my dead body. Everyone calm down. Let's discuss this properly. The group argued back and forth, nearly coming to blows. Bang. Wang Xiaowang slammed the table hard. Enough. Stop arguing. Everyone finally fell silent. Wang Xiaowang felt a headache coming on. He hadn't expected Qin Feng to be so cunning. Half the high-ranking members' daughters were captured, effectively splitting the Wang family from within. We must protect the hostages, but we won't let the perpetrator go unpunished. We need to find a perfect solution. Wang Xiaowang spoke in officialese, saying nothing substantial. Patriarch time is of the essence. Wang Xuening is also in his hands. If something happens to her, how will we explain it to the Zhou family? What will the Li and Zhou families think of us? The man beside Wang Xiaowang spoke. His position in the family was so high that he could sit next to the patriarch. Send someone to negotiate with the impostor claiming to be Chen Su. Ask him what it would take to release the hostages, especially Wang Xuening. Wang Xiaowang said helplessly. He had intended to use Jean Li's parents to threaten Qin Feng, but instead Qin Feng had turned the tables. Although Wang Xuening wasn't important, she was about to marry into the Zhou family, so he had to ensure her safety. Understood. He'll see to it immediately. The elders whose daughters were captured breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they didn't provoke Qin Feng with a direct assault, their daughters had a good chance of survival. Honey, Wang Xiaowang has sent someone. He wants you to release the hostages, especially Wang Xuening. Wang Yuyan reported, eyeing the women serving Qin Feng with envy. Tell him to come back tomorrow morning. Can't he see I'm busy? Qin Feng waved dismissively. The Wang family was the one in a rush, not him. With his night vision abilities, he wasn't afraid of a midnight ambush. On the 11th day of the apocalypse, Qin Feng opened his eyes and stretched lazily. The Wang family truly was cowardly. They hadn't dared to launch a night raid, and had instead swallowed their pride. Master, allow your concubine to help you dress. Wang Ku and two other concubines said, hurrying forward to attend to him as soon as they saw him awake. This was the title decided upon after the women's discussion. Consorts and concubines held different statuses, so their forms of address naturally differed. Concubines called Qin Feng master, while only consorts could call him husband. Fine, Qin Feng replied with a smile. His current life was no different from an emperor's, save for the fact that he had too few women. Only 13 consorts and 17 concubines. Master, the family head. Wang Xiaowang has been waiting since dawn to negotiate. Would you like to see him? Wang Ku asked, cautiously terrified that a wrong word from her might provoke Qin Feng into killing her. Yesterday Wang Qing had perished for speaking out of turn. Then let's meet him. You'll accompany me, Qin Feng said, pointing at Wang Ku. All right. Wang Ku replied, her face flushing with joy. Qin Feng had stated yesterday that the only way to shed the status of a concubine was to bear a child. But how could that happen without intimacy? Seeing that Qin Feng still showed interest in her, she knew she had to seize this opportunity to become a consort. The other two concubines watched Wang Ku with envy. You two take care of Jean Li, Qin Feng instructed before leaving the bedroom with Wang Ku. Good morning, husband. Good morning, master. The consorts and concubines called out in unison. Fortunately, Wang Chenx's house was spacious enough to accommodate them all. Husband Wang Xiaowang is waiting outside for you, Wang Xuening said, her expression filled with worry. Am I no? They'll go meet him, Qin Feng replied. Using his X-ray vision, he had already seen that nearly the entire Wang family's forces had surrounded the house, making it impossible for even a fly to escape. With a creak, Qin Feng stepped out, with Wang Ku showing no expression at the sight of the Wang soldiers. He appeared utterly at ease, as if taking a leisurely stroll. So this is your true face. Is Wang Qinshu already dead? Wang Xiaowang approached, his face dark with fury. That's right. Dead, not even a trace left, Qin Feng replied. Since his identity had already been exposed, there was no need to hide it any longer. You have quite the nerve. Aren't you afraid my Wang family will fight to the bitter end with you? Wang Xiaogang's voice trembled. Though he had anticipated this, hearing it directly from Qin Feng's lips left him utterly hopeless. Fight to the bitter end. Are you even worthy? Qin Feng let out a cold laugh. The head of the soldier nearest to Wang Xiaowang exploded, instantly startling everyone. They hadn't expected Qin Feng to strike despite the overwhelming Wang presence. Wang Xiaowang, who was closest, couldn't even comprehend how Qin Feng had made his move. Wang Ke's body trembled. Wang Qing had died the same way yesterday, and now she witnessed it again. Relax, don't be nervous. As long as you obey, I won't kill you, Qin Feng said, patting Wang Ke's head. He had been holding her waist, and could feel how tense she was, her body rigid with fear. Yes, master. I will obey you completely, Wang Ku immediately promised. Since the entire Wang army couldn't handle Qin Feng, she as a woman had no choice but to submit. I spoke too harshly just now. Please don't take it to heart, Wang Xiaowang said, his eyes clearing considerably after witnessing Qin Feng's psychic power. Uncertain of the nature of Qin Feng's ability and aware that being so close to him posed a lethal threat, Wang Xiaowang dared not act rashly. The Wang soldiers were incredulous. Their revered family head had actually capitulated to Qin Feng. A brother had just died at Qin Feng's hands, yet instead of seeking revenge, the family head cowered. This was unacceptable to them. Wang Ku was equally stunned. Was this the family head she remembered? Or was Qin Feng so formidable that even the Wang patriarch had to yield? Spare me the nonsense. Hand over Jin Li's parents and explain the annihilation of the Bai family, or you know the consequences, Qin Feng said impatiently. Wang Xiaowang had no idea how precious Qin Feng's time was now. With 13 consorts and 17 concubines after accounting for eating, drinking, and sleeping, he spent his entire day occupied. Rest assured I've been treating Jin Li's parents well with fine food and drink. They're perfectly fine. I also know something about the Bai family affair and can tell you, but could you first return my family's people? Wang Xiaowang said with a fawning smile, his tone utterly unbefitting a patriarch. Your family's people? I don't have any of your family's people. Qin Feng spread his hands, looking utterly innocent. Whatever came into his possession was his. How could he possibly give it back? You jest, sir. Wang Ku beside you is one of our family's people, Wang Xiaowang said, without anger, having learned over the past 2 days that Qin Feng was not one to reason with. He says you're from the Wang family. Are you? Qin Feng asked Wang Ku with a genial expression. No, I belong to my master. Wang Ku quickly replied. Qin Feng was someone who could blow off heads at will, and she inwardly cursed Wang Xiaowang. Why drag her into their quarrel? Wang Xiaowang was dumbfounded. What nonsense was this? She had pledged allegiance in just 1 day. What a disgrace to the Wang family. Good girl. He'll reward you when we get back, Qin Feng said, patting Wang Ke's head, as if she were a little pet. Thank you, master. Just Qin Feng's words alone filled Wang Ku with joy. Here. What are you doing? A furious roar came from the Wang family crowd as a burly man stepped forward. Father, Wang Ku said, staring blankly at the man. If you still recognize me as your father, come over here immediately and stop associating with that brat. Wang Ke's father bellowed, feeling utterly humiliated by her behavior. Father, I'm not going back. My master treats me well. I'm fine, Wang Ku said frantically, signaling her father with her eyes to leave. If even Wang Xiaowang couldn't handle Qin Feng, why was he trying to act tough now? Shut up, you slut. You're from the Wang family. How dare you call him master? The man was so furious he felt his lungs might burst. This had completely disgraced him. Father, right now I'm just a concubine, so I can only call him master. Once I have a child and become a consort, then I can call him husband. Wang Ku blurted out everything in her excitement. Recalling the frenzy of the previous day, she knew that if she missed Qin Feng, she would never meet another man like him. Wang Ku, is my daughter the same? A middle-aged woman from the Wang family couldn't help asking. Yes, your daughter ranks 5th among the concubines. Quite high up, Wang Ku replied patiently. The middle-aged woman spat blood in rage that the cabbage she had protected for over 20 years had been plucked by Qin Feng. Wang Ku, have all the women been made his concubines? The Wang family members asked one after another, their concern evident. Not all, Wang Ku replied. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps their own women or fiancés were still safe. But Wang Ke's next words stabbed a knife into their hearts. The master doesn't want those who aren't attractive enough or aren't virgins. The crowd stared at each other in confusion, unsure whether to be glad or dismayed if their women or fiancés hadn't been chosen by Qin Feng as concubines. Wang Ke's father felt a sudden relief, at least his daughter's appearance and purity were intact. But wait, how did Qin Feng know Wang Ku was pure? Realizing this, Wang Ke's father was instantly furious. He'll kill you. Wang Ke's right hand glowed with golden light, some unknown ability, as he charged recklessly at Qin Feng. Qin Feng's expression was one of utter disdain. A second-tier ability user, regardless of his power, could never threaten a 4th-tier one. Wang Xiaowang also wanted to stop him. They didn't fully understand Qin Feng's strength, yet confronting him head-on would result in heavy losses even if they won. It was better to ally with the Zhou and Lu families against him. At this critical moment, Wang Ku stepped in front of Qin Feng. Father, stop. Wang Ke's father had to halt abruptly, unable to strike the daughter he had raised since childhood. He's taking you as a concubine, and you still defend him. His face trembled with rage. Father, I'm not protecting my master. I'm protecting you. You're no match for him. Wang Ku said earnestly. Her father had no self-awareness. He struggled even against zombies, so how could he possibly defeat her master? Wang Ke's father was speechless. He indeed was no match for Qin Feng. The move Qin Feng had used to kill someone in plain sight was beyond any ordinary ability user. But now that he had charged forward, wouldn't backing down be humiliating? Alright, sir, please don't be angry. He was just impulsive out of love for his daughter. Wang Xiaowang said as he pulled Wang Ke's father away, giving him an exit. Master, please don't be mad. My father has always had that temper. Wang Ku turned and coquettishly appealed to Qin Feng, leaving the Wang family dumbfounded. Had one night really tamed her so thoroughly? Wang Ke's father staggered. His little cotton jacket was letting in the wind. It's fine. I slept with his daughter. His anger is understandable. Qin Feng pulled Wang Ku close and continued his brazen caresses. Wang Ke's father turned and left immediately, afraid he'd die of rage if he stayed. Since Wang Ku wasn't in mortal danger, let her be a concubine if she wished. Wang Ku, where's Wang Qing? Weren't you two best friends? Has she become a concubine too? A young man asked anxiously. He had been Wang Qing's devoted admirer for 5 years, nearly 6, only to see this happen. No, Wang Qing angered my master, and is dead. Wang Ke glanced at Qin Feng, and relaxed only when she saw no displeasure. What? The young man couldn't believe it. His goddess of nearly 6 years was gone just like that. He had no choice but to find another goddess to worship. Oh, my Qinger, how could you die like this? Patriarch, what are you waiting for? Give the order to kill that beast. Wang Qing's family members in the crowd lost control, wanting revenge, but were quickly restrained by other Wangs whose daughters were still in Qin Feng's hands. Ahem, sir, may I ask you a question? Wang Xiaowang coughed, drawing everyone's attention back to him. Go ahead, but make it quick. I have things to attend to. Qin Feng chuckled, and Wang Ke's face reddened to her ears. The Wang family members glared furiously. What could Qin Feng be attending to if not playing with their girls? Is Wang Xuening also your concubine? Wang Xiaowang asked tentatively. Wang Xuening, born with white hair, was considered an ill omen by the Wang family, yet she grew more beautiful each day. Recently, the second young master of the Zhou family had taken a liking to her. They had hoped to deepen ties with the Zhou family through her, but now she had fallen into Qin Feng's hands. A real headache. No, Qin Feng stated firmly. Wang Xuening was his 14th familiar, but he didn't need to explain that to Wang Xiaowang. Good. Wang Xiaowang breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Wang Xuening wasn't Qin Feng's concubine, the marriage alliance between the Zhou and Wang families wouldn't be delayed. I want to ransom back all the Wang family members. Name your price. Wang Xiaowang still wanted to avoid conflict with Qin Feng. Qin Feng was formidable, and his women were no pushovers. Either had rather pay to avoid trouble. Fine, but it has to be an equal exchange. One pure beauty for one person. Qin Feng grinned lecherously. Trading one batch of beauties for another. Fair enough, right? Wang Xiaogang's mouth twitched. In this apocalypse, where could he find so many pure beauties? Only the Zhou and Li families might have them, but he dared not bring that up. That condition is too harsh. How about food and weapons? Wang Xiaowang suggested after a moment. Having known the apocalypse was coming, he had stockpiled plenty of supplies. These were the most sought-after items now, and he believed Qin Feng wouldn't refuse. No, I only want beauties. Nothing else. The same goes for the rest of the Wang family. If you want your daughters or fiancés back, bring me pure beauties. Qin Feng said, then walked back with Wang Ke in his arms. He only lacked women now. Wang Xiaowang had no idea that Qin Feng had already taken all his stored weapons and food. If he found out, he'd be furious. Patriarch, what do we do now? Several Wang family members looked grimly at Wang Xiaowang. Would they really have to swallow this insult? What else? Find beauties to trade. Save who we can, starting with Wang Xuening. After she marries into the Zhou family, well, deal with him. Wang Xiaowang instructed helplessly. He truly had no way to handle Qin Feng for now. Others with daughters in Qin Feng's hands immediately began their efforts. Unable to defeat him, they had to trade beauties for their daughter's return. At the Zhou family. Still not found. Zhou Wenjie said sternly, puffing on a cigar. No, it's as if those dozen people vanished into thin air. They're nowhere in all of Qingyan City. The butler beside him replied respectfully. That's strange. Zhou Wenjie frowned deeply. Qin Feng's group had come to investigate the Bai family's massacre. They wouldn't leave easily. He had to find them. There's a saying, better a thief in the open than one in the shadows. Hidden enemies are the most dangerous. Hum. The sound of cars came from outside. It was common before the apocalypse, but afterward only the 3 major families could afford such luxury. What's going on? Zhou Wenjie was displeased. He preferred quiet for clear thinking. He'll check immediately. The butler retreated slowly to investigate the cars' identities and purpose. After a while, Chairman Zhou, it's the Wang family. They're looking for beauties. The butler reported truthfully. Looking for beauties. How the Wang family is ridiculous. Instead of expanding their power, they're chasing women. Zhou Wenjie nearly laughed in anger, but then he remembered his second son insisting on marrying that white-haired Wang girl, and his smile faded. Indeed. But strangely, they said they're looking for beauties to exchange for their daughters. Is there a kidnapper in Qingyan City who demands beauties? The butler added. Zhou Wenjie fell into thought. They too were searching for beauties. Could there be a connection? Butler, have they searched the Wang and Li families? No, but both families are prominent, so it shouldn't. The butler hesitated mid-sentence, silenced by Zhou Wenjie's terrifying glare. Shouldn't. You just told me you searched every corner of Qingyan City. Send men to investigate both families immediately. If you fail again, prepare to bid this world farewell. Zhou Wenjie's domineering aura pressed down on the butler, stifling his breath, far more intense than Wang Xiaogang's. Yes. The butler retreated from the office, finally relaxing, then rushed to dispatch his men. He knew Zhou Wenjie wasn't joking. When he said, head, take your life, he meant it. Honey, eat more, you've grown so thin. The women kept piling food onto Qin Feng's plate, leaving him both amused and exasperated. Master'll head to the bedroom first, Wang Ke said, blushing. Master'll head to the bedroom first. Feng Lin mimicked Wang Ke's voice, jealousy dripping from her eyes. What's wrong? Jealous? You do have that oneity privilege. If you're jealous, you can choose to spend it with me. I won't use it yet. Only when I'm out of favor. Feng Lin was jealous, but she knew the importance of Qin Feng's onatory privilege and dared not waste it. Ding dong. The doorbell interrupted the women's chatter. "Sigh, here comes a beauty sent for my husband." Jean Li reluctantly went to open the door. Creak. The door swung open to reveal Wang Shaogang's butler and a stunningly beautiful woman. She wore an exquisite white wedding gown, a crown atop her head, and a gemstone necklace around her neck like a queen. Though her expression was shy, she was undeniably a beauty, clearly meticulously adorned by the Wang family. "Is the master in?" "I'm here to exchange someone," the butler said respectfully. Wang Xiaowang had ordered him to bring back Wang Xuanning, putting immense pressure on him. "Let me make a call." Jean Li dialed Qin Feng's phone. A voice immediately answered. "Accept." Qin Feng said only 2 words. He was intrigued by the woman the Wang family had sent. Her looks were no less than 85 out of 100, and she was indeed untouched. "My husband says we can trade. Which concubine do you want?" Jean Li glanced at her own concubines, hoping none would be chosen, lest she lose a helper. The concubines were also tense. They suddenly didn't want to leave. Here they had ample food and clothing, and though they served others, the work wasn't strenuous. They even received the master's discipline, which was far better than life in the Wang family. "Miss Wang Xuanning, the family head, ordered me to exchange you back first." The butler smiled at Wang Xuanning in the room, trying to leave a good impression. "Me? Wang Xuanning was bewildered. She was no concubine. "Wang Xuanning won't do. The woman sent isn't worthy enough to exchange for her. Find someone at least as beautiful." Jean Li hadn't hung up yet when Qin Feng's voice came through. "Butler, you heard him. You must find a beauty no less than Wang Xuanning." Jean Li frowned. Wang Xuanning was her close friend and the master's beloved, so she naturally didn't want the exchange. But judging by Qin Feng's tone, would he agree if a more beautiful woman arrived? Wang Xuanning's heart sank. Qin Feng wasn't refusing because he cherished her, but because the offered girl wasn't as pretty. What if someone more beautiful came along? "Master, can we negotiate?" the butler pleaded humbly. Where could he find a rare beauty like Wang Xuanning? Wasn't this impossible? "No negotiation." Qin Feng snapped, annoyed at the bargaining. "Butler, please leave." Knowing Qin Feng's stance, Jean Li immediately dismissed him. The butler's face darkened. He hadn't expected to hit a dead end, wasting all that time finding a beauty and dressing her up only to be rejected. The woman in the wedding gown was also mortified at being spurned, but Wang Xuanning was indeed more beautiful. There was no denying it. Just as the butler turned to leave with the bride, Qin Feng's voice rang out. "Wait, has the master changed his mind?" The butler's face lit up with joy, thinking Qin Feng had relented. "No, since you've come all this way, sending her back would be such a hassle. You may go, but leave the beauty behind." The steward was torn. Not only had he failed to exchange Wang Xuanning, but he might have to give away another one as well. He had expended considerable effort to find this beauty and spent no small amount of resources to acquire her. To simply hand her over to Qin Feng felt utterly galling. "What this? Stop dawdling like a eunuch." Jean Li snapped impatiently, pulling the bride in her wedding gown inside and slamming the door shut. "Beast. A damned beast. Abducting a woman in broad daylight." The steward's heart roared in fury, but he dared not voice it. Wang Xiaowang had instructed him not to clash with Qin Feng for now. Dejected, he had no choice but to leave and search for an even more beautiful woman. The bride in white nervously surveyed her surroundings. Seeing everyone in the living room staring at her only heightened her anxiety. "Hello there." The bride in white bowed timidly, her demeanor fearful. "Oh, she's quite attractive, and she came in a wedding gown. None of us have ever worn one. Maybe she really will win our husband's favor." Xia Xining's voice carried a hint of jealousy. Though they all called Qin Feng husband, none had ever married him. The Wang family sending a bride in white naturally unsettled her. The other women remained silent, sharing the same sentiment. "If you all dislike it, I can change right away." The bride in white said, cautiously afraid of displeasing the women. "No need. Since our husband has set his sights on you, we won't make things difficult. Who knows, you might become one of us someday." Feng Lin interjected to ease the tension. She sensed Qin Feng would take the bride as a concubine, far more beautiful than the Wang family's women, and he had yet to experience one in a wedding gown. The door creaked open. Qin Feng stepped out, a smile playing on his lips as he gazed at the bride. "I really must thank the Wang family. They found me a beauty so quickly." Name: Du Bingyan. Age 20. Height 170 centimeters. Weight 55 kilograms. Traits: girl next door, first love. Score 87. Qin Feng was taken aback by the system's description of her traits. She seemed familiar and beautiful at first glance, but now looking at Du Bingyan, she truly evoked the feeling of a first love. She was the kind of girl every man would adore when first falling in love. Perhaps not as stunning as Jean Li or Su Yenyao, but unforgettable nonetheless. "Hello, I'm Du Bingyan." Du Bingyan greeted Qin Feng, shyly stealing glances at him. She had feared the Wang family would marry her off to some old geezer. After all, the steward had used plenty of resources to coerce her. To her surprise, he was a handsome young man. "Hello, I'm Qin Feng. Someone carry Wang Ku out." After introducing himself, Qin Feng ordered 2 concubines to haul Wang Ku away. Her body was too frail to satisfy him. He hadn't had his fill before she collapsed. But fortunately Du Bingyan arrived just in time. Now he was eager to taste the flavor of a girl next door, of first love. Come in. Qin Feng entered the bedroom. Du Bingyan hesitated for a moment before following. Hey sisters, do you think our husband will take her as a concubine or a lover? Lin Fiwen asked with gossipy curiosity, piquing the interest of the others. Definitely a lover. With that face and that wedding gown, she's bound to win his favor. Feng Lin asserted confidently. She knew Qin Feng's tastes all too well. Not necessarily. No matter how beautiful, she can't beat Sister Jean Li. I think from now on all women will have to start as concubines. Xiao Yu said with a hint of smugness. Even she couldn't match some concubines in looks. At least she had met Qin Feng early on. Not at all. Every woman has her own charm. Don't think that way, Sister Xiao Yu. Jean Li quickly refuted, not wanting to become the target of the others' envy, even if she was indeed the most beautiful among Qin Feng's women. Wang Xuaning frowned deeply, still pondering whether Qin Feng would trade her away. Inside the bedroom, Qin Feng sat on the bed, while Du Bingyan stood obediently in place, utterly still. Come here. Why stand so far? Afraid he'll eat you. Qin Feng patted the bed, signaling Du Bingyan to sit beside him. Yet he didn't blame her. This innocent hesitation was rather endearing. Oh. Du Bingyan shuffled toward Qin Feng, but knelt instead of sitting on the bed. What are you doing? Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. A little teasing could spice things up, but if she kept this up he would grow impatient. Sir, the truth is I was coerced by the Wang family to survive. I don't want to marry. I see you have no shortage of women. Could you show mercy and let me go? Du Bingyan wept as she spoke, looking utterly pitiful. I was about to undress and you tell me this. Qin Feng was displeased. If she didn't want this, she shouldn't have come. Coming and then refusing. What a joke. I'm sorry, sir. Your great kindness I'll repay in my next life, even as a beast of burden. Du Bingyan ignored his words and continued her plea. How I never agreed to that. Qin Feng sneered. What did her next life matter to him? The apocalypse had taught him many truths. Now he only seized the moment, living each day to its fullest. Du Bingyan lowered her head, frowning. She had thought this young man would be easy to fool, but he was impervious. This was trouble. Very well, I shall serve you then. She stood up, looking at Qin Feng with feigned shyness. Whoosh. Suddenly Du Bingyan flung a flying dagger at Qin Feng, then turned to flee. I knew you were trouble. Qin Feng's voice echoed in her ear. Before she could react, he pinned her to the ground. Let me go? Do you have to use so much force against a woman? Du Bingyan gritted her teeth, feeling as if a mountain weighed on her. No matter how she struggled, she couldn't budge. Tisk tisk tsk. Did the Wang family send you to kill me? You're far too weak, aren't you? Qin Feng taunted. He had already spotted the hidden weapon on her with his X-ray vision. He wanted to see her game, but she was so pathetically fragile. No, Du Bingyan answered without hesitation. Though captured, she believed Qin Feng wouldn't kill her. The living room full of women was proof enough. Oh, still stubborn. A cruel smile spread across Qin Feng's face. With a swift motion, he plunged the dagger into Du Bingyan's back. Up! Her agonized scream echoed through the entire house. The women in the living room heard it too, all wearing envious expressions. What a passionate cry. Our husband's skills seem to have improved. Feng Lin swallowed hard, thrilled at the thought. Why wasn't she in that bedroom? Brother, I swear I'm not from the Wang family. I was just running a con to swindle some supplies. Du Bingyan caved. She had only wanted to trick some resources, but instead the steward had sent her to Qin Feng. Now she was stabbed. What a terrible loss. Then I cannot let you go. You who can engage in such vile acts as a celestial scam must be severely punished. Qin Feng declared with righteous indignation. Although the resources came from the Wang family, Du Bingyan had already presented them to him, and he would not pass up the opportunity. Wah! I won't do it again, please let me go. Du Bingyan cried once more, genuinely frightened this time, and with a knife stabbed in her back. The pain was excruciating. No, Qin Feng said, lifting Du Bingyan and tossing her onto the bed, pulling out the knife from her back. Just as he intended to take further action, the once clean sheets were now wet. Du Bingyan had urinated in fear. Damn it! You've wet yourself again. Are you trying to imitate Feng Lin? Qin Feng said, pinching Du Bingyan's chin. He no longer had the patience he had at the beginning of the apocalypse, and now harbored murderous intent towards her. No, I genuinely scared myself. Du Bingyan spoke in grievance. Oh, anyone would be frightened by Qin Feng's ferocity. As for who Feng Lin was, she felt a bit confused, but this was not the time to ponder that. Wash yourself clean immediately. Seeing that Du Bingyan did not seem to be lying, Qin Feng temporarily let her off. He had initially wanted to experience the wedding dress, but now it was all disrupted. All right. Du Bingyan hurriedly ran into the bathroom, hoping to stall for time. Perhaps there would be an opportunity to escape. Splashing sounds filled the air as she washed while thinking of ways to flee. Suddenly a wave of helplessness washed over her. Qin Feng was truly formidable, and she had no confidence in her ability to escape. After much contemplation, she let out a helpless sigh and obediently returned to the bedroom. Another beauty has arrived. A voice from outside belonging to Jean Li rang out. They'll take her. Qin Feng said without a moment's hesitation. My husband said we could exchange. Jean Li put away her phone and said, this batch of beauties was not up to standard comparable to the quality of the women from the Wang family. Wang Li, hurry back with your father. The middle-aged man who brought the beauties called out. He had finally found a beautiful woman of perfect virtue to rescue his daughter. The other maids in the room turned to look at Wang Li, but their expressions were not envious. Rather, they felt fortunate to have one less competitor. Father, I'm not going. I want to be a consort. You can't mess this up for me. Wang Li frowned, showing no intention of returning. What nonsense are you spouting? What kind of consort nonsense? If you don't hurry back with me, you'll break your legs. Wang Li's father cursed, furiously shocked by her attitude. Just that morning he had mocked Wang Ke's father, not expecting his turn to come so quickly. I won't go back. I want to serve my master for life. Father, don't hinder my future. Wang Li showed no sign of fear, confronting her father defiantly. Wang Li's father nearly spat out blood. It had only been a day, and already she was talking about her master. Wang Li, go with your father. Your husband agrees. His wishes cannot be defied, Bai Ruoshua said calmly. Wang Li was captured by her, and since Qin Feng agreed to the exchange, she would grant her freedom. But I don't want to leave. Wang Li spoke with grievance, as she had developed a dependency on Qin Feng. Be obedient or else your husband will be angry. Jean Li took Wang Li's hand, leading the reluctant Wang Li back to her father's side, while welcoming in the beauty brought by Wang Li's father. You unfilial girl, just wait until I get you home, Wang Li's father said as he dragged her away. The other maids watched with a heavy heart, praying their families would never find beauties to exchange for them, hoping that the next one to leave wouldn't be themselves. Just as Jean Li was about to close the door, a figure suddenly rushed over. Wait, don't close the door. The just exchanged, Wang Li shouted as she squeezed in. Wang Li, why are you back? Jean Li frowned, growing a bit displeased. Of course I'm here to be a maid. The master only said we could exchange, not that I couldn't come back after the exchange. I willingly want to be the master's maid, Wang Li said proudly, having thought of this clever excuse in a hurry. The other women were astonished. Could it be done this way? The maids nodded in agreement. If they were exchanged back, they would also sneak back. Are you listening when I talk to you? Don't think that being silent means you're off the hook, Wang Li's father said as he walked, completely unaware that Wang Li had already run away. What are you mumbling about, Wang Li's father? Has Wang Li been saved? A person familiar with Wang Li's father approached out of curiosity. What mumbling? I'm teaching my child, and Wang Li is right here. Where did she go? She was just here, Wang Li's father realized, and angrily ran back. Bang bang bang. Open the door. Hurry, and open the door. He knocked desperately, nearly breaking the door down. The door opened, and Jean Li held back her laughter. Uncle, why are you here again? Has Wang Li run back again? Let her come out to see me, Wang Li's father bellowed in anger. Sure, but I wonder if Uncle has brought any beauties. Jean Li looked around, as if searching for beauties. Haven't I already given you one? Wang Li's father replied defensively. But Wang Li left with you, didn't she? Wang Li's father. What does this exchange mean? Exchanging is equivalent to not exchanging. This was your daughter's own decision. Jean Li finished speaking. Creak. Qin Feng walked out of the bedroom. Everything that had just transpired was seen through his X-ray vision, and he found it quite amusing. Wang Li, you are very loyal. Come to the rooftop, and I shall reward you, Qin Feng said with a smile. He cherished women who were utterly devoted to him, and Wang Li, who had even betrayed her own father for his sake, was truly an exceptional concubine. Thank you, master. Wang Li was overjoyed, never expecting an unexpected reward. Husband, what about this newcomer? Jean Li inquired. The beautiful woman sent by Wang Li stood in the corner, not daring to breathe. First, teach her the rules. Let her serve teacher Yan. Qin Feng thought for a moment, and said. At present he didn't care much about a third-tier advancement point. His main focus was on having children. If only all women were as fertile as Li Yusin. For me. Thank you, husband. Yan Lily was thrilled that Qin Feng had thought of her. It wasn't because of the concubine, but because she held a place in his heart. Husband, you're being unfair. Now I'm the only one without a concubine, Li Yusin complained. Alright, you'll be next. With that, Qin Feng led Wang Li to the rooftop to enjoy the view. How are things progressing? Wang Xiaowang made a phone call to his butler. Chairman Wang. Qin Feng insists on someone as beautiful as Miss Wang Xuening, or he won't agree to the exchange. The butler spoke with some worry. He had searched for so long, and only found Du Bingyan, yet Qin Feng was still dissatisfied, and had even detained her. Where could he find an even more beautiful woman? Useless. Wang Xiaowang cursed angrily. Wang Xuening is too crucial now, we must get her back. Yes, Chairman Wang, but a woman as beautiful as Miss Wang Xuening is exceedingly rare. There are only a handful in the entire Qingyan city, and he insists on a virgin. The butler was now sweating profusely because he truly couldn't find one. This was like the nine-headed snake in Journey to the West asking Bengbuba to eliminate Tang Sanzang and his disciples, an impossible task. Wang Xiaowang was silent for a moment before speaking. I recall there's a pretty girl in the Liu family. The Liu family. There is one, but that girl is their treasure. Will they give her to us? The butler thought it over. The Liu family did have such a beauty, but they were one of the three great families and doted on her immensely. Touching her would be like pulling teeth from a tiger's mouth. Who said you need to ask? Send someone to capture her. Be discreet. If you succeed, deliver her to that man. If you fail, make sure the Liu family doesn't know it was us. Wang Xiaowang lowered his voice. Doing such a thing poorly meant making enemies with a major family. Alright, I'll see to it immediately. The butler regained some confidence. Although the Liu family guarded the girl, while there were always moments of negligence, it wasn't entirely impossible. After hanging up, Wang Xiaowang remained composed. If they truly captured the Liu girl, they could shift the blame onto Qin Feng. Then with the three families joining forces, they could watch how Qin Feng would meet his end. But the thought of Qin Feng toying with Jin Li in his son's room made him gnash his teeth in hatred. She was his most beloved woman for whom he would give up everything, yet now she was possessed by Qin Feng. Chairman Wang, the butler from the Zhou family, has arrived. A servant of the Wang family reported. Oh, please show him in immediately. Wang Xiaowang said excitedly. This was perfect timing. He could bring the Zhou family into the fold to discuss how to deal with Qin Feng. Greetings, Chairman Wang. The Zhou family butler respectfully bowed to Wang Xiaowang. Though he represented the Zhou family, there was a distinction between master and servant, and basic respect was necessary. What brings the Zhou family here today? Wang Xiaowang got straight to the point. The Zhou family wouldn't be idly strolling about. They surely had business with him. Chairman Wang, recently a group of people has clashed with our Zhou family. They are a band of women exceptionally formidable, but they suddenly vanished yesterday. We suspect they are hiding in either the Wang or Liu residence. Before the Zhou family butler could finish, Wang Xiaowang had already realized. They must be Qin Feng's women. The timing and descriptions matched perfectly. Yes, they are in the Wang residence. Wang Xiaowang said without hesitation. Excellent, I will immediately arrange for their capture. Please grant us the convenience, Chairman Wang. The Zhou family butler was overjoyed. At last there was progress. He could report back to Chairman Zhou. Don't celebrate too soon. We clashed with them today at the Wang residence and gained no advantage. Wang Xiaowang said with a bitter smile. What? They are that formidable? The Zhou family butler was startled. This was within the Wang residence, yet the Wang family couldn't overpower them. To be honest, they are likely all ability users, especially the leading man. His strength is terrifying. Wang Xiaogang's expression turned grim. Recalling Qin Feng's unpredictable abilities and how he nearly died at his hands today, he couldn't help but feel fear. Then Chairman Wang, do you have a plan to deal with these people? The Zhou family butler thought for a moment and asked. Strength wasn't insurmountable. Wang Xiaowang had mentioned so much, so he must have a strategy. I intend to unite the three families along with our secret weapon to definitely eliminate them. Wang Xiaowang said in a low voice as if fearing eavesdroppers. Secret weapon. The Zhou family butler was startled. He had never heard of it. Ask your chairman Zhou when you return. He knows what it means. Wang Xiaowang sneered. Both he and Zhou Wenjie were extremely cautious. The fewer people who knew their trump cards, the better. It was normal for the butler to be unaware. But with three families joining forces, won't such a large-scale operation be detected? The Zhou family butler immediately spotted a flaw in the plan. The three families weren't close in distance, and uniting wouldn't be easy. It is easily detected, so I plan to act under the guise of a wedding. Wang Xiaogang's head ached at the thought. He had to quickly retrieve Wang Xuening. Exactly. Why didn't I think of that? We can use the wedding of Miss Wang Xuening and young master Zhou Jianghai to conceal our true intentions. Those people will never suspect a thing. The Zhou family butler also understood. This was indeed a rare golden opportunity. Report back to your chairman Zhou. I await his response. This operation shall be called Operation Wedding. Wang Xiaowang patted the Zhou family butler on the shoulder. Alright, I'll visit the Liu family first. It's best if all three families join forces. Du Bingyan, after dressing, limped out of the bathroom. Gazing at the empty bedroom, she felt a sense of bewilderment. What now? Seek revenge. Yet she was no match for Qin Feng. As she pondered, Feng Lin entered. You do have some charm, it's a pity to make you a concubine maid. Feng Lin said with a hint of regret. Seeing Du Bingyan's disheartened state, she surmised that an unpleasant encounter had occurred between her and Qin Feng, likely the reason he had relegated Du Bingyan to such a lowly status. Concubine maid? What do you mean? Du Bingyan looked bewildered, not understanding Feng Lin's words. A concubine maid is one who serves our husband and us consorts. The husband has bestowed you upon me, henceforth your duty is to attend to me alone. Feng Lin said with a hint of pride. To be honest, Du Bingyan was far more beautiful than her, but since she failed to satisfy Qin Feng, she could only be a lowly concubine maid. You expect me to serve you? Dream on. Du Bingyan rolled her eyes, dismissing Feng Lin's words with disdain. She had been coerced and had never agreed to serve Qin Feng, let alone Feng Lin. Very well, it seems you don't understand the rules. Allow me to teach you. A cold smirk curled on Feng Lin's lips as she threw a punch at Du Bingyan's stomach. As long as she didn't mar that pretty face, Qin Feng would have no complaint. You think you can, eh? Du Bingyan snorted coldly. If she couldn't defeat Qin Feng, could she not at least handle his woman? She charged forward. Yet she truly was outmatched. She was merely a second-tier superhuman, while Feng Lin was a third-tier one. The gap was too vast. Ugh. Du Bingyan spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed weakly to the floor. Already battered by Qin Feng, she was now even more grievously injured. Oh dear, did I hit too hard? One punch, and you're down. Feng Lin feigned innocence, infuriating Du Bingyan even more. Tsk tisk, don't hit her belly. What if you damage her ability to bear children? Qin Feng, while otherwise occupied, used his clairvoyance to watch the scene between Feng Lin and Du Bingyan with keen interest. He knew that given their temperaments a clash was inevitable, and this was precisely the spectacle he desired. But don't hit her belly. What if she can't have children? I can heal her from the brink of death with my healing arts, but if something goes wrong in that department, I'm not sure my skills can fix it. Huh, what are you saying, master? Wang Li looked up at Qin Feng with confusion, thinking he was addressing her. Nothing, carry on. Qin Feng affectionately patted Wang Li's head. You're so strong, why follow that man? You could join the three great families or build your own power. Either would be better than this. Du Bingyan, realizing she couldn't win through force, attempted persuasion. She believed that someone as formidable as Feng Lin could not be willingly subservient to Qin Feng. If she could win Feng Lin over, her chances of escape would increase. Hell, why don't you ask me how I became so strong? Without my husband, I would have died at school long ago. Everything I have now is his gift. What are the three great families? If my husband so wills, he could annihilate them in an instant. Feng Lin's eyes blazed with fervor and adoration. In her heart, Qin Feng was a deity, and with his prowess, she would never betray him. Du Bingyan stared blankly at Feng Lin, at a loss for words. Perhaps Feng Lin was right. Why else would the Wang family have bought her and then gifted her to Qin Feng? It was because Qin Feng's power was so formidable that even the Wang family feared him. You dare to sow discord. It seems the lesson I gave you wasn't enough. Feng Lin drew her whip, ready to teach Du Bingyan another lesson. What are you going to do? Du Bingyan was now truly afraid. A single punch from Feng Lin had made her spit blood. With a weapon, she would be even less able to withstand it. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Just a small punishment. Feng Lin said playfully. She herself was often whipped by Qin Feng and knew how to control the force. Crack. The whip lashed across Du Bingyan's body. Du Bingyan screamed in agony. A third-tier weapon was immensely powerful. Had Feng Lin not held back, a single strike would have killed her. Did I mishear? Bai Ruoshua looked toward the bedroom, thinking she had heard an unusual sound. I heard it too. Bai Jia was equally curious, sensing a hint of gossip. No way. Isn't our husband on the rooftop? Only Feng Lin and the new girl are in the bedroom. Could they be? Lin Fiwen stopped mid-sentence, covering her mouth, knowing that what she was about to say was unmentionable. Hearing this, the other women perked up and pressed their ears to the door to eavesdrop. Stop. I'm sorry. Du Bingyan wept, her body marked with welts from the whip. Any man would have felt pity, but her tormentor was a woman. Du Bingyan now regretted her actions deeply. If given another chance, she would never have come. Not only had she lost her virginity, but she was also being brutally beaten. Such misfortune. Now are you willing to be a concubine maid? Feng Lin paused, afraid she might accidentally kill Du Bingyan and have trouble explaining it to Qin Feng. Yes. I love being a concubine maid. Du Bingyan quickly replied, fearing that if she displeased Feng Lin, she would suffer another beating. That's more like it. Being our husband's concubine maid is not a disgrace. Many women from the Wang family were initially unwilling, but now they want leave even if asked. Yes, it is my honor to serve the master. Du Bingyan said obediently, her attitude much improved. Good. Here is. I just wet myself in fear. Du Bingyan said embarrassedly. Admitting such a thing was shameful, but she had to. Lying to Feng Lin would likely result in another beating. Now I understand why our husband gave you to me. Feng Lin said exasperatedly. She herself had once wet her pants, thwarting Qin Feng's intentions. Whether Du Bingyan had done it intentionally or not, it would certainly disgust Qin Feng. In a way, she had indirectly harmed Du Bingyan, but it didn't matter. Du Bingyan was none the wiser. Clean up your mess. Later I'll take you to meet the other sisters and concubine maids. Feng Lin instructed before leaving. Taming was a lengthy process, and she didn't expect to break Du Bingyan in a single day. As you command. Du Bingyan immediately changed the bedsheets. This matter was best known only to the three of them. Too humiliating. Creak. As Feng Lin opened the bedroom door, she was startled to find all the sisters eavesdropping. Du Bingyan was also flustered, hiding the bedsheets behind her back. You two. What were you doing? Bai Ruoshua spoke first. Judging by their expressions, something was amiss. Why else would Du Bingyan be hiding the bedsheets? Nothing much, just disciplining the newcomer. Feng Lin looked puzzled, not understanding what was so interesting about it. Disciplining on the bed, eh? Su Yinyao wore a gossipy expression. No, you've misunderstood. Realizing their implication, Feng Lin quickly explained, fearing they might whisper in Qin Feng's ear and cause him to discard her. We understand. We won't say a word. The women exchanged knowing glances, infuriating Feng Lin. She tried to explain further. Ding dong. The doorbell interrupted them. Well, I suppose someone's here to send more beauties again. The women were all worried, and at this rate Qin Feng would be drained dry. Alas, there's no helping it. We'll just have to ask Teacher Yin to prepare more nourishing ingredients to replenish our husband. Jean Li said as she went to open the door, reluctant but helpless. Qin Feng was the one in charge. Creak. As the women expected, it was indeed the Wang family coming to exchange their daughters, and they had brought 3 this time. Outside the door stood 3 middle-aged men and 3 rather attractive women, all scoring above 80. Young madam. No, I can't call you that anymore. Miss Jean, we've come to reclaim our daughters. One of the middle-aged men spoke, clearly holding a higher status than the other 2. Very well, wait a moment. They'll make a call. Just as Jean Li was about to dial, Qin Feng's voice rang out. No need. I'm done. I want all 3 of them. Qin Feng walked down, dragging an exhausted Wang Li. Fine. Leave these 3 beauties here, and release Wang Xiaoyan, and Wang Gua. The middle-aged man breathed a sigh of relief. He had just heard that Wang Li's father hadn't managed to exchange her back, and he was worried it wouldn't go smoothly. But wasn't this going just fine? The 3 women walked over reluctantly, their faces etched with displeasure. Wasn't this ruining their good time? Daughter, are you all right? Why so unhappy? Have you been mistreated? You're back, that's what matters. The 3 men were teary-eyed, completely oblivious to the fact that their daughters had no desire to leave this place. Let's go home. The 3 men carefully escorted their daughters away, fearing Qin Feng might suddenly change his mind. Even after stepping out the door, they couldn't relax. Just as Qin Feng was about to chat with the new beauties Wang Xiaoyan, and Wang Gua, who had just left, came running back. What's this? Qin Feng feigned ignorance, though he knew his charm was simply irresistible. We don't want to leave you. We wish to serve you forever. The 3 women blushed as they spoke, all having grown dependent on him. Excellent. You're my treasures. Once you bear children, I'll elevate you to consorts. Qin Feng beamed, dangling a carrot before them. The other women were speechless. Everyone knew the real reason they had returned. Yes, thank you, master. The 3 were overjoyed. They might become consorts, no longer having to serve others, and perhaps even being served themselves. What are you 3 doing? The fathers of the 3 women rushed back. They hadn't gone far before their daughters turned back, and hearing their words now nearly made them burst with rage. Father, uncles, we don't want to return. Please don't come again. I'm afraid Qin Feng might misunderstand. Wang Xiao spoke her mind. They couldn't leave Qin Feng now. If their fathers caused them to fall out of favor, that would be disastrous. You? Ungrateful daughter. Wang Xiao's father raised his hand to strike her. How dare you? Qin Feng said coldly, a trace of killing intent seeping out. Wang Xiao's father froze, his hand suspended in midair, unable to move, held firmly by telekinesis. Please don't. My father didn't mean it. Wang Xiao quickly pleaded, fearing Qin Feng might kill her father in a fit of rage. She's my daughter. How dare I not? Wang Xiao's father glared at Qin Feng with venom. Compared to Wang Xiao, he loathed Qin Feng even more, but the family head had ordered that Qin Feng must not be touched for now. They are my concubines. I won't allow anyone to lay a hand on them, including you. You're not welcome here. With a wave of his hand, Qin Feng flung Wang Xiao's father out. But we've already exchanged our daughters. You're not trying to go back on your word, are you? Wang Gua's father said anxiously. They had scoured for 3 beauties, and now Qin Feng took them without returning. What kind of deal was this? How am I going back on my word? Did I not give them to you? Did you not take them away? They came back on their own and willingly offered to be my concubines. Is that my fault? Qin Feng's words left Wang Gua's father speechless. Unable to win in a fight or an argument, he had no choice but to slink away. Du Bingyan watched in astonishment. Was that it? Had it been resolved just like that? Had the Wang family really backed down so easily? She gained a new appreciation for Qin Feng's power. Where were we? Ah yes, getting to know the new beauties. Qin Feng looked at the women who had arrived today. Though they only scored between 80 and 85, each had her own charm. It wasn't as if they were all the same in the dark. That would be dreadfully dull. Husband, you can't do this. Consorts outrank concubines. How can you keep favoring the concubines? Feng Lin voiced her dissatisfaction, and the other consorts nodded in agreement. Even if one tires of rich fare, a cucumber salad is a welcome change, but you can't keep eating cucumber salad forever, can you? Fine. Qin Feng didn't really mind, or it made little difference to him. At the Liu residence, the Liu family was seeing off the Zhou family's steward, including the family head Liu Yaohua. Liu Yaohua, with silver white hair and dressed in a tang suit, stood tall and straight. Though middle-aged, he exuded a unique, steady aura. He was also the oldest among the 3 family heads. It's settled then. The day of the Zhou-Wang alliance will be the day that brat dies, Liu Yaohua said with a smile. All 3 families had been involved in the Bai family's annihilation. Qin Feng's investigation of the matter made him an enemy of all 3. He had to be eliminated. A mere whelp, forcing 3 families to join forces against him. Hell have met a fitting end. Lord Liu, please stay. I must return to report to Lord Zhou. The Zhou family steward echoed, preparing to head back. Very well. Take care. Liu Yaohua stopped in his tracks. As a family head, seeing a steward to the door was already beneath his dignity. Naturally, he wouldn't escort him further. Family head. Family head. Something terrible has happened. Someone from inside the Liu residence came running, and chaos could be heard within. What's happened? Why all the panic? Lu Yaohua frowned. The Zhou family steward was still here. This was making them look foolish in front of outsiders. Whatever it was, couldn't it wait until after the steward left? Miss Lu is missing. We don't know where she's gone. The messenger knelt, knowing how much Lu Yaohua valued Miss Lu. What? Then go find her at once. Search every corner of Qinyan City if you have to. Lu Yaohua exploded with rage, no longer caring about saving face in front of others. The Lu family was in complete chaos, and not just them. Every nearby building had to be searched, with all members of the Lu family mobilized, a testament to how much they valued their young lady. A car pulled up at the Wang family's gate. Several people stepped out, accompanied by a woman with an exquisite figure, though a hood covered her face, hiding her features. But with such a figure, her looks hardly mattered. Hurry, deliver her directly to that cursed man, ordered the Wang family's steward. If Qin Feng touched the Lu family's young lady, he would never be able to clear his name, and the Lu family would show him no mercy. Honey, do you not want me anymore? Wang Xuening was sobbing uncontrollably. What are you saying? How could I not want you? Qin Feng wiped away her tears, puzzled by her thoughts. Then why didn't you refuse outright when the steward came to exchange me? Instead, you asked for another, more beautiful woman. This had nearly become an obsession for Wang Xuening. If Qin Feng lacked strength, she wouldn't dare to hope for a future with him. But now that he was powerful and still treated her as a bargaining chip, she truly couldn't accept it. Oh, that's what this is about. Didn't I tell you? I plan to snatch you back on your wedding day. Qin Feng declared arrogantly. Once he had gathered enough beauties in Qinyan City, it would be time to settle scores with the three great families. Their wedding would be the perfect moment, with all three families gathered, a golden opportunity to sweep them all away. Really? You're not lying to me. Wang Xuening hugged Qin Feng, a flicker of emotion stirring in her heart. As true as pearls, I'd be a dog if I lied, Qin Feng teased. You're so annoying. Wang Zuning's heavy heart finally lifted as she pouted playfully. Just as they were flirting, the Wang family's steward arrived with his people. Qin Feng had already turned him away once, yet he dared to return. He must have found an extraordinary beauty. Before him stood a hooded woman with a figure that was the envy of all, like a piece of exquisite art. Her slender waist seemed so delicate it could be encircled with one hand, as if a gentle touch would reveal its boneless grace. Her long straight legs were firm and supple, each step carrying an elegant rhythm. Her proportions were flawless, a delightful sight from every angle. Her face was one that could topple kingdoms and cities. Utterly expressionless, yet radiating 1,000 charms. Even Su Daji Reborn could not surpass her. Wang Xuening was bewildered, staring at the stunned Qin Feng. It didn't make sense. With Qin Feng's strength, he could take on 10 of her without breaking a sweat. Wait for me. Qin Feng took out his phone and called Jean Li. What's up, honey? Is it my turn? Jean Li said excitedly. No, the Wang family steward will come soon. He should be here to exchange Wang Xuening. Tell him I agree and will release Wang Xuening shortly. With that, Qin Feng hung up. Host uses 10 third-tier advancement points, body strengthened to 600 points. To face what was coming, he had specifically enhanced his physique. Ding dong. Jean Li, who had been waiting, opened the door. Miss Jean, I've brought another beauty for the master's inspection, the Wang family steward said respectfully. No need, leave her here. My husband agrees to the exchange. Jean Li glanced at the hooded beauty, though curious about what lay beneath the hood. Something that made Qin Feng agree to swap Wang Xuening so readily. She held back, planning to persuade him later. Huh. The Wang family steward was stunned. Just like that. He didn't even want to take a look. It felt like spending an entire holiday meticulously writing homework only for the teacher to say they wouldn't check it. What was the point of all that effort? Are you sure you don't want to see? I'm here to exchange for Miss Wang Xuening, the steward said tentatively. The swift agreement gave him an uneasy feeling. No need to see. Leave her here, and we'll release Xuening shortly. Jean Li waved her hand, signaling the steward to leave. After a moment's hesitation, the steward had no choice but to depart. The Lu family's young lady was a hot potato. If Qin Feng didn't want her, he didn't know what to do. Better to hand her over to Qin Feng. Whether he would release Wang Xuening was no longer his concern. Come with me. Jean Li helped the Lu family's young lady inside, closed the door, and pulled off her hood. Wow. Not just Jean Li, but every woman in the room gasped in awe. Such a beautiful face paired with that devilish figure outshone them all. The hooded beauty remained calm, as if their amazement was nothing new. What's your name? Jean Li suddenly recalled a rumor that the Lu family had a woman as enchanting as a fairy, their untouchable treasure, whose very touch meant death. Could it be Lu Sure? The beauty said nonchalantly, showing no sign of fear even after being kidnapped and surrounded by so many. Just as she suspected, Jean Li sensed a conspiracy. Qin Feng had already offended the Wang and Zhou families. If he added the Lu family to the list, the three great families might unite against him. A disaster. The Wang family kidnapped you. They'll send you back to the Lu family, and you can pretend none of this happened, okay? Jean Li said to Lu Sure. Having one fewer enemy would ease the pressure. It wasn't too late to return her now. Lu Sure looked at Jean Li, her lips parting as if to speak, but another voice beat her to it. Haha, what fun would it be if I sent her away? Jean Li, your presumptuousness is really getting on my nerves. Qin Feng emerged holding the limp Wang Xuening. Honey, I'm sorry. I won't dare do it again, Jean Li said, head bowed. She had acted partly for Qin Feng's sake, and partly to prevent Wang Xuening from being swapped. Either way, her motives were not entirely selfless. Good that you know your mistake. Since it's your first offense, I'll let it slide this time. Qin Feng laid Wang Xuening on the sofa as he spoke, then eagerly strode toward Lu Shirshir. Name Lu Shirshir. Age 19. Height 170 centimeters. Weight 53 kilograms. Traits ethereal beauty. Score 91 points. A score of 91 points. 1 point higher than Jean Li, who possessed a model's physique at 180 centimeters, while Lu Shirshir was merely 170 centimeters. Yet her rating surpassed Jean Li's, a testament to Lu Shishi's extraordinary allure. Lu Shirshir, your surname is Lu, so you're from the Lu family. Qin Feng stopped only when he stood face to face with Lu Shirshir. Beautiful, truly beautiful. Even at this close distance, he could find no flaw on her face. If a 91 was this stunning, what would a perfect 100 be like? Yet Qin Feng merely entertained the thought. Whether a perfect 10 existed on Earth remained uncertain. Yes. Lu Shirshir gazed at him with surprise. She had been abducted and Qin Feng already knew her name. How could he not know she was a Lu? Was he toying with her? Honey, I suspect this is a trap set by the Wang family. She's the Lu family's most treasured jewel, possibly connected to some mysterious big shot from the capital. Touching her would provoke a massive crisis. The entire Lu family would fight us to the death. Jean Li advised, aware of certain secrets. Lu Shirshir was untouchable. The Lu family might be manageable, but the capital. The capital. Qin Feng glanced at Jean Li, then at Lu Shirshir. If what Jean Li said was true, some big shot in the capital likely had his eyes on Lu Shirshir, either as a wife or a daughter-in-law. Jean Li's concerns were not unfounded. Even a small city like Qingyun had 3 major families thanks to mysterious benefactors, and the capital might have its own. But a woman with a score of 91 was a rare find, impossible to let go. Such women were scarce across the globe. He had to claim her. Lu Shirshir, does the Lu family still have contact with the capital? Qin Feng asked, directly curious about the current state of the capital. The capital had a dense population. With an 80 random infection rate of the zombie virus, its populace might now be decimated. Yet the capital still held a significant advantage over Qingyun. It possessed military strength. Yes. Lu Shirshir was sparing with words, dismissing Qin Feng with a single syllable. I see. Then that big shot in the capital must be formidable. Even in this apocalypse, the Lu family treasures you so dearly. I suppose it's because of the capital. Qin Feng mused. Lu Shirshir was beautiful, but not worth such fierce protection from the Lu family. Survival was paramount in the apocalypse, unless Lu Shirshir could be traded for immense benefits. Yes. Lu Shirshir replied indifferently. Can you only utter one word at a time? Qin Feng couldn't help but complain. She was stunningly beautiful, but her personality was icy, each word a reluctant drop. No. Lu Shirshir finally squeezed out 2 words, leaving Qin Feng utterly defeated. Fine, go to the bedroom. Let's see if you can speak a full sentence. Qin Feng made a gesture of invitation. Big shot or not, this was the apocalypse. Everything was being reshuffled. If he had a system, and couldn't even act boldly, what use was the system? He might as well bash his head against a block of tofu. You'll die. Lu Shirshir gave him a surprised look. She knew what entering the bedroom meant, but she doubted Qin Feng truly dared. 3 words, an improvement. But don't worry about that. Qin Feng smiled at Lu Shirshir. If she refused, he would have to resort to force. He had no intention of letting her go. Yet to his surprise, Lu Shirshir obediently walked into the bedroom, showing no sign of resistance. Honey, wait. Can you not send Xuanning back? That second young master of the Zhou family is unworthy of her. Jean Li mustered her courage to stop Qin Feng. She and Wang Xuenin were like sisters, supporting each other in the vast Wang family. She couldn't bear to see Wang Xuenin leap from one fiery pit into another. Oh, am I that kind of person? Ask Xuanning when she wakes up. I'm busy now. With that, Qin Feng strode into the bedroom. He could no longer restrain himself. There was no time to explain to Jean Li. Upon entering, he found Lu Shirshir already lying on the bed, showing no resistance at all. Then I won't hold back. Qin Feng could no longer contain himself. A beauty lay on the bed. If he didn't act, he would be utterly oblivious to romance. Congratulations, host, on acquiring your 16th follower. Reward 3. 5 advancement points. Capable of advancing any ability below the 5th order. What the Qin Feng was stunned. A score of 91 rewarded him with 5th order advancement points. This was pure ecstasy. Where am I? Wang Xuenin, who had been unconscious, stirred awake. Xuanning, you're finally awake. What happened? Why were you out for so long? Jean Li asked with concern. If Wang Xuenin didn't wake up soon, she would have called a doctor. Nothing much. Wang Xuenin blushed. Where's my husband? Where did he go? She immediately scanned the room, searching for Qin Feng. She felt a pang of regret. Why had she fainted? Saw he's in the bedroom with that Miss Lu. Jean Li frowned, worried about the capital's big shot. What would they do when he came knocking? You mean that precious Miss Lu from the Lu family? Why is she here? Wang Zuanin's expression shifted. As a Wang family member, she knew what Lu Shisha represented. Qin Feng had brought her here too. The Wang family kidnapped her to exchange for you, and my husband agreed. He said you'd know why. Tell me quickly. Jean Li's face was full of worry. The matter troubled her deeply. Actually, my husband wanted to snatch me back on the day of my wedding with Zhou Jianhe. Since he wants to do that, I have no objections. Wang Xuanin murmured, her heart racing at the thought of Qin Feng crashing her wedding in front of both families. I see. Jean Li's expression cleared. She had been worrying about Wang Zuanin's future, but Qin Feng had his own plan. Ding dong. The doorbell rang again. Who could it be this time? Jean Li frowned. Could it be that someone else had come to exchange their daughter? Truly, they never learned their lesson. Not only would the daughter not be returned, but they would also end up losing the beauty. Yet she had no choice but to answer the door. She had already displeased Qin Feng by acting on her own. As the door swung open, it was not someone delivering a daughter, but the steward of the Wang family who had arrived again. Miss Jean, greetings. Miss Wang, it's wonderful that you're here. Please return with me at once, the steward exclaimed excitedly, finally having found Wang Xuening. Ah, so soon. Wang Xuening was reluctant. The wedding was not until next month. How could she survive leaving Qin Feng now? Miss Wang, the originally scheduled wedding time may need to be adjusted. I kindly ask you to return and discuss it. Besides, staying here will only invite gossip. The steward said with a smile. The wedding date might change, but that was merely to unite the three families against Qin Feng. It had nothing to do with Wang Xuening, who had no say in the matter. Very well, let's go. Wang Xuening said reluctantly. She wished to engage in amorous activities, but Qin Feng was already occupied. Not wanting to dampen his enthusiasm for the wedding interception, she obediently followed the steward away. After the steward and Wang Xuening departed, Jean Li glanced discontentedly toward the bedroom. The other women were also listless, as if nothing compared to the joy of being with Qin Feng, yearning to spend every moment by his side. Feng Lin, what did you and Du Bingyan do in the bedroom today? Xia Xining suddenly asked Feng Lin. I've told you there's nothing between us. You're mistaken. Feng Lin bristled instantly. She had already explained herself, yet the other women refused to believe her. If Qin Feng overheard, who knew what he might think? Du Bingyan, standing behind Feng Lin, stiffened. She truly did not want to hear this topic. Calm down, calm down. I'm just thinking of us sisters, aren't I? Xia Xining quickly explained. Feng Lin was a third-tier ability user, while she was only second-tier. She genuinely feared Feng Lin might lash out. Thinking of us. Elaborate. The women grew intrigued, curious about Xia Xining's plan. Our husband is getting busier, and we often have to relieve our own frustrations. So I thought perhaps us sisters could help each other out. Xia Xining revealed an enigmatic smile. Some women, understanding the implication, blushed deeply, while a few others looked puzzled. Ugh, how disgusting. Feng Lin shot Xia Xining a look of disdain. She was trying to drag others down, and now her true colors were showing. A terrible idea. Nothing can compare to our husband. Su Yinyao also sneered at the notion. In an instant, Xia Xining became the target of everyone's criticism. In their hearts, Qin Feng was irreplaceable. Alright, I was just joking. If you're not interested, forget it. Fiwen, what about you? Xia Xining stared at Lin Feiwan's ample assets, which she had long coveted. No way. Sister Xia, can you please act normal? Lin Feiwan quickly covered herself, eyeing Xia Xining warily. Xia Xining was about to say something more when the sound of a door opening interrupted her. Creak. The bedroom door swung open instantly, drawing the women's attention. Qin Feng had finally emerged. Come here, everyone. Let me introduce our new member, Lu Shisha, your 16th sister. Greetings, sisters. Lu Shisha said, shyly adhering to her nature of speaking as little as possible. Her face had turned as red as an apple, tempting one to take a bite. The unique flush of a woman transformed from maidenhood, truly exquisite. Husband, you miscounted. Shisha is the 15th sister. Jean Li corrected him. She was the 13th, Wang Xuening the 14th, so Lu Shisha should be the 15th. She remembered clearly. That one is the 15th, but her performance has been unsatisfactory. For now, she can only be a concubine. Qin Feng pointed at Du Bingyan. Despite being a beauty, Lu Shisha was far more attractive than Du Bingyan, who had even contemplated escape. Punishing her to be a concubine was hardly unjust. The women turned to Du Bingyan, their eyes filled with confusion. What had she done to provoke Qin Feng's wrath? Du Bingyan felt like crying as she met their gazes. If only heaven would grant her another chance, she would surely cater to Qin Feng. Now reduced to a mere concubine, she had truly lost everything. Feng Lin shot Du Bingyan a meaningful glance, signaling her to say something. Du Bingyan quickly caught on and bowed her head to Qin Feng. Master, I know I was wrong. I am willing to accept any punishment you deem fit. How quickly you've changed. It seems Feng Lin has taught you quite a few rules. Qin Feng felt somewhat disappointed. He had hoped Du Bingyan would hold out for a few more days, giving him some amusement, but she had surrendered too soon. However, you will remain a concubine for now. The day you bear me a child, you shall become a formal consort. Qin Feng did not hesitate. Even though Du Bingyan had admitted her mistake, rules were rules. A score of 87 was nothing in his eyes, and she would receive no special treatment. Yes, this concubine understands. Du Bingyin could only resign herself to her status. Even if Qin Feng impregnated her today, she would still have to endure 10 more months as a concubine, and conception was far from certain. Darling, let's set that aside. Who will share your bed tonight? Xiao Yu asked anxiously. With the lowest looks among them, she had to become pregnant immediately, otherwise if she made a mistake, and Qin Feng demoted her to a concubine, it would be disastrous. Bai Jia shared the same thought, and the other women perked up at the question. Xia Xining, you were quite chatty while I was away, weren't you? Qin Feng glared at her indignantly. He had overheard her words. How dare she covet Lin Feiwan's treasures which were his alone? Oh dear, you heard that. It's my fault. I'm willing to go to the bedroom and accept punishment. Xia Xining immediately admitted her fault, trying to pull Qin Feng toward the bedroom. The other women were speechless. Her scheme was all too obvious. Fine. Lin Feiwan will serve me first, and you will watch from the sidelines. Once all the consorts and concubines have had their turn, you shall be the very last. Qin Feng let out a cold sneer. He knew how to deal with her. Xia Xining's face instantly fell. Being last was bad enough, but being forced to watch the entire ordeal was worse than death itself. In the Wang family study, Chairman Wang, Miss Wang has been swapped back. We can proceed with the follow-up plan. The Wang family steward reported. Excellent, well done. Have you cleaned up the Liu family matter thoroughly? Wang Xiaowang set down the book in his hand. The Liu family had backing from big shots in the capital, and mishandling it could drag the entire Wang family down. Rest assured, Chairman Wang. Everyone involved has been eliminated. No one can prove the Wang family's involvement. The steward said with a smile. Good. Station more guards around Wang Xuening. There must be no mistakes before the wedding. Wang Shaogang's face also broke into a smile. After so many days, something had finally gone his way. Chairman Wang, there is something I'm not sure I should mention. The steward hesitated, fearing Wang Shaogang's anger if he spoke, yet dreading the consequences if he remained silent. Oh, what is it? Wang Xiaowang in good spirits was willing to listen. It's about young Master Qintian. The steward didn't state the matter directly, instead testing Wang Shaogang's current stance toward Wang Qintian. Has that brat finally decided to yield? Tell him to kneel in the study. Wang Shaogang's lingering anger flared. His son was too outrageous. How dare he lay hands on his own father? If not for the fact that Qintian was his only remaining son, and starting over would be too time-consuming, he would have abandoned him entirely. Well, the young master hasn't yielded. He's still hanging from the tree. As you ordered, we've given him no food or water. He's on the verge of collapse. The steward spoke cautiously. Qintian might have lasted a few more days under normal circumstances, but bad luck struck. The last 2 days had been exceptionally sunny, and a pampered young master like him couldn't withstand it. What? Then why haven't you taken him down immediately? Wang Xiaowang exclaimed. Qintian was his sole heir now. If he died, the trouble would be immense. He had never been so stubborn before. Who had led him astray? Pity that Wang Xiaowang, shrewd as he was, had 2 sons, one impotent and the other barely functional. The impotent one had died, leaving him no choice but to rely on the brainless one. Yes, I'll go at once. The steward turned and left, eager to cut Qintian down. Wait, one more thing. Send some hints to the Liu family, gradually steering them toward that jinx. The jinx naturally referred to Qin Feng. If the Liu family and Qin Feng clashed, Wang Xiaowang could reap the benefits. That would be a true stroke of fortune. Understood. They'll see to it. But the steward had barely left when he turned back. Chairman Wang, the second young master of the Zhou family, has come to pay you a visit. What does he want? Let him in. Wang Xiaowang frowned, bearing no fondness for Zhou Jianghe. If his own sons were a mix of incompetence and idiocy, Zhou Jianghe was the embodiment of both flaws combined. A man appeared, corpulent, each step carrying heavy weight. His round, oily face sported a faint double chin. This was Zhou Jianghe. Haha. Uncle Wang, long time no see. Your nephew has missed you dearly. Zhou Jianghe immediately embraced Wang Xiaowang in a bear hug, as if they were the best of friends. All right, let me go. What brings you here today? Wang Xiaowang was disgusted. If not for the impending marriage alliance between the Zhou and Wang families, which promised enormous benefits, he wouldn't have bothered with Zhou Jianghe at all. Uncle, I'd like to see my betrothed. Zhou Jianghe spoke coyly, like a bashful girl. Can you imagine how revolting a nearly 300-pound man looked making such a gesture? Wang Xiaowang witnessed it firsthand and nearly vomited his dinner from the night before. Go ahead. You have my permission. Wang Xiaowang couldn't bear another moment in Zhou Jiang's presence and hurried him off. Thank you, uncle. You're the best. Zhou Jianghe was overjoyed. He planted 2 wet kisses on Wang Shaogang's cheek before gleefully heading off to find Wang Xuening. Wang Xiaowang felt utterly defiled, scrubbing his face vigorously. He had allowed Zhou Jianghe to see Wang Xuening. Why repay kindness with such an offense? Wang Xuening sat by the window, gazing at the scenery outside, utterly bored. Qin Feng had brought a ray of light into her bleak life, and from then on no beautiful view could compare to him. She had only intended to rebel before the wedding, never expecting to meet a man like Qin Feng. Though their time together was brief, she could no longer imagine life without him. Xuening, why are you sitting there? Come down quickly. Zhou Jianghe was alarmed to see Wang Xuaning perched on the windowsill. What are you doing here? Wang Xuaning raised a delicate eyebrow. With so many Wang family guards outside, Zhou Jianghe had still managed to enter easily, proof that those guards were meant to confine her. I came to see you. Next month you'll be my wife, but I can't wait any longer. Zhou Jianghe walked toward her drooling. He had fallen for Wang Xuaning at first sight. Her white hair reminded him of a female anime character he adored. He longed to toy with her thoroughly. Don't come any closer, or he'll jump. Wang Zuning's voice was cold. She had always despised Zhou Jianghe, and after becoming Qin Feng's woman her loathing only deepened. Alright, I'll stop. Please don't do anything rash, Xuaning. I just want to build some rapport with you. Zhou Jianghe halted reluctantly. He wanted Wang Xuaning alive. A dead one, though usable, would be far less entertaining. Who wants to build rapport with you? Wang Zuning's face twisted in disgust. With Qin Feng backing her, she no longer needed to pretend. The wedding would come, and Qin Feng would take her back. Zhou Jianghe was mesmerized. Yes, that look of disgust. That was exactly what he craved. He yearned to ravage Wang Xuaning mercilessly. Xuaning, we're getting married soon. Just give in to me. I adore you so much. I've prepared so many toys for you. He pulled several items from his pocket. Pliers, a utility knife, a belt, sending chills down the spine. Wang Zuning's gaze grew even more repulsed. Thank goodness she had met Qin Feng. Marrying such a pervert would have meant a life of torment. But Zhou Jiang's presence sparked an idea, a way to return to Qin Feng sooner. Zhou Jianghe, I really like all these toys. Wang Xuaning said flatly, but to Zhou Jianghe her words struck like a bomb. No one had ever appreciated his toys before. Really? Xuaning, I'll use every single one on you. Zhou Jianghe picked up the pliers, ready to act. Not so fast. You can't touch me until we're married. I can't wait for the wedding to come. Wang Xuaning said quickly. That was her plan. The sooner the wedding, the sooner she could return to Qin Feng's side. Alright, I'll inform my father and Uncle Wang immediately, so we can wed as soon as possible. Zhou Jianghe exclaimed with immense joy. Previously, Wang Xuaning had always treated him with indifference, but today she had finally come to her senses, and even expressed her fondness for his props. He wished he could marry her right then and there. After Zhou Jianghe departed, Wang Xuaning once again revealed a look of disgust. Without comparison, there would be no harm. Zhou Jianghe could not even measure up to a single finger of Qin Feng. The mere thought of his words made her nauseous, and she felt a strong urge to stab him to death. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a concubine. Reward 1/3 tier advancement point. Alright, I forgive you. Qin Feng said, while waving his hand. After all, she was his woman, a mere punishment would suffice. Xia Xining eagerly approached Qin Feng. Xia Xining possessed the finest figure among the women. Not that the others lacked beautiful physiques, but she exercised daily, leaving almost no trace of excess flesh. She was like a cheetah, both explosive in power and aesthetically pleasing. Afterwards, Qin Feng finally found the time to consider how to utilize the 5th tier advancement points. With only 3 points available this time, he had to be meticulous. After pondering for a long while, he finally decided on 3 abilities: virus immunity, lightning element, and super regeneration. The necessity of virus immunity went without saying. It was with this ability that he had turned the tables against Chen Linger. It was a pity he hadn't managed to keep her, and he wondered how she was faring now. The lightning element was his most formidable offensive ability at present, making it an obvious choice for advancement. As for super regeneration, its importance was even more self-evident. It was a life-saving supernatural power. With it, even against an opponent a tier higher, instant death would be difficult. Host has used 1/5 tier advancement point. Virus immunity has advanced to the 5th tier, granting immunity to 5th tier zombie viruses, which can be transmitted to the host's women. Host has used 1/5 tier advancement point. Lightning element ability has advanced to the 5th tier, granting the new skill Thunderous Might. Thunderous Might, upon activation, the user becomes the Lord of Lightning, doubling lightning attack power for 10 seconds. Host has used 1/5 tier advancement point. Super regeneration has advanced to the 5th tier, allowing rapid recovery from injuries, including fatal wounds, with an upper limit of 5 times the bonus strength. Thunderous Might. He had acquired another excellent skill. Though it lasted only 10 seconds, similar to a certain game hero's ability, being a true man for 10 seconds with no side effects was already splendid. Afterwards, he advanced his telekinesis to the 3rd tier. This was his go-to ability for showing off. Once he recruited more beauties, he was determined to elevate it further. Host has used 2 3rd tier advancement points. Telekinesis ability has advanced to the 3rd tier. Telekinetic effect has been enhanced to 30 of the host's physical strength. Though it was only 30, the effect was already terrifying. Qin Feng's current physical strength was 600 points, so the telekinetic effect amounted to 180 points. This meant a force of 180 points could strike from any direction, making it nearly impossible to defend against. At this point, Qin Feng possessed 3 5th tier abilities, 5 4th tier abilities, and 9 3rd tier abilities, with a physical strength of 600 points. A tremendous sense of security. If all these abilities were granted to someone else, they would likely be overwhelmed with worry, as abilities must be at the same tier to advance further. But Qin Feng had no such concerns thanks to his more sons more happiness system. By recruiting more beauties he could advance effortlessly, truly delightful. Having finished his tasks, Qin Feng was finally able to sleep. He lay down on the bed and drifted into a dream. Day 12 of the apocalypse. Xia Xining opened her eyes and saw Qin Feng still sleeping, gazing at him with infatuation. Qin Feng's mind was as clear as a mirror. Even while asleep, his perception was no different from being awake. The sleep vision function of his X-ray vision allowed him to observe the surroundings within 40 meters, even in slumber. He adored that look in her eyes like an obedient little wife. Husband, you're awake. Xia Xining's heart swelled with joy as she saw Qin Feng open his eyes. Woman, you asked for this. Qin Feng said, sternly preparing to teach Xia Xining a proper lesson. Xia Xining was at a loss for words. She had no idea that Qin Feng had already become a 5th-tier ability user. As a mere 2nd-tier ability user, she was simply asking for trouble. After a long while, the two finally left the bedroom. Husband, you're awake. Greetings, master. The women immediately flocked to Qin Feng's side as he emerged, creating an overwhelming scene. Lily, what's for breakfast today? Qin Feng asked Yin Lily. Although Yin Lily was no longer a maid, it would be a waste not to utilize her culinary skills. Thus, she was always in charge of cooking, while tasks like washing vegetables and dishes fell to the concubines. Seafood porridge and steamed oysters. Yin Lily replied promptly. To capture a man's heart, one must first capture his stomach. This was something no other woman could surpass her in. Good, let's eat breakfast. Qin Feng waved his hand, and only then did the women dare to begin their meal. At the entrance of the Wang family estate, dozens of luxury cars drove up, their bodies emblazoned with a large character for Lu. Anyone who saw them immediately fled. This was Wang family territory. The Lu family bringing so many people could only mean trouble. It seemed the winds of change were about to sweep through Qingyun City. Dozens of luxury cars from the Lu family stopped at the entrance of the Wang residence. A Lu servant was about to open the door for Lu Yaohua, but Lu Yaohua, unable to wait, opened it himself and rushed straight into the Wang compound, followed by over 100 men, either ability users or armed with firearms, all elite members of the Lu family. Stop! You cannot enter without first reporting to the family head. Several Wang guards stepped forward to block Lu Yaohua. With over 100 men allowing them easy entry into the Wang residence would surely lead to trouble. Slap! Without a word, Lu Yaohua delivered a resounding slap, swelling the guard's face. Slap! 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 Every Lu family member followed suit, striking the same guard. The other guards stood frozen, too stunned to intervene, watching as the speaking guard was beaten into a bloody mess. Wang Xiaowang, get out here and face me. Lu Yaohua's cold shout made several nearby Wang family members pale with fury. How dare someone address their family head by name? Yet when they saw it was Lu Yaohua, the Lu family head backed by a sizable force, they quickly retreated to summon the Wang troops and their patriarch. Haha, I thought it was someone else. So it's brother Lu. Wang Xiaowang appeared before the Lu contingent, followed by the Wang family's ability users and troops. Wang Xiaowang, spare me your pleasantries. Did you abduct my daughter Lu Shishir? Lu Yaohua demanded. Lu Shishir carried the fate of the entire Lu family. If anything happened to her, the capital would not forgive him, and the whole Lu clan would face annihilation. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Every member of the Wang family acts with honor and integrity. How could we do such a thing? Wang Xiaowang denied flatly. Without evidence, how could such accusations be made? Oh really? Someone saw a man lure my daughter into your Wang residence. Am I unjustly accusing you? Lu Yaohua was utterly unconvinced. In Qingyun City, only the Wang and Zhou families dared to move against the Lu family. No one else had such power. Could it be? Wang Xiaogang's expression shifted, his words trailing off, as if in hesitation. Could it be what? Spit it out. Stop being so indecisive. Wang Xiaowang had successfully piqued Lu Yaohua's curiosity, and Liu's fiery temper flared. Alas, brother Lu, to be honest, a lecherous man has recently infiltrated our Wang residence, defiling many young women. Even my daughter-in-law fell victim. Your daughter may have already. Before he could finish, Lu Yaohua interrupted. Damn it. You let such a scourge live. Take me there immediately. There might still be time. Lu Yaohua cursed in rage. Was Wang Xiaowang out of his mind to tolerate this? Very well, he'll lead the way. A barely perceptible smile flickered across Wang Xiaogang's face. The bait had been taken. Husband, who among us should serve you first tonight? Lin Fiwen asked, clinging to Qin Feng's arm. That depends on your performance. Qin Feng replied, nonchalantly, amused by the rivalry he incited among the women. They argued heatedly, each vying for the privilege. Enough arguing. We have guests. Using his clairvoyance, Qin Feng saw Wang Xiaowang approaching with a large entourage. Guests. The women pondered. This was the Wang residence. Who could be visiting? Surely someone had come to offer Qin Feng more women. Husband, how many are coming? Jinli asked, hoping it wouldn't be too many. With over 30 women already, Qin Feng was constantly occupied from morning till night. A few more vixens and he wouldn't have time to sleep, let alone attend to them all. About 100, Qin Feng replied with a smile. Finally someone had come to court death. Indulging in the pleasures of the boudoir was fine, but it was time to stretch his limbs. 800. Qin Li's jaw dropped. With so many arriving at once, even Qin Feng would struggle to handle them. Sure, they must be your family. Their clothes bear the character Lu. Let's go out and see. Qin Feng arm in arm, with Lu Sure headed toward the door. Since the Lu family had come to him, it was only proper to greet them. Lu Shishi's cheeks flushed briefly before returning to normal. Creak. Qin Feng pushed open the door and stepped out. He had grown fond of this house and would hate to see it destroyed in a fight. Lu Yaohua also spotted Qin Feng and Lu Sure. Seeing their intimate posture, his rage boiled over. You little brat. Take your hands off her. Lu Yaohua roared, and his men immediately prepared for battle. Brother Lu, I've led you here. I'll take my leave now. Wang Xiaowang quickly slipped away. Qin Feng's telekinesis had left a deep impression on him, and he had no desire to experience it again. Let the Lu family fight Qin Feng. You old fool, your mouth stinks. Didn't you brush your teeth today? I came out to greet Shishi's family, only to encounter an ungrateful wretch like you. Qin Feng cursed without restraint. Even if Lu Yaohua was Lu Shishi's family, he wouldn't tolerate such disrespect. You lecher. You abducted my daughter, and now dare to curse me. Today I'll kill you. Lu Yaohua ground his teeth in fury, leading his men to close in on Qin Feng. Is he your father? Qin Feng asked Lu Sure. Her answer would determine Lu Yaohua's fate, as killing one's father-in-law would tarnish his reputation. He's more or less my adopted father, Lu Sure replied indifferently, making it clear their relationship was far from warm. Then I have nothing to worry about. Go hide somewhere safe. Let me have some fun. Qin Feng strode toward Lu Yaohua. You little brat, you're stupid enough. Lu Yaohua sneered. Just moments ago, with Qin Feng holding Lu Sure, he dared not strike. Now that Lu Sure had retreated to safety, Qin Feng had no hostage, and he no longer needed to hold back. Old geezer, spare me the nonsense. Want a brawl, or a duel? Qin Feng said indifferently. Now a fifth-tier ability user, he could slaughter the entire Lu clan of over 100 in mere moments if he wished. Ha, you're alone, and still thinking about a brawl. I alone can handle you. With that, Lu Yaohua struck. Invisible wind blades howled forth, hurtling toward Qin Feng at astonishing speed. Yet Qin Feng stood motionless, as if oblivious to the assault. Watch out. Lu Sure shouted nervously. Somehow she didn't want Qin Feng to come to harm. In her heart, his place had surpassed Lu Yaohua's. Sure, have you lost your mind? Taking sides with an outsider. Lu Yaohua fumed with rage, his strikes growing heavier, as if he wished to erase Qin Feng from the world. Squelch. Squelch. Qin Feng's body absorbed all the wind blades. A line of blood spurted as he finally sustained a wound, a thin gash on his flesh. Lu Yaohua frowned, sensing something amiss. As a third-tier ability user, how could his prolonged assault leave Qin Feng seemingly unscathed? Done. If you're done, then it's your turn to be finished. Qin Feng sneered. The faint wound healed instantly. He had merely wanted to test his fifth-tier defense. It was terrifyingly formidable. These wind blades were potent, yet barely scratched him. Had they been weaker abilities, they wouldn't even have breached his guard. Impossible. It can't be this vast a gap. Lu Yaohua couldn't believe it. He had relied on the Lu clan's numbers and firearms to become a third-tier ability user. How could Qin Feng be so strong that he couldn't even break through his defense? Lu Sure watched a wry smile crossing her face. Her worry was unfounded. Qin Feng stood still, letting Lu Yaohua strike without effect. If you've got guts, don't dodge this time either. Wind blade slash. Lu Yaohua gathered another invisible wind blade, far more terrifying than before. Fine, let's see what else you've got. Qin Feng eyed Lu Yaohua mockingly. Whoosh. Lu Yaohua hurled the wind blade slash, and Qin Feng, as promised, didn't move. Squelch. Blood splattered. This strike was indeed more effective than the previous ones. Long live the clan head. The clan head is mighty. The Lu clan members cheered, celebrating Lu Yaohua's solo triumph over Qin Feng. Husband. Lu Shishi's heart clenched again, fearing Qin Feng might be hurt. Shut up, you shameless thing. After a day with this lecher, you call him husband. Is that something to throw around lightly? Your husband is only the young master of the capital. Forget all this, they'll deal with you when we return. Lu Yaohua snarled. The Lu family valued Lu Sure not for her beauty, but because a powerful figure's son in the capital had taken a liking to her. If this reached his ears, disaster would strike. No, Qin Feng is my true husband. You adopted me as a goddaughter only for your gain. You locked me in the Lu mansion with no freedom. I won't obey you anymore. You have no idea how blissful I was yesterday. Without a husband, I'd rather die. Lu Sure gasped for breath after her outburst, as if exhausted by the torrent of words. What did you say? Lu Yaohua's eyes blazed with fury. This was the first time Lu Sure had defied him, all because of a debauched man. She means she's done with the Lu family. She's mine now. Do you understand? Qin Feng grinned. He hadn't expected Lu Sure to share a similar plight with Jin Li and Wang Xuening, but they were all fortunate to have met him. You're not dead. Lu Yaohua was stunned. He had clearly seen the wind blade slash hit Qin Feng, blood spurting. Yet now he was perfectly fine. Dead? Don't be ridiculous. Could your ability's measly power actually kill someone? I just dozed off for a bit. Qin Feng stretched lazily. There was no trace of a wound on him save for the bloodstains that proved the earlier events were real. Sure, that's the first time I've heard you speak so much. From now on, be more cheerful. With me, you'll have absolute freedom. Qin Feng turned to Lu Shishir, unafraid of a sneak attack from the Lu clan. Lu Shishir nodded shyly. She had thought she would die with Qin Feng only to realize he had merely napped. He had heard every word she said. How mortifying. Open fire. Kill him. Lu Yaohua commanded the Lu clan. If he alone couldn't kill Qin Feng, then they would all attack together. He refused to believe Qin Feng was made of iron. Bang, bang, bang. A barrage of gunfire sent bullets raining down on Qin Feng. Qin Feng spread his arms as if reveling in it. His fifth-year super regeneration was terrifyingly powerful. He doubted even a missile could kill him. Monster. A monster. This is a damn monster. That was all Lu Yaohua could think. Qin Feng stood amidst the hail of bullets unscathed, even smiling. The bullets nearly buried him, yet he remained completely unharmed. Clan head were almost out of bullets. A Lu clan member said bitterly. Who would have thought they'd exhaust all their ammunition on one man without killing him? Why stop? Out of bullets. Want me to give you time to fetch more from home? Otherwise I'll have to make my move. Qin Feng taunted. He hadn't even reached the limits of his first live's body. The Lu clan's bullets were nothing to him. Clan head, what do? We can't even scratch him. Some Lu members panicked. If Qin Feng stood still and they couldn't breach his defense, what would happen when he attacked? I get it now. I understand everything. You must be afraid of death, so your ability is purely defensive. We can't break through, but you can't harm us either. Lu Yaohua laughed heartily, convinced this explained Qin Feng's unparalleled defense. The Lu clan members brightened. Right? If Qin Feng could attack, he would have done so by now. He had only defended, clearly lacking offensive power. Sigh, your imagination is truly something. Qin Feng couldn't help but remark. Some people only believed what fit their limited understanding. Stop bluffing. If you've got the guts, kill us all. Lu Yaohua waved his hand, encompassing every Lu clan member present. I've never heard such a request in my life, but as you wish. Qin Feng's left hand crackled with lightning, while an ice spike formed in his right.